Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story. Darth Avaryss, Mother of Horrors. The Alliance has risen. Across the galaxy, the hero of Tython gathers the galaxy to oppose the rule of the Eternal Throne. Allied with his lover Lana Beniko, the Jedi has sworn to free the galaxy from Arcann and his vile rule. Yet, Arcann is not the only darkness threatening the galaxy. On the world of Bantoon, Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord and Imperial warlord, has gathered her followers and continues work on a weapon that will destroy her enemies across the galaxy and allow her to rule over the ashes.
All that remains is the construction of her grand temple, and with its rise, her shadow will cover all things. Yet, even in the heart of darkness, hope remains. Resistance endures. Chapter 1. Into the Storm. The skies above Bantoon were never dark. The planet, the only inhabitable world for parsecs, had been hidden for generations. The gravity wells, nebulas, and stellar anomalies blocking all but a single access point, a point discovered by accident millennia earlier. On a clear night, the skies of Bantoon were filled with light. Reds, blues and greens swirled among the stars, inspiring generations of artists and poets. Not that many Bon were looking up these days. When one looked up now, all one would see would be the shadow of ships. Warships. A flotilla of Sith vessels orbited their planet, either on patrol or sitting in docking cradles at local shipyards, being serviced or rearmed. 3 years earlier, the Sith had come without warning, their forces overwhelming the planet's defenders in a matter of hours. To this day, no one knew how the invaders had done such a thing. Some suspected that a cadre of nobles had betrayed the Queen, others said that the legendary sworn protectors of Bantoon had been compromised and bent to the Sith's will. Others blamed the Force wielders that lived on Bantoon. Few trusted them, either the Jedi or the Paladino that had risen with the aid of the Republic's defenders. All the native Bon knew was that their world was occupied, their queen and the royal family forced to obey the will of an outsider. She was hated and feared, but none dared act. She had made sure of it. Hope was something to be crushed, and she was very good at doing just that. She was, after all, a Sith master. That outsider now sat aboard a small shuttle that had left the Bon capital, left and proceeded in high orbit. The only way to reach her destination, a location that was currently within the eye of a vicious hurricane. The shuttle made its way swiftly, escorted by a full squadron of Sith fighters. At its controls, sat 2 Bon sworn protectors clad in the armor and robes of Imperial royal guards. Having murdered their own nobles in the early hours of the invasion, these now had no master except the one they escorted now. If not for the hidden programming given them years ago, they would have committed suicide after dealing with those they had been assigned to protect. To the rest of Bantoon, they were already dead. No one would have thought to look for them under the helmets of the Sith Master's guards. They, like the rest of her guard, were all such servants. The Dark Lord admired the symmetry of it, the artistry. She liked that they had no choice but to serve her, their programming allowed for nothing else, and that somewhere deep inside them they were aware that they couldn't resist. All they could do was scream silently, and rage against her control. They hated her, but that didn't matter. They were hers, and soon, they would not be alone. The Dark Lord smiled, her eyes glowing beneath the black cloth of her heavy cowl. Everything was so close to being hers now, only a few more months, and then the galaxy would die, and what was left would belong to her. "We have clearance to land," Baroness one of the royal guards said from cockpit.
The Dark Lord nodded. "Bring us in, then," she purred. "I'm most eager to see how close we are to victory." The guard nodded and made the proper adjustments. The shuttle began its slow re-entry. The fighters broke off to patrol from above. They had no shields against the storm. The Dark Lord sighed and leaned back, a shiver of anticipation running down her spine. 3 years, she thought, so much time, but in the end, completely worth it. She was in her late 20s now, still a young woman, but her use of the dark side had left its mark. Most would have thought her 15 to 20 years older. Her brow was starting to furrow, the skin around her red-rimmed eyes starting to wrinkle. Not that she minded, no, she had never been overly concerned with her looks. Her eyes were yellow and bloodshot, proper Sith eyes, the eyes of a predator. Her black hair was now streaked with white, her fingers long and slender, her nails sharpened like the talons of a bloodstrike. To the local Bond, she was known as Baroness Kyra Hudlow, Prime Minister to the Queen, High Speaker of the Matriarchy, and Lady Castellan of all Bantoon. To the Sith that lived here, she was Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and their master, and soon, the one true Empress. Empress, she thought, her thoughts now drifting to her many enemies, to Arcann, the usurper Asuna, and the murderous hero of Tython, the Jedi pawn that she believed was nothing but a tool of her treacherous grandfather, the vile Sith spirit Darth Vitiate. So many foes, so many that deserved to die a final death. She sneered at the mere thought of them. Pretenders and thieves all. She would destroy their capitals and everyone on them. She would then corrupt the spirits of countless billions, turning them to loyal soldiers of the new Sith Empire. A golden age would begin, a restoration, no, a perfection of all that had been ruled over by Marker Ragnas more than a millennia ago. The dream would return, only now it would be galaxy-wide. The true golden age of the Sith, and she would rule over it all. Everything would finally be hers. The shuttle was rocked by turbulence as it pierced the planet's atmosphere. The hurricane that had formed near her temple now battered, but could not destroy. She had chosen the location well. It was a place strong in the dark side, and that protected her work more than anything else. The dark side of the Force loved her. She was its champion and executioner. And her blade was about to fall. The galaxy itself had offered her its neck. She would happily take his head off. Rain pounded the shuttle as Avaryss leaned forward, seeing the great ziggurat emerge from the raging storm. She could make out the lights of the temple, though 3 full quarters of the top was yet to be completed. 4 short towers emerged from each sharpened edge of the ziggurat, with the tallest rising from the center, or would once the work was finished. For the moment, only the center tower was close to completion. The structure was as wide and would be as tall as the former Jedi temple on Coruscant, but unlike the base of her hated enemies, this would be more functional, as much a weapon as a tribute to her grandness and rule. It was a dark reflection of everything the Jedi stood for, and it would be the symbol of her victory, the final triumph of the dark over the light. Her rule and legacy would begin here, and it would last for the next 10 million years. The shuttle bucked again, but the Sith Lord remained unmoved. Her eyes and attention were on the future hidden within the dark walls of her greatest creation. She would soon walk the halls of the symbol of the next great cataclysm, one born of her genius and power. Delicious, she thought. Absolutely delicious. The shuttle had touched down on a rain-swept landing pad. The Dark Lord made her way across the walkway and into the temple proper. Her guards going before her, their crimson cloaks snapping the rain. Avaryss remained unrushed, her expression cool and serene. A little rain was nothing to a Sith, and the hurricane around this place was nothing compared to the storm that raged within her. The full power of the dark side. She was met by a company of 4 men. The first wore the uniform of an Imperial officer, his face hidden by a matte black featureless mask with only 2 black lenses to mark his eyes. The second a dark-skinned human, dressed in the robes of a low-level member of the Sith Order, a man of science, not war. The third was the foreman for this project, and head of her press gang. He was muscular, with red skin and long brown braided hair. His name was Fish, one of the few Sith purebloods that followed her following her rise. The fourth was a short, heavy-set man clad in the finery of Bantoon, a white cloth coat and breeches with a gold and black waistcoat, his short brown hair cut in the style of a bowl, his eyes the same color. The dark-skinned man stepped up, and bowed. "Welcome, my lord, Darth Avaryss," he said in the cultured voice of one raised on Draman Khas. "We are most honored by your presence." "High Alchemist Arv," she replied with a polite nod. "I do hope your daughter is doing well." "Very well, my lord," the man replied. "She is off-world at the moment, traveling with Baron Dresco's son, and your apprentice, of course." Avaryss nodded. Arb had been in her service for years now, since she had liberated him from his former master Darth Tarek, and took him into her service. She could think of no better man to handle the alchemical work that was going into creating this place. As for his daughter and her whereabout, she had known about that as well. She had heard about that from Taya. Her oldest friend moved easily among both the Sith and the matriarchs of their throne world, and was trusted with much, including keeping an eye and ear on Avaryss' apprentice. So far, Rain, the Dark Lord's former serving girl turned student, had proven herself to be a dedicated and ruthless member of the Order, helping her master win several victories when the people of this planet had tried to rebel in the first few months of their rule. The Bond were brave, but no match for Sith might, especially when that might was enhanced by Rain's battle meditation. Yet, Rain was more than just a weapon or tool, and at 18, was finally growing into both the woman and the Sith her master knew that she would become. She, like her teacher, was a success. Yes, Rain had done much to imitate her master. Much as Avaryss had in her youth, her apprentice had surrounded herself with a circle of allies, an entourage of sorts. Taya's little brother Kalen was among them, and so, of course, why wouldn't Arb's daughter Lick have been as well? The girl had been raised a foster of Taya's father, so she had spent much time with Kalen. It was rumored that they were even dating now, or so Avaryss had heard. Relationships such as these could have been a distraction, but the Dark Lord allowed them to continue. Avaryss tolerated her apprentice's circle of friends. They all had skills that a young Sith might find useful on a mission, and as long as they didn't interfere with her Sith training, she saw no harm. Turning away from the alchemist, her mind and attention returned to the matter at hand. She turned to the Bond and the Sith pureblood. Fish, Lord Lirhan, I trust everything is progressing with our work crews. We do have a schedule to keep. All is as you desire, my lord, the red-skinned Sith said with a nod. We have doubled our efforts since the last attempted work stoppage. Several of the leaders of the assembly crews needed to be made examples of, but since then, we have managed to keep up. The Sith grinned. We will meet our deadline. The main structure will be completed on time. The Dark Lord smiled. Excellent. She looked at the Bond. And one of our skilled laborers, Lord Ryan. I trust you have done your part in keeping them on track. Lirhan Dustin gave her a simpering smile. The man had long been an agent of the Empire. He had spent decades in the palace of Viserion 9, and never forgiven the woman for the loss of power his family had suffered because of her. His grandfather, Lyran Dustin, a useful idiot of Darth Hekidus, had died at the hands of Jaz Darbin and his wife Vesseria, costing their family a place so near the throne of this world. Both the father and later the grandson had been recruited into the Sith after that, continuing to serve a useful role in keeping Sith matters on Bantoon spinning, despite the lack of Sith being in attendance. Again, another very useful idiot. Avaryss was grateful for his presence. The artisans we have either forcefully recruited or hired are having some issues, Prime Minister, the man informed her. Some of the more detailed work on the structure has suffered because of it. The Dark Lord pinned him with a cold gaze. Explain, she said. The man shrugged. There are places within this temple that are disorienting for sentient beings. Rooms without angles, it can be disorienting. People report feelings of dread, dizziness, and headaches. That is not all. Fish volunteered. We lost 2 of our stone workers, the ones working on the glyphs on level 12. One jumped off one of the balconies. The other tore out his own eyes. He did so shrieking that he could not take the shadows watching him. The Dark Lord nodded, her expression grim. This was to be expected, she thought. Building a place so steeped in the dark side came with certain complications. Not to mention the fact that Hekidus had come up with the blueprints for this place following several sessions consulting the holocron of Darth Nihilus. Even thinking the name made Avaryss shiver. Nihilus had left life behind and become a living wound in the Force, a dark side dream that walked and pretended to be a man. Any who would dare to go so far were to be feared or even more respected. She ordered her men to limit the shift working in the sections of the temple where Hekidus' designs called for more exotic construction It seemed the best way to keep her workers alive and functional. She needed them all, at least for now. She turned to the last of her party, the officer in the mask. Has the shipment of Ladanium girders arrived yet, Beric? Are you ready to oversee the assembly of delivery system we discussed? Beric Lilos, director of this project, and brother of Kira Lilas, nodded. He had once been Avaryss' brother too, but that was before she took a new body. Still, the sense of kinship remained mostly. Lilas gestured for her to follow. The others fell in step behind them, as the director took the lead and Avaryss walked next to him, looking up at the parts of the temple that were completed, and watched the workers hurrying around finishing up what was needed to be. They walked side by side, their steps mirroring each other. He appeared thinner than she remembered, but that was not surprising. He wasn't exactly human anymore. Years ago, he had turned against her, fallen under the spell of another powerful Sith. He had shot Avaryss, his own sister, in the gut. Though she had recovered and destroyed his master, he remained an enemy to her for several years. During that time, she had him experimented on, programmed him to serve her will, despite his personal feelings, and granted him an advanced healing factor, thanks to Sith alchemy. Beric had survived those experiments, and eventually, she had managed to return him to close to what he had been before. A loyal soldier in her service, yet that didn't change that he had been altered by her work. Early in their second year here, Beric had been caught up in an assassination attempt by the locals. He had been badly wounded, but survived because of his healing factor, though he had not been healed as cleanly as he should have been. His recovery had left him mutated, his voice box destroyed, his jaw misshapen. Where he had once wore the mask only to make the changes she had made to him bearable, now he wore it to hide his misshapen face. He could not live as a person anymore, so he had become even more her creature, taking command of this project and avoiding his wife and daughter. Avaryss smiled. Zen sends her love, she informed him. She misses having you at her side. Her brother said nothing, his breath rasping from his mask. She tried again. Maya doesn't fear you. You need to know that. Your daughter wishes to see you, to see her father again, and you can do so as a new man. A whole man. All you need to do is ask, and I will have your spirit move to a new body, one not so damaged by our work. It would not be hard. I have everything I need here to perform the ritual. You could be? He didn't even glance at her, merely shook his head. He had become resigned to this fate. She did her best to accept that. Beric had made a choice. Now he would live with it. Part of him wanted to die, while she would not allow that. He was still useful to her. She would not grant him any kind of release, not until he was all used up. He deserved that fate. That was the price of betraying her before. When he died, it would be on her terms, and her terms alone. He was hers. He led them out into a section of the temple still open to the elements. A temporary landing pad had been attached to the side of the structure. The storm intensified, causing rainwater to run down the bill of Beric's officer's cap. Lightning flashed, revealing the workings of his mask at his throat. Sith Lord and creature stood together waiting, while the other three and her two guards stayed back. Beric raised his hand, pointing in the distance. Avaryss tilted her head and smiled. Ah, there it was. The large industrial transport skimmed over the clouds, making its way towards the pad. 6 heavy cargo containers bearing the newly smelted girders. Vladanium had a strange affinity when processed just so it could enhance the effects of Sith magic. This had been another discovery by Darth Nihilius, who had used Vladanium girders to strengthen the damaged superstructure of his warship and his own power. Now Avaryss had use for it. It would be used in the construction of the temple's towers, allow her to focus the power of the dark side through them, and from there out into the galaxy proper. She would use the temple to amplify the power of the keys of Darth Hekidus too. There was a flash in the distance. The roar of the transport's engine sputtered and went up several octaves. The Dark Lord's eyes widened. What the? The transport's port engine vanished. In a flash, the heavy transport began to spin downward. It was struck by lightning several times, further damaging its systems. Yet, it had still been moving fast on its final approach. It was still heading down, fast. Heading right towards Avaryss and her party. "Run," she said, backing away. "My lord," Fish said. "What is?" "Run." The group scattered. As the transport slammed into the side of the Grand Temple, a huge section of the finished outer wall tore off and tumbled down the ziggurat. It was only then that the ship exploded, throwing shards of metal, both through the temple's superstructure and down onto the workers and Sith below. Avaryss barely had time to throw up a shield to protect herself from the worst of the explosion. Most of those around her had not been so lucky. Workers fell from scaffolds, some burning while they fell screaming to their end. Others were struck by flying shrapnel, killed instantly. One of Avaryss' royal guards was beheaded. Fish fell shrieking as a shard of burning metal took off his left leg. Beric was cut in half by a piece of flying wreckage. His torso fell back as his legs stumbled and fell over a ledge and down several stories. Avi looked over at him. She was not worried. He would regenerate. No blood flowed from his bisected body. White foam bubbled as organs were formed, not as properly as before, but they would be functional. Rick had lost limbs before, and grew them back in minutes. He would recover from this, and even more so when gotten to a Kolto tank. A loud alarm sounded over the temple loudspeaker, not the bleating of a danger alert, but the blare of a battle horn. When the announcer spoke, bile rose in Avaryss' throat. What she heard, she didn't like. "Citizens of Bantoon, slaves of the Revan invaders, hear me. Do not give up hope. The light has not abandoned you. We have not abandoned you." "Turn it off," the Dark Lord shouted, not really talking to anyone, trying to be heard over the screams and the panic, the sounds of her beautiful temple being damaged, sections of it collapsing around her. "Someone turn that Griffin thing off. These Revan, these Sith can be defeated, can and will be defeated. Be brave, good people, you are not alone. The light and the gods still stand with you. The Paladina still live and stand with you. Gods bless Bantoon. Bless the Paladina. Bless our queen and her daughters. Bless our light of hope, the royal in exile. Bless Princess Bela. She will return and..." Avaryss howled. The force scream shook the very floor beneath her. It blew out the loudspeaker system, even as it deafened anyone close enough to the Dark Lord to hear it. Those who were far enough away fell to their knees, crying out, suddenly overcome by a sense of rage and despair. As the Dark Lord stopped, those around her lay on the ground, some moaning, many whimpering, all hurt, either by the crash of the shuttle or the power of her scream. She looked around, fury boiling, her eyes seeking a victim. She needed to find someone. Someone needed to pay for this. "My lord." Arb and Lord Ryan had limped to her side. Both looked worse for wear. She glared at both, only just holding back her rage. Her desire to kill and destroy almost overwhelming. She needed them. They were tools that would help her seek vengeance. And besides, work needed to continue here. Repairs needed to be made. More Vladanium needed to be found. This was a setback, a major one. She could not let it go unanswered. She looked down at Fish and Beric. The pure blood was going into shock. A workman was trying to bind the stump that had once been his leg. Beric lay rasping on the floor, his organs and bones already reforming. He was in no danger still. Avaryss called out, "Bring medical capsules immediately. See to the gang boss and the director. Get them to Kolto tanks now." Workers rushed to follow her orders, some of them anyway. The others remained shell-shocked. She was tempted to kill these stragglers, but again held back her rage. She had real enemies. Dealing with these mundanes would bring nothing but more problems, and the need to recruit even more workers. Her hands curled into fists. She turned to Lord Ryan. "I thought you said the Paladina were all dead." The man swallowed hard. "We destroyed their last stronghold on the island of her son," he told her. "We found no survivors." Avaryss sneered. So much for that, she thought. The Paladina were not dead after all. Wonderful. Almost 40 years ago, the rogue Jedi Jaz Darbin had taken it upon himself to train several young people on Bantoon in the ways of the Jedi. These children had been the scions of the ancient force-sensitive sorcerers that had once aided Bantoon's military and priesthood. Rather than give up their old traditions, they blended them with Jedi philosophies, creating a new order of force-sensitives, the Jedi Paladina, or just Paladina. They had opposed Avaryss since her landing. Sabotage and espionage had plagued her rule, and the Paladina had been the cause. She had thought them destroyed, but now. She took a shuddering breath. She turned to the warlord. Speak with General Glask. He will give you whatever troops and resources you need. Find these remaining Paladina vermin and exterminate them. It will be done, my lord, the man said with a military-style bow. See that it is, she purred. You have one last chance, your lordship, do not fail me. I will not. You have my word. She turned away from him, making her way back towards her shuttle. She pulled out her comlink, speaking directly to General Glask in the palace. My lord. General, she said, there has been an attack on the temple. The Paladina were behind it. A snarl came over the link. I will send troops and medical ships, immediately. I will get to the bottom of this. Yes, you will, the Dark Lord hissed. You will also send word to the Bounty Hunters Guild. The price on the head of Bela Istillo has just been doubled. Dead or alive, I want that bondwoman's head on a plate, General. It will be done, Master, with pleasure. Do not waste any more time speaking with me. You are already behind. Get to it. She clicked off her comlink and turned back, looking at the damage that had been done. The Paladina remained to block her. Bela Istillo still lived and mocked her. The Sith snarled. Bela Istillo, youngest child of Queen Viseria IX and Jaz Darben. Her escape during the invasion 3 years ago still haunted the Sith, and now this cry of support for her. It couldn't be tolerated. It wouldn't be tolerated. She could imagine it right now. Bela Istillo, standing in some military-style bunker, waiting now to hear the report of this attack. Well, if she thought this would stop the Dark Lord, she had another thing coming. A delay would not stop Avaryss' plan. The galaxy was still hers. While Arcann and the hero of Tython fought their duel across the stars, Avaryss would sneak up behind them and plant a dagger in each of their backs, a pair of blades deep into their respective hearts. Their fight meant nothing. They would be dead when the temple was finished. Death knelled the keys of Hikidus and the Grand Temple. With these in her hands, the galaxy would die, and then everything that was left would be hers. Let them wage their battles. She would win the war. She would win, and revenge was hers, and with it, the galaxy. Chapter 2. Bela. The place where dreams go to die. That is what the locals said about Catherine, a former mining colony turned trading post. The people that had come here seeking fortune quickly learned there was none to be had. The mineral wealth that had first drawn the mining companies had not existed in the first place, or perhaps had been taken far too quickly. The businesses were mostly gone now, as was the promise of a prosperous future for this place. Now, all that remained was its people, and the dark and dirty crowded streets. Bela Istillo moved among that crowd. She did her best to hide in plain sight. Her hair cut short and dyed black. The dirty jumpsuit she wore was almost standard issue here. The logo embroidered build cap she wore was from one of several mining companies that still had offices here. A set of dark, grease-stained goggles completed the look. That, and the dirt was everywhere, even on her. It was just another way to blend in. To anyone looking, she was just another down on her luck spacer, which if she was being honest, she was, another victim of the promises of Catherine. Not many would guess that she was really a princess, the spare heir to the system of Bantoon, and a daughter of heroes. Though, to be honest, it had been a very long time since she had felt royal. For almost 3 years now she had wandered the space lanes, hoping to build up support and find allies in the fight to free her enslaved home. That hope, like all the other dreams of those that had come to Catherine, had died a slow death. She pushed her way past a pair of goggles, as a nearby Duro hawked some kind of meat skewers. Despite her worry of being discovered, Her stomach growled from the smell. She had barely eaten in the last 4 days. She tried to ignore it. She kept her eyes down and hurried through the throng of beings from dozens of different worlds. Keep moving, she thought to herself. Her contact was to meet her somewhere on the next street. If the gods and the Force were with her, that might mean she had a chance, a way to continue the mission she had started when she had first fled her home. If not, well then, she was not sure what she would do next. She tried not to think about it, and not ask the one question that had haunted her these last few troubling months. How had it come to this? 3 years ago she had been the commander of a light escort vessel, with a crew of 54 under her direct command. She had been a member of her People's Space Force, a life far different from her noble mother and sister. She had been proud to serve. One last bit of adventure before she settled into her life as a member of the royal family and did her duty. A term of service was 2 years. After that, she would return, having earned a place for herself, something more than that of a girl who had been named for one of her people's most famous heroes. She would be expected to marry, then do her part for the Aistillo name, and further the bloodline. Several suitors had already tried to court her. Upon her return, she would need to choose one. Oh joy, she had thought. Of course, that had still been 2 years off. For now, she still owed her people her term of service. She had passed basic training at 21 and entered officer school, which she had also passed. After that, she had been given her first command. She had been selected to serve as part of General Donna's escort group, a great honor, considering the man had served as her mother's high general for 6 years. The morning she had taken command of the Tireless had been a proud one. It might not have seemed like much, but it was something she had done for herself, by her own skill and knowledge. She had been proud of her first command. Her mother had been proud. She liked to think her father would have been too. Gods keep him. It had all seemed so normal that morning. The general had led a small flotilla out. They had been forming up in the exit corridor for her world, about to take out a convoy of freighters meant for the mining guild worlds closer to the core. The Sith arrival in their system changed that. The enemy fleet had emerged from behind the Aphon gas giant, multiple capital ships, a full invasion force. The enemy had offered no communication. They fired on sight, launching their fighters before the group had even had a chance to come to full battle stations. 4 of their sister ships had been destroyed, and the general had ordered an emergency jump, just saving the lives of Bela and the remaining sailors under his command. When they had stopped running, seeking refuge a few light years away, she had met with the general. She had known the man for years and had come to consider him a mentor of sorts. At the time, she had been angry. The loss of their people enraged her, despite the teachings of the Paladina and her father. She had wanted to go back, try to fight off the invaders. Surely they could gather allies quick enough, the Republic, their supporters in the mining guild. The general had had other plans and concerns. He gave Bela a single order, one that he refused to even discuss. Run. She had not wanted to hear it. She was no coward. She was Bela Aistillo, daughter of Viseria IX and Jaz Darben, heroes of Bantoon. She would not run. Maldonos would not hear it. He had a duty to Bantoon and the royal family. His first duty was to ensure the survival of both, which meant that she could not throw her life away. The Sith have taken our home world. Commander, he informed her, it is possible that they will execute your mother and siblings. Her eyes widened. She hadn't thought about that. No. My family. No, they couldn't do that. Her mentor gave her a compassionate look, but still made her face facts. If your family is lost, then the crown falls to you. The future of the Aistillo line is in your hands. As your mother did during her time in exile, you must survive, and lead our people to freedom. She shook her head, but again, he refused to listen. You are named for Bela the Bold, Commander. She who defeated the Revan invaders centuries ago. Her blood is in your veins. The power of the gods is in your veins through your Lord Father. You cannot die needlessly. Our people need you. Our world needs you. She wanted to deny it, but could not. She had grown up on tales of Bela the Bold and the stories of her mother and father. The Force, as her father called the gods' gifts, were within her, as they were in him. As much as she hated to admit it, the general was right. Her life was not her own if her family was gone. Then the future fell to her. She needed to survive. The plan had been simple. He would take their remaining ships and prevent the Sith from solidifying their rule on Bantoon. He would launch hit-and-run raids, weakening the enemy's strength. It would fall to her to gather more allies to their cause. As a royal, she would speak with their allies, convince them to help drive the invaders off Bantoon and back into their accursed empire. Those first few months had been a heady time. She traveled in her ship, an armed shuttle from the general's own command ship. She had traveled to many worlds those first few months, speaking with senators and representatives of the mining guild, trying to rally support. Sadly, that support was not easily found. The whole of the galaxy had its own problems. The Zakuul invasion of the Republic had left its military scattered. Coruscant itself was under threat from orbital battle stations under the direct command of the Eternal Throne. Any attempt at resistance would be met with heavy reprisals. For a time, she had tried to gain an audience with Arcann, the Emperor of Zakuul, but those attempts had been ignored. The Sith on her home world were not stupid, and knew how to keep others from interfering in their plans. Her mother had been spared. She had learned, spared, and, likely under duress, had named one of the invaders as both Prime Minister and Lady Castellan of Bantoon. This new Prime Minister honored all the deals approved of by the matriarchy in their business with the rest of the galaxy. The tribute to the Zakuul continued to be paid. Sith forces held up the contracts with their many business clients. Their military force now protected the convoys that fed the mining guild's needs. Despite the change in leadership, nothing seemed amiss to those outside her world. The galaxy just kept spinning, and none of the powerful wished to upset that spin. Most sent her away, calling her a troublemaker and a warmonger. They advised her to return home and speak with the new Prime Minister. Surely such a reasonable being would be merciful. Bela was not so foolish to listen to them. The only thing keeping her family alive, she realized, was her freedom. The invaders would not risk killing her mother and siblings. They would not risk Bela claiming the crown as queen. As a ruler, she would have both the title and the motivation to convince the rest of the galaxy to aid her. The enemy denied her that. As long as her mother still ruled in name only, she was nothing, simply another refugee in a war-torn galaxy. So Bela continued on and on, with doors on dozens of worlds being slammed in her face. The credits she had access to began to dry up. Both the off-world accounts the military kept to aid their agents, and the private ones established by her father in case of emergencies. Each closed door depleted her more and more. Her mission seemed more and more pointless as the months on the run turned to years. No one seemed to care about the people of Bantoon, not as long as their profits continued to flow. Meanwhile, General Danis continued as part of the plan. He attacked the Sith convoys, destroying their fighters and damaging their warships. Minor victories perhaps, but enough to keep his soldiers eager for the fight. He had even managed to gain some allies, recruiting fighters who opposed the Sith, or hiring mercenaries who had no problem sticking a knife in the side of the Empire. They even started capturing nobles working with the Sith, ransoming them back to their families to fund further operations. The general had not liked that. He felt it dishonorable, but need dictated that they couldn't stop. The fight continued. For those first few months, Bela had maintained contact with Donos. She told him of her meetings with this leader or that, and he informed her of the raids, and how they were disrupting Sith control of Bantoon's economy. The fight was one he felt they needed to undertake, no matter how badly they were outgunned. He was proud of their work, referring to his forces as the Knights of Bantoon. One day, he promised her they would be known as liberators. The first year showed so much promise, the Sith seemed unable to do anything about the general and his Raider Knights. Sadly, that didn't last, as in any fight, a smaller force will take loses that they could not replenish easily. The tide slowly turned against the Knights of Bantoon. Eventually, the transmissions Bela had with the general stopped, The 2 ships under his command had been destroyed during one of their raids, destroyed in a trap set by the mining guild, their ships coming to the aid of the invaders, protecting the cargo the general had wished to destroy. Despite the silence, Bela continued her mission. It was during her trip to one of those worlds that she learned something shocking. She came across a most disturbing report. She learned that the Knights of Bantoon had been classified as a pirate band by galactic authorities. They claimed the group to be nothing more than thieves and murderers using their supposed loyalty to their home world as a cover to rob and pillage. She had not wanted to believe that, but as her attempts to contact the general went unanswered, and the raids continued sporadically. Shortly after that, bounties began to be posted for the Knights. The mining guild and their allies had had enough. The invaders were no longer the only ones hunting the general's forces. The more she heard in her travels, the more she feared that the general's plan had gone awry. She heard that Donis had been killed, only to have him turn up later, or rather someone saying that he had turned up. With no transmissions from him, she could not say for sure. Soon after, her own part of the plan fell apart. When she had left the general's side, she had taken a force of 20 sailors to act as her guard and aides. A year and a half earlier, on one of her trips into the core, their group had been attacked by a team of bounty hunters, creatures eager to claim the price on her head, a price set by Bantoon's new prime minister. 8 of her people had died that day. After that, every fell away so quickly. Their shuttle had been damaged in an ion storm, forcing them to take refuge on an outer rim planet. The damage, too extensive for any of the local repair bays, had forced Bela and her people to scuttle the ship, take what credits they could, and keep moving. That loss had been the final straw for some of her people. A few months after that, 4 of them turned on her, tried to kidnap her, for the bounty. She and her 8 remaining protectors fought the mutineers. During that fight, for the first time she revealed her force powers to those that served under her. To say that they were surprised was an understatement. Her people knew she carried a lightsaber. She wore it proudly on her belt, along with the dueling blaster that had become a symbol of those that walked the path of the Jedi Paladina. That was her religion, yet it had not defined her during her martial service. As an officer and a soldier, she had been discouraged from using the Force. Most common bond, including the general, feared the Paladina, despite their desire to aid and protect the home world. Darth Revan's conquest centuries ago had scarred her people, and those scars remained, so much so that she had been asked to hide what she was. That had given her an advantage when the fighting broke out. The mutineers had underestimated her, and the Force. They had likely thought the weapons she carried were only symbols to honor her father, only for show. They quickly learned otherwise. All 4 traitors had been killed. Sadly, they took the lives of 5 loyal soldiers before they fell. That left her with only 3 people sworn to see her safe. Of those 3, the last one had died shortly after arriving on Catherine. His name had been Cap, a young ensign from the Tireless, a brave young man who had vowed never to leave her. Cap had been the son of a shopkeeper from Hyanera. He had told her often how he intended to return home a hero from this adventure. Return and take over his parents' shop one day. Instead, he had died wheezing in a dirty flop house, so far from his home. He had been bitten by some strange creature on Gist, the planet they had stayed on before coming to Catherine. Cap had shrugged off the injury, insisted that he was fine, despite the fact that he had been running a fever, and did so for days after. But then, 2 days ago, he had been too weak to stand. She had contacted a medical team, but they were unsure of what was wrong. The droid here had no records for Planet Gist, and certainly no listing of remedies in his database. Bela could do nothing but stay at the boy's side, hold his hand until the end. Her last loyal soldier. The other 2, Roan and Liv, a man and a woman, who had been involved together these last few months, had taken most of the credits the group had saved and vanished. Now Bela was alone. Now, she was running out of options. In her desperation, she had reached out for the general again, not expecting any answer. She was running out of credits and time. If something didn't happen soon, all would be lost. She all but given up hope. So, she had been surprised when the transmission had been answered. A lieutenant named Park, someone she had known, one of the general's aides. He had promised to meet her. The general was in hiding, he said, but had not given up. The knights were coming to Catherine to retrieve her. The general was most eager to meet with her, Park had said. Seeing their princess again might be just what their people needed to give them a bit of hope, to show them that the fight was not yet over. The Knight of Bantoon needed her. She agreed to meet, not that she had much choice. She wished that she had better news to offer than what she had. Alas, that wasn't to be. So here she was, trudging through the grimy streets, hoping to link up with what was left of her people. She didn't want to give up. She was still willing to fight. Hopefully, the general was as well. This way, Commander. The shuttle is waiting. Bela followed Park. She had barely recognized the man when he had emerged from the shadows before her. The last 3 years had not been kind. He was far slimmer than she remembered, his eyes red-rimmed with a pink glow to them. Spicing, she realized she had seen the effect on more than a few beings these last 2 years. That worried her, that in the sense of nervous desperation that seemed to radiate off the man. That in the twitch in his left eye didn't inspire much confidence. It set off more than one warning bell in her head. "How is the general?" she had asked. "We have not spoken in a long time." Fine, just fine," the man said too quickly with a sly smile. "He has been asking after you?" "Yes, his injuries plague him, but he is still committed." The man chuckled nervously. "Seeing you again will rejuvenate him for sure." Bela smiled, but the sense of unease within her continued to grow. The force continued to whisper warnings in her ear. "Do not trust," it seemed to say. "Beware." She removed her gloves, her grim frown on her face. She didn't want to do what she knew was necessary. Still, she looked down at her hands. This would not be pleasant. Most beings don't understand the Force, her father had told her once. They didn't understand that the gifts it offered were as varied as the beings that wielded it. Some were skilled in the powers of the mind. Others could control energy, or move with speeds that made them almost invisible to the naked eye. Bela's gift was a rare one apparently. The gods had seen it fit to bless her with what the Jedi call psychometrics. She could feel the history of an object by touching it, see glimpses of where it had been, and what had been going on when it had been held. When she was 9 years old, the Jedi had learned that she had this ability. They had tried to convince her parents to surrender her to the Order. Her Uncle Sai had come to Bantoon, offering to make her his Padawan, as if that would convince her mother to give up her spare. Mother had refused, of course, but Bela had still needed to be trained. Her skills were powerful, almost overwhelming to her young mind. So, her father had summoned Master Shalaya, the Grand Master of the Paladino Order. She had stayed at Bela's side for the next 4 years, her, and several other masters with psychometric talent. They taught Bela to control her gift and not be overwhelmed by it. Gloves helped when she was out in a crowd. They offered her a barrier against the most intense of sensations from her power. She had learned much during that time, becoming a skilled user of her psychometric skill. It was to the skill that she turned now. She needed to be sure. She could not simply go blindly with Lieutenant Park. She pretended to stumble. She managed to catch herself grabbing Park's jacket. In that moment, she gasped. She could not scan living beings, but the man had worn his coat a very long time, did much while wearing it. From it, the Force told her what she needed to know. Hardship clung to the man like a Minoc. She saw the death of General Donos. She also saw what came after. Spice and alcohol to kill the pain, the shame. She also saw the deaths. Wealthy beings taken from their ships, mining guild members, matriarchs, traitors, all in the eyes of the Knights of Bantoon. They ransomed them one and all, but when the ransom was paid, they didn't return those they took, no. They executed them one and all, even the beings that brought the ransom. None were above the crime of serving the invaders. Bela gasped. "Oh, Park," she thought. "What have you become?" She sensed terror. Bounties had been placed on the remaining knights, high enough to attract skilled and lethal hunters. Their main base had been raided. The bulk of their allies killed, their prisoners vanished, possibly killed, or sold off by the hunters. That loss had led to desperation. She also sensed greed. Park knew he could not return home, not ever. Even if the Sith were driven from his homeland, the deaths of the nobles he and the others had slain would ensure his execution. For that reason, he knew he needed to disappear. He knew the cause was lost. Then they had received her transmission. In that moment, they knew what to do. Bayla was his way out, the way out for all that remained of the knights. She was a prize like no other. They would ransom her to Mining Guild, and the Sith, and more, all at the same time. They would tell everyone that she now led the knights. It would shift the blame nicely for all the deaths, and it would keep those few loyal, Bond willing to give them what they needed. They would. Bayla had seen enough, heard enough. She shoved Park down with the force. She shoved him down and ran. He fell into a pile of trash and looked up both panicked and enraged. "Stop her," the man shouted. "Grab her." The alley filled with enemies, knights she supposed, but she saw few of her fellow Bond among them. 2 Weequay, a Nikto, and a pair of Duro. A far cry from the freedom fighters she would have expected, but then again, the knights weren't freedom fighters. Not anymore. Bayla had no choice. She drew her lightsaber. The darkened alley filled with white silver light. One of the Duro tried to attack her from behind. He wielded an injection gun, thought to get her in the neck. She reversed her grip and drove the blade up to the hilt into his abdomen. He fell with a hissing cry. The Nikto came at her with a stun stick only to be forced pushed back. He tripped over one of the Weequay, and both went down in a tangle of limbs. Seeing an opening, she tried to run. She leapt over the struggling aliens, but could not manage a burst of force speed, which would have saved her. Though she had used only 2 minor force pushes, she already felt winded. It had been such a long time since she used her abilities, and she was out of practice. Park screamed for her to stop. The force whispered another warning. She whirled as his blaster fired. She managed to block the bolt and send it flying up into the wall behind her. Though it saved her life, that move left her vulnerable. A huge meaty Weequay fist slammed into her jaw. She spun around, seeing stars, and fell to the ground. Her lightsaber fell from her hand, its blade winking out like a candle. She came down hard, cracking her head on a metal pipe. Pain filled her, pain and confusion. Everything turned unreal, she. What? Everything was spinning, she could barely move. "Get her up," she heard Park growl. "Stupid little girl. We have to get her out of here. If he finds us, he..." Bayla looked up, her eyes not able to focus, the pain in her head so intense. 2 Lieutenant Park stood over her. Both of them looked past her, their eyes widening with terror, their mouths falling open. "No," they both said. "No." Park raised his blaster. Yet, he never got a chance to fire. He was thrown back as if picked up by an invisible hand. He flew out of her field of vision. That is when she felt it. That is when the killing started. The dark alley filled with bright orange light, like the color of sunset. Park's allies tried to fight. The Weequay lost an arm. It fell near Bayla's head, the stump cauterized by a single swipe of a blade. A lightsaber blade. A blade of orange fire. The Nikto flew back as well, its body shuddering as blue-violet lightning lit the bones under its skin like a set of festival lights. A hooded figure stepped over Bayla, blocking blaster bolts and swinging viciously at what remained of the Knights of Bantoon. She heard Lieutenant Park plead for his life. His blubbering pleas seemed distant to her ears, but she heard him. He begged the killer to spare him, promising to split the reward. He would just take his cut and vanish. The man's Sith master didn't need to know. Park would keep his secret. The man with the orange blade, the Sith, didn't seem to care. He swung the weapon in a wicked arc, severing the former soldier's head. The body stumbled back and fell among the trash. All sounds seemed to cease. Even the sound of the lightsaber faded, its light vanishing back into its hilt. Again, she was left in darkness. Bayla tried to crawl away. She reached out trying to find her own lightsaber, tried to get up and defend herself. She could not. The world spun crazily every time she tried to stand. Her head hurt so much, she could not tell up from down. She was helpless. The man who killed Park and the other stood over her. She could make out some kind of black leather armored vest and black pants. Polished military-style boots crushed over the pavement. She couldn't see his face. He wore a long black cloak, his hood pulled up. She could only make out a pale chin, a chin covered by a 5 o'clock shadow of a beard, that in his eyes. The man's eyes, they glowed like 2 amber pools. The eyes of someone lost in the power of the dark side. No, Bela muttered, still trying to crawl away. No, not like this. She had to survive, for her family's sake. If the Sith caught her, they were dead. They were all dead. Bela. She almost moaned when the man spoke her name. No. He recognized her. She had to get up. She had to get away. He stepped past her, and blocked her escape. He knelt down. She tried to strike him, to slap or scratch him, but she missed. Everything was spinning. Everything was going dark. She almost sobbed. After 3 years of running, it was over. The enemy had won. They were going to kill her, and then her family. He reached down as she finally lapsed into unconsciousness. Her last thoughts were of her family. "I'm so sorry," she whimpered. "I'm sorry, Mom, Dad." She felt him touch her face. Shadows of rage and pain filled her mind. In her injured state, it was too much, far too much. "I'm sorry," she thought as everything fell away. "I failed." Chapter 3. Children. Moonrise on Bantoon. Avaryss had come to love this time. This world she had taken was an abundance of treasures. Mineral wealth, construction capabilities, and, most of all, in this moment, a realm of great beauty. She stood upon a balcony of the royal palace. Below, the city lights had winked on with the last rays of the sun, and now, a show began in the heavens, one she chose to enjoy more often than not. Work interfered sometimes, but this time no. This time, she preferred to watch. Such an amazing sight. No wonder the people of this world were so protective of it. The various special anomalies, gravity wells, and radioactive clouds that made entering the system so difficult were all visible after the sun went down. The night skies here, unlike those on most worlds she had visited, were a sea of colors and glowing shapes. Add into that the 6 moons that orbited the planet, and you had feast for the eyes, a sight worthy of inspiring poets and artists of every stripe. The Dark Lord side, 3 of those moons were currently visible: fiery Helio, blue-green Asanana, and golden Giassi, all named for 3 of the 6 gods that the locals worshipped. The first 2 named for rumored lover gods, and the third, along with his compatriot Arcann, the brother and sister of the pantheon, a symbol of brotherly or sisterly love among these people. It was said that these gods had watched over those who had dwelled on Bantoon for centuries, or so their faith claimed. The remaining 2 moons, Shay and Lumine, were said to be the avatars of life and death, always staying as far apart from each other when they appeared in the heavens, a sign of the dichotomy that was existence. The elements, along with life and death, the symbols of existence in this galaxy. Shay and Lumine could also be seen as symbolic of the Force as well, she thought. The former a place of darkness, with the latter a white symbol of light. So much like the Force, and its light and dark sides. She contemplated this belief as the heavens swirled overhead, watching with a slight sense of awe as this latest stellar dance began. She watched, and as it had been for almost 2 years now, she was not alone. Tiny hands reached out for the moons, as if they could take them in their grasp, and pull them down, to be held like the small plastic spaceships that even now dotted the rug of the office behind them. Avaryss looked down at small life she held in her arms, the child that she bounced on her hip. She could not hide the smile that came to her lips, not the cold sneer of a Dark Lord, but something gentler, kinder. The smile of a woman contented. The smile of an acceptant mother. Her pregnancy had been a strange dance, made even more so by the fact that she was now ruler of a newly conquered world. True, she had the support of her cadre of nobles, and Lord Dustin, but that didn't make it any easier. Besides, they were not the real concern. Her followers had needed to be watched very closely during those 9 months. Some might have seen her condition as a weakness, a time that she could be exploited. She had taken every possible step to make sure that had not happened. First, she had hid the fact that she was going to have a child for as long as she could. She would have liked to have celebrated such a happy time, but the life of a Sith master had taught her the value of caution. As she had begun to show, she wore larger and more elaborate robes, meant to hide growing belly. When that had not been possible, she had turned to her old friend Lujane Holly. Holly had been more than happy to double for her. She had, at least, been happy for her lord and friend. The Dark Lord had realized fairly quickly that she needed to keep the circle of those who knew about her condition small. Even more so with the arrival of more allies that could so easily become potential rivals. The coming of Darth Avaryss back into the fold had been useful. The Devaronian Sith had access to powers and resources that her former teacher didn't entirely understand. Yet, Avaryss was smart enough to keep her at arm's length, just in case. Avaryss had always harbored a sense of hatred for her. After all, the Dark Lord had manipulated her into falling, then forced to submit completely to the dark side to save her life. That caused some tension, and the Dark Lord was wise enough to recognize it. Avaryss wanted power, and to share in her coming victory, but that didn't mean she was fully trusted. Oh no. No full Sith could ever be fully trusted. Bliss and Jir had already known she was pregnant. They had felt it during her final confrontation with Finn. Since she could not change that, she asked the 2 younglings to swear an oath of secrecy. They would speak to no one about her condition, under pain of severe punishment. She had only needed to discipline Jir once on that. The boy had suggested her condition around Abominus, another Sith that Avaryss only trusted so far. The boy had quickly been put back in his place by the merest hint of a forced choke. After that, he knew she meant business. Taya had been told, of course. The 2 had been friends and allies for almost a decade and a half now. Plus, Taya was also with child, which meant that few of their allies were surprised by the changes that happened within the Dark Lord's inner circle. Most would have thought that Avaryss had made these changes with her friend in mind alone. A useful deception, and it had served her well, until she could no longer hide her condition. Of course, by that point, all her security safeguards had been in place. Everything had been in order. She had protection from the local bond, and her own people. After that, it had been less than a month before she gave birth. Taya's child had come first. Her old friend had been blessed with another beautiful baby girl. A wonderful thing considering that her first child, Avaryss' goddaughter Aya, had been killed on Zyast. Her fellow Sith had wanted to name the girl Kira, an honor of sorts, she said, choosing the birth name of her lord and ally. Avaryss had rejected it, not the honor, but the name itself. No. Kira was dead, and deserved to remain that way. Her memory still haunted Avaryss, the girl she had been before she fell to the dark side. No, Kira should not be honored. Instead, Avaryss suggested the name of Ange, the youngest of Kira Lila's sisters. Ange Lilas had died before ever really being able to taste all the fruits of life. It seemed fitting that her name now passed to one of the future rulers of the galaxy, someone who would be able to enjoy all that the Empire had to offer. Taya had accepted, and Ange, Avaryss' second godchild, had been placed in her arms following her birth. Less than a week later, Avaryss' labor had begun, and, after 10 hours with Taya and Bliss at her side, she had brought her son into the galaxy. Even now, she could still hear his first cries, and feel the tears of joy and relief on her face as the medical droid placed the babe in her arms. "My son," she had whimpered both to herself and the Force, even as she looked down on the squalling pink thing cradled in her arms. "My child," she thought as his cries ceased and he stared up into her golden eyes. "Mine." As she had done then, she looked at him now. She stared into the boy's hazel eyes, his father's eyes, and, as always, the thought gave her pause. Even now, both the thought and the realization threatened to overwhelm her with melancholy. Finn, His face echoed through her mind, both his face, and how he had decided not to stay with her. That he had chosen the Jedi way over her and his family. Rage came upon her then. Rage, along with melancholy, hatred, and a sense of betrayal. Finn, choosing to be a Jedi. It had been an insult. Who did he think he was, she wondered, her lips pursing slightly. How dare he leave this poor little sweetling without a father? How dare he? The boy cooed in her arms, drawing her attention, and helped her focus on something more than rage, though it could not entirely extinguish that flame. Feelings of betrayal remained. You should have come with me, Finn, she thought to herself, a hint of anger continuing to flash in her eyes. You should be here for me, and for our son. If the child sensed her anger, he didn't show it, to which she was grateful. She felt only the simple curiosity of a toddler, that, and his love for his mother. Love, unconditional. Of course, in time, he would need to feel more than just love, especially if he wished to succeed her as emperor. Rage, hate, and fear, he would need to know those emotions too, and in time embrace them, and take his place as the next Dark Lord of the Sith. But she saw no reason to rush him into those feelings, or to set him on the path. He was only 2 after all, soon to be 3 in a few more months. No, she saw no point in opening him up to the dark side, not yet. He would have plenty of time to explore rage and thoughts of revenge. He was so very young. She examined him once more, her darling boy. As a side, she could not doubt what she knew to be true. The child was one thing to her, one thing above all. Perfect. He was her perfect darling boy. Beyond the eyes, the boy's features didn't honor his father much, something she was grateful for. His dark hair, nose, and mouth were all traits he had inherited from her, or rather, the body she had been using since before the child's birth. He looks a bit like Captain Cooper, she thought to herself, but that shouldn't have come as a surprise. The smuggler chieftain had been True Halcyon's father, and the child's grandfather, technically. The fact that she had destroyed the girl's spirit and claimed her body for her own didn't change the genetics of the shell. Of course, what did it matter? She thought, True's gone, and this body is mine now, as is the boy. I conceived him with Finn. I carried him, and I gave birth to him. He is my child. He is my son. My dear little Ander. She leaned in and kissed the boy's forehead. He is mine. Ander burbled to himself, wiping at his forehead. He wanted her to think he didn't like the attention she showed him, but he always smiled after he finished trying to wipe away her kisses. She sighed contentedly and once again looked to the skies. Do you see it, love? She asked him. Do you realize that one day, all that we see will be yours? The very heavens will bow to you, and you will rule over them as the most powerful man in the galaxy. She squeezed him a little tighter. One day, my dear little emperor, all of this will be yours. If Ander understood any of this, he didn't show it. In that moment, he was more interested in playing with her hair, putting a lock of it within his mouth. She said nothing. Let him simply be a toddler. It was what he needed to be right now. There was plenty of time for him to be more. One day his training would begin, and the dark side would make him more. But for now, he was simply hers. She was content with that. She carried him back inside, and put him down on the blanket she had laid out near her desk. A scattering of toy ships sat around him. He was walking now, but seemed to have no problem sitting for hours and playing with his ships. He was a quiet child, though. She wondered about that sometimes. She wondered what he was thinking, and if he understood all the moves she was making in the name of his future. Mom. His little voice drew her attention as it always did. Yes, my sweet. He held up one of his ships. Fi. He asked, making swooshing sounds with his mouth. Fi. She smiled and gestured with the force. 2 of the ships lifted off the blanket and began swooping and spinning around his head. The child giggled, pointing his finger like a blaster, and made zapping sounds. It was a game they had played before, and the child loved it. She enjoyed it too. Her little fighter. Her sweet soldier. She watched him shoot at the fighters. Every once in a while, he would reach up and try to grab it, even as she moved it out of reach. She smiled. Was it her imagination, or did she feel a slight tug in the force when he held up his hand? If so, she was most pleased. Her boy was very strong in the force. He would make a grand emperor one day. Again, she considered her decision. Taya's mother had offered to show her some exercises that would open Ander up to his true potential, let him experience the dark side for the first time. Avaryss had rejected them outright. She saw no reason to do so. She didn't see the value of starting his training so early. Given her own history, she saw no reason to expose him to the power of rage and terror. Not yet. She had ample proof that such exposure would be a bad idea. She loved her tank-born son Jir, but he seemed so unstable sometimes, and some of that had to do with him being introduced to the dark side at a fairly young age. She didn't want that for Ander. She didn't want to create another Jir, or, worst-case scenario, another Bilfir. Thinking of her late master's dead son always brought back so many unpleasant memories. Bill had been a self-entitled little fungus. His end on Ardana had been a pleasure she had indulged. Since giving birth, she now understood much of Sinestra Fear, her master's wife, why she spoiled her son to the point that he became what he had. The woman had been an entitled, manipulative witch. She had loved her son, however, a love that Avaryss now understood. It would be easy to fall into the trap that Sinestra had, to indulge the boy's every dark whim and desire. Love could make one foolish, and she could not afford to be foolish, not with the future of her line and the Empire. She intended to do better with Ander. He would enjoy his childhood, and when pain, loss, and fear entered his life, which it would, make no mistake, she would be there to show him that such things could be turned to his advantage. She would show him how they were all the path to power. When the time came, she would teach him, or... She frowned. Aurane would. Ander would need a master. She still expected that to be her. She would be the one to show him all that. But should she fall before that time, she was confident that Rain would pick up that banner and lead her son to victory. She didn't believe Rain could defeat her in a duel, not yet. But in 5 more years, 10. Who could say? Either way, Ander would be taught. Her was too strong, and too valuable a prize not to be. He will either be my second true apprentice, or Rain's first. She accepted that. Either way, her line would continue. During the 9 months of her pregnancy, she had drilled into her student that her child would be an apprentice to one of them. Rain had accepted that fact, or seemed to. If anything, she was flattered. Rain had been born with nothing, to a slave woman on the Bogdan Moons. Now, she was to be a Sith master and teacher to the next emperor, provided she didn't fail in challenging her master for the title. How could the girl not be honored? Avaryss was offering her a chance to influence the very future of the Empire, of the galaxy. Why wouldn't she feel honored? For the moment, though, Rain was not here. The girl was off-world, teaching the gangs that populated the Shea Moon some respect. They had been wriggling under Sith control lately. Avaryss was confident her apprentice would ensure they would fall back in line. The gangs that ruled the resource-rich moons of Bantoon had always been a problem, first for the Mining Guild, and then Queen Viseria and her husband, Jaz Darben. It was ironic that those gangs now answered mostly to the Underlord Go, otherwise known as Gabriel Oris Istillo, Prince of Bantoon and son of Jaz Darben. The Dark Lord had been tempted to replace the young man, but had finally chosen not to bother. Had she killed the Queen's son, the underworld on the moons would have fallen into chaos. Chaos that the Sith would have needed to waste resources on putting down. The gang still desired his removal, though. They watched the prince and reported his every move to her, hopeful that she would act. Again, why bother? The gangs were doing her work for her, making sure the boy did not resist, and he in turn kept them distracted. It was an interesting arrangement, with her playing both sides against the middle. Still, after the attack, maybe she should. She let the possible scenarios play out in her head again. She saw only trouble if she acted rashly. No, it was better to let Go continue to rule. He was no threat to her, not with his mother and sister in her custody. If he caused problems, the Sith would have made sure the 2 women suffered. The Underlord understood that. Avaryss smiled at the traps she had woven for the royals of this world. They dared not act against her. Neither the queen or her son would risk the lives of the rest of their family. Myrrix, the oldest daughter, had tried to make trouble early in the second year of Avaryss' rule here, but she and her Paladina allies had been defeated. The Dark Lord had been tempted to kill her, but that would have cost her some leverage. Fortunately, Mr. Rank and Lord Dustin had come up with a solution, a means of making sure that the princess caused no more trouble. It had horrified the queen, but she had quickly come to accept the reality of what had been done. If she chose not to, her son would share his sister's fate, regardless of his value. So, the queen had relented, and Avaryss' reign had continued, if not peacefully, at the very least, orderly. Until 3 days ago, the Dark Lord thought with a frown. Until the attack on the temple. The chime on her desk sounded. Avaryss reached down and clicked it, activating her communicator. "Yes. We have brought the queen, my lord," a familiar cold voice answered. "Shall we bring her in?" "Do so, please," Avaryss ordered. She leaned back in her chair and faced the opening door, with a cool smile on her face. "Let her grace see that I'm unconcerned. I can always draw my blade if I need it." The huge black double doors opened, admitting the queen, her sworn protector, and War Master Bleeze. As always, the War Master was dressed in a plain slate black set of Sith trooper armor. Only the scarlet half-cape she wore distinguished her from any of the other fighters in Avaryss' army. At the queen's side walked Char Valentine, sworn protector, Nell trooper, and captain of Avaryss' Royal Guard. Looking upon the old woman, Avaryss could not help but smirk. For decades she had protected Queen Viseria and her husband, and now, thanks to the programming and genetic alteration she had undergone, she had become one of the royal family's greatest traitors. Hikidas had been wise to infiltrate the Sworn Protector program all those years ago, and now, thanks to his good work, the planet had fallen to the Sith in a matter of hours, and many of the nobles that could have opposed them had died in the first few hours, killed by their own loyal defenders. Avaryss almost laughed at the mere thought of it. It had been a glorious plan. Delicious. The Dark Lord reached out with the Force. Even now she could feel Char Valentine trying to resist her programming, yet still helpless before it. The woman was literally trapped in her own mind. Avaryss could have ordered her to kill the queen, and she would have done it without even a second thought. Such an order would be torture of the old protector, but very amusing for Avaryss. Alas, it was an order she could not give. She still needed the queen for now. As for the queen herself, Avaryss never failed to be impressed in her presence. Despite being well into her 6th decade of life, the woman still cut an intimidating figure. The off-the-shoulder blue gown she wore not so different from Avaryss, though the Dark Lord preferred red silk over blue. None could deny that Jaz Darbin's widow remained somewhat attractive. Her figure remained slender, yet shapely, an impressive feat considering she had birthed 4 children in her lifetime. Avaryss had needed to work at losing the last few pounds left over from birthing Ander. Though not very tall, the queen was still strong and in good health, and thanks to her people's genetic technology appeared about 20 to 25 years younger than she actually was. Her short hair was still more blonde than gray, and her blue eyes still sharp and intelligent. Though she was grayer than she had been 3 years ago, and the wrinkles on her face more pronounced, but that was more from stress and fear than actual aging. Viseria 9 didn't flinch under the Dark Lord's gaze. She entered the room with her head straight and tall. Cautious, yes, but with a trace of defiance that the Sith had not been able to drive out of her yet. Though Avaryss did enjoy trying, she decided to twist the blade a bit. She activated the display lights on the right-hand wall of her office. The room, like all the buildings in the capital city, were built of the same tan stone. Most rooms in the palace had tapestries or paintings to cover the harsh brown walls. Avaryss had chosen a different form of decoration. 5 in all now graced the wall of the Dark Lord's office. Viseria's eyes fell on the one that it always did, and again, pain radiated out from the old ruler. "Must you keep her this way?" the queen demanded. "Hasn't she, hasn't any of them, suffered enough?" The Dark Lord shrugged. I find looking upon their faces every day soothing, Your Grace. Viseria shook her head, yet her eyes were drawn back to the closest of the decorations. The one that hurt her the most. Princess Myrrhix Aistillo, the Queen's oldest living child, her face frozen in a moment of intense pain. The exact moment the carbonite had flowed over her and encased her, leaving her trapped in a slab of the substance and put her into a state of deep hibernation. The Dark Lord chuckled. She enjoyed that decoration far more than the others. She had not been sure about it at first, using carbon freezing to ensure that dangerous prisoners that she still needed alive were kept in check. She knew that the Zakul used carbonite in such a way, and bounty hunters used carbonite projectors to secure prisoners in the short term, but the Dark Lord had never attempted anything like this before now. As whole, she was pleased with how it had worked out. It was a wonderful way to bring a little color to the walls of her dwelling. Princess Myrrhix had not been the first, but she had been one of the earlier subjects. The other four contained Brother Norin, head of the faith of Bantoon, Matriarch Tabi, the Queen's best friend, High General Abera, the last bond to hold the title before the Sith takeover, as well as 2 officers of the Mining Guild, 2 men that the organization had asked her to take care of. Avaryss was not sure why, but their removal had pleased the Galactic Megacorp. She still had people trying to figure out what they had done to deserve such a fate. She was confident that her agents would discover it one day. For now, they made great wall decorations, the perfect thing to brighten up her room. Her expression still pained, the Queen let the Dark Lord's guards lead her to chair across from the Sith Master. Avaryss leaned back, drinking in her pain. Yet, even that small pleasure needed to be kept short. She had not summoned the Queen simply for her own amusement. They did have business to discuss. Your youngest child continues to vex me, Your Grace, Avaryss began. I was hoping we had moved past all this chaos. The Queen shrugged. Bela has always been willful, she said dismissively, though I don't see how she can be such a problem for you. She isn't even on this world. The Dark Lord scowled. Yet, the Paladina are. They continue their acts of terrorism and resistance. The work on my temple has stalled. The Queen gave her a look that spoke volumes. How sad for you, Viseria replied dryly. Avaryss' lip twisted into a sneer. She was just about to show the Queen just how sad such an event was, but hesitated, realizing that her son was still playing barely 3 feet away. No, she would spare him seeing her lose her temper. There was no need for him to see her rage. She took a deep breath and tried again. She would be reasonable. Your Grace, she began, I thought we had come to an understanding. You would lend your voice to keeping any seeking to resist in check, and I would keep my people under control and resist the urge to make examples of those who prove themselves troublemakers. The Dark Lord let a hint of menace creep into her voice. Do we need to reevaluate that arrangement? I have nothing to do with the Paladina, my lord, the Queen said. Yet, they continue to strike at me, in your daughter's name. Again the Queen shrugged. Master Shalaya is no fool. Why wouldn't she use my daughter's name? She is the one member of the royal family not under your thumb. The old woman glared at her. Why would they not consider her a symbol? She is free, and we are not. Avaryss pursed her lips, imagining all the cruel torture she could inflict on the woman. Perhaps she would broadcast those tortures over the holonet, draw the princess back here. It would be a risk, but... Oh, how it was tempting, so very tempting. Bela Aistillo, she thought angrily. How she regretted the fact that her plans years ago had not played out as they should have. The Princess Bela had been Avaryss' first choice for a new host body. She was the one the Dark Lord wanted from the start. Sadly, her loyal assassin droid, HK Sigma 3, had failed in his mission to capture her. The princess never left Bantoon, and if she did, it was always under heavy military escort. Capturing her had proven impossible, and in the end, Avaryss' failing health had forced her to choose her second option for her new body. The Jedi-turned-smuggler True Halcyon. Even now, that choice vexed her. Her problems on Bantoon should never have happened. Had HK succeeded, Avaryss would have been reborn within the body of Bela Aistillo. Had that happened, Bantoon would have been hers by right. She had already planned out the accidents that would have befallen the mother and older sister, leaving only Bela to take up the crown. Had that occurred, there would have been no need to go into exile on Ambria. Her plans against Survivor Squad would have advanced so much more quickly. She could have approached Jaz Darbin as his daughter and maneuvered him and his allies into her service. There would have been no hesitation in finding the keys that Bela would have needed for one reason or another. It would have also made destroying them so much easier. They would have been on Bantoon and been unable to escape when she sprang her final trap. She looked over at her son, her sweet Ander. The seduction of Finn might have gone easier too. True, he had desired Avaryss when she had been Kira, but the attention of a princess would be hard to deny. When he got her with child, that would have completed the circle. She would finally have achieved noble status. Her son would be royal. He would have been of royal blood, and although Sith that were so obsessed with bloodlines would have had nothing to say then, she would have been of royal blood too. So much potential, she thought. So much time wasted. In the years since HK Sigma 3 had begged her to let him seek out Bela Istilo again, he had seen her escape as an insult to his programming, a stain on his reputation that he was more than eager to wipe away. At this moment, looking into the Queen's defiant eyes, she was considering letting him do just that. HK would welcome the chance to bring the woman's head back, bring it back, and drop it in her mother's lap. Again, the Dark Lord was tempted. After her talk with the Queen, they would see. Again, she looked coldly upon Viseria. I will say again, she repeated, must I reconsider our arrangement? The Queen folded her hands into her lap. And I will say again, Sith, I have no sway over what the Paladina do, and I have not spoken with my daughter in years. My people only seek their freedom. Such a desire is not an easy thing to crush. Avaryss didn't respond to that. She was actually quite good at crushing dreams and hopes, but for the moment, she still needed to hold that desire in check. It would be fun to break the band's will, but it was also risky. She still needed to keep things running smoothly. After years of silence, the galaxy was starting to heat up again. The rise of this galactic alliance against the Zakul was just the distraction she needed. All eyes were turning away from Bantoon, and as her enemies turned their backs, ready to engage each other, she would come up behind them and slide in the knife. She was so close to victory. She would not let her temper endanger that now. She sighed and leaned back in her chair. At her side, Ander continued to giggle, making zapping noises as he pointed at the little ships flying around him. It pleased her that she was able to both play with her son and deal with Jaz Darbin's shudder of a widow. If that wasn't a show of power, she didn't know what one was. She put on her most innocent look. Despite the interference of these terrorists, she began, I'm still committed to the arrangements we have made. I made you a promise once, Your Grace, and I shall make it again. Once the temple is completed, and I have dealt with the Zakul and my many enemies within the Sith Empire, I will restore your freedom to you. My men will retreat to the temple to maintain it while I return to the Empire. In this, you have my word. The Queen's face remained as skeptical as it had been 3 years ago. You will leave, Viseria said. Just like that. Just like that, Avaryss answered. The Queen frowned. The nobles that supported you will not like that. Avaryss smirked. Their happiness doesn't matter to me. Though you will be wise to maintain a good relationship with them, if everything goes as I hope, both I and the Empire will be more powerful than ever. When I leave, the people of Bantoon may wish to have a friend in me. I can be most generous to those that I have a good relationship with. The Queen nodded. If she truly believed it, though, Avaryss could not tell. The woman was terribly strong-willed. She could see why Jaz Darbin had married her in the first place. I will keep your offer in mind, she said with a slight bow. You do that, Avaryss replied, and while you are at it, you should think about who might be able to get you in touch with Kish Shalaya and the rest of her Paladina allies. If they keep causing me problems, I can't vouch for their continued health and survival. The same goes for your daughter. My reach is longer than you might expect, Your Grace. Your little Bela will not have many places to hide if I choose to let those that serve me well deal with her. She gestured to the carbonite wall hangings, particularly the one that contained Princess Merrick's. I have been far more gentle than most Sith would have been up until now, but believe me, I can be cruel when the need calls for it. From the look on the old woman's face, there was little about Avaryss reign her that she considered gentle, but she was wise enough not to say anything more. A wise woman, Avaryss thought, a smart ruler. She would be even wiser to trust the Dark Lord at her word. The Bond had not seen her being cruel. Not yet. We are both mothers, Your Grace. We both want what is best for our children. As a queen, you are also mother to your people. Think of them. There is no reason for them to suffer needlessly. Don't force me to take steps that we would both regret. Viserys shook her head. And what would you do if you were in my position, Sith? What if it was your little one forced into hiding far from his home? What would you do to the one that had him hunted and chased like an animal? A good point, Avaryss thought, glancing down at Ander. What would she have done? For starters, she would never have let things go this far. She would kill any Sith that tried to leave her where Viserys was now. You have given me much to think about, Your Grace. I will consider your words. She turned to the War Master and her Nell Trooper slave. Please, Nell Trooper Valentine, please see the Queen back to her apartments. The old woman rose, taking one last look at the wall decoration that had been her daughter. When Valentine touched her shoulder, tried to nudge her forward, the Queen shrank away, glaring at the older woman, her former protector and confidant. Avaryss smiled. She liked the idea that she had corrupted their relationship. That thought warmed her. The Queen and her escorts left her then, leaving Avaryss alone with little Ander, and as it always did, their game concluded. One by one, the little plastic ships fell as her son pointed at them, the bolts of his imagination finally finding their marks. As the last one fell, the boy squealed with delight, jumping up and down in celebration, and waving his little hands in the air. Avaryss smiled. She loved making her son smile, just as she enjoyed keeping her word. Most would have found that thought odd. Sith were known for deceit and betrayal. The Dark Lord was skilled in both, but she found the truth much more fun, especially when it was from a certain point of view. Her point of view. She chuckled. She had not lied to Queen Viseria. When the temple was completed, when the Zakuul had been wiped out, Coruscant had been cowed, and all of Dromedkaz fell whimpering to their knees, kissing her feet. She would leave Bantoon to his queen. Yes, she would leave the planet, or rather, what was left of it. The thought, as well as image of what was coming, danced through her mind, sending a shiver of pleasure down her spine. A most unfortunate truth, Your Grace, but also perfect. The Sith cackled to herself, her son giggling and celebrating his victory at her side. They both laughed and contemplated victory. Delicious. Chapter 4. Rain. She still thought of him? It was not an easy thing to admit. It had been years after all, but still, after all this time, he still haunted her dreams. Those fine broad shoulders, those lovely golden eyes, how he towered over her as they last spoke, the dark pink of his skin, a pink that would shift to red whenever they kissed. Rain frowned. She could not dispel the warmth such memories brought to her, nor could she deny the frustration that was now almost 3 years old. We left him behind, she thought. My master left him behind. Resentment boiled within her, both directed at Avaryss and at herself. Could he still live, she wondered. She had not felt him die. The apprenticide. What could have been, had become a sort of torture. She lay back on her cushions. She stretched out her arms and arched her back. Music and voices blared below, the sounds of youth and celebration. Males, females, and all the various genders of the many species of the galaxy, all bound together in a night of revelry and sin. You should be among them, her master would have advised. You are young, and continue to add victories to your name. Why not revel? Why limit yourself to one foolish boy that you met so long ago? Of course, that was the problem, wasn't it? It wasn't just some random meeting. And Tim and Tag had not simply been some random boy. She rose from the cushions, her lightsaber banging against her hip as she did. She went to the railing, and looked down upon the rest of those who had come to revel here. The nightclub was known as the Ebon Vale, a reference to the goddess for which the Shay Moon was named. 4 decades ago, Shay had been found to have an abundance of crystal wealth, and the mining guild came here and forced to take all of it. Dome cities had sprung up in less than a year as creatures flowed here from across the mid-rim to take advantage of the wealth that could be pulled from beneath the ground. Shay was now one of the most populated of Bantoon's moons. It was still mined today, though the bulk of the heavy work had moved out and away from this outpost. The city remained, though, and beneath the dome, offices, living quarters, and centers of pleasure were built, either to help the workers forget a hard day, or offer a place for the executives and their paramours to indulge themselves. Rain and her entourage could be placed in the latter category, she supposed. Her friends had no problem losing themselves to their revels. Even now she could hear the moans coming from one of the alcoves. Kaelin and Lika making out again. The two didn't need much of an excuse to touch each other. All they needed was a dark corner and a little privacy. Rain rolled her eyes. They were skilled in their own ways. Kaelin, the younger brother of the Lady Taya, was his father's son, skilled in business, and decent with the lightsaber. Lika, the daughter of High Alchemist Arb, was a mid-level sorceress and an alchemist as well. She had learned well at her father's feet. She just wished they would get a room, any room. They had been smitten with each other since they were children, and weren't shy about it. The way the two carried on could be disconcerting at times. Not everyone enjoyed them giggling and making no eyes at each other. Rain certainly didn't. The Sith apprentice frowned. She had no desire to see them slobber all over each other. Right now, she was doing her best to tune them out, let them have their night. Someone should be having fun after all. Again, she thought of Timon, what they could have had. The frustration gave way to anger and jealousy. Rather than let it go, she used it. She drew strength from it, reveling in the dark side. Power for power's sake. She closed her eyes and reached out with the force. The dance floor below was full of young creatures from all across the galaxy, beings who had either come here to seek their fortune, or had been brought here by their seeress and had been raised among the dome cities. She could feel their passions, lust and desire, greed and a sense of simmering jealousy. Those of lower birth resented those of the executive class. Some of those creatures even looked up and saw her, and their envy burned brightly within them. Rain sighed, enjoying the sensation. The dark side fed on those feelings as well, and so did she. She drew strength from the fact that she was envied. For the moment, she considered going down to the stage below. The band was not bad, she supposed, but the music lacked something. When she came to places like this, she often chose to take the opportunity to sing. She loved to be up on stage and in the spotlight. Her wealth, position, and lightsaber made sure that no one complained, that in the fact that her voice was that of the darkest angels. Captivating and mesmerizing. It was something of a hobby for her. She loved it. The clubs across the Bond Moons had come to know her as much for her voice as for her role as her master's apprentice and shadow hand. She was Rain, a siren of the Sith. Through song, she could project whatever emotion she desired, the force influencing all around her. The crowd became her puppets, and she adored pulling their strings. She could move a crowd to tears, get them lost in lust, turning a dance floor to an orgy, or even a battlefield, having them tear themselves apart for her pleasure. The thought excited her. She reveled in her power, and the opportunity that her master had offered by sending her here. She had not been sure about this assignment, not at first. Her master had dispatched her to deal with the various gangs that called the moons of Bantoon home. 4 major groups vied for control of the vice trades on Bantoon's 6 moons. The Cooper organization, the Combined Automata, the Hutts, and the Zug family all had stake to claim. The strongest being the Cooper organization, given its link to the royal family, particularly Prince Go, who did his best to keep the worst elements on the moons from turning the dome cities into bloodbaths. The Sith could have obliterated the syndicates when they arrived, but Master Avaryss had had other plans. They maintained order through manipulation. Underlord Go would not act against Avaryss as long as his family were in Sith hands, and he served to keep the other gangs in check, allowing business to continue uninterrupted. Meanwhile, the Sith used the combined Zug and Hutt forces to watch the Underlord, make sure he wasn't doing anything to undermine Sith rule. It was a delicate dance, and for the last year or so, it had fallen to Rain to keep things as they were. When she was not using her battle meditation to aid Imperial interests, she and her entourage served as a reminder for all that the Sith were watching them. It was an interesting arrangement, all in all. Some Sith might have considered the task beneath them, especially one who was the first apprentice to the Sith ruler of this world and the surrounding systems. Rain was not one of them. She had quickly come to realize what an opportunity her master had given her, whether she realized it or not. The thought made the young Sith smile. Every day she was learning how to siphon more and more prestige for herself. No Sith could exist without a power base, and thanks to her master, she had begun building one of her own. She had quickly come to grasp how the vice trades worked, and used her position to gather not only funds for her own use, but made contacts as well. People were eager to speak with her, either for credits or political favors. She had begun to cultivate her own sources of information, sources that had no link with her master. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine at the mere thought. She was not ready to challenge Avaryss, not yet, but she was taking steps towards that goal. She had even managed to establish a link with the Sith Empire proper, and through that link, now had access to Sith teachings beyond what her master offered. My knowledge grows without her knowledge, the girl thought to herself. It will make my takeover one day that much easier. After almost 4 years of training under Avaryss, Rain was just now starting to spread her own wings, and one day, she would surpass Avaryss in every way, and it had all started because her master had sought to distract her with busy work. Irony. The young Sith almost laughed. Let Avaryss conquer the galaxy. When the time was right, after she had done all the heavy lifting, Rain would slide her blade into her master's back and roll the dead woman off the throne. Rain's throne. She would become the Empress and the Dark Lord of the Sith. She would possess Hikita's keys and Project Death Knell, and she would rule the galaxy. It was what her master expected of her. It would make her proud to know she had trained such a skilled Sith. When all was said and done, the new Empress would take Avaryss' son as her first apprentice, and the cycle would continue. Of course, that was future. Right now, she still needed to learn, train, and keep up with her duties in the here and now. She was not Darth Rain, not yet. For the moment, she was simply her master's apprentice, and her voice here on the moons of Bantoon. The gangs obeyed, or they were chastised. Not bad, considering where she had come from. Fear of her was growing among the fringe. They knew what she could do, and who she spoke for. Most here knew her name. 6 years ago, that would not have been so. 6 years ago, she had had nothing. She had been a slave living on Bogdan, sold away from her mother, sold to a man that only saw value in risking her life, sending her into dark places that he was too frightened to tread himself. He was dead now, slain by her master. Lord Avaryss had taken her, and after that, at 12, she had become the Dark Lord's serving girl, and at 14. Rain smiled at the memory. At 14, she had become Sith Darth Avaryss' apprentice. And now, she had so much more. Far more than a mere slave deserved, but she wasn't a slave anymore, was she? She was Sith, and that was enough. She caught her reflection in one of the mirrors that adorned the club. For the most part, she liked what she saw. She doubted her mother, a woman who had died a slave, would recognize her now. Rain barely recognized herself. She was petite for her age, petite but shapely. Sith training had toned her body, her build that of a swimmer or an acrobat. Her blonde hair had grown long and curly and now fell to the small of her back. Her skin was clear and pale. Her green eyes had long ago turned the yellow color of the Sith. Everything about her suggested danger. Her gaze was fierce, her body a coiled spring. Her very presence drew looks. Often she needed to use the Force to conceal herself in an aura of unimportance. She was attractive, she knew that. Men were drawn to her, and women looked on her with a sense of jealousy. Avaryss' tank-born daughter Bliss had called her beautiful and envied her. At 18, Rain seemed to have everything going for her. Of course, that was not true, not really. Timon was not here. Then there were the nightmares. Rain could have done without the nightmares. The things she'd done to win her position, not many would have had the courage, she thought. She had murdered in her master's name, and in the name of her own power. She had taken many innocent lives. Those lives still haunted her conscience, or what was left of it. At 14 she had poisoned an innocent family. They had stood in her way, the way of completing her mission. Then later, she had murdered Colonel Chris Capistan, the leader of Survivor Squad. That kill should not have troubled her as much as it did, but she couldn't help it. She had gotten to know the man during her time working with the survivors. He had been Republic scum, sure, but he had also been a man with his own dreams and an artistic soul. He had faced his death bravely, even as she plunged her lightsaber into his chest. He had not begged, only looked upon her with a sense of pity and disappointment. Sometimes she awoke stifling a scream, that final look he had given her haunting her rest. I called him a coward and a failure. I told him the alcoholic fool that had been his father had been right about him. She didn't agree, and as the years had gone on, she had come to regret those last few words. The man had died well. She should have granted him some respect. Rain's brow furrowed. Hate was an important part of Sith training, she knew that to be true. Most Sith chose to use the Jedi and the Republic to direct that hatred. Rain had learned a better way. Who could she hate more than herself? Her guilt fueled her power as much as her ambition did. Master Avaryss says that one day, I will not care about what the mundanes think of me. She eagerly awaited that day, for now though. Now she endured many a sleepless night. You seem troubled, my dear. Rain sneered, not bothering to turn. Do I? She responded, I don't see why. Only then did she turn to Speaker, another of her entourage. He held up 2 flute glasses. Something to quench your thirst. Fair Rain. She took one, with a smile. Thank you, Gul. That is very thoughtful. Gul Ashik gave her a toothy grin. The grin of a predator looking at prey. If he only knew, she thought. Rain was no one prey. They had first met about 6 months ago, right here on the Shea Moon. Gul Ashik was male Twi'lek, and a handsome one at that, with green skin and bright ruby-red eyes. Born on distant Rylith, he was the son of a merchant prince of the Shak clan, out of the city of Labrine. He was also a wanted criminal. He had murdered a Corellian merchant in a knife fight a few years back, and what should have only been a duel to first blood. That crime had forced him to flee his home, and he had ended up here, working as an enforcer for the Zug family. Her eyes drifted over his form. She could not deny that she liked what saw. He was muscular, yet very light on his feet. His arms were thick with corded muscle. He wore no shirt beneath the simple black vest. It was now open, showing a flat-toned stomach. Like many of noble birth, her was also vain, cruel, and far too sure of himself, considering he didn't possess the Force. She had been drawn to that confidence, and he had been drawn to her beauty. For the first time, since Tim, she had been able to relax. Gul had been the first man, since Tim, that she had allowed to see her foot, the one warped by the dark side. She hated the deformity, and the limp that had come with it. Yet, she chose not to remove it. She could have had a cybernetic replacement, but she could not bring herself to do it, and Gul. Well, Gul had not cared. A single imperfection on a beautiful piece of art, he had said, something that serves to remind that you are no mere dream, but a true being. A being to be celebrated and worshipped, and you do deserve to be worshipped, my fair Lady Rain. She hated to admit it, but she melted at his words that night. And several nights afterward. She held up the drink, examining it with both her eyes and the Force. A simple drink in a place like this could be as dangerous as a knife, if one was not careful. Drinks were not the only thing sold at the bar down below. For enough credits you could buy almost anything, from low-level poisons to love wallop pills that made both male and females far more compliant when it came to intimate matters. Go had more than enough credits if he desired anything like that. That knowledge made her cautious. Should I be worried? She purred. He chuckled. Do you think that I would take advantage of you, fair one? Do you think I need anything provocative to claim a companion for the eve? Rain laughed lightly and downed the drink in a single gulp. She was not worried. One of her master's first lessons had been how to dispel poison from the body. Considering what she had done to the Selchu family all those years ago, she had felt that lesson prudent. She used that training now, not that her companion noticed. Couldn't be too careful, after all. Besides, she had warned Go shortly after they had met. The moment he tried something funny, the very moment he gave her a drink with a love wallet pill inside, was the moment she would gild him with her lightsaber. She sighed, yummy. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, one of his leku sliding out over her left shoulder. If you like that, you will enjoy this. She didn't resist. She let his mouth close over hers. She could not deny it. This was nice, too. She had first taken him to her bed a month ago, and that had been after 5 months of coy looks and verbal come-ons. It had been her first time, and she could not deny that Go was skilled. He had pleased her, though she had still needed to be careful. That first time, she had almost called out Timon's name during the climax of their revels. Almost. Fortunately, she had held her tongue. Go Ashik was a dangerous young man, dangerous and jealous of what he thought was his. He was no real threat to her, but why take risks? She sighed as they broke the kiss, as Go kissed down her neck. She could not help but shudder. Yes, she thought. He did know his business when it came to physical love. Long clawed fingers started to slide down the strap of her dress, exposing more pale flesh. She groaned as her hands slid beneath the Twi'lek's vest. She enjoyed the feel of his smooth skin, the smell and taste. So male, so exciting. A series of grunts and squeals behind them drew her attention, causing her to pull away. Go cursed under his breath. He turned with a cruel sneer on his lips. We are busy, Trant. Go away, you swinish. Rain stopped him with a raised hand, stepping back and pulling up the strap of her dress. What is it, Trant? He stood before her, a green-skinned Gamorrean guard dressed in the traditional way of his people. Trant was one of the first creatures that Rain had recruited into her crew, and was probably the most loyal of them all. He grunted and squealed, making his report as Rain nodded. Go shook his head. I still don't get how you understand this thing. It takes practice, she replied, not bothering to mention that she was wearing a translator implant that Commander Holly had developed. A necessary tool here on the moons. So many of the creatures here didn't speak basic. Rain turned to Go. It seems that I have business, lover. We will need to pick up on this later. The Twi'lek snorted. I suppose that I can get us another drink. She nodded dismissively, as he slipped past Trant and made his way back through the crowd below. Rain, now all business, drifted back to the cushions she had been reclining on earlier, readying herself. She gestured to Trant. Send him up, I'm ready. The Gamorrean saluted and waddled over to fulfill her order. A few moments later, another alien joined her. This one slender with blue skin, a long trunk-like snout sticking out from beneath his cowl. Even in the dark of the club, he still wore dark goggles. A Cubaz, she recognized. The Hutts used them here. It was said that those trunks of theirs sniffed out secrets the way a two could have sniffed out a squirrel bug. She smiled. She thought she recognized this one. Gaza, something they called him Long Nose in the Hutt sector. You have something for me? She asked. The Cubaz bowed. The little Sith has been asking questions, he began. I've asked many questions, she said dismissively. Not like this, I think. Not info from the moons, and not from Bantoon, no. Personal desires, perhaps. I have heard. I know. Rain pursed her lips. Not info from the moons. What could the snoot have heard? How much? She asked. 500. She nodded. She expected it to be a bit more pricey, but... What have you heard? Words came from Slaver, member of the Red Eclipse. Their transport attacked. Slaves liberated. So what? she said with a frown. The Alliance has been on the move, everyone knows that. Their commander has been playing the hero. Not surprising that he would start leaning on the fringe. Rain felt a flicker of anger. Did the cube-ass think her foolish? Was he wasting her time? Not Alliance, he replied. Pirate gang. It hit the transport. Pirates led by Sith. Old blood. A privateer then, Rain said, cutting him off. Still probably Alliance. The usurper Asuna is working with them. Or so I've heard. So what? Please get to the point. Again, not Alliance, the spy insisted. Old blood wielded a blue saber blade. Large old blood, young giant. Fought with a Wookiee at his side. Slaver heard a name. Voke, yes, that was name. Rain paused. Voke. She knew that name. It was Timon's family name, his grandfather and father's name. You are sure of this? She demanded. The spy's head bobbed up and down. Voke, yes, he repeated. Tall old blood, big and young, and wielding a blue lightsaber, Rain said, more to herself than her visitor. She frowned. Could it be possible? But Tim? A pirate. That didn't seem right. Tim was a Jedi. Why would he be with? I will need to speak with this slaver, she said. The cube-ass held out his hand. 500, he repeated. I will pay 2,000 if you can find this slaver, and any that might confirm this story. The spy made a whistling sound from his trunk. Rain could sense his greed. She had him now, hopefully, for his sake. This wasn't some wild bantha chase. She pulled out 1,000 credits from her purse. Have now, and the other when I speak with the red eclipse, and the extra credits are for your discretion. Do not tell anyone else about this, or I will know. The cube-ass bobbed his head and rushed off with his credits. Rain leaned back, pondering what she heard. Tim. Was it possible? She had put her sources to work, looking for Tim and Tag, but was it possible he had left that name behind? Was that why her agents had turned up nothing? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Why not? She had left her childhood name behind, had she not? She had ceased to the serving girls, when she embraced the dark side. Maybe Tim had fallen too. Who could say what had happened in the last few years? Maybe he had embraced his old heritage. But still, a pirate. Had Tim actually turned pirate? If so, he might be more open to her advances than he had been previously. She shivered, her body warmed. All thoughts of gold vanished, not that they were there regularly. He was a good distraction, and helped relieve some tensions, nothing more but Tim. Tim. She still remembered their last conversation. She had been trying to convince him to stay with her, to leave the order behind, and be with her. Why not? His master had been considering it, had he not? If Avaryss had not sprung her trap so early, both the men in their lives might have fallen, and joined them. Regardless, she could not let this lead grow cold. She rose from her seat, gathered up her purse, and looked around. She found a pitcher of ice water on the nearest table. She picked it up, and flung its contents at Kalen and Lika. The two squealed. Rainy Lika cried. Rain, Kalen sputtered. What the hell? Pull your dress up, Rain ordered the girl. Kalen, tuck in your shirt. She gestured with the force, pulling her cloak to her, wrapping herself in the black cloth and red lining. She needed to contact her master. If the cube-ass was right, if Timon was still alive, maybe he was not the only one. It was possible that Tim might know the location of other remaining survivors. He might even know where Finn Shadowstone was hiding. Rain smiled. She couldn't act alone, her master would not let her, but if it led her to Finn. Rain knew Avaryss. She had waited for 3 years, they both had. Tim and Finn? Find one, perhaps they could find the other. That was how she would sell it to her master. She would need a ship, but that wouldn't be a problem. Images of Tim and Tag danced through the young Sith's mind. If he had gone dark. The possibilities. Rain hurried down the steps, out of the executive suite of the club. She had had enough fun for one night. It was time to get back to work. Don't worry, Tim, she thought to herself. I'm coming. Chapter 5. 2 names. It felt like she was drowning. That was the only way to describe it. Emotions and images spun like a kaleidoscope through her brain. Experiences of the past all twisted together into a confusing, swirling mess. Bela would have screamed if she could. Her head hurt so much. She couldn't move as the images blasted through her consciousness. One moment she was a small child, the next an adult on the run, then she was her awkward teenage self, and then back to being a toddler again. Voices and images all flowed together with no rhyme or reason. She couldn't focus. A lone voice cut through the static. It was cold and determined, but beneath, she could sense the compassion, the love. Focus, little one. I know you can do it. She knew the voice immediately. It was part of her, and always had been. Dad. Slowly things began to flow normally, the rapid changing of sounds and images slowed. She stopped trying to see everything at once, and let the tangled mess flow through her. Another voice came to her. The Force is a river, young one. It is how our gods speak to us, as they spoke to the sorcerers that have served Bantoon in the days of old. Stone, wind, wave, and sun, the gods gave rise to our people. Our faith made us strong. Through the Force, find that strength. I'm trying, Master Kid, she thought. I'm trying. Do or do not, her Paladina master said. There is no try, her father added. Hearing their voices, it gave her what she needed, direction and will. She slowly untangled the knot in her mind. Memories of her father flowed through her mind. These images soothed the horrible pain in her head. Memories of family time, traveling with her parents aboard her father's ship. Times of triumph and tragedy. Times of celebrations and scoldings. She had been a willful child. She had come to accept that, but her father had always tempered his disappointment with compassion. Even during the times that they were fighting, when it felt that she didn't like him very much, she still loved him. Mary had always accused her of being a daddy's girl first, and she was. She couldn't deny that. She was the youngest, and had always been drawn to him, following him everywhere he went when he was home. Often following so close that he nearly stepped on her when he took a step back. Strange that he never sensed her, that he didn't know she was underfoot. She had always been quiet in her pursuit. It got so bad that her father took it for granted to say, "Back up, Bela," every time before he even thought of taking a step backward in the palace. Hence, her childhood nickname. Back up. It didn't bother her. Why would it? It was a name her father had given her. So back up stuck. Whenever he was away on Jedi business, she tried to be better. She wanted to please him, and did her best to live up to what she was expected to be, a princess of Bantoon, and his daughter. She also thought of her master. Kit Shalia had been the first of the Paladina, the first trained in the blended ways, both of the old sorcerers and the new Jedi teachings. Her father had been her master, and through her, the rest of the order and sprang up. Bela had been shocked when Master Kit had asked for her to be her apprentice. For 4 years they had trained together. Though she had been proud that her student chose to serve their people as part of their space force, she had been sad that the girl had chosen not to fully dedicate herself to the Paladina ways. Soldiers and officers are always needed to defend, Master Kit had said the night before she had left for basic training. Your gifts, your talents, you have the potential to be so much more. You could be High Paladina Bela, the Grand Master of our order. She had laughed at that. Her, a Grand Master. She was never meant for greatness. She was the spare, the one the crown should pass to if anything, God forbid, happened to Mary. Once her sister started having children, she would be out of the succession, and she was completely fine with that. She had never wanted greatness. That was for her older sister. The fact that Kit Shalia had thought. She had gone so far as telling her so. Master, I could never be that. Mary is. Her master had only shaken her head. Your sister will be queen after your mother. Her heart and mind are bound to the crown, just as her heirs will be. It is you that the gods have blessed. Your psychometric talent. It is merely one gift you possess. If you stay, I will show you everything. You will be surprised by what you could become. She had not stayed though, had she been afraid. She didn't like to admit that, but there were times when she had feared her potential. When her master had said, everything, she had felt the chill run down her spine. The Force will change you, everyone knew that. Had she been afraid of that change, what it would turn her into? The Paladina had not been the only ones interested in her gifts. Her uncles had tried to claim her at the age of 3. Her blood sample, one taken at birth, had gotten back to the Jedi proper. Everyone suspected the Jedi ambassador, but no one had done anything about it, as far as she knew. Her uncle had come to Bantoon personally. He had tried to convince her father to surrender her to him and to the Jedi Order on Coruscant. He had wanted her to be his Padawan. It was her duty, he had said, and Jazz, as a man of their family. One child from each generation had to go to the Order. Her mother had refused. Sidar Ben had left Bantoon in a huff. Bayla still remembered sensing his frustration as he left. She had been grateful that her parents had said no. She had never liked her uncle Sai. He was family, but there was something about him, something that the light could not touch. She sensed it every time he had come to Bantoon. As for the Jedi, they had always been so cold. They looked down on her father, she sensed that. Despite everything he did for the Jedi, they either didn't fully trust him, or thought him an outsider, unworthy of his title. Was that why she backed away? Had she not wished to become like that? Had she been so insulted for her father that she chose to push the Force away? Did she fear becoming cold and aloof? So cold that she would want nothing to do with her family and world? Yes, that was part of it. She knew it to be true. She didn't want to become a Jedi, not if that is what it meant, to be so distant to her world, her family. She had been afraid. Even now that fear tried to pull her down, drown her, and in that fear, beneath it was the first flickering of anger. She feared that too. The first step to bravery is recognizing that you are afraid. Her father's words again, no more than his word. She felt. Dad. Don't be afraid, back up, she heard him say, you are not alone. Hearing his voice, her childhood nickname. This wasn't a memory. She could feel his presence. He was here. I will always be with you. The Force will be with you, always. Her eyes stung. Dad! Memories of the recent past came back, crushing her joy. You're gone, she said. You died. There is no death, Bayla. There is the Force. The losses of her ship, her men, came back to her. You were wrong. I'm alone. You have lost, yes, Bayla, but do not lose faith. The Force is forever, and now, I'm a part of the Force, as we will all one day be. Don't be afraid, my girl. He will help you, and he will need your help. Be strong, my daughter. She felt his presence fading. No. She tried to cry out, tried to hold him here, hold onto to him, just for a bit longer. Dad! Please. I will never be far from you. I love you, kid. May the Force be with you. Dad. Farewell. Dad. No. Dad. Bayla woke with the start. She awoke, and sat up in her bunk, and immediately regretted it. She was nearly overwhelmed by dizziness and nausea. With a groan, she sank back onto the mattress, her eyes squeezed shut. It was all she could do to keep from throwing up. She lay back, forced herself to be calm. She breathed in and out, slowly, reaching out with the Force, just as Master Kit showed her. There was no emotion, there was peace. Through peace, we serve the gods. Two lives of two different philosophies, Jedi and Paladina, different, but neither wrong. Her father's teachings that the Paladina embraced. She lay back, young one. A new voice, familiar she. The pain was so bad. She could barely think. She touched her face. There was something strapped to her forehead. She tried to remove it. No, not yet. Pop it. She felt cool metal hands. They gently, but firmly pulled her hands away. You have a concussion. You have to let the regenerator do his work. Confusion remained. She could not put a name to the voice, though she knew it. remembered it well. There was a gentle pulsing in her temples, gentle and soothing. It made her feel swimmy. She felt herself slipping back into the void. "No," she said weakly, trying to struggle. "Shish," the voice said again. "Do not fight it, my dear. Rest now, you will be ready to awaken soon." Everything became warm and comfortable. It felt like she was drifting away on a cloud. She fell back into a black dreamless sleep. "Rest now," the voice repeated distantly. "I will be well soon." The next time she opened her eyes, her head felt clearer. She was still a little dizzy, but she could sit up without feeling that someone was trying to drive a spike through her head. That sensation had all but retreated. All that remained was a dull ache. She blinked and looked around. For the briefest of moments she felt lost. She rubbed her eyes, even pinched herself, to make sure that she was not dreaming. Home, she thought. I am home. Not back on Bantoon, no, but someplace she knew just as well. She looked around the small cabin. It had not changed much. It had been 7, 8 years since she last woke up in this bunk. She was aboard her father's ship, the Nightfire. She recognized it immediately, not just from the surroundings but from the sound beneath her, the hum of the engines, and the hyperdrive in the walls. She was the youngest of the Aistillo children, the last to leave the nest. Her family had traveled a lot on this ship. Her mother didn't like using official vessels except for state visits. What had happened to Grandmother Nara still haunted the Queen. She had felt safer both for herself and her children traveling on the ship with her husband at the helm. The cabin still contained some of her old things, pictures of home, an old shock ball she had broken on one of their family trips. She shook her head again. This didn't make sense. The Nightfire had vanished years ago. She had tried to find it after Bantoon had fell, but it had simply disappeared. She heard a familiar sound, the hum and whir of droid servos, that in the soft clucking sound of a vocoder, the sound a certain droid made when it was compiling his files. She knew those sounds, had come to love them, and sure enough, the hatch to her cabin opened, and that very droid ambled in. She blinked in surprise. She was almost speechless. Almost. CC. "Hello, Mistress Bela," the droid said as it entered her cabin with a slight bow. "I trust you are feeling better. I have brought you a clean robe, and saw to your gloves. You still require them, do you not?" Bela couldn't answer. CC, she thought. Our CC. Seeing her old care and comfort droid again, after so long, it brought so many feelings, so many memories. CC-61T had been her father's ally and co-pilot for almost 40 years, and for large chunks of that time, had also served as caregiver and protector for all 4 of the Aistillo children. Most around the Aistillo family had called her a nanny bot, but CC had never liked that designation. Some might have looked at the spindly-looking droid with the old T-Series astromech head as an ugly, an automaton cobbled together from so many different parts. To Bela, however, and to her brother and sisters, that form had been the shape of one that they could go to when they were sad or scared. When their parents had not been there, CC always had been. The droid had been a rock and a shield when they had needed it. Bela's lip quivered. It was a rock she needed now. It had been so long. She had been so alone and afraid for so long. She couldn't resist it any longer. Tears came streaming from her tired eyes. She stumbled to her feet and grasped the droid in an embrace. CC, she whimpered, burying her head into his padded shoulder plate. Oh, CC. She cried then, cried harder than she had in years. 3 years' worth of fear, pain, and loss flowed out of her in a sea of hot tears. She spoke quickly, telling of everything that had happened. So much loss. So much death. The droid held her as it had when she was little. The lights on his head blinked, while a tone, considered common for humans, emerged from his vocoder. CC let her weep. It simply held her and nodded as she let her emotions pour out, bawling like a newborn. She should have felt ashamed, losing it like this, but she had been strong for so long. She was so very tired of being strong. It is okay, pop it. The droid cooed. Let it out. It patted her on the back. You are safe now. Your CC is here. Bela Istillo cried until she was all cried out. She slumped, exhausted once more in the droid's arm. Safe. Slowly, she drifted back to sleep again. At least she thought she did. She must have, because she awoke in her bunk again. She sat up. Her head was almost clear. Barely any dizziness remained. This time, she found CC sitting at her side. Good morning, Bela, the droid said brightly. How did you sleep? She yawned and stretched. She felt like herself again. Only when she turned her head quickly did she feel a sense of disorientation. Better, she said, rubbing her temples. I feel better. She looked down, with a slight frown. What am I wearing? I needed to improvise. The droid informed her the clothes left in this cabin were a little too small. Fortunately, I found some of your mother's old things. The droid tilted his head. It suits you, I think. Her brow furrowed. Maybe. The old nightgown was not something she recognized, but then again, she had usually been asleep when Mom and Dad had gone to bed. She ran her fingers over the silk, smooth as oil, comfortable, but a little revealing. Cece had needed to put knots in the two shoulder straps. Bela was thinner than her mother, not so full-figured. Mary had never needed to worry about that. She'd taken after their mother. She was curvy and attractive, beautiful, and had not been afraid to comment on how her scrawny little sister looked. Small fry, she had called her, among other things. Bela had tried to ignore those comments. She had always been slender, but not unattractively so, or so several of her would-be suitors had said. They were asses, she thought. The only thing they cared about was her name, her title. She had never seen herself as attractive. How could she? One look at her older sister was enough to give any young girl a complex. She had always thought she looked boyish, too boyish, especially standing next to Mary, or their mother. Being around them, well, it just made her that much more self-conscious. Her mother's nightgown showed a bit more skin than Bela preferred. It was too short and slit down the front and back. It was not really her style at all. She had always preferred nightshirts 2 sizes too large, the kind of shirt she could snuggle up in like a blanket. This would serve, though, she supposed. She looked at the droid. It remained where it was, looking at her expectantly. Memories of the last time she awoke came back to her. She gave the droid a sheepish look. You must be ashamed of me, bawling like a baby. I couldn't help myself. The droid merely shrugged. I was the 4th being to hold you when your mother brought you into this galaxy, child. I was there for you for over 16 years. The droid tilted his head. If you can't cry in front of your CC, who can you cry in front of? She nodded, still not liking it. That show of weakness, it was unbecoming an Istillo. Of course, not many Istillos saw everyone they served die around them either. She tried not to focus on that. Thinking about such a thing, that would lead to despair and madness. She had no time for either, not if her family was to be kept safe. Though, was she safe, she wondered. She was aboard the Nightfire, with CC, but how? How had her family's old droid found her? What is my medical status? She asked. She knew the droid checked such things. You had a concussion when you were brought to the ship. You also show signs of exhaustion and borderline malnutrition. The droid's head whirred, its processor accessing more files. I treated you the best I could, treated the concussion with a synaptic regenerator and 5 nutrient injections. They helped, but you should still try to eat something. Medical supplies are no substitute for actual food. She nodded. Exhaustion? Yes. She thought of Cap, holding his hand as he died. She shook her head. No. She couldn't go back into that place right now. She also thought of the fight in the alleyway, how easily she was overpowered. She wanted to blame her easy defeat on exhaustion alone, but they overpowered me, she thought angrily. I had my lightsaber and my blaster, yet I still let myself be overwhelmed. She shook her head. Master Kit would have been so disappointed. She looked again at CC. The droid watched her expectantly, looking for something it could do for her. She looked around the cabin at her childhood things. CC, she finally asked, how did I get here? The captain brought you back. She blinked. The captain. That had always been the droid's title for her father, but since her father was gone. She. Who was the droid working with now? Who had it led aboard her father's ship? She remembered the fight in the alley again, how it ended, the bright orange light. She remembered the shadow standing over her, feeling the rage and despair. A dark Jedi attacked us, she said flatly. Did you and the captain help me? Did you kill him? The droid tilted his head. It didn't answer, its processor's word. CC, she asked. Bayla's eyes narrowed. CC. The captain had not expected to find you on Catherine. He was hunting the last of the Knights of Bantoon. I would call it a coincidence, but that captain says that the Force was with him. He. Bayla considered what she was hearing. Hunting the Knights. Considering what they wanted to do to her, the fact that someone was hunting them wasn't surprising. If the group had turned rabbit, the group had turned rabbit. Still, she had felt darkness. Had she seen Force lightning? Who is the captain? CC. The droid paused. You are getting agitated, child. Perhaps you should rest some more. Who? CC. Pop it. WHO. The droid lowered his head in surrender. Finally, it answered. Merit Fallen Star. Bayla's jaw fell open. Merit Fallen Star. She had heard the name, of course. General Donos had warned her about him during one of their final transmissions. The fact that she had a bounty on her head was known, and the general wanted to warn her about some of the elite hunters that price might attract. They spoke of Kylo Nord, but he had not turned up for some reason. Merit Fallenster, though. Yes, she knew that name. The general had convinced her to be wary if she heard it. He was a dark Jedi, one that was an insult to the memory of a great hero. Bayla frowned. The name Fallen Star had been well respected on Bantoon. Merrick's Fallenster had been a good friend to her mother and father, a mercenary, yes, but one who had aided the crown many times during the war. She had died years ago, but her name had still been spoken of fondly by both her mother and father. The fact that some dark Jedi was now using her name to up his reputation. No, she thought, angrily. No. She would not have it. She would not have some bounty hunter scum profane her father's ship. She looked at CC. How could you? She demanded. The droid tilted his head, confused. How could I? You let some dark Jedi take over Dad's ship. You were his friend. Your father would have understood. Understood? How? My father was a servant of the light. He would not have wanted some hunter using the ship to spread harm across the stars. The captain had your father's beck and call. He would have wanted. Her father's beck and call. Had he been on the world where her father had died? Had he killed her father and took his ship? Damn him. You have been helping a dark Jedi hunt people, kill people. My father wouldn't have wanted this. Poppet, you don't understand. Please calm down. Bayla sprang from her bunk. She was surprised to see her utility belt with her lightsaber and blaster hanging on a hook near the hatch. The arrogance, she thought. The gall. The bounty hunter clearly thought her no threat. Maybe he relished the chance to face her. Maybe he thought her easily defeated. She had been exhausted on Catherine. If he thought she would just accept that he was going to sell her to the highest bidder, he had another thing coming. He would pay for leaving her alone with her weapons. She would reclaim the Nightfire in her family's name. For her father. CC tried to get in her way. Poppet, please, let me explain. She pushed past the droid, her lightsaber in hand. Why would CC have done this? The droid could be a bit mercenary too, she knew. He might have offered the free droid credits, a share to pay for upgrades and fuel, but even still. A dark Jedi. Maybe after Bantoon, CC had simply been looking to survive. Maybe this fallen star pretender had threatened CC. Well, that arrangement was over now. Pop it. Bela. Stop. Stay here, she hissed at the droid. We will discuss this once I've dealt with the captain. Dealt. Bela, no. She slipped silently into the corridor, gently pushing the droid back with the force. She didn't want her interfering. She didn't see a restraining bolt, but perhaps the Dark Jedi had used one, or CC was malfunctioning. Either way, it didn't matter. This farce ended now. Bela, she heard the droid say. She ignored it. She tried to focus, call on the power of the Force, and the strength of her gods. Behind her, CC shook his head. Oh dear. She kept her presence in the Force small. Something the Dark Jedi didn't do. She could feel his power. Anger and loneliness, both restrained for the moment. That would change when he saw her with her weapon. She needed to be careful, she recognized. He was clearly skilled. Why else would he care so little about leaving her with her weapons? She smelled food. Her captor was using the galley. Her eyes narrowed. She thought about all the times she had helped her father there, preparing meals. Again, she felt insulted. How dare this man profane her father's ship, his memory? Finally, she could not take it anymore. She threw caution away. She marched into the ship's passenger compartment. How is she doing, CC? A man's voice. She was surprised that it was so calm, so unconcerned. Well, this would wake him up. She ignited her lightsaber. Listen, you. She froze. She stood before the Nightfire's galley station. Fallen Star whirled around at the sound of her saber. Her eyes widened, her jaw fell open. He. Merritt Fallister stood before her. The Dark Jedi had shed his armored coat and cloak. He stood there in a simple white t-shirt and black pants. His hands were raised. He still had his lightsaber on his belt, though. She took that all in, her training taken over, but she was distracted. That face, she knew him. It had been almost 15 years. They had spoken briefly before Bantoon fell, via holo, but he looked leaner, harder somehow, his features sharper. His short blonde hair had grown out a bit past the ear, curlier too, and he had not shaved recently, giving him a more rugged look. She blinked, frozen. The only sound in the cabin was the hum of her lightsaber. He kept his hands up. She looked into his eyes, but could not really see them. He was wearing sunglasses, round red lenses that hid them from her. Regardless, she knew his face. Seeing it again, after all this time, she was frozen, shocked. Distantly, she could hear the voice of a 10-year-old girl on Bantoon, a girl speaking with her mother. Is that the prince, Mom? The queen had chuckled. No, child, that is your father's student, his new Padawan learner. His name is Finn Shadowstone. You, she murmured. You. He gave her a sly smile. Well, I guess this answers my question, he said dryly. You must be feeling better. He snorted with amusement, his eyes drifting over her. You certainly look good, better. She blinked. What? He turned away quickly, turning back to the sizzling grill before him, tending to the food he was preparing. A moment, he said. I don't want these to burn. Bela stood there, shocked. She felt like she was a droid with a faulty CPU. She was having trouble processing what she was seeing. Maybe her concussion was worse than she thought. Maybe she was still dreaming. Finally, she found her voice again, and with it came a name, his name. Finn, she whispered. Finn. He didn't turn to face her. He was focused entirely on his work. You don't need the blade. Back up, he said. I don't. She looked down, realizing that she still had her lightsaber in hand, and the blade was lit. CC came up behind her. Bela felt the cool touch of her hands. You can't put your blade down, pop it. The captain won't hurt you. She heard the words, but they made no sense. Merritt Fallen Star was the captain. Yet, Finn Shadowstone stood before her, her father's former student, his Padawan. The boy she had. She shook her head. Shadowstone. Fallen Star. Nothing seemed to fit. The man who had been the boy she knew, Fallen Star, Shadowstone, whoever he was now, chuckled. If we are going to fight, back up. Can we at least wait until after breakfast? My control over my emotions is not what it once was, and it is even harder when I fight, worse when I do so hungry. She nodded dumbly. She heard the sound of her lightsaber powering down. Cece took it from her fingers, even as she draped her mother's robe over the girl's shoulders. Bayla was still in shock. She thought she was anyway. Finn, he couldn't be here. She had thought him dead too. You still like uleb berries, do you not? He asked. He remembered, she thought. The thought almost made her smile. Bayla nodded, but quickly realized that he could not see her doing that. Yeah, she said in a tiny voice. Good, he said. I've made griddle cakes. The berries were frozen, not fresh. But there is little I can do about that. I have not been back in a civilized port for some time. He laughed lightly. Sit down, Bay. Food will be ready shortly. Cece took her by the hand and led her to the small table in the cabin, the one the Istillo family had shared so many meals at over the years. She might have well been a droid with a faulty motivator. Nothing made sense. She looked at Finn, or was it Fallen Star? A man with two names, a captain and a dark Jedi as well. Finn, a dark Jedi. That didn't make sense. They had known each other since they were children. 10 years ago, she had thought she wanted to marry him. At 15, she had thought him perfect, the perfect paramour and consort. She thought she had been in love with him. Finn was kind, he was good. Finn, No. He could not have fallen to the dark side. He couldn't have. Cece sat down next to her, holding her hand. Are you okay, Poppet? She asked. Bayla nodded. Yes? No. She didn't know. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Finn. Married Fallen Star. Whoever he was. Finn. She called out. He paused what he was doing. Yet, he still didn't meet her gaze. I don't go by that name anymore, back up. Why? She asked. What happened? Why are you? We can't discuss it over food, he promised, flipping a griddle cake on the grill. She could smell the ulebs. Despite her shock, her stomach growled. How long had it been since she had eaten? She couldn't say. She nodded, still trying to process all this. He finally looked over his shoulder, his expression sad. Even with the glasses, she could almost feel the pain in his eyes. I will make us some fresh calf, too, he offered. There is a lot to tell. Chapter 6. Fallen Star. They ate in a comfortable silence. Mary Fallister said nothing as he sat across from his guest, taking his time with his own meal. The griddle cakes had not turned out badly, if he did say so himself. As a Padawan, he had often prepared meals for him and his master when they were traveling. He was pleased to see that recent events had not dulled that skill. Cece had left the two of them alone. Returning to the bridge, the droid would make sure that their journey remained as safe as possible. That was good. Bayla had endured enough danger for one lifetime. She ate and drank voraciously, not that he was surprised. She had started out eating slowly, at first, as if she was at some state dinner. He had said she had no reason to stand on protocol right now. She was hungry, she needed to eat. After that, she had torn into her food. He said nothing, merely ate quietly, respectful of her needs. It was the least he could do. She needs to regain her strength, and to work up the courage she needed to speak with him. Focusing on food was helping her deal with her shock, the shock of seeing him as he was now. When she had worked past that, the questions would come. Even now, he did his best to prepare, to have the answer she would want ready. He almost hadn't recognized her when he found her in that alley, and afterwards, he realized how far gone she was. She had truly been in a bad way. Cece had checked her over after he had brought her aboard. Malnutrition, dehydration, and a concussion, and that had only been the basic medical issues. She had not looked well, and that had not included the bruise on her jaw or the bump on her head. She had looked exhausted, physically and mentally, and she had been overwhelmed because of that. Had he not been there, who knew what might have happened? His expression turned thoughtful. Not that he had been looking for her, of course. No, He had not expected to see anyone he knew on Catherine. He tried to avoid those he had a past with. It was better for everyone, him included. He tried not to dwell on the past, the job, what his clients asked for. That was who he was now. When on the hunt, he put everything else aside. He had been all business, lost in his emotions. They made what he did easier, and that was what he needed. The past, thinking about who he had been, it would only slow him down. Better to act and not think. It was not easy, serving true justice. His mother had understood that, and now, so did the knights. The fact that they had not lived long with that knowledge was not his problem. No, those murderers had deserved their fate. The Knights of Bantoon had become a force for evil, and he, as a servant of true justice and a skilled mercenary hunter, had sworn to deal with them, for a price, of course. He had been well paid to deal with that evil, to ensure that it never harmed anyone else again. He still remembered his first attack on the Knights when he raided their base. He had seen their prisoners and heard their words, their threats when he had brought their most recent ransom. They had thought him nothing, at first, just another noble's footman. He had been dressed as such, and acted just so. His yellow eyes hidden behind dark lenses. The outlaws had been so proud. He had felt their malicious intent, and they did their best to scare him. They wanted his fear, fed off it. They thought him beneath them, prey they could abuse. They had been wrong. He had responded as the outlaws hoped, first playing innocent, like he didn't know what was going on, and then showing fear. The Knights responded to that too. It made them feel big to menace such a weak fool. It had been all part of the plan, of course. He had just needed an end, to get close to the outlaws. They took the credits he had brought, and were getting ready to kill him too, as they had Lord Alphonse, the man he had just paid for them to release. They called him an accessory to the crimes of the tyrants of Bantoon, someone that profited from the fall of their world. That was strange, Merritt had thought. Lord Alphonse was not from Bantoon. He had married a girl from House Rist of Alderan. True, his wife was a minor Bantoon noble on her mother's side, but he had done nothing, and the Knights had known that. They simply were looking for any excuse to kidnap and murder. They enjoyed suffering and profiting from inflicting it. They thought themselves predators, but now that he had found them, they were the prey. He let them talk until he knew his life was in danger. They were ready in a rope to hang him, as they had done Lord Alphonse. The Knights cackled as Merritt was shown their victim. The poor man's body was in a dungeon-like chamber. His corpse was still swinging there when they arrived. The Knights intended to have the new arrival hang right next to the dead noble. A matched set, they had said. That is what Merritt would be. They called him a traitor to Bantoon, worthy of execution. They had no idea. Merritt did deserve to be executed for his past failures and mistakes, but then again, so did the Knights of Bantoon. In the end, he had both seen and heard enough. He had been too late to save the one whose ransom he had just paid, but his client had feared and expected that this ransom was not the first to go bad with these people. Those who had lost loved ones made sure that Fallen Star understood. Saving someone was preferred. Executions were necessary. He had his orders. He was there to end this, to make sure the Knights took no one else. Even now, the thought brought a sense of satisfaction. He needed to let loose. It had been too long. He had come to enjoy his work these last few months. Righteous anger filled him up, and with it, the dark side. Merritt had almost laughed. Finally, a chance at release. It had been too long. The darkness was a poison in his blood, a poison he had to unleash from time to time, or be consumed by it. Finding people like this, let him do just that. These people were scum, murderers. They deserved to be punished, he thought, letting his anger build like a storm. They deserved me? His vision turned red as he gave himself over to the darkness. Let it empower him. His lightsaber, hidden up his sleeve until that moment, was in his hand, ignited. The outlaw's eyes widened as he threw them back with the force. One who tried to shoot him was blasted down with force lightning. Their sick enjoyment turned to terror. How quickly the tables turned. How quickly people learned how small they truly were. They had thought him a Jedi. At first, some tried to surrender. They asked to be taken in. That wasn't what he was there for. House Rist had no interest in a trial, and with the galaxy in the state it was in, who would he bring them to? The Republic courts. Were they even still capable of dispensing justice? Well, he didn't need their opinions and debates. True justice guided his actions. Few had tried to fight. Their leader, a Bantoon major, drew a dueling sword and tried to draw him into a fight. The man was unworthy of crossing blades. He had been singing a merry tune about hanging outlaws a few moments earlier. Merritt chose to make an example of him. He pinned the man in a stasis field and disemboweled him with his lightsaber. The man died, his scream rising 3 octaves as he fell. After that, the outlaws were done. Some threw down their weapons. He killed them too. It was their turn to beg and plead for their lives. These were not innocents. Too much blood was on their hands. He had no reason to feel bad for ending them. Merritt gave them what they deserved. He was like them in that moment, deaf to their begging. They had shown no mercy, and now, neither would he. It was from the last survivor he learned about the remaining knights traveling to Catherine. They had a line on a major bounty, something that would set the group up, maybe give them a chance to disappear. The man had spit out the story quickly, hoping that Fallen Star would spare his life for doing so. He assumed that Merritt would spare him for offering up useful information, but they had not discussed terms. The man had merely hoped. The hunter dashed that hope. He had worked quickly after that, killing the remaining guards, and freeing the few prisoners that were still alive, nobles and merchants, people the outlaws had not gotten around to hanging just yet. A young woman called Merritt a hero. She foolishly fell to her knees and blessed him. Another man, an officer of the mining guild, offered him credits to remain with them, see them safely back to Republic space. Merritt had declined. His job was not over, not until those on Catherine were dealt with. When he took a job, he always saw that job through. That didn't mean that his code had no room for seeing to the safety of these people. Oh no. He wasn't a monster after all. He did see to their safety. He escorted them to one of the outlaw shuttles and sent word to House Rist that an escort was needed to protect them, to see them safely home. He didn't leave, not until that help arrived. He took no chances. He had no desire to hear that they had died because a ship of knights had come back before these people could reach safety. He had a code, after all. He might have been a dark Jedi, but that didn't mean he was an animal. The innocent were safe from his wrath. Anyone else, anyone deserving of his attention. They were fair game. After the prisoners were safe, he had made straight for Catherine. It had not been hard to locate the remaining knights. Their shuttle's transponder numbers had been on the computer at their base. He had shown no more mercy to them than he had shown their allies on the asteroid. The last had tried to buy him again, and he had done something worse. He had dared mistake Merritt for a Sith. He had accused him of being a Sith Lord. Merritt's temper had spiked. He had pulled the murderer to his grip with the force put in his blade beneath the man's chin. He reveled in the man's terror, the terror so many of his victims suffered. Let the man know the fear he inflicted on others. He deserved that, and more. Fallen Star had leaned in close, whispering in the man's ear. "Let's get one thing straight. Worm," he snarled. "I am no Sith Lord." He had turned on the blade, punching it through his chin and up through the top of his head, boiling the man's eyes in their sockets, before flinging his body back into the garbage. It was then that he had looked down, seen Bela. He had tried to touch her, help her. His rage had overwhelmed her, that or her injury. She collapsed with a final scream. That scream that woke him up. He blinked, came back to himself, and the carnage he had inflicted. He was shocked. The anger was gone in the blink of an eye. Jazz's daughter lay hurt at his feet. He had to help her. He had to. He had called for CC to bring the ship in closer. He had to get Bela out of here. Once she was safe. Well then, they would see. Finn. Bela's voice was a soft whisper, showing a shyness he had not heard in years. The last time they had spoken had been just after her father had passed. She had seemed so strong then, so decisive, clad in the military uniform of her people. She didn't seem that way now, not that she was weak. Oh no. He had felt her strength when she stormed into the main cabin, clad in only the tiniest of nightgowns, and wielding her lightsaber. Had he drawn his blade, she would have fought. Had she not known him, she would have attacked. She had her father's fire in her. She was strong, and more. The memory gave him pause, even now. Backup was not a little girl anymore. That had been clear. Her figure was shapely, the flashing of her eyes, the weapon in hand. The sight had been very fetching. He had turned quickly, hoping she would not pick up on his emotions. This was Jazz's daughter, after all. He would not dishonor his master's memory any further. He had disgraced it enough. When he didn't respond, she blinked, finally putting down her fork and knife. She leaned back, drawing his attention. "Yes," he asked. "So," she said, crossing her arms. "Wanna talk?" Her question almost made him chuckle. It had been those exact words that had begun their first conversation almost 18 years ago. He had been 11, and she 10. It had been his first week on Bantoon, and Master Jazz had brought him to the palace for the first time. He had still been hurting at that point. They had only just left Ambria, where he and Master Jazz had lived for almost 2 months. During that time, the Jedi Master had forced his young charge to confront what had happened during the sacking of Coruscant. He had made Finn face his anger and fear, and by facing it, and coming to terms with it, the boy had come back to the way he had been before the sack, somewhat at least. Bayla had further helped. Being so close in age, she had become a fast friend to the lost young Padawan, though they had not gotten to know each other immediately. The girl had been shy at first. It had taken time for her to work through that shyness. He had seen Bayla around, of course, and his master had told him her name, but she had not worked up the courage to speak to him, not until that moment. For years they had talked, on and off, whenever Master Jazz had needed to return home. The last time had been right before the Cold War with the Sith had gone hot. The time that she had approached him, not as a mere friend, but as a young woman looking to take their friendship to the next level. That had not ended well. He had thought her angry with him. He had hurt her. He was smart enough and open enough with the Force to sense that. They had not spoken again for years after that. That could explain why she seemed so pensive now. He could sense her concern, but also a return to the shyness of her childhood, a shyness he had thought she left behind. Of course, they were starting over from scratch, weren't they? He was not Finn Shadowstone anymore. Her senses could no doubt verify that. Merritt sighed. "There is not really much to talk about. Back up," he answered, "though I'm sure you have questions." She nodded. He was not surprised. He gestured for her to continue, but not before refilling her mug with caf. She nodded in thanks, and began. "So, you're Merritt Fallen Star, huh?" "Yes," he answered. She frowned slightly. "Why?" she asked. "Why change your name, and why pretend to be a dark Jedi?" Merritt pursed his lips. They couldn't start this way. He needed to make sure she understood. "I'm Merritt because that is who I am, Bay, who I've always been, even if I didn't know it." He looked down at the table. "I am the son of Merrick's Fallen Star. She was my birth mother." Bayla gave him an arch look. "Merrick's Fallen Star was your mother?" He nodded. "Your actual mother? The one who gave birth to me?" "Yes." Bayla gave him a skeptical look. "How did you figure that one out? You told me once you had never known your mother." "I didn't know. As for finding out, that was a bit complicated. Trust me, though, I can say without a doubt that she was my mom." Bayla nodded. "That's good, I suppose. Merrick's Phalanster was considered a hero by my mother. You should be proud to be her son." He was, he thought, and if not for her, he likely would not be here right now. He probably would have died on that backwater that Avi had stranded him on 3 years ago. "I remember Dad telling me how troubled she was," Bayla continued. "Is that the reason you decided to pretend to be a dark Jedi?" Merritt shook his head. He still couldn't believe she didn't recognize him for what he was. Maybe their history was blinding her. He sighed. I'm not pretending. I am a dark Jedi. Her blue-gray eyes widened, shocked by his admission. You can't be, she exclaimed. I fell to the dark side almost 3 years ago. Now, he said with a shake of his head. The light side abandoned me. I can't feel it, can't draw on it. He shrugged. The dark is all I have left. She shook her head, still not willing to accept. But you are not evil. He smiled at that. It was sweet of her to say, but most would disagree with her. The Knights of Bantoon chief among them, provided he left any of them alive. He leaned forward, letting his sunglasses slip down his nose, giving her a clear view of his yellow Sith eyes. Evil is a point of view back up. Many would consider my actions in the last few years as evil, but that is not why I call myself a dark Jedi. He shook his head. A dark Jedi uses their passion for their strength. They draw on the dark side to fulfill their own desires. They think inward, and only about themselves. She looked sick, her expression pained. But you saved me. I did, but not out of a sense of compassion. He pushed his glasses back up again, hiding his glowing yellow eyes. He felt uncomfortable letting her see them. The disappointment he felt from her, it was painful. He did his best to make her understand. I do consider myself a dark Jedi, but that doesn't mean that I'm a threat or your enemy. I don't hate the Jedi Order, or seek to take over the galaxy. I leave those fool notions to the Sith. When it comes to using the dark side, I seek only pleasure and profit, and to up my reputation among my clients, which in turn ups my profits, and allows me to live my life on my terms. He looked down at his hands, imagining the blood that was still on them no matter how hard he tried to wash it off. He shook his head. The fact that I've fallen doesn't mean that I've abandoned my morals or standards. I still possess morals and standards, though perhaps one would call it having a code more than anything else. I never kill anyone that doesn't deserve it. Innocent beings are safe in my company. I never take jobs that could cause harm to innocents. I do not target law enforcement officers, not honest ones, anyway, and I don't target witnesses in criminal cases, or poor creatures that might have seen something they should not have. The galaxy is full of killers who do. I will not join them. Bela looked upon him, her gray eyes so much like his master's, and her dyed black hair really making her look like him. Merritt looked away, not wanting to meet her gaze. I enjoy the violence of my work. I won't deny that, and for that I choose to continue down this path. That is what makes me a dark Jedi, Bela. He sighed again. I tried to resist, to deny it. I spent my first year on my own trying to redeem myself, to find the light again. I failed in that search. The light refused to hear my call, and the Jedi I approached for help turned me away. They felt that I was exactly where I deserved to be. He managed a sad smile. It took time, but I've come to accept my fate. I can live with it now. I just don't want anyone else to have to. Being damned doesn't mean that I have to force that damnation on anyone else. The girl winced, despite what he had said. She still didn't seem to grasp it. He should have felt revulsion. She should have turned away from him, as everyone else he had known had. Yet, he sensed pity and compassion. Fool girl, he thought. Well, she would learn in time. She frowned. So, where does that leave me? She asked. Am I your prisoner, your merchandise? A shiver ran down her spine. Am I yours? He tilted his head. An interesting way to put that, he thought. It took her a few moments, plus she seemed to realize what she had just said. She blushed a deep scarlet. A nervous giggle escaped her. Well, she said, trying to cover her face. That sounded far more suggestive than I would have thought. His smile widened at that. Interesting that she would go there, he didn't. Her reaction surprised him. Had she forgotten what had happened 10 years ago? Had he not broken her heart? He had refused to stay with her. He valued her friendship, but that was it. He had been training to be a Jedi Knight. That is what he had wanted. A husband, a father, lover, that was not something he was meant to be. Oh, really? He frowned. The voice was in his head, familiar and a bit mocking. Not now, Mom, he thought. He could almost hear Merrick's fallen star chuckle. You don't expect me to believe that becoming a Jedi was the only thing you wanted. Have you forgotten a certain girl that you grew up with, one you saw only in your dreams? I didn't forget, he thought glumly. Maybe I was trying to. I don't believe for one moment that you turned away from the girl out of a sense of duty to the Jedi merit. I think you hoped, even then, to find your dream girl, and you were not willing to settle until you found her. Well, I found her, didn't I? He snapped back. That worked out so well, didn't it? His mother's spirit didn't respond. She didn't need to. Merritt tortured himself enough over his failings with Avi and Taya. The two Sith had awakened the darkness within him. People had died because of it. People he had cared about, friends. One day, he would need to answer for those deaths. He looked at Bela. Despite everything he was, he would only go so far down the dark path. He refused to become a monster, or rather, more of one than he already was. He shook his head. You are neither my prisoner nor my merchandise, Bela. What you are is my guest, and under my protection. You have my word that I will see you to safety before we go our separate ways. But why? She asked, if you are truly a dark Jedi. I owe it to your dad, he answered. I have disgraced Jaz Darbin's memory enough. I will not compound that disgrace by selling his daughter to the highest bidder. His admission surprised her. Dad never saw you as a disgrace. Maybe he didn't, but many others have since. Merritt's expression darkened. Too many Jedi look down on your master for his decisions. My fall, all that does is make them think that they were right. That he trained me poorly, and all I am now is the final sign of his failure. I won't be that, back up. Your father deserves better. His memory deserves better. It was in that moment that Bela Istillo did something that surprised him. She smiled. You see, you are not lost to the dark side. You still love my father. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. I only seek to honor his memory. He didn't fail. I did. I chose to lose myself to my emotions, and now, the darkness has claimed me as its own. I'm damned, Bay. I can't accept that, but at least I can do something for you, before I'm lost forever. What are we going to do? She asked. I'm going to find you someplace safe. Someplace where you can help your people. After that, I'm gone. I won't sully your presence any more than I have to. There are plenty of beings out there that will want to help you. I'm just going to do my best to make sure you reach them. Bela's face lit up at his promise again. He feared she was not really understanding what was going on here. He was a failure to the Jedi, and his master's memory. He would not see her call soiled because the Force had brought them together again. He looked around the ship. It had served him well these past few years, but he had never intended to keep it. The Nightfire is yours too. I will return it to you as soon as we get you to safety. What about you? She asked. Don't you need a ship of your own? I have another ship, he promised. I found my mother's ship. It is a little smaller than this one, but it will suffice. Cece will return with you as well. The droid's been a great help, but it belongs with your family, just like this ship. His master's daughter nodded. Despite having faced so much in the past few years, she seemed eager to accept what he was offering. Safe, she said with a nod, and where might that be, pray tell? He opened his mouth, only to have it snap shut. That was a good question. The Jedi were an option, he supposed, but after all his recent encounters with them, he wasn't sure that they would be able to help. When it came to the Paladina, most proper Jedi looked down upon them, seeing them as the Order's backward cousins. He wasn't sure their help would be what Bela needed. This new galactic alliance he had heard of was a possibility, but there was a problem with that as well. Lana Beniko was one of their leaders, or so he had heard, which meant that there would be Sith serving with her as well. Considering what had happened to Survivor Squad, he was not as trusting as he once was, concerning the Sith. Plus, he could not vouch for the loyalty of people he didn't know. He had been surprised when he learned that Avaryss had taken over Bantoon, but he should not have been. It was Master Jaz's world. Considering what she had said during their last encounter, it made sense that she would seize Bantoon. All it would take would be one Sith, loyal to Avaryss, and embedded with the Alliance for her to learn about Bela's whereabouts. If that happened, her safety would not be guaranteed. Bela might also learn that Avaryss, the Sith that took her home world, was also the Sith that her father and Finn Shadowstone had been working with, which could lead her to realize Finn's role in her destroying her father and the rest of his people. Merritt didn't want that. He didn't want to see the betrayal in Bela's eyes when she learned what had occurred. No, the Alliance was out for now. I'm not sure where we can go, he admitted. Not yet. I'll try to think of something. You can do it, she said, her eyes radiating a sense of trust. My father trusted you, and so do I, regardless of what has happened. She smiled. You will do the right thing. Her words were touching. He hoped he was still worthy of that trust. For her, for the sake of his friendship and trust with her father, he tried something. He closed his eyes, trying again to draw on the Force, the light, hoping it might give him some insight. He was trying to help someone else. After all, surely the light side would accept that, offer him something for once. As always, the light remained silent, but that didn't mean that the dark side didn't offer up his help. He tried not to draw too deep upon it. He accepted its power during combat, but still tried to resist letting it pull him too far down into its embrace. He frowned. What it showed him was unexpected. He got only the briefest of flashes, but it had been enough. He saw an image of him and Bela, aboard the ship and in his cabin. He swallowed hard. Heat suffused his face. The dark side showed the two of them, together. They were in his bunk, making love fiercely, her right in him, their bodies slick with passion sweat. As they reached their climax, Bela opened her eyes and cried out to the shadows. She opened her yellow eyes. Sith eyes. He shook his head. No. No. He would not be the reason Jazz's daughter fell to the dark side. He wouldn't do it. He shook his head. No. Finn. He blinked, Bela's voice pulling him back to the now. He frowned. Please don't call me that, Faye. Not anymore. Merritt is who I am now. Please try to remember that. The girl nodded. Okay, Faye, I mean Merritt. She smiled. I'll remember. He nodded. Good. At least she accepted who he was now. It was a start. He looked down at his meal, suddenly realizing he was no longer hungry. He tried not to think about what the dark side had showed him. It wouldn't happen. He would not let it happen. He respected Master Jazz too much. He would find a way to keep Bela safe, both from her enemies and him. Don't be afraid. Again, his mother's voice echoed through his head. Don't forget, Red, the future is always in motion. What you saw doesn't have to come to pass. I know, Mom, he thought. But in that moment, that event, it happening, was very close. Merritt fallen Starside. When he had saved her own Catherine, he had thought he could keep Bela safe from her enemies, all her enemies. But in doing so, had she fallen into the hands of her worst one that could lead her down the path to corruption. He prayed that wasn't so. Despite what had happened in the past, he still cared. Bela was his friend. If she fell because of him, would his failure not be complete? Would that be the final act of betrayal of his friend and master? He couldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He owed it to Jazz. He needed to protect Bay. He had to. I need to be strong, he thought. By the living force. Please let me be strong. Chapter 7. The Council. I regret to inform the Council that our Vladium stores have been exhausted. Our supply has dwindled to nothing, and with the recent loss, we do not possess enough of the ore to complete the contract as expected. Also, recent issues with the local shipyards have led to us running dangerously low on Freedium, Cameras, and Dolomite. The Imperial Major stood straighter, trying to maintain the discipline that was expected of an Imperial officer. Rain, standing behind her master's throne, did her best to hide her smile. And here I thought today was going to be boring. Her hand drifted to her belt, and her light pike. Her master had not given the order, not yet, but she wouldn't be surprised if she did. It was never a good thing to break bad news to your Dark Lord. The rest of the Dark Council of Bantoon sat in their respective seats. Her master's 11 advisors, and, of course, Avaryss herself had remained silent during the man's report. This terrorist strike on the Great Temple, the damage it had caused, and the loss of buildings materials needed to complete the temple had come at a bad time. The Major was likely about to find out just how bad a time it was. Darth Avaryss leaned back in her chair, her hands steepled before her face. Rain could only guess what she was thinking. She could feel her master's rage, but it was tempered by her self-control. She recognized that she couldn't give in to her temper surrounded by her fellow Sith. They expected more of her as their leader. Still, Rain expected for the man to die. Her master might control her temper, but that didn't mean that it wasn't there. The Dark Lord glanced over to her left. The Sith sitting there was a blonde-haired human male with a twisted arm and jaw. Lord Ghoul, do you have anything else to add to the Major's report? Have your intelligence people found anything of note? We are still investigating, my lord, the man replied in a lisping voice. We have identified the docking supervisor on duty when the sabotage was committed. He is currently missing, but we will soon find him. Across the room, another counselor laughed. This one a handsome, older, pure-blooded female, her red skin marked with Sith tattoos. Poor Ghoul, have you reached the limits of your skills? Have your vaunted sources failed you? Darth Ghoul hissed. I prefer to have solid information before I act, Lord Infamy, he snarled. What have you presented this council with lately? Has your supposed clairvoyance found Princess Bela? Has the resistance to our rule on this world ceased? I have heard only rumors and half-truths. Darth Infamy, Avaryss master of rituals, smiled. Rumors are the start of enlightenment, she replied. My work has resulted in the deaths of 6 Paladina criminals and their families. Her smile turned wicked. What have your spies brought us lately, you twisted thing? Enough, Avaryss hissed. Snipe at each other later. Both Sith fell silent, as the council returned its attention the Imperial officer. The man was starting to sweat now. Rain didn't blame him. Major Scrane was the dock foreman where all the freighters were berthed. The attack that had been carried out on the Grand Temple had been carried out under his watch, and now he had brought his Dark Lord news that the metals they needed to finish the temple were no longer available. Imperials had died for less. To Avaryss' right sat Darth Agony, her longest and most loyal ally. Though she preferred to go by her given name Taya, she still held the title she had been given, and used it for these council sessions. She held up her cup, and Avaryss' daughter, Bliss, was there in seconds, refilling the counselor's drink. She had been her mother's cup-bearer for almost a year now, and also something of an apprentice to Lord Taya. Rain didn't begrudge her that position. Though she held power, Taya was far from the most respected member of this council. Taya was a bit of an oddity. Her blue eyes were sharp and clear, at least her good eye was. The other had been damaged by a light whip a few years back, resulting in Taya wearing an eye patch most of the time. Though a full Darth, she didn't really look the part. Her skin, though pale, did still maintain a healthy glow. The robes she wore were not of the Sith, but of the local Bond matriarchs. Taya had come to embrace their new world far more than the other Sith had. Some had said she had gone native. Some here suggested that she should not be on this council. Not an earshot of Avaryss, though, no. Few would question the Master's wisdom openly. Are we certain this attack was carried out by the Paladina? She asked. 40 workers were killed. The Paladina still follow the Jedi way. I can't imagine they would accept such losses. An angry snort came from the seat across from her. In that seat sat the hologram of Lord Abominus, Darth Avaryss' pet monster, and commander of the Sith's ground forces. Who else would seek to attack the Grand Temple? The monster snarled, not bothering to use her human glamour for this meeting. Abominus showed her sharp teeth. We will need to make examples of this Bond scum. You are probably right, Nessie, Avaryss nodded, turning to the seat next to Darth Infamy. Lady Tasia, as Lady Confessor, are you prepared to handle this matter? I know you have suggested caution in the past. Lady Tasia Dresco, Taya's mother, pursed her lips. I find these Paladina most disturbing, my lord. Though they practice the Jedi arts, they do not behave like Jedi. The confessor shook her head. All attempts to bring them over into the dark side have failed. Torture that would break and turn a Jedi Knight have little or no effect on them, even the Padawans. A red-skinned Zobrok sitting across from Avaryss sneered. Have you finally met a foe you could not break, confessor? I must admit, I am surprised, given your reputation. The marauder-turned-confessor glared at her. You doubt my talents, Laria? Perhaps you would like to volunteer for one of my questioning sessions. I'm sure by the time I finished, you will not be dismissive of my methods. Darth Avaryss, former overseer of Butcher's Clearing, smiled. I do not doubt your skill, milady, but it is clear that these Paladina are more than you expected. More than any of us expected. I will achieve results. Lord Avaryss will see. Breaking the Paladina is not what we are here to discuss, my friends, Avaryss said, interrupting. Dealing with the fallout of the attack on the Grand Temple is. Interesting, Rain thought. The Paladina would not break. This was news to her, but then again, maybe it should not have been. Jedi had the Force and their order. That was all they had, duty. The Paladina were different. They had their gods, and their families, clans that had lived in secret for generations before Jazdar been found and started training them. The Jedi feared attachments, but the attachments that the Paladina cultivated seemed different. They were chains binding the members of the Order to their world and people. Such chains were dangerous. It made someone not just a follower of a way, but a fanatic. These Paladina were a danger, she thought, both to the Sith and the Jedi, if their ways spread off of Bantoon. I need not worry about that, she realized. Once Master Avaryss is done, there will be no Jedi or Paladina. The Force would belong to the Sith. Avaryss returned her attention the Imperial Major. The man remained at attention, his back rod straight. Your report has been most informative, Major Scrane. However, someone must answer for the outrage we suffered by this attack. The Dark Lord smiled wickedly. Give me one reason why you should not be relieved from your command. Rain again felt the quickening in her stomach. Here it comes, she thought. She was ready. All her master had to do was give the word. My lord, the man began, trying to keep the quaver out of his voice. Members of the council, I have taken the liberty of locating several nearby systems, with stockpiles of latium, as well as the other ores we require. I've compiled a list of these systems, their political affiliation, and suspected strengths. Darth Avaryss gave the man an arch look. Have you now? How intriguing. She held up her hand. Show me. The man produced a data card from inside his jacket. Avaryss pulled it to her hand using the Force, plugging it into her chair. The holo of the information the man acquired appeared before her. The Dark Lord examined this information closely, her brow furrowed slightly in thought. She looked over Lord Gull's shoulder, finding the eyes of Zen Lure, her executioner. Avaryss shook her head slightly. The fallen Jedi nodded and smiled at the Imperial. It seems this council does not wish for your livelihood at this time, Major. The man only just suppressed a sigh of relief. We do demand action, however, Avaryss added coldly. Our dockside security was clearly not adequate enough to keep the terrorists out. You will meet with your supervisors, discuss a new security protocol, and plug any leaks that may exist. You have 24 hours to implement this new security plan and submit it for this council's inspection. The Dark Lord pinned the man with her empty gaze. Such an attack will not happen again, or next time, this council may decide it has no other option but to relieve you. Yes, my lord, the man exclaimed, bobbing his head excitedly. You will not be disappointed. I better not be. She leaned back in her chair. Dismissed. The Imperial saluted and made his way to the door. When he was gone, the council found itself going through another round of sniping at each other. The various members airing their grievances and showing their jealousies and ambitions. Rain was tempted to tune it out, but forced herself to pay attention. There was wisdom and use to be found even in the petty discussions of her master's council. Rain glanced down at her master. She had returned to the palace in the hope of gaining her permission to begin the search for Tim and Tag, but had instead been roped into attending this council meeting. She had not yet had a chance to speak with Avaryss. She had barely had time to bathe and change into her court clothes. Impatience burned in her breast, while she tried not to show it. Her master would speak with her. It was only a matter of time. For now, she was smart enough not to waste the opportunity before her. A council meeting offered much if one was wise and patient enough to see it. 3 years ago, when the Dark Lord had first formed, Rain had been barely 15, and had spent that first year doing the job that Bliss was doing now, acting as her master's cupbearer at meetings. She had been insulted by the position, at first. She had thought she had moved beyond being Avaryss' servant girl, a point that she had brought up to the Dark Lord after one of those early meetings, in private, of course. Avaryss had merely smiled. Cupbearer to your master is not the worst position an apprentice can endure, my dear, her master had said. I myself was your age when I first attended Darth Fear in such a fashion, serving drinks at meals with his political allies. Were you not insulted, master? Rain had asked. You were an apprentice to a Darth, a graduate of Corbin. I was, Avaryss had said with a nod, which was why my master made me cupbearer. The Dark Lord smiled wickedly. Yes, I served him drinks, and was forced to listen to Fear tell everyone who would listen of how he manipulated me and won me to his allies. I was also privy to all his plans and schemes. I got to hear the positions and opinions of all his allies, and learn about their plots and what they had needed Darth Fear's help with. Rain's master had chuckled. This position may seem too degrading, and it is, sort of, but it is also a grand opportunity. You will attend all council meetings, and learn about the counselors, and how to manipulate them. You will stand with me, in the center of everything. You will serve, but this is how you begin your grooming. One day, you will be my successor. Rain thought of that, her eyes widening. You wish to lead after me? Well, this is the first step. An empress must understand her counsel, and know how best to use them. So, stand behind me, listen to what is discussed, and fill cups when they empty. In the end, you will be the one on the throne, and on that day, you will see that a bit of degradation was worth it. Rain had done that, and she had listened. Avaryss had not been wrong. She had learned much about the counselors, their whims and ambitions. Now Avaryss had Bliss fulfilling the role. Rain could not help but wonder what was going on with that. Had her master decided her tank-born daughter had a political future in the Empire? Was she grooming her for a higher place? Rain frowned. She briefly considered that Avaryss might seek to replace her, but dismissed it quickly. Her battle meditation was too useful. Her master would not toss her aside so quickly, not even for her own blood. No, Rain's position was secure, but that didn't mean that she would not put her own people on the little girl, just to be safe. As a Sith, one could never be too careful. Avaryss eventually did manage to steer the conversation back to the matter of the lost Vladium shipment, and the stockpiles that would need to be acquired. The council briefly discussed the cost of purchasing the stockpile. It would be high, Tasia reminded everyone. As Lord Treasurer, her husband managed Avaryss' money and handled the new Empire's books. Why bother paying for anything, Zen suggested with a wicked smile. We have warships and troops, why not use them? We are not yet ready to reveal our true strength, Darth Necris answered. The mining worlds we are looking at have not picked a side yet in the fight between the Alliance and the Eternal Throne. That makes them vulnerable. But that also means that either side courting those worlds might decide to attack Avaryss if they thought it might bring wounded party to their side. The Dark Lord agreed. No, they could not simply deploy their army to take what was needed. It was at that moment that Avaryss suggested using Thranton Rank and his privateers. The council had all thought that a good idea. In the years since Avaryss' flight from the Empire proper, she had dispatched her old ally Mr. Rink to recruit from among the criminal fringe, and he had done well in that endeavor. Avaryss now had a reasonably large fleet of raiders, slavers, and pirates under her control. These beings could hit one of the mining worlds, acquire the stockpiles their master needed, and do so in a way that drew little attention to Avaryss or Bantoon. It seemed the most intelligent option. Of the 15 nearby systems the Major had suggested, 2 stood out. Stalkhouse, and Bavin III. Both had rich stores of latium and other metals that might prove useful. Avaryss thought that Bavin might serve them best, and promised to speak with Mr. Rink before the next meeting. From there, the council could plan the attack, and see it carried out with 24 hours of that meeting. The decision finally made, the Dark Lord called an end to the session. The Dark Council rose, and made their way out of the chamber, all but Avaryss, and Lord Taya, who the Dark Lord asked to remain behind. Lady Tasia glanced at her daughter, who merely shrugged. She didn't know why her old friend wanted to speak with her privately. Rain remained behind as well. She still had to speak with her master. She still hoped to get authorization to pursue Tim and Tag. Once they were alone, and the doors to the chamber sealed, Avaryss turned to her student. "Now, apprentice," she began. "What is so important that you left your duties on Shay?" Rain spoke quickly, offering up all that she had learned since her discussion with Cubas spy, the stories of the large half-blood serving with pirates on the Outer Rim, the one wielding a blue blade. "You can't be sure that this is Timon," Avaryss reminded her student. "True," Rain admitted, "but it is the first real lead that I've heard in years, the first lead we have heard of any possible Survivor Squad members still active." Rain smiled. "If it is Tim, he might know where others of the group might be. He might even know where Master Finn is." Avaryss pursed her lips. Rain could sense her master's desires, even as she tried to hide them. She might not say it openly, but she still missed her Jedi bedwarmer. She and Taya both. It might be worth checking out, Taya suggested, doing her best to hide her own desire to see the young man again. After all, Master Avaryss had not been Finn Shadowstone's only lover. Rain had never understood that. The thought of sharing Tim with another. No. Even the thought of him being with another female. I would rip her heart out, she thought darkly. Avaryss was far more accepting than her student would have been. Perhaps, Avaryss said, agreeing with Taya, turning her back on her apprentice, she paced back and forth. Rain grinned. "So I have your permission." Avaryss shook her head. "I will have Gull look into this matter. His spies will be more subtle than you and my dear." Rain's eyes narrowed. "Master, this is Tim." "I know. Then you know what this means to me. If this was Finn, would you let anyone stand in your way of finding him?" Avaryss stopped pacing. She turned and glared at her apprentice. Rain's mouth snapped shut. Her master's cold gaze suggested that she had scored a hit, but not necessarily a wise one. The Sith apprentice lowered her gaze. I meant no offense, my lord." "Nor have I taken offense, apprentice," the Dark Lord responded. "I just wanted to make sure that your feelings and motivations were clear on this matter, Lady Rain." "They are clear, master." The Dark Lord held her gaze for several more seconds before nodding and turning away. "Go will investigate this lead. We are too close to it. Any movement from either of us would draw unneeded attention. We made enemies when we destroyed Survivor Squad, apprentice. Those enemies are still out there, and we dare not make a mistake, not when we are so close to absolute victory. The temple is nearly complete, apprentice. When it is done, the galaxy will be ours. Once the Zakul and Alliance High Command have been exterminated, the galaxy will be in chaos. We can claim it at our leisure, and we will be free to pursue our personal interests." Rain bowed her head, trying to hide her disappointment. "As you say, my master." Avaryss sneered. "Oh, don't pout, Rain. You will see your half-blood boy again, I'm certain." She chuckled. "In the meantime, I have a mission for you. I'm sending you to MRSST. Rain gave her an arse look. MRSST. What is on MRSST? "A certain university and a library," the Dark Lord answered. "You will be in disguise, of course. You will be taking the identity of a young student that was killed 3 years ago when we took this world." Rain nodded. "As you wish, and my purpose. You will acquire some information from me, download several books that I wish to acquire. They were written here on Bantoon, but the physical copies were destroyed years ago. I require that information." Rain chewed her lip thoughtfully. "This must be important, otherwise you would have given this to Gull's intelligence people." Ghoul will learn about this in due time, as will the rest of the council. Taya gave her old friend a sly look. What is in these books, Avi? Why the secrecy? A small surprise for our Paladin friends, Avaryss responded. I don't really want to go into the details right now, but suffice to say, they will find what I have in mind most disturbing. Rain flashed a savage grin. Something so valuable to her master might be equally useful in other arenas, she thought. She would read these texts on her way back, maybe come up with her own use for them. Every day she learned more than her master wanted her to. Every day she grew closer to the day that she would rule. It was a risk, but a minor one. If her master didn't want her to see them, she would not be sending her for them. Avaryss nodded, a pleased look on her face. We are so close now, my friend. Years of hard work and planning are about to bear fruit. Taya gave her a cruel smirk. Do you wish me to send word to Rink? Inform him of the Bavin raid. No need, Avaryss answered. She turned to one of the empty chairs. Abominus, are you still online? The hologram of the monster reappeared. Her communication had not broken after the meeting. I'm here, farm girl, she said in the insolent tone she only reserved for when they were alone. You have something else to tell us. Get me, Rink, she ordered. Abominus nodded and rose from her chair, her image vanishing from the hollow field. A moment later, a dark-haired man appeared. He was in his late 20s, with shaggy black hair and a loose-fitting Imperial uniform. Threatened Rink. Hiya, boss, he said with a lazy smile. We ready to do this, or what? The Dark Lord smiled. Are you people ready, Mr. Rink? Ready as ever. Our pilots are in their fighters, and we are ready to make the final jump. All we await is your order. Consider it given, the Dark Lord said. Remember, the Valadium above all, and all the industrial metal that you can get your hands on. All other plunder is secondary. Make sure that your people understand that. Got it, boss, Rink said with a salute. We will be on Stockhouse, loaded up and gone before they even have a chance to send a distress signal. See that you are, Mr. Rink, Avaryss said with a nod. Tell Abominus not to waste time with pointless executions. Get what is needed and get out. As you say, boss. Excellent, Mr. Rink. Good hunting, and may the force serve you well. Rink nodded and vanished. Avaryss grinned triumphantly as she turned to Rain and Taya. The apprentice said nothing, she merely smirked. Taya didn't seem to understand. Stockhouse, she said. Yes, the Dark Lord replied. But I thought you and the council had decided to hit Bavin. Avaryss chuckled. No, I suggested a raid on Bavin, but I had spoken with Scrain before this meeting. He offered up the list he gave us to me yesterday. Stockhouse was too tempting a target to pass up. Abominus and Rink were on station 3 hours ago, awaiting my order. Taya shook her head. I don't get it, Avi. Why deceive the council? We're your council. The Dark Lord shrugged. It wasn't a deception. The council serves as my advisors. I wanted their opinion. Make no mistake, I considered raiding Bavin and listened to their opinions, but in the end, chose to proceed with the Stockhouse attack. Rain's expression turned sly. There was more to it than that. She knew her master well enough to know that to be true. We have agents on Bavin, don't we? She asked her master. Avaryss nodded. That is true. I do have several sources on the world. Mining guild people that don't mind making a spare credit every now and then. I'm guessing they will be watching the official channels, Rain added, making sure that no intel reports come in, say about a pirate raid. Well done, apprentice, Avaryss said with a polite clap of her hands. You understand. Rain nodded, basking in her master's praise. It didn't come often. Taya shook her head. She still didn't get it. You expect someone to call Bavin? Warn them? Why? The only people that know right now are Scrain and... Taya blinked. Oh. Avaryss nodded. Yes, Taya, you understand now, don't you? The blonde Sith nodded. You think someone on the council might be? Avaryss shrugged. I don't know, but I have given it a bit of thought. I don't entirely think the attack on the Great Temple was carried out by the Paladin alone. They had help. How high up that help is positioned, I don't know, but... Rain sneered. Was it possible? They were so close to victory. Why was someone on the council? For their own ambitions, of course, she realized the counselors had been content to rule here while the temple was under construction, now that it was close to completion. Maybe someone wanted to step up. They had let Avaryss do all the heavy lifting. She found the keys, acquired the world, and built the weapon, and now they wanted to claim the prize. Treachery was the way of the Sith, and it was very effective. Avaryss had proved that against Survivor Squad. What happens if someone on the council was involved? She asked her master. We deal with them, the Dark Lord replied. Rain and Taya nodded. What else could they do? Avaryss sighed. Things are progressing quickly now, my friends, but we must still be cautious. We can't allow ourselves to be tripped up so close to the finish line. Rain's brow furrowed. If they had been betrayed, it would likely fall to her to deal with it. She was her master's apprentice after all. She also thought about the Stalkhouse raid. Why had her master not contacted her about it? Her battle meditation could have been useful. Of course, it would also have given Rain a chance to work directly with Rink's raiders, a source she had not managed to build any allies among yet. Did her master fear to let her start building relationships among Rink's people? It was possible. Rain shook her head. Plots and counterplots, schemes and deceptions. It was enough to make one's head hurt. For now, she had to go back to her quarters, read up on a certain dead college student. Her master would no doubt expect her to be off for MRSST before nightfall. She said as much, and her master dismissed her. Rain left the council chamber with a new sense of determination. Find the books her master needed. Bring them back here. Sounded easy enough. Then she would be able to do what she wanted. Timon. She smirked. She wanted to search for him, yes, but that was not all she wanted to do. Her body warmed. They had never gotten a chance to be intimate 3 years ago. They had both been too shy, too young, and he too dedicated to his Jedi teachings. Would that still be the case, she wondered. She hoped not. As she made her way down the hall towards her quarters, she looked up and out one of the palace windows. The galaxy spun on, as it always had. Yet, her thoughts were only for a young man. Timon. He would be 18 now, a man grown. Did he still think of her? Did he blame her for what happened? Would he forgive her? Would he join her? She sighed. So many questions. She was most eager to find the answers. Hang on, Tim, she thought. I'm coming. Chapter 8. Vokay. The planet was called Death. The town was called Eulogy. Terrifying names to most, but to Tim and Vokay, once known as Tim and Tag, Eulogy had become home. How funny is that, he thought to himself. If you had told him 3 years ago that he would become a pirate, he would have laughed. He was the son of 2 Republic heroes, 2 members of the legendary Survivor Squad. His father had died fighting in the Great Galactic War, and his mother was the famous scientist and Dr. Roxana Tag. Not that his parents would have recognized him now. Sometimes he barely recognized himself. At 18, he was big, over 2 meters in height. His reddish-brown hair had grown long, and he wore it in a braid down to the small of his back. His skin a dark pink, pink that would shift to red if angered. His neck had grown thick, and arms and chest had filled out with muscle. Towering over most of the people in Eulogy, some found his presence intimidating, and he had used that from time to time during raids. Here, though, at home, he did his best to appear non-threatening. To them he was a soft-spoken and peaceful being, a gentle giant, some of the girls as the cantina called him. Most of the people here had learned too much about fear, former slaves all, ripped from their homes and chained. He had no desire to add to their fears. A pair of Duro got out of his way as he stumbled out of the last breath. The only cantina in Eulogy, the celebrations were still going on inside. Their crew had just gotten back from another successful raid. The young half-blood coughed and shook his head, trying to clear it. Too much lum, he thought to himself, rubbing his jaw. That sucker punch had not helped either. He spat blood in a patch of scrub grass, having bit his tongue when he got hit. He shook his head again. He hadn't even sensed it coming. Almost 2 years as a Padawan, and he had been so lost in the moment that he missed a punch being thrown. Master Finn would not have been happy. Of course, Master Finn wasn't around anymore, was he? Timon balled his fists in impotent anger. Finn. Major Locke. Mom. He shivered. Mom. They were all gone. Despite everything, Timon Volke did try to remain true to what he had learned at his master's feet. Finn would have told him not to dwell on his losses, that he should stay in the here and now, but again, that advice seemed pointless. All that knowledge, and his master could not even save himself. He had vanished when Survivor Base had been destroyed. He, along with everyone else, well, almost everyone else, Rufatamek had survived, thanks to Timon. The young Padawan had pulled the black-furred Wookiee to safety when the tunnel had collapsed before them, and buried all the others. Buried Tim's mother. Some nights he could still see her face, the fear and dirt that had marked it, and then the horrible shaking, and her final scream, screaming his name. He shivered. Even now, the memory haunted him. He had not felt her die, but then, he had been barely able to feel anything at that moment. The Sith had detonated a low-grade atomic device, detonated it within Survivor Base. Had Colonel Capistan not ordered the blast doors to the underground tunnel sealed, well, no one would have survived. They would have all been consumed in a blast of atomic fire. After the blast and the collapse, what had happened next still followed and haunted the young man, the confusion, and with it, several days wandering in darkness. The explosion had collapsed the way out, the way leading to the escape ships that the survivors had readied for just such an emergency. Were those ships still there? He had wondered as he had stared into the darkness. What would happen if they had been destroyed too? He had no answer, and no other option. Find his way off this world was his only chance. Timon had not been sure if he would be able to find those ships, but he had to try. If everyone else was dead, he owed it to them to survive. Survive, and bring the betrayers to justice. It would have been easy to give into the darkness in that moment, to seek revenge. He was already lost in shadow, but again, his master's training stayed with him, kept his grounded. It was what he had needed to stay who he was, to deny the dark side purchase within him. He would not do it. He still thought of himself as a Jedi, and a Jedi is what he needed to be. He had had almost a day to think about that. It had taken that long for Rufo to regain consciousness, and be ready to move. From there, he and Tim had needed to backtrack. They found a secondary tunnel that had not collapsed. Both had hoped that it would lead around to where they needed to go, the hidden hangar 200 clicks from the main base. Tim had tried to call on the Force, to use it to find the way through, but that proved difficult. The destruction caused by the Sith had left it scarred, so much death, and so quickly, not to mention the slow, painful death of nature afterward, so much life felled by the radiation. No, the bomb above had left the young man all but blind in the Force. Fortunately, the Wookiee had not been so handicapped. Rufo took the lead, his sense of smell lending aid in their search. After the second day, they managed to find a cache of survival equipment, bottled water, and survival rations. That cache had been just what they needed to keep going. They had had no time to prepare when the attack had begun. Those supplies saved their lives. They spent another day resting and eating, gathering their strength. By then, the destruction above had subsided enough for Timon to sense where they needed to go. Between the Force and the Wookiee's sense of smell, they managed to find an exit to the surface, one outside the blast radius of the Sith weapon, far enough away from the worst of the radiation. They made their way up and out, only to find that they were not alone. The destruction that had been caused, the presence of the Sith ships in orbit had drawn the attention of a crew of raiders. The very same raiders that called death home. They had not known what to make of Timon and Rufo, but had been hesitant to attack a Sith of the old blood and a former Wookiee commando. The captain in charge, a Weequay, had offered to take them off-world, take them to a place where they could contact their allies, should any remain. Both Tim and Rufo had agreed. What choice did they have? They certainly couldn't remain on this world. Who knew if the Sith or the forces of the Eternal Throne left something behind to seek out survivors? No, it was better to get out while they still could. Tim had spent much of that journey in the company of the Weequay captain, a man named Tall Booze. Booze was not like other Weequay Tim had met. He was boisterous, flamboyant, and not afraid to enjoy himself. He had an easy manner joking with the crewers under his command. His presence even put Rufatamek at ease. Not an easy thing considering the problems that Wookiees had with pirates and slavers on their home world. He was not what the Jedi Padawan had expected. He was a mercenary, yes, and sought profit, but he was not a sadist, or a man who desired the suffering of innocents. He offered the two safe passage to their next mostly civilized stop, promising to discuss a means of paying for that passage later. They had spent 3 nights talking, over a lum, Tim telling him about Survivor Squad and what had happened. Booze had been a good listener. He offered his young passenger sympathy and a kind ear. It was just what the boy had needed at that time. Booze, what he said, what his crew said about him, intrigued Tim and Tag. He tried to hold onto his Jedi calm and distance, but the old rogue pierced it. He had been afraid, lost in those tunnels. Booze offered him the closest thing he had ever had to fatherly attention, outside of his grandfather, and Master Finn, of course. As for the rest of crew, they were not afraid of him, or distrustful of him because he was of the old blood. That feeling, that acceptance, it was nice. These creatures were not survivors, but they were no friends to the Sith or the Eternal Throne either. By the time they had reached their destination, Timon had made up his mind. The Survivor Squad was gone, his mother was gone. The Jedi Order was scattered and weak, and his Jedi Master was gone, possibly dead. He wanted to fight. He still wanted to make a difference. He chose to join Tall Booze's crew. That had greatly pleased the old pirate. A muscle-bound giant wielding a lightsaber is always welcome, my boy. Provided he is on your side, of course. Timon had spoken to Rufo before he made the choice. He expected the Wookiee to leave after they reached their destination. He was a Republic soldier after all. Surely, he had someone back in the Republic, back on Kashyyyk waiting for him. The Wookiee had surprised him. He wanted to stay too, to watch Timon's back. The boy had saved his life in the tunnels for Wookiee. That was no small thing. Rufo said he owed Tim. He swore a life debt to the young half-blood right then and there. Timon had no choice but to accept. So the 2 living survivors found themselves with a new life and a new purpose. They were now pirates. It had not taken Tim long to distinguish himself among his fellow rogues. His Jedi training and a few tricks he had picked up from his grandfather had come in very handy. After his first year, he had been among the boarding parties sent in to secure prizes. By his 3rd year, he was now commanding those raids, and so far, they had been all successful. The latest raid, his 23rd as commander, had left him feeling invincible, or maybe that was simply the lum. Anyway, he had joined the rest of his crew for a celebration at the last breath. Perhaps he had been a bit too sure of himself. That might explain why it had happened. He had been engaged in an arm wrestling match with Roth, one of Captain Tall Booze's Weequay heavies. They were about equal in size, and Roth had never been beaten, even after 10 drinks. He was on his 2nd when Timon challenged him. The Weequay had attempted to face the boy before, but Tim had always declined. He had nothing to prove to anyone, he had said. He fought at the captain's side, same as everyone else. The raid, it had been more than successful. They had caught a Red Eclipse vessel on its way back from Rylith and one of its purse worlds, bringing back a transport full of captured Twi'leks. Most of those slaves had been girls and young women. Booze and Tim both knew what fate awaited them if they reached an Air Shada. Best they not make it there, boy, the captain had said. Yes, sir, he had replied. And they had not. The Transitions had not known what hit them. Timon didn't feel bad about attacking slavers. He remembered the stories that Zay told him, being sold on an auction block when she was 8. He liked to think she would approve of what he was doing, making sure no one suffered her fate again. He liked to think she would be proud of him. They fell upon the slaver ship after his second stop, its hold already more than 3/4 full. The next 3 stops would see them trading bodies more than credits. Twi'leks were not above enslaving their own, not when they were from different clans. Which meant the slaver's vault was still full of money. Tim had led the raid. He slew 6 slavers, even their captain. He had freed the slaves and seized the money in the vault. The credits would be divided into shares among the men, their share and payment for the attack, the slaves. The slaves would be freed. Timon had been telling the tale of the raid to the Blue Suns, 2 identical twin Twi'lek girls that served as hostess of the cantina, when Roth had challenged him. Not wanting to look weak before the 2 attractive females, he had accepted. Timon had been on his 4th drink when the match had begun. The weakway had cackled when he nodded and sat down at the table. He had not been so amused when Tim forced his arm down flat on the table. "I won," Tim declared with a triumphant laugh. Roth hadn't liked that. He snarled a curse. The fist had come out of nowhere. One moment, Tim was laughing triumphantly. The next, he was laying dazed on the floor. "Ow," he said, staring up into the lights. "Doesn't matter," he thought. "I still won." The sons, La and Lu, had been at his side in seconds. Former slaves themselves, freed by booze, they appreciated what Tim and the crew did. Most new additions to the group didn't understand why Booze did that. Freeing all the slaves he found, they didn't understand. For Tall Booze, it was not about profit. It was about history. The captain had spent his first 20 years of life as a slave. He had been sold to the Hutts as an infant and raised to serve among their many weakway thugs. Having won his own freedom 20 years ago, he knew the value of freedom. He would not take it from another being. No, Captain Booze didn't keep slaves or sell them. The people they freed were given a choice upon landing at the port here on death. They could seek to barter passage back to their home worlds, or they could choose to stay and help grow the colony. Death, like so many other colony worlds, had found itself abandoned by the Republic. During the last 50 years of war, all contact with the Office of Colonial Affairs and the Senate had ceased. The world should have died out, its settlers fleeing and seeking opportunities on other worlds, those that could afford to do so anyway. Captain Booze, and those like him, has saved it from that fate. Close to one of the major hyperlanes that ran into Hutt space, Death was a perfect base for those seeking to raid smugglers and slavers trading with the Hutts. Materials valuable to a growing colony were seized from these smugglers, allowing the colony to stagger back to its feet, and with the captain freeing slaves every so many months, the colony didn't lack for labor. Farming was hard on Death, hard, but not impossible. The soil did allow for several different kinds of crops. The planet's southern region was a bit mountainous, with mid-grade mineral deposits, not enough to attract the mining guild, but tempting enough for the smaller companies. Most would ask why the Hutts allowed this, a pirate preying on ships meant for the cartel. The reason, because the captain was no fool. He shipped out some of the produce grown on Death, helping to feed several Hutt colonies, not to mention the occasional or shipment. As for the people of Death, those possessing skills beyond those of simple laborers could be hired by the cartel. Booze handled all contract negotiations for them, to make sure that they had not traded one form of slavery for another. In short, the captain kept things fair. He might not have held the title of senator or governor, but few on planet could doubt that he was in charge. The Hutts respected him, and as long as he only took a few shipments a month, they left him alone. It was a good practice all in all. The sun had finally set. It was less than an hour before midnight, yet the town of Eulogy was a flurry of activity. It could hot during the day, so most did their business at night and into the early morning. The cantina only closing for 5 hours during the hottest part of the day, for the proprietor to rest and clean up before starting the next shift. "Timon, my boy." He turned, not surprised to find Tall standing there, a Twi'lek dancing girl in each arm. The captain cackled. "Leaving the party so soon? The Blue Suns were asking after you. Something about giving you a private dance in their quarters." Tim blushed. He knew what that meant. A year and a half ago, He had spent the night with La, his first time with a woman. The Twi'lek was 3 years his senior and had taught him many things that night. He had thought it might be the beginning of something more, but 2 nights later the twins had switched on him, and he spent the night with Lu without realizing it. They had shared him without letting him know. He had been afraid that La would be angry with him, but she quickly dismissed that when he told her about it the next day. If anything, she said that the 3 of them could have fun. It would not be the first time for either of them. Timon had not known what to make of that. That is when he realized the 2, though beautiful, were more in it for the fun than anything else. Eulogy was their home, and they loved the free atmosphere of the place. It was like the sign over the town entrance said, "Eulogy, let your past die." The sons lived by that motto. Timon was not quite so ready to let go. Not yet. He thought about the sons, all the things they had showed him on their individual night together. What would it be like to have them both? He dismissed that thought. Some things were best left to fantasy. Tempting, he told his commander, "Alas, I have business outside of town. I would like to see it dealt with before sunup." A loud Wookiee owl from within the cantina drew his attention. Rufo came out, along with 2 more of Booze's crew. Rufo barked at the young half-blood. Timon, having mastered his speech by now, smiled. "I need to take care of some things, pal. Don't let me leave and spoil your fun." Rufo woofed, but did turn and go back inside. The 2 Weequay that followed him out did not. They had their own opinions of Tim's business. They cackled. "He is going to see his little mechanic, Captain," the first crowed. "Our war leader needs a tune-up and a lube job," the second added. Tim flashed them a wicked smile. "Another comment like that," he called out, "and I will have you 2 scrubbing out freshers aboard ship. Don't think I won't." The crewers cackled and fell back into the cantina, leaving Tim alone with his captain and his friends. Booze chuckled. "Have fun, lad," he said. "Don't do anything that I wouldn't do." The half-blood chuckled. Given Booze's appetites, that was quite a long list. Tim was tempted to say as much, but the captain was gone, leading the girls back into the last breath. With a sigh, Tim and Voke turned away and made his way down Main Street. His destination was just outside of town, not far from where their ships were docked. He rolled his eyes. Tune-up and a lube job, he thought. Right? The moon was full and bright as he made his way across the grassy plains. It was a hot evening, tonight, the summer now in full swing on death. He had needed to return to his small apartment, lose his cloak and jacket. Dressed in simple blue pants and a black leather vest, the heat felt good against his skin. His people had been born to heat, or so his grandfather had told him. Corbin had been a warm world. He could see lights in the distance. The landing pad and their ships were brightly lit, repair crews working the night shift, making sure that they would be ready to go out again when the captain needed them. To the left of pad sat a large hangar, surrounded by an old metal fence. Timon made for the entrance. He could hear music coming from inside, some singer belting out some song in Huttese. He stepped through the gate, the sign above saying a single word: repairs. Just inside the fence was a mass of machines, swoop bikes, speeders, and even a few old APP patrol platforms. You could say what you wanted about this place, but one thing you could not say was that business was slow. Machines were always breaking down here, and Switch had done her best to keep them running. He made his way around to the office, his heart starting to beat a little faster. He had hoped that she would have been at the last breath. She usually took lunch there around an hour before the midnight. He had been a little disappointed she had not been there. He didn't have the key to enter, but he didn't need it. He used force to trigger the lock, and the door hissed open, admitting him. The music was louder in here, and he could hear the sound of welding and see the white flash coming from inside the hangar. He entered into a world of clanging and the hiss of steam. A small tramp freighter was hoisted up in the center of the hangar. Tim could just see the glow of a cutting torch near the starboard engine. "Good evening," he called out. "We're closed right now," a high-pitched voice answered. "I'm buried with work. If you need something, leave a message at the desk." Tim smiled. Not necessary, he shouted back. I'm not a customer. The torch shut down, hot metal popped in the now quiet air. Tim, the mechanic called out. Hey there, Switch. How's business? A pulley system near the ship groaned, lowering the mechanic down from where she was working. Timon smiled. And there she was. He didn't know her full name. No one in Eulogy did. Her first name was Juno, he knew that much, and she had been born on Karulag, the daughter of a naval mechanic and a Republic lieutenant. Her mother had been killed during the war, her ship destroyed, and her father had shipped out on a tramp freighter a month or two later. Juno, barely 13, had been left alone. That had been 6 years ago. She had not told him what happened next, but she had ended up being captured by slavers a year ago. She had been on a ship on her way to Hutta to be sold at the slave markets there. Captain Booze had attacked that ship, and Timon had led the team that freed the prisoners. That was how they had first met. She smiled at him, a smile that made his skin darken to red. She was a pretty girl, 19 years old, with tan skin and short blonde hair. Her face was heart-shaped, with almond-shaped blue eyes, and a sly pretty mouth. She was also hanging upside down. You're back early. He snorted with amusement. Not really, if anything you are working late. She pursed her lips. What time is it? Almost midnight. Kark, she said under her breath. She hit a switch on her belt, flipping her right side up, and lowering her to the ground. She struggled with the harness straps. He offered to help her out of them, but she shook her head no. It was rare that she let anyone do anything for her. Hell, she had barely spoken 50 words to him that first months they had known each other. Fortunately, he had worn her down. She had not been very trusting, not that he blamed her, given her history. Most of the time, when working, she just followed the captain around and nodded when he asked her to work on the ship or that one. She shook her head. We had a date tonight, didn't we? He shrugged. You were supposed to meet me at the last breath. Yeah, she said, shaking her head. Sorry about that. Stavis came in just after 9, asked me to look at the heating coils on his engines. They almost blew apart on his last run. Tim looked up at the ship. The Rhodian pilot was known for running this thing too hard. Everyone in Eulogy knew it. And Juno always had to fix it. She had taken over this repair bay a year ago from Old Yi, the Grand who had first set it up 10 years ago. Or so Booze had said. In the last year, though, things had improved far beyond anyone's expectation. Juno was one of the most skilled mechanics Tim had ever seen. She could switch out a shield generator or a hyperdrive motivator in 2 hours or less. Hence her nickname, Switch. How did it go? She said, wiping her hands on a rag. The raid. No casualties on our side. We managed to eye on the carrier before it could get its shields up, and our fighters made short work of the Red Eclipse flyers. Tim shook his head. Not sure where the lizards find such pilots. They would be better off working with droids. Be grateful they don't, Switch said, looking around on the ground, opening up several toolboxes she had scattered around. It is better for everyone if you all come back alive. He grinned. Does that mean you would miss me? I didn't say that, she replied. His smile faltered, until he saw her mouth twist into a slight grin. Teasing me, he realized. He still had not got used to that. She cursed under her breath again. Do you see what I did with my water bottle? It's on your belt, he said, motioning. She looked down, seeing it. Oh, she said, pulling it out and taking a long drink. Tim again had to fight the urge to laugh. Great mechanic, he thought, not so good on anything that could not be fixed with a spanner. I am sorry about tonight, she said, running her hand through her hair. Got caught up in work again. He shrugged. He didn't mind. If she didn't act this way, she wouldn't be Switch. And he would not be so interested. His time on Survivor Base had taught him much about the galaxy and what he had missed living in isolation, first with his grandfather, and then again when he began his Jedi training. He still thought about those days, the ones before Avaryss' betrayal. He still thought about Zay. He frowned thinking about the young serving girl, turned Sith apprentice. They had both been novices when it came to matters of the heart. Had she known what was going to happen that night? He asked himself that question many times since. Yet, he never came up with a satisfactory answer. He had not wanted to. What might have happened between him and Zay given time? What could have been? It wasn't until Switch had come to death that he started to look beyond those questions. The thought almost made him smile. Was this what moving on felt like? He had cared about Zay, still missed her sometimes, but Switch, she was here now. He was grateful for that. I really have to stop taking these walking jobs, she exclaimed, unzipping her coveralls and pulling them down to her waist. She wore a small black midriff tank top underneath. Without even thinking, she dumped the content of the water bottle over her head and shoulders, drenching her tan skin. "Damn this heat," she complained. Tim didn't answer. He blinked. He. Oh my. A life of mechanic work had given the young woman a hard-toned body. Her arms were muscular, and her stomach muscles were just barely visible when she leaned over. The water ran suggestively down her belly while the shirt clung to her in the most delicious of ways. Tim's body warmed. He couldn't help it. He liked what he saw. Seeing her like that, all thought of the blue suns and what they could do to him faded. There was nothing else in that moment, only her. "Can we try again tomorrow evening?" she asked. "I won't forget. I totally promise. I will." "Whoa. Hey." Tim came up behind her silently. He grabbed her and pushed her up against one of the storage cabinets. They stood facing each other, or rather, him looking down into her eyes. Blue and yellow orbs draw together, while the two of them breathed faster. What are you doing?" she asked. "I think you can guess," he said in a husky voice. His hands drifted down her body, lifting her up by the hips, pulling her up eye level with him. He kissed her cheek, and then began to work down her neck. Oh, damn. He chuckled. "You doing okay?" He chuckled. "Fine," she said, fighting the urge to moan as he licked her throat. Tim." "Yes, dear," he purred. Forsake me. I don't think this is such a good idea." "Why not?" he asked, still enjoying the way she shuddered with pleasure at his touch, feeling the heat build in her through the force. "I'm dirty, stinky, and, oh, sweet, blessed, I'm covered in grease." She managed a nervous laugh. "Not very romantic, is it?" He gestured behind them, towards her office, and the small living quarters she had there. The hiss of water could be heard clearly. Such a simple thing it was to use the force to turn on her shower. She looked into his eyes. He could feel her starting to surrender, getting lost in the feeling, the sensation. "Let me wash you," he murmured. He could feel her heart pounding through her shirt. She raised one leg, and then the other, letting him pull off her boots. I don't." He kissed her full on the lips. He could taste sweetness. The water she drank were usually favored, and she could taste the lum on him, not an unpleasant taste, he believed. When the kiss broke, that was all it took. It was like flicking a switch, or turning one on. She wrapped her legs around his waist. Her arms wrapped around his neck as he kissed her fiercely. She no longer resisted. She let him carry her into her quarters, first the shower, and soon after the bed. "Oh, I need this," she panted. I need you. I missed you." He didn't reply. Words weren't needed tonight. She had promised that she would meet him at the last breath tonight. She had said she would come. He could not do anything about the former, but the latter was now a sure bet. Tim and Vokay laughed at the thought, enjoying what was happening, the smell and taste of her, even as she lost herself in him. Tim and Tag would never have been brave enough to do this, not without having met Zay first. She had given him the courage he needed. The past still haunted, but he knew a way to forget, for a short while, at least. Switch would make things better. She always did. She cried out with pleasure as he touched her just so. Tune-up and a loop job. Indeed. Chapter 9. The Jedi. We're too late. A growl escaped Shia Reveal's lips. Even from this far away, cramped inside the cockpit of a starfighter, she could see that this was true. Her squadrons had just launched from the Resolute, the only alliance ship and task group in this sector. The Eternal Throne's attention was being drawn more and more to the core and the center of the Sith Empire, leaving isolated worlds like this one to fend for themselves. Good for us, the Jedi Master thought. Every system and sector that Arcann ignored was a place where the Alliance could expand and grow. Soon, they would have the ships and resources to strike at the heart of the Eternal Empire. Soon, they would be able to take the fight directly to the invaders. First, however, they needed to prove themselves to their potential allies. Responding to a call for help, the best way to do that. Sadly, this time, their help had come too late. The Force was awash with pain and fear. Yes, she thought sullenly. They had arrived too late. In the distance, the world of Stalkhouse was growing, a tan and black marble against the blackness of space. You could just make out one of the orb processors in orbit. From its tilt, it was clear that the stabilizers were offline. Emergency crews would need to be dispatched immediately, provided there was anyone left alive to need them. Lead, this is 2. Shira opened her comms. This is Lead. We got drive trails, boss. Looks like the party is over. She nodded. Yeah, she could see that too. 8 or 9 ships had broken orbit and were on an escape vector. The Resolute and her task force were out of position to intercept them. They would be in hyperspace before the Alliance ships could engage. Wolf Lead, this is Polearm Lead. I'm here, Polearm Lead, she answered. Talk to me, Otho. We still got an enemy in orbit. Galleon-class carrier by the look, and we got active starfighters as well, harassing the processor. Are we clear to engage? Another growl escaped Shira's lips. She reached out with the Force. She touched the enemy ship. Before she ordered the attack, she needed to make sure that there were no innocent people on board. If this was a slaver raid, she wanted to make sure not to kill the people who had been taken aboard that ship, if any. The force around the ship radiated with greed and aggression. She could sense rage and a sense of black confidence. Harkay's raiders, this lot. They were either very tough or very foolish. Maybe they thought they had time, with the Resolute hanging back. Shira's eyes narrowed. She sensed no innocent beings aboard that ship, only its crew. Good. They were clear to engage. Are we holding back, or do we engage? Wolf Lead. They should let it go, she thought. There were wounded people down on Stalkhouse that needed their help, but... Her eyes narrowed. If they think they can stand up to an Alliance task group, why shouldn't we oblige them? Polearms, Wolves, accelerate to attack speeds. Copy, Lead, 2 called out. Let's get him. Ahoo! Shira rolled her eyes. The howl had come from every member of her squadron. She had made a mistake 5 missions ago, of howling in victory after they had disabled a Terminus-class destroyer that had been preying on the Corellian trade spine. Her fellows had heard it, and now had picked it up. When she had joined this group a year and a half ago, they had been known as Blue Squadron now, thanks to her. Shira gave a toothy grin. It had taken years, but she had finally found her pack. Wolf Squadron had been born. That galleon is still in orbit, Wolf Leader, Polearm Lead reminded her. You want me in, and the kids to give her some heartburn, or do we leave her for the Resolute? Resolute is protecting the medical ships, Otho. If your bombers want to crack at that ship, we will get you there. Copy that. You heard the Jedi. Boys and girls, time to introduce ourselves. The 2 fighter squadrons advanced. 3 squadrons of enemy fighters boiled up from Stalkhouse's orbit, uglies all. Shira's large paws tightened in the stick of her ship. Uglies were standard vessels for pirate gangs, ships cobbled together from parts of many different ships. She was surprised that they would be so quick to challenge Republic fighters in a light fight. Resolute, Shira said, hailing their base ship. What is the status on the rest of those raiders? They moving to engage. Negative, Wolf Leader. The comm officer on the Resolute responded. They are not slowing and remain on their exit vector. Leaving their friends behind, Shira thought with a snort. Not surprising. There they go, Wolf 2 said. And so they were. One by one, The other raider vessels were vanishing into hyperspace, their shapes elongating slightly as they made the dimensional shift, and then gone. "Yeah, you better run." A series of laughs came over the comms. Shira herself chuckled. "Don't worry, Phyllis," she said. "We still got active targets in system." "Not for much longer," Lead, Wolf 6 responded. The Jedi nodded. "Yes, not for much longer." The Wolves and Polearms continued to advance. Polearm fell back to prepare for their attack run on the capital ship. The Wolves formed up in front, ready to meet the fighter wave coming in. "Hook and Lance on 3, Shira called out, Polearms at the ready." As ordered, Lead, Otho responded. 11 other acknowledgments filled the comms. Shira growled low. "Here we go. Shift power to front deflector screens," 2 ordered. Shira acknowledged. This might be her squadron now, but Sham Dixon and Wolf 2 had led them for almost 2 years before her joining. The Corellian had survived more than 100 light fights, and he had seen dozens of engagements against both the Sith and Eternal Throne. She was more than happy to let him pick up the slack when her orders missed out on something. "Here we go, Wolves," she called out. "This is it." Laser fire flashed from the galleon. Red bolts from anti-fighter turrets, opening up as the Alliance ships drew closer. Shira brought up her targeting computer. She let the reticle settle on one of the advancing uglies. The computer chirped as it attempted target lock. When the chirping turned into a solid tone, she squeezed the trigger. 12 missiles launched from the Wolves as the enemy tried to go evasive. They were not entirely successful. Flashes of light marked the end of at least 9 of the incoming pirates. The remaining ships opened up with their own lasers, and some even launched a missile or 2 of their own. The Wolves fired their own lasers, killing any missiles before they could reach their targets, and then they were through. The enemy fighters passed by, and would soon be turning around to try and engage the Alliance forces from behind. Shira didn't worry. A second wave of fighters had launched from Resolute. The newbies would engage the remaining uglies. Shira and her people had larger prey. The galleon carrier continued to grow in her viewport. Laser fire intensified. The computer beeped a warning. Shields were taking a beating, but still the Wolves moved closer. Almost there, the Jedi thought. Just a little closer. Her ship shuddered. Her shields were draining, maybe about 10 seconds from collapse. Plenty of time. The Jedi bared her fangs. Should have run when you had the chance, she thought. Too late now. Hook and Lance, she ordered on 1, 2, mark. She pulled back on the stick. Shira's starfighter broke left, her squad mates following suit. Sham's broke right, and away. The galleon's guns tracked them, trying to get a kill. The polearms, following so close behind them, were clear. No cannons targeted them. Fire. Otho's bombers opened up, launching a spray of concussion missiles, launching and diving beneath the galleon. The now doomed galleon. The missiles caught amidship. The shields held for a few moments, dissipating the energy of some of the missiles, some, but not all. The remaining explosives made it through, detonating against the galleon's hull, vaporizing armor and deck plates. Shira's ship bucked as the explosion behind her tore the enemy carrier apart. The cannon fire behind them ceased as the shockwave from the explosion buffeted the fleeing starfighters. Shira triggered her comm again. "Otho, I'm still here, Wolf leader," the bomber jock called back, satisfaction in his voice. "Scratch 1 galleon." Shira resisted the urge to howl in victory. They were not done yet. "Wolves, sound off," she ordered. One by one, they did. Phyllis and Wolf 6 had lost her stabilizer, but she was still okay. 5 was defending her, just in case they needed to go back into the light fight. No casualties, she thought, with a nod. A good day. Wolves, polearms, take up defensive positions, engage only if you are attacked. We got stranded pirate flyers still in the system. Let's see if we can get some of these uglies to surrender. That would be best, she knew. Maybe we can find out who they were, and who they were working for. This could have just been another pirate raid, but something seemed off about it. A disturbance in the force, she could not quite explain it. Regardless, they had done good work. Too much of the outer and mid-rim had fallen into chaos. The Alliance was trying to change that. As they grew, they expanded. In a few months, they would clean up this sector. Removing pirate bands, like this one, was part of that. About the remaining pirates, you don't have to worry about that, Wolf lead. She blinked. Why is that, Sham? Wolf 2 responded. He sounded subdued. All enemy fighters are gone. Gone. Did the newbies take them all out? Negative, they exploded when their carrier went. Shira blinked. Exploded. How? She looked over the now pacified battlefield. Only Alliance ships were active. Anyone see what happened? She called out. Wolf lead. This is lead of Dagger Squadron. Go ahead, Dagger leader. The fighters all exploded when their carrier went down. Maybe a self-destruct, a dead man signal if the carrier was destroyed. The carrier goes boom, and when the signal stops, the fighters blow up too. Shira shook her head. Why though? Why? Who in their right mind would jump into a ship knowing you had a bomb on board? Maybe they thought death before dishonor. Sham, Otto offered. Doesn't sound like typical pirate behavior to me, old man. Shira nodded. She had to agree. She doubted if the pirate flyers knew about the self-destruct thing. It didn't sound like something a smart captain would tell his pilots, not if he wanted to keep them. Her comm crackled. This is Stockhouse Control to unidentified ships. Repeat, this is Stockhouse Control, please identify. Stockhouse Control, this is Shireville of the Alliance and the Jedi Order. We picked up the distress signal from your freighter that got away before the attack. We're here to offer aid and medical supplies. Thank the Force, the man replied. Shira nodded grimly. They had been late, true, but at least they had made it. She contacted the Resolute. It was now safe for the medical ships to begin their approach. Wolf Squadron, this is Dr. Court Antilles of the Galactic Medical Corps. Any chance of getting an escort down to the surface? Shira could not hide her grin. Copy, Doctor. Form up on our wings, and we will see you safely down. Confirmed, Shy, her lover responded. She could almost see that goofy smile he had when he was pleased. See you, the planet side. Indeed, she answered. See you soon. The polearms peeled off. Heading back to Resolute, they passed by the GMC shuttles that quickly formed up behind their wolf escort. Shira watched as the planet grew to fill her cockpit. She had chosen to join up with the Alliance because she wanted to make a difference. This is how it starts. She knew we can bring the galaxy back. One system at a time. It is not as bad as it could have been, Shira. The Jedi nodded as she followed along with Roxana Tagg and Nam Tabbins, the foreman for the Stockhouse Mining Corporation. A short, stocky man who seemed more comfortable in mining overalls than the rumpled business suit he now wore. I'm not entirely sure if I can agree with you, Doctor, he said. We lost all hands when the processor was disabled, 500 good men and women. On top of that, the pirates took out entire stockpile, a year's worth of work. Vladium, cameras, all of it. The man shook his head. You may have saved lives today, but I fear our colony is doomed. I'm not sure how we can recover from this. Shira frowned. She wished that she could offer him some comfort. Say that the Force would show them the way, but those would be empty platitudes at this point. She would rather offer something more substantial. The Alliance needs allies in the sector, Mr. Tabbins. I will speak with the commander myself. We will see what we can do about getting your operations back up and running. She sighed. On a personal note, I am sorry for your losses. If we had gotten here sooner. If you hadn't gotten here, there would have been no one left, he replied. We will mourn and bury our dead, but at least we are here to mourn and bury them. The man bowed slightly. The Alliance has my thanks in this, at least. The man hurried off. He was needed elsewhere, he said. Shira shook her head. The damage she was seeing was horrible. Several of the colony buildings were still burning. The others were just blackened husks. The attack had come mid-shift, otherwise the casualties would have been much higher. The pirates had begun with a bombardment from space, destroying the living quarters and mining office. The only reason Nebben survived was because he had been down in the mines at the time. His staff and many of the miners' families had not been so lucky. Shira shivered, the deaths and pain echoed out through the force. So much pain. So much death. After the bombardment, the raiders had come down. They looted every mining container they found, and all the while, sent men in to kill any survivors the bombing had missed. Ruthless and brutal. There had been few left on the surface that had been spared. The rest of the miners, down below, had barricaded themselves inside. The pirates had not attempted to dig them out, so concerned were they with their thievery. Shira shook her head. She had seen many horrible things in the last few years, but this. The wanton destruction of it. Horrifying. It never gets easy. Shira nodded, looking over at Roxana Tag. Yes, the doctor would know. She had seen much during the First Galactic War. Then, with the destruction of Survivor Squad. The woman shifted where she stood, leaning heavily on her cane. Was she thinking about her son? Shira wondered. She would not be surprised. Timon Tag had been a good Padawan. He would have been a good Jedi. The cave-in that took his life had left his mother gravely wounded. Roxy's left arm and leg had been crushed in the collapse. Shira had managed to dig her out and get her to safety, but her left arm had been amputated, now replaced with a mechanical one. Her leg was salvaged, but she would need to wear a brace and walk with the cane for the rest of her life. Suffice to say, Roxy's commando days were done, but that didn't mean she could not help. She was still an amazing doctor and biochemist. She had joined Shira's lover Court Antilles in the Galactic Medical Corps, but had returned to service when the Alliance had formed. She was one of the top medical minds in the Alliance now. It was the least she could do to keep up the fight, to honor the fallen survivors, to honor the memory of her son. The two women stood silently for a time, watching Alliance crews working to save what was left of the colony. They could? All this destruction, and just to steal a few cargo containers. Roxy shook her head. So much for the Order of the Eternal Throne. Shira nodded. Despite their promise to keep the peace, Arcann and his people were more concerned with covering their own worlds and collecting tribute. Both the Republic and the Sith Empire were under their thumb, but that didn't mean that the new galactic overlords cared much for their citizens. That was why the Alliance was growing so quickly, and their leader. Shira nodded. The hero of Tython had returned. The man who had destroyed the Sith Emperor was leading them now. The days of the Eternal Throne would soon be coming to an end. Shira's comlink bust. Yes, she said, pulling it to her lips. Shy. It's Court. We need you down in medical now. Her eyes narrowed. Problem. We found a survivor of the attack. You are going to want to hear this. Colonel Locke wants you down here now. A growl escaped Shira's lips. I'm on my way. You cannot do this, Colonel. Shira heard Court's voice as they entered the medical tent. Through the force she could feel his anger, which was surprising. He was probably one of the most even-tempered men she had ever met, which was likely why she had been attracted to him in the first place. He was kind, compassionate, and had a soothing presence when she most needed it. That was not the case now. I understand, Doctor, Colonel Locke responded. The aged sniper and military commander of this mission frowned. This man is the only one who knows what really happened here. I need to hear what he knows. We need to hear what he knows. He is in a bad way, Colonel, Court continued. What you are hearing is likely just pained ravings. He was raving when we found him. The Colonel's eyes narrowed. Is he going to die? Yes, Court admitted, shaking his head. I've done all I can, but the damage is too severe. All I can do is make him comfortable now, make his last moments as peaceful as possible. If he is dying, then we need to know what he knows now. Shira will get what we need. What is going on? Shira called out as she entered. Court. Colonel Locke. Both turned to her. Shy, thank the Force, her lover exclaimed. Talk some sense into this woman, please. I have need of you, Shira, Locke said without preamble. Please come with me. The colonel led their group into the heart of the medical tent, past 24 empty cots. Shira shook her head. Those in the mines had been relatively safe during the attack. Those on the surface had been killed to the last soul. Or so it seemed. The screaming in the back suggested otherwise. Shira winced. The force was rippling with anguish and fear. The miner was young, maybe 20, perhaps younger. His skin was blackened in places, his cries panicked gibberish. The droids were trying to restrain him, but he kicked and fought mightily. Fought a losing battle. Court rushed to him, running a medical scanner over him. He reared on the colonel. Let me give him something, damn you. You would not want to die like this. Before Locke could respond, Shira stepped forward. She went to the man's side, seized him by one of his thrashing arms. He glared at her, his struggles continued, until she reached out with the force. The man gasped hee. He stopped struggling, he looked at her with pained eyes. A single tear ran down his face. Help me, he said in a strangled voice. Shira winced, but managed a weak smile. His pain, so intense, she was using the force to share it, but it was so bad. She didn't shirk her duty. She was a Jedi. She would recover. This poor soul would not. Help me, he whimpered. We are doing what we can for you, she promised. The man swallowed hard. She could sense his fear. Am I going to die? Yes, she said sadly. His fear spiked. I'm scared. She reached out and touched his face. She could sense it in that moment, everything the man was, or hoped to be. There had been a girl here too. She had worked on the ore processor in orbit. Despite his pain, he still worried for her, prayed for her survival. They had had hopes, such plans. Plans that were now over. The young man shuddered. Shira did her best to lessen his fear. She held him in the force, her touch soothing, projecting calming thoughts. She would not let this poor boy die in agony. There is nothing to fear. Your body is just crude matter. The force is calling you back to it. It will take you into its arms, and you will be safe. He whimpered. Will it hurt? No, she promised. The transition is the end to pain. He took a shuddering breath. He nodded. Will you stay with me? Until. She nodded. He winced and lay back. She finally got a good look at him. Horrible, she thought. Horrible. He was burned over most his body, but the worst was his shoulder. It was cleaved in two, a deep cut that went down into his right lung. Her brown eyes narrowed. The wound was partially cauterized. A lightsaber cut. What happened? She asked. Who did this? The man shuddered. It was big. It fell upon us like a storm. Tears ran down his cheeks freely now. She picked up Dari, tore into her throat with her teeth, drank her blood while we watched. Shira blinked. What was it? The man shook his head. Don't know. One moment, it looked like a woman. Then, it was a monster, broad-shouldered, pale, with wings like a hawkbat. Shira suppressed a gasp. A monster. Wings like a hawkbat. What did it look like? She asked. What did she look like? A woman, red eyes. Slick back red hair, cut short. Shira asked. The man nodded, wincing in pain. Red hair. Red blade. Red hair. Red, R-E-E-E-D. He cried out. Shira held tighter to the man's hand. I'm here, she promised. You are not alone. He gasped, looking into her eyes. He took a weak breath. He was no longer seeing her. He was looking past her, looking beyond the mortal world. A hint of a smile came to his lips. His eyes filled with awe. Shira smiled. It is calling, she said. Your friends are waiting. She whimpered, tears in her own eyes. Go to them. The man giggled. The boy could see his girl, the one who had been on the ore processor. She was calling to him, waiting for him. Thank you, he murmured, his strength failing. She held his hand, held it until the end. Shira felt it as he slipped away, as the force claimed him. His grip loosened, his chest let out one last rattle, and then fell still. The young man was gone. Shira gently laid his hand on his chest. "Goodbye," she murmured. "Until we meet again." She shook her head, releasing the last of the man's pain. It was uncomfortable, but she had bore that pain without fear. She was a Jedi. She had done her duty. Court, Roxy, and Colonel Locke said nothing. They waited for her to recover. She was grateful for that. Court came to her side. He put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Thank you, Ashai. Thank you for helping him." She nodded. The last echoes of Boy's pain were still a part of her. She took a deep breath and let it out, blowing out the pain with it. "Did you get it?" Shira and Court looked up at Colonel Locke, that cold, determined gaze. "Did you see? Is the person who attacked this colony who I think it is?" Court glared at her. "Give her a moment for pity's sake. Can't you see?" "I'm fine, Court," Shira said, stopping an argument before it could take shape. She didn't blame him, or the colonel for that matter. Galadriel Locke was among the last of Survivor Squad. She had seen her home, and friends destroyed. She had also lost a part of herself. That part had died with Chris Capistan. The man had not just been her leader, he had been her life mate, her soulmate. Shira understood why she had turned so cold these last few years. "I saw it," she told the old sniper. "I saw her. I was not around her much at Survivor Base, but I remember it was her." Locke nodded. The name of the murderer went unsaid, but they both knew it. A woman who was also a monster, red of hair and red of blade. Abominus. Shira's eyes narrowed dangerously. Abominus was a bound creature. It could not turn against its master. If the thing was here, then they knew who gave the order. They knew who destroyed this colony. "We need to return to the Resolute," Locke said. "Command needs to be told. You are certain that Avaryss was behind this raid?" Locke nodded as she paced before the hologram. They were in her quarters back on the Resolute. Shira stood behind her, just inside the hollow field. The holo of Lana Beniko stood before them. The blonde-haired former head of Sith intelligence, now the right hand to the commander of the Alliance and the hero of Tython. Their best hope to save the galaxy. "We are certain of it, Miss Beniko," Locke responded. "We have a witness. His description of the one leading the attack matches Abominus." She turned and gave their distant leader a cold look. This was no mere pirate raid. These attackers were working for Darth Avaryss. Locke spoke the treacherous Dark Lord's name like a curse, and had since her betrayal years ago. Shira didn't blame her. So many friends had died at the witch's hands. Perhaps the time had come for her to face justice. "Such a move is unusual for Avaryss," Beniko said. "She has remained silent for almost 3 years now. Her interests focused only on her captured world." "Well, she is moving now," Locke said, "probably trying to take advantage of her moves against the Eternal Throne." "She and many other warlords, Colonel," the Sith replied. "I can sense your desire, even from here. What is it you would like to do?" "We need to offer up a strong response," Locke answered. "The Alliance, if it intends to prove itself to the people, needs to respond. Since our declaration against Arcann, nearly 24 warlords have sprung up, taking advantage of Arcann's distraction. Sith and former Republic military people are trying to carve up a section of the galaxy for themselves. We have reached out to several of the warlords," Beniko reminded them. "I'm in the process of trying to convince them to join us. Their forces will be invaluable in the fight against Arcann." Shira had heard that. The former Republic soldiers would likely agree. The only reason they turned warlord was because the Senate and the Jedi had proven so ineffectual against Arcann and his sister. The Sith warlords, though. Master Jazz had once believed that Avaryss could be trusted, or at least trusted to act in her self-interest, interests that Survivor Squad had shared. He had learned the error of that way of thinking. They all had. A show of strength might help convince them. Locke continued. If we targeted one of the warlords and destroyed them utterly, it would prove to the others that the Alliance is to be both respected and feared. The others would sign up to prevent their destruction, if nothing else. Locke stood at attention as she often did when making a request of a superior. I think we should put Avaryss' name at the top of that list. What she did on Stalkhouse is proof of the threat she represents. Locke smiled, a cold and dangerous smile. The time has come to kill Darth Avaryss. Lana Beniko said nothing. The Sith merely stood silently, lost in thought. When she answered, her voice was subdued. Such an elimination might be useful, Colonel, but the Alliance cannot spare the forces to commit to such a campaign at this time. Locke blinked. Beniko, this woman is dangerous. You know that. I'm aware of how dangerous Counselor Avaryss is. I have not forgotten how she tried to have me killed and had her changeling ally replace me. Beniko's eyes narrowed. Your logic is sound, Colonel, but the Alliance would lose more than it would gain taking up a campaign against Avaryss right now. She controls Bantoon and is safe behind their minefield and her fleet of ships. We would lose many ships and troops if we tried to storm Bantoon. Ships needed to widen our campaign against the Eternal Throne. There is another consideration as well, Shira added. Avaryss is well connected throughout the galaxy now. She pays her tribute to Arcann, same as other planetary leaders, but she has also offered aid and material to the other warlords. Some have come to depend on her and Bantoon for support. Shira shook her head. If we attack Avaryss openly, some of those warlords might join with Avaryss in order to keep her support. In seeking to kill one warlord, we could unify them into a coalition, one that would oppose the Alliance and might even openly support Arcann in our destruction. Lana Beniko nodded. Well said, Master Shira. It seems that I'm not the only one watching Avaryss and her people. Shira Veal growled. The witch and I have a long history. One day that history is going to end, for one of us. Locke looked back and forth between the two force wielders. Shira could sense both anger and a sense of betrayal. She didn't blame Locke. She would have felt betrayed too. The Resolute will continue on its patrol route, for now, she ordered. I would ask you both to keep me apprised of the Avaryss situation, should she choose to move against another world. It will be done, Miss Beniko, Shira promised. Colonel Locke nodded, her anger silenced in her voice. Lana looked at her. You will have your satisfaction against Avaryss, Colonel, but for now, we need to focus on freeing the galaxy from Arcann's grip. Once the Eternal Throne has been dealt with, then we can turn our attention to warlords like Avaryss. She stood at attention, signaling the end of the transmission. We will speak again in 12 hours, Beniko out. The hologram vanished. For a moment, the two women stood in silence. Locke turned away, staring out the viewport. In the distant Stalkhouse came into view, both the planet and the destroyed ore processor. The processor that Avaryss people had turned into a tomb. I thought you had my back on the Shira, she said, hurt clear in her voice. I do, she answered. Then why did you support Beniko? You know Avaryss. We both know her. If she risked moving like this, it is probably because she is finally ready to move, and that could be bad for the entire galaxy. Shira nodded. The Colonel was not wrong. Shira had spent the last few years searching for any clues to what Darth Avaryss was up to. She still had the keys of Hikidus. As far as the Jedi knew, the fact that she hadn't used them yet had put many of the Dark Lord's enemies at ease. They thought she wouldn't use them. Or couldn't use them yet, Shira thought. Avaryss was both patient and cunning. Maybe she could not use the weapon yet. For some reason, maybe she had needed time to prepare. Time that they had given her by doing nothing about the conquest of Bantoon. Perhaps that had been a mistake. Perhaps the entire galaxy was about to suffer for that. Beniko is not wrong to stay focused on Arcann. The commander is not wrong to stay focused on him. But that doesn't mean we can't do something on our own against Avaryss. Locke looked up at her, her eyes questioning. What do you mean? We joined the Alliance. We have our duty, but the Alliance is basically a militia group. That gives us some leeway in how we obey our orders. Shira smiled. We can't go ourselves. Our patrol route is nowhere near close to Bantoon, but that doesn't mean we can't talk to Alliance people who could, or reach out to old friends who might have an interest in seeing Avaryss fall. Locke nodded. We would need to proceed cautiously, she agreed. There is another consideration as well, Shira reminded her. Avaryss' conquest of Bantoon was not mere aggression. She had the support of local nobles, men and women, who brought down the minefield and invited her in. She does have local support that will need to be dealt with too if we are to be successful. Again, Locke nodded. I spent time on Bantoon during the last war. Jazz brought us there to rest a few times. The locals don't like outsiders interfering in their world. Any attempt to unseat Avaryss without some Bantoon support will be met with hostility. We need a pretext then, Shira suggested, a reason for the Alliance to get involved in the Bantoon situation. Locke went around her desk and sat down in her chair. A holo turned on as she sat, an image of Chris Capistan. Gilly Locke looked at her dead lover, murdered by Avaryss and her people. We have our pretext if we can find her, the colonel said. Shira gave her an arch look. Her. The colonel nodded. It is time for the Alliance to reach out our hand and offer aid. Shira. It is time for us to find Bela Istillo. Shira considered that. Bela was Master Jazz's daughter. She knew that the girl had escaped when her planet fell to Avaryss. She had spent the last few years looking for support for her people, looking to build a coalition to reclaim her home world and rescue her family. Perhaps the time has come for the Alliance to take up that call. If Bela was a part of the Alliance, maybe. The two women looked at each other. They knew what needed to be done. You think you could find her, Shira? Locke asked. The Jedi considered it. It was a large galaxy, but if the Force was with her. Are you willing to try? Locke added. Shira nodded. There is no such thing as try, she said, repeating the old Jedi saying. Do, or do not, there is no try. She took a deep breath. It seemed that the Force had taken a hand in her life once again, moving her back into Avaryss' orbit. The Jedi frowned. If the light wished her to oppose Avaryss, then that is what she must do. Finding Jazz's daughter was only the first step. The light was rising, but that also meant that the dark was moving. Avaryss was moving. If the Sith was finally ready to put her plans into motion, that could be bad. The remaining survivors had told several powerful people about what had happened, about the keys of Hikidus, and Avaryss' plans for them. Most of those told had dismissed the danger of the weapons. They thought Avaryss desires mere Sith posturing, but what if it wasn't? The Dark Lord seemed to believe that those keys would drop the entire galaxy into her hands. If she was not wrong. Everyone was so focused on Arcann and the Eternal Throne. What if an equally dangerous threat was growing? One thing was certain, time was no longer on their side. They would have to find Bela Istillo fast. Avaryss was finally ready. The galaxy was out of time. Chapter 10. Old Friends. How much longer do you think it will be, CC? The droid shrugged as it passed her a towel. The captain said it would likely be 5 days before we could leave. It has only been 3. Be patient, Poppet. She nodded, wiping the sweat from her forehead, a slight frown creasing her features. 2 more days then, she thought with a nod. 2 more days, and hopefully Finn, Merritt will have come up with something. What now, she wondered. She had just finished working out, tumbling, doing crunches. She had worked up a nice sweat. More meditation, she suspected, though her mind really wasn't in it. The risk of being here, it did little to contribute to the peace needed for deep meditations. Yet, they had to remain here for the moment. Mary Fallister needed to keep up appearances. Once again, she found herself in hiding. The night fire had come in for a landing at Guild Station 5 3 days ago. He had brought them here for the purpose of collecting his fee for the destruction of the Knights of Bantoon. No great loss there, she thought to herself. Since Donis had died, the group had ceased to be worthy of their name and title. Merritt had showed her the recordings that the Knights had sent to his client, the one who had hired him to eliminate them. What they had done, it was no wonder that a bounty hunter had been engaged to deal with them. They had deserved that fate, and if Merritt profited from it, so much the better. Who was more deserving than her master student and her friend? Bela took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She sat down, crossing her legs. She would try to meditate again. Her fingers moved over the smooth deck plate, and in that moment, echoes of what had come before flitted through her mind. She welcomed them, any chance to see her family, even if they were only shadows of the past. When she closed her eyes, she could almost feel their presence. The echo of them remained strong aboard this ship, despite it being years since any of them had last set foot here. Despite the risk and the danger, she could not help but feel happy having these echoes around her. After being on her own for so long, worrying about being found, and watching her allies die, being aboard this ship, under the protection of Merit, she couldn't help it. After so long, she felt free and safe. You're neither safe nor free, she reminded herself. You are aboard a ship on a bounty hunter's guild station, with the bounty on your head. Safe? You are farthest thing from. That was all true. If anyone found out she was here, even Merit's name would not be enough to protect her. Who knew how many hunters would come charging up that loading ramp, looking to claim the price on her head? That was why she had needed to remain quiet, do nothing that could reveal herself. Once Merit had his credits and completed his business, they could leave. Then she would be safe. As she tried to slip into a meditative trance, her thoughts drifted back to their last conversation. Merit had been quite clear on what she couldn't do while they were here. Try to keep out of sight, he had said, and don't call on the Force if you can help it. Some of the hunters here are sensitive to the Force. The Gatos, for example, can sense when it is being used. If I'm off ship, and someone senses someone aboard, well, you can guess what could happen. She nodded. So, I need to keep my presence small, and don't actively train in any Force disciplines, got it? He nodded, giving her a slight smile. I'm sorry to bring you here, but everything has to appear normal. I usually stay for 5 days whenever I stop, so that is what I will do. I need to keep up appearances, so no one suspects that I might have a guest on board. Cece will watch over you. If you need anything, go through her. She is known on the station, and no one will question if she leaves to get something. Again, Bela had nodded. It all seemed simple enough. And so, he had left, and her time of hiding continued. Cece restocked their food supplies, and discreetly purchased her some new clothes. Her mother's stuff was fine in a pinch, but Bela preferred something a bit more practical. Pants and shirts, a vest with some pockets for blaster cartridges, not to mention a few more practical undergarments. Her mother's taste in such things, not really her style. As the droid and the captain tended to business, Bela quietly explored the night fire. Her psychometrics were not easily detectable, and allowed her to get a sense of what this ship had gone through in the last few years. The older memories of her family were comforting, but that was not what she needed. It was the more recent events that intrigued her. Merit had had this ship for years now. She found herself growing more and more curious about what he had been doing these many months. He had given her free range of the ship. She was able to go anywhere aboard that she wished. She had started with the port cabin. He had converted it into a holding area for prisoners, reinforcing the hatch and removing anything that could be used to cause trouble mid-flight. The memories here had been the most disturbing for her. The people that Merit hunted were not innocents who had seen the wrong thing, or low-level criminals that angered some crime lord. She quickly abandoned her search there. The echo of those people, not to mention what Merit had done to bring them in, well, it wasn't pretty. After that, she had stuck to the more traveled areas of the ship, the engine compartment, the main cabin. She avoided the bridge, not wishing to be spotted through the viewport. That had left only one place on board she had yet explored. The captain's cabin, Merit's cabin, and once, her father's. She had frowned as she had stood before it. Merit had offered it to her upon her awakening, but she had refused. She preferred her old room in the starboard cabin where she had stayed as a child. The echoes there were soothing, and helped her find her rest. Besides, he needed a place to himself, despite his offer. It felt like she would violate his trust by scanning where he slept. Some things deserved to be private, she believed. Still, she had experienced many echoes of his life here, what she felt, it. She shook her head even now. What she felt saddened her. Anger, fear, loneliness above all. Merit, he He no longer felt safe being around people. The darkness had isolated him. It was torturing him. She hated that. He didn't deserve to be tortured. She still remembered him as a boy. That boy, he didn't deserve to be so alone. Dark Jedi or not, he was still a person. Didn't a person deserve to be at peace in their own home, at least? The Nightfire had become his home. He deserved to be at peace here, at least. She wished she could do more for him. They had been close once, not as close as she had wished, but still. Knock it off, she thought to herself. You can't help someone who doesn't wish to be helped. For now, just try and focus on what you can do. Breathe in, breathe out. Find your place of peace. Find the Force. She tried to meditate, her hands at rest on her knees. The Force was different for everyone. Her father had seen it as an ocean of pure light. For her, it was an aura given off by the gods, its light surrounding and suffusing her. Its shine illuminating all she was, and all she one day might be. It was everything. She tried to focus on that, but again and again, thoughts of Merritt and what he had been going through all this time. It continued to intrude, to distract her. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She opened her eyes with a heavy sigh. So much for finding enlightenment through the Force. CC, she called out. CC. The droid emerged from the cockpit. Yes, my dear? Do you need something? Information, she said. I want you to tell me everything you know about Merritt. What he has been doing these last few years, and how he has been doing. The droid tilted his head slightly. You likely know more about him than I do, Mistress Bela. You two grew up together, after all. Her eyes narrowed. We didn't grow up together, she said flatly. He came around with Dad 2, maybe 3 times a year. We may have spent some time together, but it was not enough to let me know who he was and what he truly wanted. She frowned. She had misread his desires 10 years ago, when she had gone to him, asked him to stay with her. That had been a mistake, and a very foolish on her part. A mistake, or perhaps a life lesson. Even now she could hear him, after she had made the offer, and tried to kiss him. He had stopped her, holding her arms firmly but gently. Then he had spoken. His touch had been gentle, but his words. Even now, his words hurt. Bela, my lady, I'm flattered, but what you ask, it can never be. He lowered his head, blushing slightly. I'm going to be a Jedi. A Jedi. They can't be what you ask. I could not be what you want me to be. His words had been gentle and honest, but that had not made them hurt any less. The rejection. She pursed her lips. She had been 15 only a few weeks from turning 16. Her first broken heart. She had sought out her father after a few days of stewing in her hurt and confusion. She had not wished to anger him, to make him angry with Finn, though she didn't understand why. Finn had hurt her. Why shouldn't her father be angry with him? Jazdar Ben was a Jedi too, was he not? He was a husband and father here on Bantoon. Why was his apprentice so resistant to the idea? When she could not stand the pain any longer, she went to him tearfully, told him what she had attempted. Her father, always patient with her, listened. She sensed no anger, only compassion. He pulled her to his side and put his arm around her. They had talked for hours, it felt like, but in the end, he made her understand something. Finn was her friend, he always would be, if she wanted, but his heart belonged to the Jedi Order. What she admired about him, the traits she thought would make him a good husband and consort were there, but the desire she wished, that wasn't. She had a crush on him, yes, but that crush was not on the real Finn. It was on the face he wore here on Bantoon. It was her idea of Finn. It wasn't really him. The Jedi Padawan, the Jedi he wanted to be. She had never really seen that. She had not been in love with Finn, only an idea that she created from his visits over the years. It didn't make what she felt any less real, but it was not fair for her to be angry at him over something he had never seen. It hurt hearing those words. She felt like an idiot, and said as much, but again her father did his best to soothe her. It is not stupid or foolish to speak your heart. I won't lie to you, back up, it will hurt for a while, but in time, you will understand what happened. Finn didn't want to hurt you, and tried to be as gentle as he could. It still hurts, Dad, she had responded teary-eyed. He had nodded. It will, but in time, that pain will lessen, and hopefully you will be able to respect Finn's choice. She had not wanted to believe it, but her father had been right. She had come to accept what he had said, and was grateful for his attempt to let her down easy. She still wanted Finn's friendship, she still cared, and wanted him in her life, even if he had rejected being her mate. She had never gotten the chance to tell him that. Shortly after Finn's last visit, the Cold War went hot, and the Sith and Republic started fighting openly again. Finn had not returned to Bantoon, and she had gotten drawn into her own life, training with the Palatina and preparing for her stint of military service. It would have been nice to have spoken with him that one last time, though. Yes, it would have been nice. The past was the past, she could not change it, but if she was going to move forward, she needed to know who it was she was traveling with. She had to know. I knew a boy, she said to CC. I wish to know about the man that boy has become. I'm grateful for his protection, but I would still like to know more. She looked at her old care and comfort droid. First things first, she began, I want to know how he fell to the dark side. Did he tell you what happened? I am no expert on the Force, child. Perhaps you should ask the captain about this. Right, she said dryly. I can't just walk up to him and say, hey, Rit, can you tell me what made you decide to join the forces of evil? CC tilted his head. Do you truly see him as evil? No. The droid nodded. I don't think I would start with that, my dear. Neither do I, but I hope you can see my point. This isn't something that I can just discuss with him, not yet. She crossed her arms. You are programmed to pick up on emotions and body language. You were created to offer comfort, emotional and physical. Surely Merritt had confided in you. The droid shook his round head. I really should not say anything about this, but because it is related to your current position, it is right that you should know. Bela gave CC an arch look. My position. I don't know all of the details, my dear, but I do know this. The captain was involved with someone before his fall, a young woman, a woman who was also a member of the Sith Order. Bela's jaw almost dropped. Finn, he was involved with the Sith. Yes? She shook her head. Finn was in love with the Sith. I can't believe it. I do not know if I would call it love. Your father and the captain certainly didn't see it that way. How did they see it? They saw it as a bond between Merritt and the Sith woman. I don't know all the details, but this bond was apparently very old and strong. So strong that the captain thought he could use it to save her. Bring her back to the light. They had been friends before she had joined the Sith. He thought it his duty to try and help her. Bela considered that. She wasn't sure how Finn had met such a girl, but if they were bound through the Force, that might explain how she had managed to do what Bela had not been able to do. Get through Finn's sense of calm and find the passions underneath. Plus, saving someone you knew, what could be more Jedi than that? So he tried to save her, this girl. The droid nodded. I'm guessing that didn't work out very well. No, CC answered, it did not. The droid shrugged. As you can guess, he was unsuccessful. In the end, she brought him into the darkness, or so he said. She used him to set up your father and the rest of their allies, but he did manage to resist. Somewhat at least. He still had enough strength to stop himself before he went completely over to her side. He defied her. I can't imagine she was happy about that, Bela said. No, she was not, child. I have seen the scars that she left behind. The captain was lucky to have survived their last encounter. Bela frowned. She wasn't sure what to think about this, any of it. How could you hurt someone that was a part of you? How could you despise a part of yourself that much? Force bonds were powerful things, typically formed between family members. She had served with a pair of twin Paladina during her training, and they almost knew what the other was thinking. How a bond could form between a Jedi and a Sith, she had no idea. How could two beings on opposite sides of the Force be drawn to each other? She left him in exile, in the Outer Rim, but he still possessed your father's beck and call. That is how he summoned me, and the rest, as they say, is history. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose, she nodded. But what made him decide to become a bounty hunter after all that? I can't say for certain. All I know is that when I found him 3 years ago, he said he had become a new person, one named Merritt Fallen Star, and that he needed my help. I knew what your father would have expected of me, and so I stayed and did what I could. Since that time, Captain Merritt has remained focused on his work. He has become a respected member of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and has gained quite a reputation in the last few years. Did he ever try to free himself from the dark side? She asked. He tried that. We spent almost a year seeking out this Jedi Master, or that one. The captain attempted to find someone who could help him regain his connection to the light side of the Force, or so he told me. All those attempts ended in rejection. No Jedi seemed able or willing to help him. Hearing that, it angered Bela. Where was the vaunted Jedi compassion? Finn, Merritt had been one of them. Why reject someone when they come to you for help? After those rejections, the captain recommitted himself to the hunt. He used the darkness within to rise up in his trade. He does his best to temper it, holding tight to his code. But even that proves difficult sometimes, or so he has told me. Has he ever sought out help beyond the Jedi? Does he spend time with anyone besides you? The hunter trade is a lonely one, according to the captain. Bela winced. That would explain what she had felt from the echoes of this place. Doesn't he ever spend time with anyone? Doesn't he try to spend time with friends? Or, maybe, girlfriends? As I said, he lives a solitary life. Rarely does he seek out others. As for female companionship, I'm unsure. He has certainly never brought someone back to this vessel. Bela nodded. Good, she murmured to herself more than the droid. CC tilted his head. Interesting. What? The lights on the droid's head began to blink faster. I'm detecting a slight increase in both your heart rate and body temperature. The droid's optic focused on her. Is this a degree of interest I'm seeing, Poppet? Bela blushed. It is concern for a friend, CC, nothing more. As you say, my dear? Bela rolled her eyes. Seriously. CC had spent the last few years before Bantoon fell encouraging her young charges to seek out mates and build families for themselves. Despite everything going on, the droid still seemed focused on that. Interest. In merit. Hardly. No, it wasn't possible. Nope. She had learned her lesson a decade ago. The boy who was now Merritt Fallen Star had made his choice. There was nothing between them now. No. That particular ship had made the jump to hyperspace a long time ago. There was no chance between them now, none. Besides, he was a dark Jedi. She pursed her lips. She was not her sister. Miri had been the one who had a thing for bad boys. She had been interested in Gabe Cooper's son Choir, but nothing had come of it. No, Bela was her father's daughter. She knew better. Interest in merit? No. Never. It was impossible. He had broken her heart once, or rather, her idea of him had. Not again, she promised herself. Never again. He couldn't get the vision out of his head. What the dark side had showed him had left him rattled and disturbed. He and Bela together, lovers, but that was not what got to him, oh no. The thought of her corrupted, of being on the dark path with him. Her yellow eyes looking down into his with hunger and desire. That was distracting enough. For that reason alone, he had chosen to stay away, at least, until he got his head straight. He didn't wish to face her until he had a plan. He needed to get her someplace safe, and then. She would never need to see him again. He was a threat to her. It was not something he wished to be. So, he did what he always did when he came to the guild station. Submitted his claim that the night's job was done, waited to get paid, and checked in with his contacts. He had to keep up appearances, after all. Part of that was stopping in here and getting a drink. It was just another part of his routine. Merritt found himself sitting at the bar of the Hard Merchandise, the most popular cantina here on Guild Station 5. He was still waiting for her payment for the Knights of Bantoon job to be deposited into his account and to touch base with the last of his contacts, seeing if any new bounties had been posted. The former was necessary. The latter was to keep up with appearances. He would not be hunting in the near future. He needed to find a safe place for Bela and make sure they were not followed. If he had any doubts that she was still in danger, all he had to do was look at the bounty holo that shone on every table and at the bar. Seeing Bela's face there was all the warning he needed. The image of her was almost a decade old, back when she had still worn her hair long, and her face still had a bit of that roundness of childhood. A good hunter would still recognize her if he saw her now, though, and why wouldn't he? The price was now more than worth it. 2 million alive and 1 million dead. A body would be needed to claim the full amount, according to the holo, and the payment released by the Prime Minister of Bantoon. Merritt's eyes narrowed. Avaryss. Even thinking about his dream friend and former lover made the scars on his back and chest burn. The brand she had seared on his chest seemed to twist painfully at the very thought of her. He felt the hatred in him try to rise, but again he pushed it down. The thought of Avi never failed to trigger an emotional response in him. Anger, yes. Hatred to a degree. Lust. He shivered. Yes. Despite everything, he still felt pangs of lust for her. Memories of their tryst remained strong. A part of him missed her touch, the taste of her skin. She had awoken something in him that was not easily put back to sleep. He still craved the pleasures of the flesh, and had sought out several lovers these past few years to feed that hunger. Those relationships had not lasted, though. How could they? His life now didn't contribute well to forming permanent bonds. Yet, if he went back to Avaryss, no. He shook his head and did the best he could not to think on those memories. If he could not lose himself in one vice, he would try another. He frowned down at the empty tumbler before him. Damn. He needed another drink to let his mind float away on the haze of alcohol. Better to be numb rather than fully lucid. That haze killed the desire, the need. Pain or pleasure, she had offered him both. He clenched his fists and thought of pain. Yes, better to think on the pain she inflicted when he defied her. Anger was better than desire, at least in this. He sighed. How many times in the last 3 years had he thought of giving up? Simply going to Avi, throwing himself at her feet, and accepting her desires to let himself be hers. More than a few times, and not simply out of a desire to touch her again. I want to see my children, he thought, and with that thought came more pain and loneliness. Avi had dug the perfect trap for him. He had not yet figured a way to dig himself out of it. Something wrong with your glass, Fallen Star. He looked up at the bartender and smiled. It seems to have ceased functioning, Jaxie, he answered. Perhaps you can do something about that. Jax, a basilisk male and proprietor of the cantina, gave him a large toothy grin. The cordic. Merritt nodded. The bartender retrieved the bottle and refilled the mug with 2 of his arms, while the other 2 continued to wipe down the bar. He glanced over at the hologram of Bela. Lot of credits for that one, he said conversationally. Lot of trouble, too, Merritt said, taking a sip of the cordic brandy. He shivered as he savored the taste. Say what you wanted, the Wookiee brewmasters knew their work. You gonna try for it? Jax asked. The runaway princess bounty. Fallen Star pretended to consider it. It would be quite the hunt, he said, but I'm guessing the field is going to be a bit full. He looked around the bar. I'm guessing others are already on the hunt. This place is empty. The basilisk snorted. It is the war, kid. That is more distracting than any bounty hunt. He gave Jaxie a curious look. The war. Yeah, you have heard of the alliance against the Eternal Throne. Sure, Fallen Star answered. Pack of idealist fools. Maybe, but such a fight attracts fighters. Half the hunters are out there looking to sign up with the hero of Tython and his lover. The other half are seeking out the Zakwul, eager to collect bounties on the alliance leadership. Lots of credits to be made out there. Sure, Merritt agreed, if you don't mind risking your neck. Alliance or Empire, it doesn't mean much. Both will kill you if you get on the wrong side of their blades. Jax turned his attention back to Baela's holo. That is why you might want to reconsider getting into the hunt for that little lady. Little competition, with great reward. Jax smiled again. If I was 20 years younger, I would close up and go back on the hunt myself. 2 million is a lot of credits. Hunting a Force-sensitive isn't easy, Merritt reminded him. True, but even if she ends up dead, 1 million is still nothing to sneeze at. The old bartender sighed. Where do you think the girl is right now? Merritt shrugged. He was almost tempted to tell the old basilisk she was aboard his ship. It would have been funny to see his reaction. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at his mug. He wasn't sure what Avi had been thinking, posting such a bounty. Did she fear Baela that much? You could use that fear, the darkness within him whispered. Merritt paused, listening. The dark side continued. You could use the girl. Get close enough to Avi. You could destroy her and Taya both. You could have your children back, they could both be yours. He considered that. And why stop there? It would not be difficult to provoke Avi into murdering Baela's family. That would be more than enough to turn poor little back up. She would help you willingly then, and when you destroyed Avi, and took all that she possessed. Then, you would be more than just a dark Jedi, you would be a king. Baela would be yours, and the two of you would. Snap out of it. The mental shout almost made him fall off the bar stool. He shook his head, the dark daydreams retreating. He shook his head. Force save me, he thought. What was that? In that moment, he could almost see her, his mother. She stood behind Jaxie, watching him with concern. Seeing her face, her eyes. He looked down at the bar. He felt ashamed. When he looked up again, when he met her gaze, he wanted to cry. I don't know how much longer I can do this, Mom, he thought. It is getting too hard. I don't deny that, Merritt, she replied, but you must remember something. She stood up straighter. The will of the Force is real, the will of the dark side is real, but it can only offer suggestions. It can open doors, but only you can step through them. He nodded. In the end, it is my choice. She nodded. Never doubt that you stand on your own 2 feet. You make the choice, the right one. He nodded and swallowed his drink with a single gulp. The Wookiee brandy burned its way down his throat. I stand on my own 2 feet, he thought. I stand alone. You okay, Fallen Star? He blinked. He had been sitting there silently, lost in thought. Jaxie was giving him a concerned look. You okay? He repeated. Merritt shrugged. Just thinking about my next move. Thinking of hunting that princess. He shook his head. Thinking about a vacation, actually. Maybe I'll head back to Alderaan for a while. House Ald contacted me again, offered me some bodyguard work. The basilisk sneered at that. Bodyguard work is for hunters past their prime, kid. You are a hotshot, still in your prime. You should be out hunting big contracts, not sitting on your tail babysitting some spoiled noble for low pay. Merritt chuckled. Credits aren't everything, he answered. Oh yeah? Jaxie said. What else is there? Females for one, he answered. If you saw the blossoms that were flowering on Alderaan, you would not doubt the value of a few months of bodyguard work. Jaxie snorted at that. Oh, to be young again, he said. It has been a while since I plucked a few blossoms. If that is what interests you, kid, who am I to doubt you? Merritt bowed his head, and thanks, holding up his mug again. Jax refilled it. It was at that moment that another hunter on the other side of the bar got his attention. He left to tend to him, leaving Merritt with his thoughts. He nursed his drink and thought about what he was going to do next. If anyone came looking for him, they would start on Alderaan. He didn't doubt for a moment his words to Jaxie had been picked up by 6 listening devices. That was good. It meant that no one would be looking to close when he left. The only question now was, where was he going to go? Where could he find help for Baela? He considered seeking out the Alliance, but rejected that thought immediately. There were too many Sith serving in the Alliance, if you believe the rumors. It would only take one informer to tell Avi where Bayla was, and then every hunter in the galaxy would descend on her. No, the Alliance was out. The Jedi Council was no more, scattered to the winds. Master Saitler still lived, but she had already rejected him once. He could not imagine her abandoning her hermitage to help Bayla. He frowned. No, he needed someone who knew Jaz Darbin, someone who would want to help his daughter, and was strong enough to protect her. His eyes narrowed. Only one person fit that bill. It would be a risk he knew. The last time he had went to see her, she had rejected him. She had told him never to come back. He had intended to honor that request, but things had changed. Bayla needed help. He didn't think she would turn away Jaz Darbin's daughter. He sighed, making up his mind. There was only one person he could go to and hope she would be willing to help. Master Vey. The first Jedi to turn him away, to leave him to stumble on his own in the darkness. Resentment started to rise up again. He had been angry at her for not even trying to help him. Would she turn him away again? Would she turn Bayla away? If so, the girl might be doomed. She had enemies all around her. Avi would not stop until she was dead, or in her hands. And the only one looking out for her was Merritt Fallen Star, her old friend, and perhaps her greatest enemy of all, one wrestling with his own darkness. One who threatened to leave her in the darkness as well. He didn't like it, any of it, but what choice did he have? He sighed. None. He took his time, nursing the last of the brandy. When it was gone, he got up from the stool and headed out. It was time to meet with the last of his contacts. He wanted to be gone the day after tomorrow. He tried to stay positive. They would listen. She would protect Bayla. She would protect her from all her enemies, even the one who threatened her the most. He shook his head. He found himself thinking about a treatise he read as a boy, a line written by a Jedi who lived several centuries ago. It was a terrible thing to fall. He sighed. It is even more terrible to admit it. Truer words had never been spoken. He had fallen long ago. He only hoped that he would not take Bayla down with him. She deserved better, but all she had was him. How sad, he thought. How tragic. Chapter 11. Lirhin. You honor me with this meeting, Prime Minister. I do hope that everything is to your liking. Avaryss grinned and bowed her head slightly, holding up her goblet and toast. Everything is perfect, Lord Lirhin. The Sith smiled. You have once again proven to be a generous host. Lirhin Dustin nodded and raised his own glass. Gently, the two nobles clinked them together in celebration. The Dark Lord leaned back in her chair, her expression merry, but inside remained guarded. Everything might seem cordial, but a dinner table could be as dangerous as a battlefield. The weapons simply changed, but were no less as deadly. Especially when dealing with a grasping fool like Lord Lirhin. A short, rotund man, with a round belly, most would look at him and say he wasn't dangerous. Those people would wrong, they were fools. Lirhin was one of the most dangerous men on Bantoon. Once upon a time, he would have been a prince, should have been a prince, he would say. His grandfather once stood behind the throne of his lady wife. Queen Adira too had been the one to first open Bantoon up to the rest of the galaxy. Yet, even she did not grasp her husband's ambitions, the desires he had for his heirs. Lirhin was the last one left. He had survived both his father and two brothers, and was now head of his family, and that still had not been enough for him. It was he that aided Avaryss in the overthrow of Queen Vesseria. He had spent his youth as a page in the palace, had gotten to know his workings intimately, and the names and identities of all the Queen's enemies. He had gathered those enemies, the noble she had needed, and ensured that all the pieces were in place before she made her move. A valuable man, yes, but now that the deed was done. No, I cannot get too far ahead of myself, not yet. She still had to play along with this fool, at least until the temple was complete. Even now, as they dined on fresh, black bread, oyster stew, and Lydic eels in a butter sauce, he still looked upon her as a partner, a fellow noble with common interests. he didn't understand. The man was incapable of understanding. He was in the presence of his true superior. Had he known everything about Avaryss and her plans, he would not have been so quick to try and worm his way into her favor. In fact, he would have been terrified of her, but that is as it should be. Superiority and perfection outshone ambition and resourcefulness, especially when it was wielded by a mundane. Though she was cautious, Avaryss had little to fear of this man. To put it simply, he was less than nothing. He just didn't realize it yet. She had been on her way back to the palace when the invitation came. It had been another long night. She had spent most of it back at Sanctuary Base, inspecting the fruits of their victory at Stalkhouse. She had been pleased to see just how much all Rink's people had managed to escape with. Containers full to almost bursting, holding more than enough Latium to finish the work on the temple, with the rest of the ore surely needed for Bantoon's shipyards. Ships that would be necessary to ferry her troops into the soon-to-be vacant Zakwul system. After the first strike, they would need to be on their way to Spire. They would need to move fast to secure the Eternal Fleet when the time came. They now had the resources to do just that. She was more than pleased. It had been a very successful raid all around. She had also listened to Abominous reports on the ground assault. The monster had been very thorough, leaving no survivors that could identify the attackers. They had lost one of her galleons, though. An Alliance battle group had arrived in the system as they were withdrawing. It wasn't our fault, boss, Rink had assured her. The order to withdraw had been given, but Malk didn't listen. He was complaining of hyperdrive issues. You don't sound like you buy that excuse, she had said in response. Rink had sneered. Malk, that was the captain of the ship, had interest in slaving for the Hutts. I think he saw an opportunity to score some quick merchandise and thought we would back him up, but your orders were clear, the ore above all, and so we left. Avaryss nodded. You did the right thing. Is there any chance of the slavers being linked back to me? None. Her old pilot had promised. I micro-jumped us out of the system to monitor the battle. Just a couple of light years, the ship was destroyed by a flight of bombers, and the self-destruct took care of any remaining flyers. There was no one left to tell the Alliance goons anything. She had smiled then. Then everything is as it should be. She turned to her two allies, Rink relaxing now that he had explained what had happened, and Abominous still contented from her raid, having gorged herself on fresh blood. You both did well, the Dark Lord had said. You shall be well rewarded for this success. Having tended to the officers, she had spent the rest of the evening checking in with the loading crews and the bosses for the mineral extractors. The Vladium had to be prepped, impurities purged, and smelted down into girders. It was then that these new supplies would be ready for their journey down to the Grand Temple. The work had been stalled for too long. That will not be a problem much longer, she thought with a smile, and once rain returns, I will have an answer to the Paladina problem, and will no longer have to worry about their interference. Once the work is completed on the temple, all that will be needed is to oversee the final ritual, and then. A shiver ran down her spine. Then everything she had ever desired would be hers. The final annihilation of the unguided mistake known as free will. That and the extermination of vicious mongrels. Zakwul would be wiped clean, and she could claim her eternal fleet at her leisure. Feeling satisfied, she had begun her journey back to the palace. There were still a few hours before daybreak. Time enough for a quick nap, and to be up and dressed. She liked to be in her apartment, and awake, when Ender woke up. She enjoyed helping her son with his breakfast, and enjoyed those moments where she could just sit with him, listen to him tell her about his plans for the day. Most was just talk of play, but that was good too. She took comfort in the fact that her son was solely focused on being a child. His future would be more structured one day. Lirhan's invitation had arrived as her shuttle was just leaving the base. An invitation to dine, an offer of either dinner or breakfast, depending on the Dark Lord's whims. She had decided to accept. It was rare that any of the Bond nobles would reach out to her. They needed her support, those that stood with her depended on her troops to protect them from their enemies. But that didn't mean that she was loved here. No, the band saw her as a useful tool for now. They would be shocked when they learned she was so much more. Avaryss and her ally dined at a small pavilion on a rocky outcropping on the north side of the Dustin estate. The estate itself was on a small island a few hundred clicks from the capital city, and had been the home in exile of Lyrhan's grandmother, the failed Queen Adiratu, who had died some 2 decades ago. The estate, like everything else in his family, came to Lyrhan upon the accidental deaths of his father and brothers. The waves crashed against the island's rocky north inlet, while the sun rose in the distance, turning the skies a lovely rainbow color. Avaryss, finishing up the rest of her stew, finally turned to her host. "What can I do for you, Lyr? I'm doubting you invited me here just to watch me eat." The man smiled. "I wish to congratulate you on your recent victories and the near completion of the Grand Temple. I'm told it will truly be a wonder to behold when completed." Avaryss smiled politely. "It will far more than any mere wonder, your lordship," she answered. "It will change the face of history. You can trust me on that." The little man chuckled as he leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on his round belly. "It is a matter of history that I hope to discuss with you, Prime Minister. The future history of this world and its people." His smile widened. "I had hoped to clear up some points with you. Your noble allies are growing curious. We supported you when you needed it, sheltered you in your forces these last few years. So you cannot blame us for being interested in what happens next." "Next," she replied. He nodded. "You have hinted at the fact that a new system of leadership will need to be established when you leave us, when you go off to secure your place among your Sith brethren. We simply wish to know what is next for Bantoon, and ask for the chance to influence that decision." Avaryss almost laughed. She should have expected this, with the temple so close to completion. It had not been loyalty that had motivated the cadre that helped her conquer this world. She almost had what she desired most, and now the nobles wanted theirs. She couldn't blame them, though again, they didn't understand. What would become of Bantoon would make their desires moot. She had her own plans for the future of this world, and her desires would be the ones that mattered. The only ones that mattered. Though she could not say so openly, not yet. She still needed time. "You can assure our fellows that all that they desire will be theirs," she lied. Her smile turned sly. "I can promise that you will all get what's coming to you." Lyrhan wrung his hands in anticipation. "I'm sure my fellows will be most happy to hear that, Prime Minister. Though, if I may be so bold." "You may speak your piece," she said, gesturing. "What is said will not pass beyond the shore." "I am most pleased to hear that, and I'm sure that you will be most pleased with what I'm about to say." He leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly, to suggest a sense of conspiratory trust. "My own desire is something most important for the both of us." "I see," she said, leaning in. "And what exactly is it that you want?" "Princess Myrrix, and your leave to remove both her brother and mother." Avaryss blinked. "Really?" she thought. "The little toad is more ambitious than I thought. You would take one of my favorite wall decorations, and if you did, what would you do with it?" "I don't wish her frozen, my master. I wish her thawed." "Thawed, then both wedded, and bedded." "Wedded to whom?" "To me, of course. Our world has been wanting for a high general for too long. My family has been wedding Istilo princesses for generations. We were known as the right kind of stock to continue the line, a line that needs to be corrected now that Jad Darbin is out of it." The man straightened his coat, trying to sit up straighter, be more regal. "I'm just the leader our people need, someone who can stand beside a compliant queen and show her the way, the true way." The Dark Lord listened to that, and almost burst out laughing. Him. A king. A warrior hardly. Avaryss suppressed a sneer. "I mean no disrespect, Lyr, but that conquest may be a bit beyond you. Princess Myrrix is a paladina, a powerful force sensitive. She would need to be properly fixed, I don't deny that, but our people, our genetic engineers have proven to be quite skilled in that arena, as our sworn protectors proved, and even if that doesn't work, the Sith have their own ways of altering the mind, I've been told. I'm sure you can come up with something in that dark imagination of yours to make the girl more pliable to my advances." "Perhaps," the Dark Lord answered, though inside, she was seething. The arrogant fool. He would seek to manipulate one strong in the Force. He would see her turned into his humble cur. Such a fate for an enemy should not have bothered Avaryss, but it did. She found herself thinking of Darth Fear, what he had planned for her. Mirix Istillo was Jaz Darbin's daughter. The man may have been an enemy, but he was a respected enemy. Avaryss would much rather the girl fall to the dark side and join the Sith. That was better, cleaner. What Dustin asked appalled her, but again, she did not let her revulsion show. She still needed him, after all. For now, the time has come to take Bantoon back to the path of honor. Lyrhan continued. It has faltered for almost 40 years under the direction of Visaria and her Jedi consort. I can restore our world to its proper place. I have powerful friends among both the military and the matriarchy. As you well know, my lord. Yes, she answered. Those allies still remember when my grandfather was High General. Bantoon had been a world on the move then. We were all set to expand beyond our little corner of the galaxy. The mining guild's aid was just what we needed. We were almost ready to spread our wings when Jaz Darbin and Visaria murdered my grandsire and forced his wife to abdicate. Avaryss nodded. She knew the story, of course. She had heard it from Adaz, when he had first told her of Hikida's adventures on Bantoon. He had spent much of his youth here on Bantoon, masked, and playing the role of Hikida's bodyguard. Adaz had seen all that his master had done, behind the scenes. Again, the little man didn't understand. All that had befallen Bantoon, all that had pushed his grandfather to seize power and become the man he did, had occurred by the design of the Sith. It had been Darth Akitas, under the guise of Baron Jark Hudlow, who had masterminded it all. He had arranged the accident that killed Visaria's grandmother and eldest aunt. Then, he had arranged the coup that put the fool's grandmother on the throne. It had not been Hikida's fault that Visaria survived and bred with Jaz Darbin. No, that failure belonged to Adira II and her High General. Lyrhan's grandfather had failed in that, and in not destroying the last of the Force sensitives here on Bantoon. Hikida's had made sure the man believed that they had been behind the murder of Visaria's grandmother. He was supposed to destroy them utterly, but again, he had failed, and they rose again, with Jaz Darbin's aid, becoming the Paladina Jedi. She frowned slightly. For that failure, Lyran Dustin had deserved the death that Master Jaz and Queen Visaria had given him. Yet, even then, Hikida still ensured his future victory. He had manipulated the Dustin family into becoming their useful idiots, and then moved to infiltrate the Sworn Protector program, and set in motion all the plans that had brought Avaryss to where she was now. In short, all of Bantoon's history over the last half-century had been influenced by the Sith. Jaz Darbin had managed to throw a few spanners into their plans, but even those minor issues would be overcome. The Paladina would be destroyed, and Jaz Darbin's failure would be complete. She watched her host carefully. He had been useful, and remained so, for the moment. Still, perhaps she should start considering what kind of accident might befit a man of his station. Something quick and painless. He had been a great help, after all. Then she could move someone she could trust into his place. Taya, perhaps. Taya was proving very popular among the nobles, and most who met her loved little Anj. Avaryss pursed her lips. Yes, it was something to think about, to be sure. If I were to do this for you, Lyr, she said, what could I expect from Bantoon during the next few decades? What course would you set? We would join your empire, of course, he answered. We would also protect your grand temple with our lives, and offer succor to any Sith that came to our fair world. It would be the least we could do for one who aided us in our time of need, who placed us back on the proper path. She considered that. Again, he painted a pretty picture, but still. A hint of a frown passed her lips as she took a sip of her wine. Interesting. His expression changed slightly. Is something wrong, my lord? Not at all, she said dismissively, with a wave of her hand. She held up her goblet. A most excellent vintage. His grin returned. I'm glad you approve. She nodded, but again, she had to hold back her rage. Her smile was a mask now, her defenses fully up, as was her desire to smash the man's teeth to splinters. She pursed her lips. She had thought him better than this. Again, he was proven to be more foolish than she thought. She had not tasted it, nor sensed it, a foolish mistake on her part, though perhaps it had not been in her first cup. That would make sense. Avaryss looked down into her goblet. Very foolish. There was something in her wine. She could sense it through the force. It wasn't poison, nothing lethal anyway. She would have sensed that immediately. She always used the force to check for poison whenever she ate. It was second nature at this point. Yet, the meal had been going on for almost an hour now, and she had gotten lost in small talk and courtesy. So, something in the new bottle just opened then. She touched the substance with the force. It was slippery, but didn't possess the malice one would detect in a lethal concoction. Non-lethal, most definitely. He doesn't want me dead, but then why? She smiled slightly. Yes, of course. The drink was not meant to harm her, only meant to make her more open to his plans for the princess. Something to make her more open to suggestion. A subtle scheme, this, but one wasted on a Dark Lord of the Sith. She looked at her host with new eyes. Had this been some little plan of his, or had someone on the council helped cook this up? She thought her advisors wiser than this, but who could say? A few might still see her origins as a weakness, as a sign that she was weak. She would need to dispel such views quickly. Normally, she would turn this matter over to Ghoul and his intelligence people, but what if he was involved? An interesting puzzle indeed. She looked at the sky to her right, seeing the fluffy clouds turning purple and pink with the rising sun. She briefly considered spilling blood, making Lyrhan pay for his clumsy attempt to manipulate her, but again, no. She smiled slyly. Rain would be back in a few days. Soon she would have the information she needed to destroy the Paladina, and with that information, she would need something else, test subjects. Willing or otherwise. She sized the man up. Would he survive what she had in mind? She didn't know. It would be fun to find out. Oh, she said with a smile, dawn already. I'm needed at the palace, I'm sure. My son will be waking soon. How is the dear boy? Lyrhan asked. Is he adapting to life in the palace? It can be ever so hard on a young boy, Bantoon's prejudices being what they are. He is fine, she assured him, just a happy little boy, and my heir, when the time comes. Her comment made Lyrhan dust and frown. Your son is lucky to have been born into the Sith. On Bantoon, a son is only valuable to fight and nothing else, or so the matriarchs teach us. Lord Dustin almost snarled. As you can guess, I was not born for combat. I was born with issues. Our science has since corrected them, but I was never the man my father wanted, never as inclined physically as he desired. My brothers surpassed me, which is why my father wished to see them replace me as heir. Avaryss nodded. Suddenly, what she was sensing, why he had done all this made sense. You outlasted them, though, she reminded him. You proved them all wrong. He smirked. I suppose I did, he said with a laugh. My mind was always sharper than my father's. I could not match him blade to blade, but when it came to seeing what is best for our world, I've surpassed him in every way. That you have, Avaryss said, and you have proven something to me tonight. Now I'm certain that you deserve a most special reward for all that you have accomplished on both my and your people's behalf. The Lord's brown eyes lit up. You will consider what I've said then. You will consider what I asked for, about Princess Merrix. She gave him a wicked look. You do deserve to be rewarded, my friend. You have been invaluable in our work here. You deserve so much. Your family deserves so much for all it has done in the last few decades. He rose and gave her a most gentlemanly bow. It pleases me to hear you say such things, my lord. It is no mere flattery, I assure you. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her yellow eyes flashing with restrained rage. You will answer for underestimating me. You have just moved to the top of the list. You will answer. Thinking on that, she laughed. I'm looking forward to our next meeting, my lord. You will get everything that is coming to you. Everything. Chapter 12. Old Blood. The repair yard had become a battlefield. Timon stumbled back in full retreat, his blue blade spinning defensively, while crimson blows rained down like a torrent in a hurricane. The young half-blood was shocked. He knew his opponent had been powerful, but this. He swallowed hard. He had never expected this. As he was pushed back, he nearly tripped over a decommissioned speeder. He rolled across the hood, just missing getting his head taken off by his opponent's blade. Though early in the day, the metal of the speeder was already scalding hot, and his bare back felt that, as well as a slight pinching near his shoulder. He regained his feet, seeing his blood staining the metal, a jagged edge on the frame of the old speeder. He had no time to examine the injury, however. Already his attacker was making his way around the vehicle. His eyes focused on his opponent, and blade raised, ready for the next attack. Timon, barefooted and bare-chested, had been caught completely unaware. He had thought they were going to talk. This attack, it had come out of nowhere. "Why are you doing this?" he demanded. His attacker shrugged. "Because I warned you years ago, boy," he answered, his voice betraying nothing, certainly not showing the fury that their most recent exchange of blows suggested. He sounded almost pained to be doing this, but still determined. "I warned you," the old man had said. Timon's eyes narrowed. He remembered that warning, but that still didn't explain why this fight was necessary. Why someone he loved was acting like he wanted to kill him. Tim's eyes narrowed. "We don't have to do this," he said, lowering his blade slightly. The old man's response was as quick as it was vicious. "You are most unwise to lower your defenses." Again the old one charged in, and again Tim found himself retreating, given under the onslaught that had become the old one's blade. Though he had studied Jimso, the aggressor's style, his opponent's attack went beyond his heavy strikes. Despite being equal in size, the old one's blade spun from one style to the next, almost overwhelming his younger and stronger opponent. Juail. Maybe. The young half-blood couldn't believe it. To still have such stamina at an advanced age. Truly the force was with him. He leapt back, trying to give himself room to maneuver. The old man flung his saber, his crimson blade spinning end over end. Timon twisted in the air, just avoiding being sliced in half. He came down on the balls of his feet, the force screaming in his ears. He whirled his blade up and behind him. His blue saber bucked as the red blade cracked against it and bounced off. It spun away to the right, but before Timon could make his move, the old one called the weapon back. It landed in his outstretched hand, and again his attacker dove in, raining down death in a fury of blows. The young half-blood parried or misdirected them, but only just. He still couldn't believe it. The old one. His attacks were so fast. Tim had been forced to rely on Sarisu forms, but he had never really had a talent for them. His defensive style had only been more focused on sheen, blocking bolts until he could get in close and end the fight with Jimso's powerful strikes. He felt slow using the Sarisu form. In fact, he had only just been able to use it to stay alive. Recognizing that he could not talk his way out of this, and a defensive strategy was offering him nothing, he tried to go on the offensive. He reached out with the force and pulled. Scraps of metal and ship parts came flying towards his opponent's back. Again, the old one dodged. He practically danced around the flying debris, even cutting away some with his saber. Tim tried to take advantage. He dove in with a flurry of quick strikes. Precision this time, not raw strength. As Master Finn had taught him, the Jedi way. He would rather this not end in blood. He hoped that it wouldn't. Tim went to disarm his attacker, but the old one danced out of the way, again, danced away, and struck him with a forced push, a push that sent the young half-blood flying back. He turned that flight into a roll, and came up on his knees, his weapon still held out, and at the ready. He snarled with frustration, the cut on his shoulder doing nothing to improve his mood. The painful throbbing stoking his temper, his old blood began to burn. He tried to push such thoughts aside, Focus on the here and now. How had this happened? He found himself wondering. An hour ago he had been at peace, eager to enjoy another of Death's slow hot days in the dark shadows of the garage. He had been content. He had lain in bed, resting in the arms of his lover. Switch had snuggled up against him. After love, they had only wished to sleep, the passion sweat drying on their tired bodies, safe and cool in the dark confines of her shop's back room. Now this. Tim gritted his teeth. How had it come to this? Only a few short hours earlier, they had been having dinner, Switch and him. The last breath had been busy that night, many raiders enjoying a bit of downtime. The ships had left a few hours earlier, not to raid, but to deliver the hut's tribute for the month. Foodstuffs and ore packed their galleons and freighters, and were on their way to their destinations. As was the way on Death, the people chose to celebrate this downtime. Switch had tried to get out of their date again, not because she didn't want to go, but because so many in the town had dropped new work on her at the last minute. Tim convinced her that it would do no good for her to exhaust herself while others were having fun. This was a rest night, everyone knew it. They could wait for their machines to be fixed, for one night at least. She had grudgingly agreed, saying only that she was trying to be useful, pay the colony back for her freedom. He assured her that she had already done that. She was a valuable member of this community, a fact that everyone knew and accepted. So, they had gone out to the last breath, and the night had been more than agreeable. She had promised to meet him after midnight, once she had freshened up. So he had gone to the breath alone, expecting to have to go and fetch her, suspecting some citizen would drop in on her shop and demand her aid. This night, he had not needed to. She showed up 10 minutes after the midnight bell. She had showed up and taken his breath away. She had changed out of her mechanic overalls and into a little blue dress. A thin shawl of shimmer silk her only protection against the night's chill. Almost every young man in Eulogy had taken notice, and a few of the women too. Tim had felt several jealous eyes on them, as she had come up to him and given him a chaste kiss on the lips. The simple act of affection that warmed him to the bone. Was this what love felt like? It was an intriguing thought. When he left to join the Jedi 5 years ago, he had never thought what giving up on such emotions would mean. What he was feeling now. He wondered why he had been so quick to dismiss a normal life. Switch's smile made everything seem different, more open somehow. They had only been dating for about 3 months, and even in that short amount of time, she had discovered how to make him simple putty in her hands. They drank their ale and spoke of trivialities, things going on in the colony and among the crews. She spoke of this technical problem, or that. He understood some of it at least. His Jedi training had included some mechanical instruction, fixing starfighters and the like. As the night had drawn on, they had gotten closer, more intimate. They had retired to one of the tables in the back, whispering pleasantly, kissing more often. She had giggled then. What? He had asked. She blushed and smiled. I can't believe that I was ever afraid of you. Her statement took him back, a year ago, when he had liberated her, freeing her from the ship she had been imprisoned on. He had plucked her from a group of would-be pleasure slaves. He had felt her terror, seeing someone of the old blood. He had done his best to put her at ease. He wasn't sure why he had picked her out of so many other attractive females. Yet, he had, the will of the Force, maybe. Regardless, he had not known what would happen by doing so. How much it would change his heart. Things continued to go well. Things got a bit more touchy. Finally, she said the words he had been hoping for. Come home with me. He had got up without word or thought. How could he not? In this, she was in command. No words passed between them on the way back to her shop. When they were back behind closed doors, she came to him, and he carried her to her room. They spent an hour together in the shower, before the hot water gave out, and drove them both out into her tiny apartment and into her bed. After love, he had started to rise, to leave and let her get some sleep. She had not let him go. Stay with me, she murmured. Please? He lay back down and held her, feeling her breech warm against his chest, feeling her sense of contentment through the Force. They lay atop the mattress, nothing between them, not even a blanket, and dressed and content in each other's arms. They had both drifted off to sleep. Her warm breath on his chest was soothing. He pulled her closer, making her murmur happily, and soon he was asleep. Then the nightmare began. A nightmare? Yes, but something more. The force filled him up, letting him know that this no mere trick of the mind, but something far more. Far darker. He found himself beyond the red line, the very edge of the galaxy itself, looking in. He saw as the shadow reached out across the stars. Space was dark, but the great shadow was darker. It seemed to drink up even the void, and where it touched, the worlds that fell beneath it. He felt like something within him was being torn out. Death, so much death, and not all of it the simple kind, the physical kind. He felt the end of will, of choice. What was left still functioned, but it was nothing but a tool, an empty vessel that existed only to serve, only to cause pain. Mine. The voice echoed through the force, as cold and terrible as the void. Its cold tone seemed to be making the galaxy itself shudder. The hand extended further, and the force roiled under its cold reach, millions winking out as those long dark fingers ran over stars and worlds. Mine. Timon saw them then, the eyes above the galaxy, yellow, cold, and hungry. He could just make out the silhouette, the slender figure, the long flowing black hair, the white teeth appearing as the purple lips parted. The smile of a hungry predator, a predator ready to feast on the entire galaxy. It was then that the eyes fell upon him. He tried to pull away, return to the physical world, but he could not. He tried to turn away, but he had no physical form. He tried to cry out, but he had no mouth. The hand reached for him. No. No. Mine, Darth Avaryss hissed as she reached out, her long fingers reaching for him, seeking his spirit, his very essence. No. All mine. No. The darkness touched him. No. Timon startled, he awoke with a shudder. He awoke, and he looked up. They were no longer alone. A tall, broad shadow stood over their bed. Tim, Switch murmured, gently pushing away from his bare chest. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. She saw the silent shadow. She cried out, a shriek of surprise and fear. She reached out for the sheets, to try and cover herself up. They had both went to sleep wearing nothing. WHO. The girl cried out, falling out of bed. What? Tim reached for his lightsaber, but it was not at his side. It was on his belt in the garage, where he had left it as they had made their way to her rooms, as they hadn't dressed. The shadow didn't move. It turned his head away respectfully, and then it spoke. I mean you no harm, young lady. The voice was as cool and hard as metal, polite, but possessing a sense of command. Timon frowned. He knew that voice. It had been years, but he blinked, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. Not Avaryss, not an enemy. He could not believe it. Grandsire. The shadow stepped back, crossing muscular arms. As his eyes adjusted, the man's features came clearer. A very old Sith pureblood, dark red skin almost black in this light, long gray hair braided down the back. The points of his brow looked like stiletto blades. The tendrils of his chin, still thick, barely moved as he turned his head. Yellow eyes, cold and unsympathetic, usually. For the moment, they seemed cool, distracted. He bowed his head. Good morning, son of my son. Forgive my rude intrusion. The old man stepped back and looked away, offering the two lovers time to rise. Timon. Switch cried out, still trying to cover herself up, to shield her modesty. WHO is this. What is he doing here? In response, the old one lifted her bathrobe from a hook on the wall. He passed it to her, while looking away respectfully. Forgive my interruption, young lady, he repeated. I've come far, seeking the son of my son. He looked up at Timon, his yellow eyes glittering in the dim light of the dark apartment. It seems that I have found you, the son of Volke. Switch, now in her bathrobe, took a breath as she backed against the wall, still trying to deal with the fact that their guest had let himself in. Timid, she demanded, "Who is this?" He sat up and sighed. "Switch, allow me to introduce you to my grandsire. This is Nar of the Old Blood, of House Volkay, a general in the Sith Imperial Army." "A general, no more," the Old One clarified. "I defected to the Republic some 20 years ago, and have lived in exile ever since." Timon swung his legs over the bed. He reached out with the force, pulling his pants to him. He pulled them on, glaring at the old pure blood. His grandsire? Here. How? How had he found him? Switch, her shock giving way, and now having something on, rubbed her eyes, and looked at their uninvited guest. "Your grandsire," she said. "You mean, your grandfather?" Timon nodded. Switch took a deep breath, and tried to center herself. Having survived slavery, and living on death for almost a year now, she had needed to learn to adapt quickly. She smoothed out her robe, and tried to be respectable. Good morning, sir. This is a bit of a surprise." Nar bowed respectfully, and then turned to Tim. "This is most unexpected, Tim. When last we spoke, you had chosen to honor the Jedi way. I may not know much about the Order, but spending the night with someone is not exactly a part of the Jedi Order's protocols." Behind the two men, Switch blushed. Tim frowned. "The Order is not what it once was, grandsire. The Council scattered. My own master, missing, perhaps dead." He stood up, and was surprised to see just how much he had grown in the last few years. Once his grandsire had towered over him, now he stood almost a level with the old pure blood. The muscle he had added to his frame these last few years also made him slightly larger than Nar. Not that his grandfather was a small man, oh no. He was well into his second century of life, but still cut an imposing figure. He was slightly more slender than he had been when Tim had left home, but was still powerfully built. His robes were cut in the Jedi fashion, but dark-colored, likely gray if they were standing in the bright sunlight. He regarded his grandson thoughtfully. "We should speak, Timon, privately," he said. "If you would excuse us, miss." "Switch," she said quickly, before giving him a sheepish look. I mean Juno. My name is Juno Carnis. Switch is my nickname here." Tim's grandfather bowed his head respectfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Juno of House Carnis." His respectful address had the proper effect. The girl relaxed. Tim could sense it through the force. As for his grandfather, he was far from relaxed. Timon could sense it. The old one was wound tighter than a metal spring. "Come, lad," he said. "We must converse in private." Timon nodded. He gave Switch an apologetic look. She nodded, and gestured for him to go with his grandsire. Nar had traveled far to find him. The colony where he had been exiled to after the war was many, many light years away, and the Republic had made him swear not to leave it. If he was here, he had violated the terms of his surrender. He could be punished for that. Timon followed after the old pure blood, pausing only briefly to use the force to call his belt to him, his belt and lightsaber. Almost as an afterthought, he grabbed the Sith Lanvarok he had recovered 2 days ago. Switch had been helping him restore it to working order. The wrist-mounted device was a modern version of the old disc launchers used by warriors of Empire during his Golden Age. He slipped it on his left arm without really thinking about it. "How did you find me?" he asked. "You are my blood," the former general responded. "The Force guided me, and you did not make it very hard, son of my son. You have taken up our family name. Volkay is still remembered within many circles." The old man shook his head. "You took a risk, young one. The tag name was no longer safe, grandsire. I thought it appropriate to use my father's name, to honor both him and you." The old one snorted, and said no more. Tim didn't like that sound. It didn't sound like his grandfather approved his choice. The old man's disapproval could be dangerous to the one who earned it. Many a Sith acolyte and officer had learned that during the war. He followed his grandfather out into the repair yard, and there, about 20 paces from the door, Nar Volkay stopped. Timon did, as well. "Grandsire?" he asked. The old man sighed. You armed yourself. Good, he said. I was afraid that you had forgotten to listen to your instincts. The young half-blood blinked. My instincts? I don't understand. What is? He didn't get a chance to finish. One moment his grandsire had been standing still, the next the lightsaber on his belt was out and ignited. He attacked Timon viciously. The boy barely had time to raise his weapon. That was how the fight had begun. Timon was determined to end it. Stop. Timon fired the Lanvarok. Its disc flew through the air. His grandfather dodged with ease, not even trying to block with his lightsaber. His eyes narrowed. You use the Lanvarok, a fitting weapon for a young Voke, but you do not know how to use it. It is no mere blaster, but an extension of his wielder. The discs should be a part of you through the Force. You should be able to control their flight. They should be surrounding me even now. Nar shook his head. The ancient warriors of our race once took down whole platoons with a single clip. The old one gave him a disapproving look. You still have much to learn. Timon charged in. Now, his grandsire fell back, parrying his blows. If I survive, right? He asked him. The old one nodded. Just so. Nar shed his hooded robe. He stood before the younger man. The black breeches and sleeveless vest were not battle armor, but that made the man wearing them no less a warrior. No, Timon realized. A weapon. The Sith Empire had made his grandfather a weapon long ago. The old one still was one. He stood before Timon, his blade at the ready, locked in a ready stance. Shall we continue? Timon responded with a snarl. He had not wanted this fight, would rather not fight with the one who had been there most often than not when he was a boy. Yet, his blood was up, his temper was rising. He had trained as a Jedi, but that didn't mean that he had forgotten his heritage. He was of the old blood, too. He had the fire of his Sith ancestors. He gave into that fire now, angry at the old one's interruption and his decision to attack. You want to fight, old man, he thought. Fine. Let's go. Timon charged, and Nar gave way. The two danced across the repair yard, blue and red blaze flashing, almost too quick for the eye to see. Nar tried another force push, but this time, Tim was ready. He wove around it and continued the attack. He hammered the old one's defenses with the heavy strikes of Jimso. Why attack me? He roared. Why? Because you have challenged me, Nar responded. I haven't seen you in years. How could I challenge you? You took the Voke name, boy. I warned you about doing that. The old man parried and launched an attack of his own. His scarlet blade kissed Tim's shoulder, leaving a black burn. The boy hissed but pushed through the pain. He renewed his attack. Parry. Thrust. Parry. Thrust. Again, his grandsire gave ground. The Voke name is not safe, Timon, he said. Vitiate may be gone, but his cronies remain. They are still loyal to his will and desire. He swung at Tim's head, who ducked and threw a force push of his own. Nar blocked it and twirled his weapon, changing his sequences on the fly. Tim only just got his blade up. The call for our heads remained strong in many Sith minds. The Emperor decreed that our families' lives were forfeit. Hunters still prowled the stars, searching for our bloodline. I found you easily. Another Sith would not find you hard to track. You court death by risking the Empire's ire. You endanger yourself and these people. You endanger the girl you share your bed with, your mother. Hearing Nar mention his mother, it caused something to snap. In that moment, Timon was back in the caverns beneath Survivor Base again. He heard the rocks above creak and shift. He heard Roxana Tag scream, her final scream. She. Rag. Mom's dead. Timon roared, the thought of his failure back at Survivor Base, his mother's final scream, and the old one's arrogant attack, set him off. A pulse of pure force energy tore through the yard. Nar was flung back against an old speeder. Before he could recover, Timon was there. He flicked his wrist, bringing his blade down and around. He burned his grandsire's sword hand, making him lose his weapon. Before Nar could recover it, Timon stepped down hard upon it, pinning it in place. He was in the old one's face then, his blade at his throat, blood pounding through the young half-blood's ears. His heart beating like a war drum. "Kill him," the darkness within whispered. "Kill." Tim didn't obey. Master Finn's training remained. He had wanted to be a Jedi once. A Jedi didn't kill an unarmed opponent. Not unless they chose to force the issue. "Yield," he snarled. Nar said nothing, he simply stood there. Timmon's features twisted into a mask of anger. "Yield. Damn you." His blade came up, almost scorching his grandfather's throat. Timon stood before him, eye to eye. "Is this what you wanted, old man? Is this what you wanted to see? Does my rage please you? Does it?" Nar smiled slightly. "I needed to be sure," he said. "Sure? Sure of what?" "I needed to know you were strong enough," his grandsire replied. "The hunters will come. It is only a matter of time." He leaned forward. "Your passions have made you strong, son of my son. Strong enough to protect those you care for, to keep what is yours. As the old ways say, you may do with me as you will. My life is yours if you wish it. If you desire it, I will not resist. You have won my life." Tim hissed in frustration. "Oh, grandfather," he thought. Still focused on the old way, the young slaying the old, and all to prove their worth. Timon didn't need to kill the old man. He didn't want to. The old way had caused his father to be exiled. The Sith had killed him. Avaryss had taken his mother. He would not kill the last of his bloodline. He would not be alone. He hissed, breathing out his anger. He deactivated his saber and put it on his belt. "I'm not of the Empire," he reminded the old one. "I'm my own man, and I choose my own path. Mine." He took another breath. "I respect you, grandsire. I love you, but do not seek to challenge me again." Nar chuckled. "That would be a mistake on my part. Yes. I swear." An angry Wookiee roar interrupted them. Tim looked up. Rufo was there, as was Captain Booze and his enforcers. They had likely heard the sounds of battle. Timon took another shuddering breath. Fortunately, that battle was now done. "Timon, lad," Booze called out. "Are you okay?" He nodded, rubbing his burned shoulder. "I'm fine, Captain," he said, glancing at his grandsire. He snorted in amusement. "A family spat," he proclaimed. Nothing more. Rufo barked at his honor brother. He remained concerned. Timon did not blame him. The repair yard was a mess. Broken machines lay everywhere. Tim looked at his friend. "Rufo, Captain," he called out to his shipmates, "may I present my grandfather, Nar of House Vokay." The old pureblood bowed respectfully. "Greetings, allies of the son of my son, Timon." He turned. Switch had emerged from the garage, her eyes wide at the destruction that had been wrought in the yard. The mechanic blinked. What happened?" "A test, young lady," Nar answered. "Nothing more, nothing less." He smiled proudly. Timon passed. The half-blood snorted at that. Good to know, he thought. Rufo and the others lowered their weapons and made their way back to town, leaving Timon, Switch, and Nar alone. His grandsire raised his hands, moving the broken machines with the force. "I've made a bit of a mess, I'm afraid," he said to Switch. "I will clean it up, I promise." She nodded, still not entirely sure what happened. Timon frowned. He was still not sure himself. His woman turned to his grandfather, a smile on her face. "You are here a bit late, sir. We tend to be nocturnal here on Death. We sleep during the heat of the day." "Something I will remember," Nar responded. "Again, you have my apologies for the interruption." The mechanic shrugged. "Well, we're all awake now. I made some calf if anyone wants some." Nar smiled. "Calf? I have missed having a good strong cup of calf. Our supply on the colony ran out a few months ago." He bowed again. "I would love a cup, my dear." Switch smiled and motioned him forward. Nar followed, retrieving his gray hooded robe. Timon stood in the yard, the various aches and pains of the duel coming back now that his adrenaline was no longer flowing. He could feel the blood running down his back. He would need to get the cut looked at. Moments ago, he and his grandsire had been trying to kill each other, and now, they would be sitting down over a cup of calf. He shook his head. Old bloods, he thought with a sense of annoyance. Still, his eyes narrowed. His grandfather was not a man who did things foolishly. If he had come, if he had sought Timon out, he must have had a good reason. Timon followed after Switch and his grandsire. Something had drawn the old man here. He didn't think he was going to like hearing what it was. He remembered his dream, the dark hand, and Avaryss' cold voice. Something is coming, he knew. He knew. And was afraid. Chapter 13. Paladina. Mother Goddess, who gave faith and form to our people, hear my prayer. Helio and Asanana, great lovers, grant me your courage and passion. Giasi and Arian, honored siblings, grant me your logic and wisdom. Sun, stone, wave, and wind, watch over me, and see me to the eternal sea. Avaryss smiled. She stood in the shadows of the old warehouse. She kept her presence small in the force, and did her best to remain silent. Not that her prey would have heard her over the din outside. She listened to the prayers of her enemy, wondering if she understood that she would not leave this place alive. Avaryss glanced at the window. She could see the flashing lights of the security speeders, hear Glass' voice on the loudspeaker. She almost shook her head. Did the general actually believe the girl was going to surrender? If so, he didn't understand the force. He didn't understand these Paladina, though she couldn't blame him too much. She knew too little about them as well, but that was why she was here. She took 2 more careful steps. She moved like a tucata on the hunt, her every movement that of a skilled and seasoned predator. She was most pleased. She feared that she would never get back into fighting shape. It had taken her time to get her form and figure back after giving birth to Ander. She had doubled her training regimen in the last 2 years, worked herself to the point of exhaustion, not only to lose the last of the baby weight, but also get herself back in fighting shape, training 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with her saber. Now, she thought, I get to see just how good I am, and how good the enemy is. She shivered with excitement. She had killed Force sensitives before. Jedi Padawans, Knights, and Masters, Sith hopefuls, Acolytes, and Masters, but this hunt was something new, something unknown. Her hand tightened on the hilt of her lightsaber. She had never fought a Paladina, left that pleasure to her underlings, and they had done well, but today. She licked her lips in anticipation. Today, she would bloody her own hands. Today, she would slay a Paladina. She had been on her way back to the palace from Sanctuary Base when the alert had come through. It had come through the security channels but had been forwarded to the Sith commanders on the ground in the capital city. The troopers had identified a Paladina during one of their security sweeps. The Bond Jedi had slain 3 of the security men, but not before being marked by a probe droid. The probe had stayed out of range of the Jedi's weapon, but continued to track it from a safe distance. The Paladina had fled into the warehouse district near the city docks, but gotten trapped when 2 Sith army groups, and 5 Bond security teams descended on the distract from all sides. Avaryss had diverted her course from the palace and arrived to find General Glask, Lord Dustin, and Zen ready to send in the troops and slay the lone Force wielder. Avaryss had been pleased. It was nice to see that her men were taking her orders seriously. She had told Lord Lyrhin that she wanted the Paladina exterminated, and he was taking steps towards fulfilling that order. Of course, as she touched down, she got another idea, one that was infinitely more useful than simply sitting back and waiting for her soldiers to return the body to the palace. Secure the area, she ordered. No one in, no one out. She smiled hungrily then. I'm going in. I will deal with this Paladina scum myself. Her announcement had shocked her loyal servants. They had all protested, tried to convince her not to go. You are the crown, master, Zen reminded her. You should not put yourself at such risk. The executioner is right, my lord, Glask agreed. Let us handle this problem. You can't do this, Prime Minister, Lyrhin insisted. You can't. She silenced the 3 with a cold and withering stare, her eyes falling on Lyrhin the hardest. I can't, she thought. No one tells me what I can or cannot do. I rule here, and I do what I like, when I like. Yet, she didn't say that. She chose to be more diplomatic. She turned to her fellow Sith first. I'm not the crown, she said. I wear the crown, and sometimes it is necessary to remind my people why I do. She looked at the warehouse. She could feel the force within, the Paladina gathering its strength for the coming assault, likely hoping for it. A squad of troopers caused a lot of noise and chaos. Maybe the Jedi thought to use that chaos to disappear among the smoke and flames. The Dark Lord would not give it that chance. As for Lord Dustin, she had still not forgotten how he tried to drug her the other night. He needed to see this as well. The Sith were superior to the Bond. He needed to realize that. I will do this, she said to him. I must do this, and besides, I have not been hunting in a very long time. I fear that I'm getting out of practice. She turned to the entourage that had accompanied her from Sanctuary Base. 6 royal guards and Bliss, who was now acting as her serving girl. Understand this, young Bliss, she said. A lord must never be afraid to get her hands dirty. All must understand that we are perfectly capable of dealing with our enemies face to face. If one is to rule, then one must not shirk one's duty. Yes, mother, the girl said dutifully. She turned then to her red guards. 4 of you will remain out here. If anyone seeks to countermand my orders before I return, slay them. She then motioned for the remaining 2 to follow. They would not interfere in her fight with the Paladina, but they would cover her if those outside attempted any treachery. It was a risk she was taking, she knew that, but it was a calculated one. The Paladina had been on the rise lately. The attack on the Grand Temple, their slicing into broadcasts, informing the people not to lose hope. She would have the truth of what was truly going on before killing this Bond Jedi. She might even learn the location of Princess Bela Istillo's secret base. Such knowledge would be extremely useful right now. Too many questions had filled her mind these last few weeks. It was time to seek her answers. She came upon the Paladina in the back of the old warehouse, her back to the Sith, her hands raised in prayer. A young woman, as the reports had said, dark-skinned with braided shoulder-length black hair, streaked with blue and green. If Avaryss had to guess, the Jedi was about 10 years her junior. Rey's age, she thought, a Padawan then. If so, she was already doomed. Avaryss' gaze wandered over the small area. The Bond had carved out a little nest for herself among the huge packing crates, a sleeping mat, a small battery-powered stove for cooking, and a small metal shrine honoring the elements and the deities of this world, so that the Bond gods could hear her prayers. Avaryss almost laughed. She guessed the gods weren't listening, not if the Sith had finally run this little one to ground. She felt the desire to simply draw her blade and attack, but held that desire in check. She saw no reason to release the beast, not yet. Not when there was still information to be gained. The girl repeated the prayer like a mantra. Avaryss listened with a sneer. She found the band's faith amusing. She knew a bit about their religion and where these people had come from. They liked to think they sprang from a mother goddess who sacrificed herself to bring them and their gods to safety on this world. The truth was far more complicated, and when she learned it, she understood why both Darth Hikidus and Darth Revan had sought out this world. The Bond had not sprung from some core sleeper ship like most of the human worlds that dotted the core and the mid-rim. No, the Bond were descended from pious crusaders, butchers that had slaughtered their way across the stars some 6,000 years ago. The mother goddess the Bond referred to was the goddess of the pious D, a cult of xenophobic humans that took over the Republic and ushered in a millennium of genocidal slaughter of all alien races they encountered. In that era, the Republic had been far more bloodthirsty than the Hutts, the Sith, and the Rakata combined. According to the historical records Avaryss had read, the pious D had been defeated when the Jedi and the Hutts allied together with resistant elements within the Republic Navy. Together the three had ended the threat of the cult by destroying the pious DA's cathedral ships, sabotaging their hyperdrives, and sending them into unstable hyperspace routes, never to be seen again. At least, 2 of those cathedral ships had survived that trap, had somehow found some way to emerge from hyperspace, but in doing so, had crashed on a world surrounded by singularities and other anomalies. Bantoon. The surviving Crusaders had scattered across the islands of this planet, abandoning the wrecks of their fallen ships. Over the millennia, their religion had evolved. They still worshipped their mother goddess, and were distrustful of aliens and outsiders, but the true piety faith had been lost, evolved into the Bond religion that now existed. The thought that such butchers would survive, and some even become a sect of Jedi, amazed her. The Bond were ambitious and manipulative. They should have accepted that. The light had no place here. They should have been hers. I know you are there, Reeven, the girl called out to the shadows. Do not call me that, the Dark Lord snapped. Revan was a traitor to our people, and deserved his traitor's death. A Sith calling someone else treacherous, the Paladina answered. How curious. She rose with a sigh. I felt your presence that moment that you entered this warehouse. How perceptive of you, Avaryss said, stepping into the light, letting the girl see who it was that had come for her. Let her see her face of her empress, and be afraid. Realize that death had come for her. The Bond didn't respond as she hoped. She smiled. I'm surprised you would face me alone, she said. Don't all you dark side cowards hide behind legions of fools. Avaryss frowned. You do not know me, girl. Do not underestimate the true power of the dark side. The Bond, again, didn't seem threatening. It takes strength to deny the dark side. Only the weak and impatient embrace it. The Dark Lord sneered. Jedi arrogance at its finest. She would enjoy good in this one. The Bond stepped away from her shrine. She whispered another prayer under her breath. My death will grant you nothing. We will continue to resist your rule, continue to teach and prepare our young for the day when the shadow falters. The darkness may hold our home, but the night cannot hold off the dawn forever. Avaryss spat. Spare me your dogmatic simpering, girl. Know that you face Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and Empress of the Galaxy. The Paladina snorted, not impressed by her enemy's titles. And you are. I am Paladina, the girl answered. My name is my own, and I will not give it to you, not offer up my family, and those that I love. You are a butcher of innocence. You slay husbands, wives, and children. When I fall, it is only my life that will be taken. Avaryss laughed. We will learn much from your genetic scan. Your body will reveal who you were, and doom those that you are trying to protect. The girl shook her head. There will be nothing for you to examine. I've made sure of that. The Sith Lord paused. The memory of Jas Darbin disappearing into the Force came back to her. Could this girl do the same? Had something that Jas Darbin taught them gave them such an ability? Were they that strong in the Force? If so, they all needed to be exterminated. The Sith would suffer no rival. She would suffer no rival. Yet, as she considered this, another thought came to mind, one far more delicious. Why destroy when you can recruit? The whip had not worked. Perhaps the open hand would be more agreeable. Power was to be possessed. Perhaps the power of the Bond could be hers. A Darth is death-given form, but why should it be your death? She drew her lightsaber, but didn't ignite it. The bands remained on her belt, along with the dueling blaster the Paladina all carried. You wish to save those you love. You would like to see them again. Of course, the girl responded. I can make that happen, the Dark Lord promised. Your ways are not the ways of the Jedi. They look down upon you, as they did upon the Dark Jedi forebears of the Sith. She smiled seductively. You could come with me, learn the truth about what I want on your world. You could save your people, lead them, if you so desired. You could be the one that bridges the gulf between the Sith and the Paladina. You could be a hero to this world. The girl chuckled and shook her head. Perhaps I will be remembered as a hero. The hero that destroyed Darth Avaryss and freed Bantoon. She smiled. How long will your sycophants be able to hold us if you are gone? Avaryss sneered, angered that the girl would dismiss her generous offer. Is that why your people attacked my grand temple? Were you trying to kill me? Did your Princess Bela order my death? The dark side has clouded your mind. We have heard nothing of Princess Bela in years. As for your foul temple, we did not attack it. Avaryss listened, both with her ears and the Force. She realized something in that moment. The girl was not lying. The Paladina had not attacked the Grand Temple. The recording, someone had wanted her to think it was them. The Bond Jedi would not have complained if it had been destroyed and her killed, but the Paladina picked up on that realization as well. The dark side drives you to betray each other, and it always will. That is why you will lose, Your Highness. You have no unity. One cannot rule over so many, not without unity among your followers. You have already lost. Avaryss snarled. Paladina scum. It was not the dark side that doomed the Sith. It was the unguided mistake that was free will and choice. Death Knell and Hikita's keys would fix that. All would be one. They would be bound to her vision for the next 1,000 years. Her bloodline would rule over everything, because everything would be a part of them. Her hand tightened around her saber hilt. She had made the offer and been rejected. There was only one fate for this Paladina scum now. If you will not turn, Avaryss declared, you will be destroyed. I have always died in this place. The Force and the gods knew that. The girl shook her head. I am not afraid. Avaryss had heard enough. She struck. Die. Force lightning flashed from her fingertips. Crackling bolts of blue-violet lightning filled the shadows. Filled the empty shadows. The Paladina was gone, moving. Avaryss turned and found herself under attack. A silver-white lightsaber blade hummed to life as the girl drew her pistol. The Dark Lord raised her blade to parry the bolts. The Paladina fired, not at her, but at the wall and the ceiling. Avaryss laughed until she heard the ricochet. The ricochet and the dark side screaming a warning in her ears. Suddenly she was surrounded. Blaster bolts bounced all around her. Everyone she parried bounced back either from the Jedi's blade or some other reflective surface. The Dark Lord gasped in surprise as the Paladina engaged. She attacked not with the Jedi saber form, but something more aggressive. Avaryss only just avoided her death, only just. Mandalorian, she realized. The girl. She fought with the techniques of a Mandalorian. Where had the Paladina learned that? The Mandalorians were not without a talent for killing Force wielders. That is why the Sith used them so often. They had developed their own blade style to counter the lightsaber disciplines. The only reason why they had not been more successful was that they didn't have the Force to enhance those skills. The Paladina did not suffer from that weakness. The Dark Lord found herself fighting for her life. Her Sarisu held. She wove a wall of red light against her opponent, but could not go on the offensive. When the girl was not swinging her lightsaber, she was firing her blaster. When his power was exhausted, she fell back. The Force pulling a fresh power pack from her utility belt, slapping the pack in as the Sith tried to go on the offensive, holding her off. Avaryss tried a Makashi swipe, but the girl blocked it with her wrist. She didn't lose her hand, though. A metal bracer stopped her. A Beskar steel bracer. Blaster bolts continued to ricochet around the room. It was as if Avaryss was surrounded by a team of shooters. She was shocked. This was a child, a single Paladina. She could not be this strong. She couldn't. As if on cue, her red guards emerged from their places, the two she had left to keep an eye out for treachery while she was having her fun. Fun, she thought. She had nearly died in that first pass. She had underestimated her opponents. Why had she not heard of the skills of the Paladina? Why had her people not included any of this in their reports? The guards pushed the girl back, giving her time to recover. She would have been angry, but they had saved her from her own mistake. She would rebuke them later, when they got back to the palace. The Paladina was no easy prey, though. She wove her blade, keeping the Elise pikes at bay. When one kicked her blaster from her hand, and the second tried for a killing blow, the Paladina spun around them, evading their weapon and lashing out with her blade. One of her guards tried a kick to the girl's head, only to lose his leg. She force-pushed him into his fellow guard and sent both sprawling. She recalled her blaster to her hand as the remaining functional guard staggered to his feet. He fired his own blaster at her, only to have her deflect with her blade even as she fired 3 shots of her own. Again, not shooting at the guard himself. Again, the blast ricocheted. They caught him in the back, and in the neck right where the weak spots in his armor were. The guard went down in a tumble of useless armor. Only then did the Paladina turn her attention back to the Sith. She was breathing hard, force exhaustion starting to set in. Yet, her eyes remained cold and determined. Now, the girl asked, where were we? Avaryss didn't answer. She couldn't. She was too full of rage. Rage against her servants for sending her faulty reports on the Paladin's capabilities. Rage at the loss of her guards. They were not easily replaceable. Not yet. But most of all, rage at herself. She had come here thinking this was a game, a distraction from her duties as a planetary leader, and she could have died because of her servant's stupidity. She didn't like that. Her eyes narrowed, their yellow color glowed brighter, as the world became tinged with red. She looked at the Paladina as her strength continued to build. She had learned what she came for, and now was the time to finish this. The very ground beneath their feet rumbled. The Paladina reached out with the force, trying to sense what the Dark Lord was doing. She need not have bothered. She was about to see. A shipping crate flipped through the air, flying at the girl's head. She ducked, only to be struck by one of the dead guard's force pikes. She stumbled as Avaryss continued to watch her. Paladina trash. How dare you refuse my offer? How dare you? In her mind, the dark side whispered. You were foolish to engage in a comedy of lightsabers with this one. Your powers go beyond mere skill with a blade. You wield terrible power. Use it. She listened to the dark side's urging. She reached down deep within her, into the very heart of darkness. She let it lift her up, turning her fury into a lethal storm. A storm directed at this young fool before her. The girl staggered as she was struck again and again. No longer was she fighting crisply, now she was just trying to shield herself from the maelstrom. Avaryss smiled, a smile of a hungry predator. Where were we? She called out. Right here, worm. You are about to die. The Dark Lord cackled. Enjoy it. Avaryss drew the heat out of the very air, using it to fuel her power. Her breath came in white puffs, as more and more debris swirled around her tormented enemy. Her lips turned blue as she was hit again and again. When the end came, it came suddenly. Something struck the girl in the ribs, cracking bone. The severed leg of the royal guard hit her in the face, causing her to stumble. Her force shields finally failed. Avaryss reached out, her hand twisted into a claw. She lifted the girl up and began to slam her against the heavy crates again and again. When the first one shattered, she sent the girl flying through where it was, to hit hard against the wall. Her lightsaber tumbled from her grasp as the Sith pulled her back. She lifted her up again and again, slamming her against the stone floor with more and more raw force. Blood splattered from her mouth as her lung punctured, and again Avaryss slammed her down. Again, and again, and again. Only when the Paladina's back was broken did she relent. Only when she lay wheezing on the floor of the warehouse did the Dark Lord finally let the storm die down. She approached the wheezing broken thing at her feet. She pulled the girl's saber to her hand, snapping it on her belt. She was invigorated. Destroying this one was just what she had needed. Glorious. Delicious. Avaryss raised her lightsaber, its blade humming like a nest of shadow wasps. It didn't have to go this way, she said in a mocking voice. You could have been the first of your kind to join me, but now. She sneered. Now you are nothing. The girl whimpered and looked up with tears in her eyes. The gods, the girl coughed, spitting up blood, the gods are still with me. Avaryss sneered. Still you resist. Still you keep faith in your false gods. The girl nodded and gave her a bloody smile. They brought us together. They wanted me to kill you. The Dark Lord snorted. You are broken. You can't win. The girl lay back and stared up at the lights. Avaryss could sense her presence in the Force fading. I was never going to win, she murmured, but... She shuddered in pain. Avaryss needed to get closer, wanting to hear what fool's hope the girl still clung to. She looked up at Avaryss and smiled. I'm going to take you with me. She held out her hand, and with the last of her strength, she drew her blaster to her hand. She had only one shot left. She raised it, again not pointing at her enemy. Avaryss looked up and saw it. The large fuel tank now exposed by her force storm, a tank that was leaking fuel and fumes. Her eyes widened. No! Darth Avaryss ran. Yet even then, she heard the Paladina's final words. For the goddess. The girl fired. Avaryss felt it when the blast hit, the complete absence of sound, and then. K.A.W.A.M. She cocooned herself in the force, but even then, the blast wave lifted her in the air. The Dark Lord of the Sith screamed silently as she was pushed through the doors by the explosion. The dark side was with her, though. It allowed her to absorb most of the energy, the heat, the kinetic energy of the debris. It enriched and empowered her, even as flew through the air like a leaf in a firestorm. She adjusted her flight in midair, turning it from a tumble into a controlled flip, much as she had done as a girl on Ardana. Even Kira Lilos would have been awed by her skill. She flipped over once, twice, and then she was out. She came down lightly on her feet, her ears still ringing from the explosion. She could hear nothing, even when General Glask was standing in front of her, shouting to be heard over the ringing. What? She called out. He repeated himself. What? I can't hear you. She rose and dusted herself off. She cast a low-level life drain spell, targeting her many minions. The soldiers gasped as she took days off their pathetic lives, but still, why not? Their lives were hers after all. They were mere nerfs to her. They existed to serve her. Mother. She looked to her right, surprised to see Bliss standing there, unaffected by her spell. Unsurprising, the Dark Lord knew. The girl was stronger than most gave her credit for. Mother, are you okay? Avaryss nodded. I'm fine, girl, she purred, reveling in the life energy she had just devoured. Such a heady sensation, she had missed it. She missed the purity of using the dark side on the battlefield. She had found nothing so invigorating. She looked down at the street. All around her, her soldiers were slowly staggering to their feet, still dealing with the after effect of her feeding off them. Even Glask and Zen. She looked down at her former student with disdain. Of all of them, Zen should have known better. She should have been stronger. She was a Sith after all. Again, she shook her head. The girl remained such a disappointment. Hopefully, Rain would turn out better, her and Bliss both. She looked down at her little girl, so strong, despite her innocent face. Did you find what you were looking for, Mother? Avaryss nodded. Yes, she did. She now knew that the Paladina had not attacked the Great Temple. She now knew she had rats in her house. She smiled wickedly. She was looking forward to exterminating them. It would be fun. Yes, very fun indeed. She looked down upon Glask. The general was drooling on the tan cobblestones, burbling to himself. She kicked him lightly in the ribs. On your feet? General, you still have duties here. He nodded, and murmuring pathetically staggered to his feet. Bliss gave her an arch look. I think your spell was a little more than our allies could handle, Mother. Maybe, Avaryss shrugged. Regardless, they still have their duties. She looked over her soldiers and the bond security people. On your feet. I command you. Slowly they obeyed, some leaning against each other, others sobbing weakly against the patrol vehicles. She sneered. Mundanes. Have a caretaker crew summoned, General, she ordered. They will take over until our forces here are ready to resume their duties. He nodded dumbly, saluting, to make sure she understood. She looked towards the burning warehouse with a frown. The girl's body had likely been vaporized, a shame. It could have revealed much about the remaining Paladina. Oh well, you couldn't have everything you wanted. If anything, she hoped the girl's death had been sensed by the rest of the Paladina here. It would serve well, she believed. I killed one of you with ease. I will kill the rest just as easily. Come, Bliss, she said, motioning back towards their transport. She had had enough fun for tonight. Now, it was time to get back to work. Yes, Mother, the girl said, following in wake. She left them then, her loyal soldiers, some barely staying on their feet. The sight sickened her. Soon, she thought to herself, soon she would not have to rely on such specimens. Soon she would have all the soldiers she wanted and would ever need. Soon all would be hers. She shivered with anticipation, still feeding off the life energy she had absorbed and the adrenaline from the fight. The temple was nearly done, everything was going to plan, even with the rats in her house. She would find and silence them. They could not escape, none of them could. It was almost over. Soon, she promised herself. Soon. Chapter 14. Another drink. He was dozing on the bridge when it happened. Merritt had been laying back in his chair, dreaming of his children when it came to him, a sensation through the force, a tremor that pulled him away from a distant world and the laughter of those that were a part of him. He sat up quickly, a frown on his face. What? He looked around the bridge. What was that? He could not touch the light side anymore, but that didn't mean he didn't know it when he felt it. It was like seeing someone shine in a glow rod in a shadowy room. He could almost see it, but he couldn't touch it, as if he was outside the room, looking through a window. An alarm went off on the control board, followed by Bela screaming, "Merritt! Help! Fire! Fire!" He was on his feet in moments. CC beat him to Bela's cabin, but only because the droid was in the main cabin when she shouted. Merritt blinked. What? What had happened? A dozen tiny fires burned in Bela's room. They were having trouble spreading, but a fire on a starship was still a serious thing. What happened? He exclaimed. Sorry, Bela responded, slapping out the closest flame with her bare hands. I'm sorry, she repeated again. Step back, pop it, the droid called out, raising his left hand. Fire extinguishing foam sprayed from a compartment in his appendage. Merritt pulled the girl back, and was surprised once more. He felt it. A gentle breeze on his cheek, and wetness, that tasted of rain. How? That wasn't possible. Leave, back up, he ordered. We will handle this. I'm sorry, the girl murmured, slipping out into the cabin. He went to grab another fire extinguisher, but the small flames were already out, with minimal damage done, and on the smell of burnt plastic and paper to mark their existence. Merritt looked around quickly. He had felt a breeze on a starship. That was not a good thing. It suggested a possible hull breach, but he didn't feel it anymore, and there were no alarms from the ship's computer. CC paused, his round head moving back and forth, scanning. I'm detecting no more heat signatures, Captain. The fires are out. Merritt nodded, once again looking around. CC, are you detecting anything? Ship hull weakness, problems with the environmental systems. The droid paused, tilting his head slightly. After years of serving on this vessel, the computer system of the Nightfire had molded itself around the droid's CPU at the equivalent of a counterpart level. The droid shook his head. Everything is functioning normally, no alerts detected. It turned to him. You are referring to the wind and moisture in the air a moment ago. Yes. Fallen Star nodded. I picked that up as well. Since I'm not picking up any mechanical failures, I must put it down as human interaction. He looked at the droid. Human interaction? Merritt asked. A Force thing, the droid replied. Spending decades working with the Force sensitive, you learn to accept the unusual. He nodded. That made sense. Jazz and CC had been partners for decades. Who knew what odd things the droid had seen in that time? The Force could do things that even Jedi didn't understand. CC turned his optic on him. You should speak with Bela. I fear that something is wrong. Merritt gave the droid an arched look. Why me? You know her far better than I do. I helped raise her, yes, but what happened is far beyond my programming. You are a Force sensitive as well. You are better suited to speak with her if something is amiss. Merritt considered that. If backup needed something. At the same time, the old worries came back. The vision that he had seen. That may be unwise, CC. The droid's posture changed. It seemed frustrated. What is going on with you two? It demanded. Nothing is going on, Merritt insisted. No, something is. You two have barely talked since we left the station. We have been in space almost 6 days and you two have barely said a word to each other. She has stuck to her cabin, and you have exiled yourself to the bridge. Merritt's eyes narrowed. What are you saying, CC? I'm saying that you are avoiding each other, hiding from one another. He snorted. I'm not avoiding her. I'm protecting her. Protecting? Protecting her from what? Merritt winced. Again, the vision the dark side had showed him crossed his mind. The two of them entwined in his cabin, the smell of her hair, the taste of her skin. Her eyes glowing yellow with the power of the dark side. Back up. No longer back up, but someone else, someone darker. And all because of him. You do not know that. His mother's voice echoed through his brain. The future is always in motion, kiddo. You know that. You saw only one possible future. He knew that to be true, but at the same time, he had fallen to the dark side, disgraced Jazz Darbin's memory. If his daughter fell because of Merritt Fallen Star, would that not complete the old man's failure? No. Merritt would not risk that. Not from what, CC, he informed the droid, but from whom? Who? The droid asked. Fallen Star motioned to himself. The droid's head tilted, his scanners whirring. I don't understand, Captain. Bayla's in a dangerous place, and this is a dangerous time, he answered. Her home lost, her family under threat. Which is exactly why she needs your help, the droid answered. That help could be more dangerous than her enemies, he replied. I don't believe you would hurt her, CC said. Jazz trusted you, Bayla trusts you. Maybe she shouldn't. I didn't set out to fall to the dark side, CC. I had good intentions, but... He shook his head. My master used to say that my compassion did me credit, that it meant that I would be a good Jedi one day, but those same feelings were used by Avaryss, and now, I'm bound to the darkness, perhaps forevermore. He shook his head. No, the stakes are too high. I won't risk Bayla becoming like me. I can't. It is safer for me to stay away, keep her at arm's length. When we reach Master Vey, she will be able to help her. You can't stay with her. Make sure she is okay, and I'll go back into my exile. CC crossed his arms. So you have just given up then. You accept that what you have become is all you will ever be. I've learned to live with it. I've accepted it. The droid made a huffing sound and turned away. It seemed annoyed with his choice, which made no sense. Droids couldn't be annoyed. Merritt ran his hands through his hair. He took one last look around Bayla's cabin. If she had done this with the Force, she was stronger than he realized. Maybe stronger than her father had ever realized. Seeking out Vey was the right idea. Getting her away from him was the smart idea. He left the cabin eager to return to the bridge. Bayla could stay in his cabin if she needed to. He was perfectly comfortable on the bridge. He barely noticed her as he passed by. She was sitting at the dining table in the main cabin. He made for the bridge, but was surprised to find it closed off. The emergency door had slid shut, blocking the access way. He pressed the ship's intercom. CC, why is the bridge sealed off? The comm system crackled, and the droid's voice emerged. Because I've sealed it off, Captain, the droid responded, and I've depressurized the entryway. You will not be able to enter. Merritt blinked. What? Why? There is something wrong between you and Bayla. You two need to work it out. It isn't good for any of us that you both choose to avoid each other. Fallen Star's eyes narrowed. CC, repressurize the entryway and open the door. I'm more than capable of bringing the ship to its destination. We will arrive in 6 hours, plenty of time for you and Bayla to talk and work through whatever it is that is going on. Merritt's temper began to flare. CC, open the door. This is an order. I'm only required to obey your orders in an emergency. That was the deal we made. Jazz and you accepted the same deal when I brought you aboard 3 years ago. As I said, I am more than capable of bringing us to our destination safely. CC, I'm sorry, Captain. Static sounded over the intercom. The comm system seems to be having some issues. I will get on the repairs immediately. but they will likely not be finished before we make landfall. Merritt pounded on the blast door. CC. We dot. KRRSST. We will. KRSST. Speak again in 6. KRSST. Hours. CC out. The comm shut down, leaving Merritt Fallister in silence. He snarled and pounded 3 more times on the blast door. CC, he thought. Damn you. He stepped back, the darkness flaring within. He wanted to use the force to rip open the emergency doors, perhaps burn through with his lightsaber, but if the fool droid had depressurized the entryway. He frowned. Damn you, CC. Damn you. She is not going to open up. He turned. Bayla still wouldn't meet his gaze. She sat at the table looking down at the surface. She is in mom mode now. Merritt blinked. Mom mode. Bayla nodded. I saw it often enough when I was little. When Miri and Go were fighting, Cece would make them sit down together and not let them leave the room until they had dealt with whatever argument they were having. The girl shrugged. I was lucky. As the youngest, I didn't have to face that much. Miri and Go were so much older than I, but that doesn't mean that I don't know what happens when Cece gets like this. Fallen Star growled under his breath once again, looking at the door, impotently. I'm one of the greatest bounty hunters in the galaxy, and now I find myself blocked by a nanny droid with an attitude. He shook his head. Oh, how the mighty had fallen. He tried to think of a workaround. He had worked on the Nightfire often enough, but, then again, CC had worked on the ship for decades. If the droid wanted the door sealed, it would likely get his way. He cursed under his breath. 6 hours, he thought. 6 long hours. He tried not to look at Bayla. He feared that she might pick up what he had seen between them through the Force. You could just tell her, his mother's voice offered. He could, but what would she say? Would she think him just some fool who wished to bed her, or worse? What if she liked the idea? Head didn't see how, but given their history. What if them facing us now was what drew her into darkness? No. He would not mention anything about it. Not until they reached Master Vey. She literally a millennium of experience. She would know what to do. He sighed in surrender and shook his head. I need a drink, he said. He looked up at his guest. How about you, back up? She met his eyes, her expression troubled. Wouldn't mind one. Nodding, he went to the galley, finding a bottle of Corellian's finest. He brought it, and 2 glasses back to the table. He shook his head. Whatever the ill, he thought, Corellia has the cure. He poured and offered one to Bayla. She took it with a slight nod, as he sat down across from her. She downed the first one with a single gulp, surprising him. What? She asked, holding up the glass. He smiled. Another drink. Please? He shook his head and poured, surprised by what he had just seen. Do you remember the first time we shared a drink? He asked her. She nodded. We had just found the bottle hidden in Miri's room, the one Choir had brought her. Merritt shook his head. I remember gagging that first time, he said. We were what? 12. 11, she corrected, and we were both trying to be so mature, impress each other, I think. She smiled slightly. And you did more than gag. I gagged. You threw up. And you told me to run when we heard CC coming. He said with a chuckle, you didn't want me getting in trouble. I knew Mom would forgive me. You, being Dad's apprentice, would have been punished. Mom might have even thought that you talked me into the whole thing. He nodded, the memory of that night coming back. He watched as she took another drink, remembering who they had once been, how innocent they had been. Don't underestimate her. His mother's voice caused him to pause, his drink halfway to his lips. You still see her as that little girl who lived in the palace when you and Jazz visited. That is not who she is any more than you are the boy. He could almost see his mother's disapproving look. She is not a little girl anymore. You shouldn't treat her as such. And that she didn't have to tell him. All he had to do was look at her. Yes, she was definitely not a little girl anymore. She had always been slender, but that didn't change that she had grown more curvy, more attractive. The shirt and pants she wore did little to hide that. The short black hair suited her, he thought, though he could see strands of gold mixing with the dark. She would likely need to dye it again, before too long. Again, he tried to look away, not wishing her to get the wrong idea. The fact that Cece had locked them in together did not change the facts. He still needed to protect her. He would not allow himself to become a threat to her. He owed her that much. He owed her father that much. The two drank in silence. The two finished their second drinks without saying a word. Merritt sighed. He was still trying to avoid meeting Bela's eyes when he reached out with the force. What he felt shocked him. He could sense the light about her. That was not surprising, yet that was not all. He blinked and looked up. He could sense it, even lost in his own darkness. Bela had put up a wall around herself. He could feel it. It might have well been made of Beskar or Durasteel. She was trying to block herself off from the force, from her own powers. He tilted his head slightly. Why? He poured them both another drink and finally met her eyes. What happened in your cabin, Bay? He asked. The girl winced. I'm sorry about that. Apology accepted, but that is not what I'm asking. Tell me what happened, please. She winced and shook her head. He could sense her pain, even as she was trying to cut herself off from the force. Fal is dead, she said flatly. Falastari is dead. His brow furrowed. Should I know who that is? She shook her head. She was my master's Padawan, the one she took after me. She was just a kid when I left, but she had so much potential. Bela shivered and hugged herself. She died in pain and in fire. I felt both. They. Bela shivered. It's back. I hadn't used the force in months. That made it better. I didn't feel it as often, but now, meeting you, using the force on Catherine, is back. She looked up at him, her eyes tortured. I'm feeling everything again. Everything and I don't know how to stop it. He put down his drink. I don't understand. What do you mean you feel everything? She looked at her hands. He could tell this wasn't easy for her. For years she had had to hide the force, or, at the very least, focus on the mundane matters of the galaxy. She had been an officer in her mother's navy. Such a position likely offered little opportunity to reflect on the force. Do you know what spirit bonding is? She asked. He shook his head no. It is a Paladina discipline. It is one of the oldest. In fact, it came down to us from the sorcerers that once served Bantoon. They would use their connection to the gods, the force, to bond with friends and loved ones, making their connection to them even stronger. It served us well in times of the trouble, having others to lean on, knowing we are not alone. She frowned. Years ago, I entered into bond with Master Kit. I had been her student for only a few months at that point, but was honored to accept. I thought I understood what that meant. One of the first acts a Paladina recruit goes through is bonding as a group. The order is summoned together, and the Grand Master weaves us all together for the ceremony. For that one moment, we are all one. He nodded. He did know something about force bonds. His bond with Avaryss had defined much of his young life. And she had used that bond to corrupt him. He had not forgotten that. Jedi do have something similar, he added. We can form battle melds in time of trouble, sharing our power through the force. The spirit bond is different, Bela continued. A battle meld can be broken, a person returned completely to their own mind. A Paladina bond remains on some level, always. It is a purest form of trust and attachment, accepting that those around us are willing to share all, and will stand with the order against any foe. Bela rubbed her arms, her eyes narrowing. Shortly after beginning my apprenticeship under Master Kit, she had already decided that she wished me to follow her, that she would groom me to be the next Grand Master. The bond we formed was not like the group bond ritual that we use on all recruits. It was deeper and more intense. Her frown deepened. There was a side effect that I'm guessing she didn't know about. The Paladina have never been truly at war, not since the Order was founded. The Jedi Council preferred we keep to our own system. The Sith that seized our home world, they They are exterminating the Paladina, every one of us. Which is why your people are lucky, Merritt said. Even if your order falls, you will remain. You will be able to rebuild one day. She glared at him. Lucky. This isn't lucky, Merritt. I told you the bond was permanent, and thanks to Master Kit, my bond is far more intense. He considered what she was saying. Slowly, he began to understand. You are connected to the rest of your order, even now. It is more than a mere connection. I feel them. I have felt every single one. Every death that we have suffered, every execution, murder, and death in battle, I've experienced them all, every single one, and without another Paladino around me, there has been no one to share that pain with, that death and loss. I can't let it flow out through my connection to the others. There are none around, and haven't been for years. Years. It is a part of me, and it probably always will be. Fallen Star's eyes widened. He considered what she was saying, what the consequences of such a bond meant. He looked into her eyes, those sad, pained, lovely gray-blue eyes. He understood. If what she was saying was true, the Paladina Order functioned as a single whole. Together, they would have been formidable in battle. That bond binding them, the loss of one would hurt, but that pain would be shared by the group, making it more bearable, and likely motivating the remaining members to fight on. Bela was alone, and had been for years now. All that death, all that pain, she had been forced to endure it alone, and if her master had increased the intensity of that bond and one she saw worthy of leading them. He shook his head. How, he wondered. How had she endured this for 3 years? The pain must have been excruciating. No wonder she was trying to cut herself off from the force. Most people could not have handled it, added in that her own people had been dying around her. Is that what caused the fire in your cabin? He asked. The bond. She nodded. Fala died, she repeated. I think the Paladina have been avoiding contact with the Sith. They may have gone back into hiding, as they did during the years before my mother's rule. I had not felt a single death in months, and I thought the worst was behind me, but Fala dying like that. She shook her head, but as she did so, her hands curled into fists. Angry fists. Master Kit offered our aid to the Jedi Council. When the Cold War turned hot, she was willing to fight, to send the Paladina out among the stars, to fight with our Jedi cousins, to defend the light. She looked up at Merritt, her eyes cold as space. Our offer was rejected. The Jedi Council told us to remain in our home system. That Bantoon needed to be protected, but that wasn't it, was it? Her frown deepened. They didn't want to risk us spreading throughout the stars. They didn't want to risk us sharing our bond with other Jedi. Ambassador Zoris had told them about the bonding. I'm sure of it. Warned them, told them we brought attachment with us, dangerous attachment. Merritt said nothing, he simply listened. How long had it been since Bela had gotten the chance to talk to another Force sensitive? Had CC been right? Backup pounded her fist on the table. The Jedi see us as an infection, something to be quarantined. Maybe they hoped the Sith would come. Maybe they wanted us eliminated. The fact that we were an accepted order on Bantoon was the only thing that kept them from carrying out the extermination themselves. They? A tear ran down the girl's cheek. She looked away, fuming. So much death, she murmured. Fala. She was just a kid when I left. She shivered. So much pain. He listened. What else could he do? He wasn't sure what he could do for her, not in this. He sighed, and downed his drink in a single gulp. I can only imagine what you have gone through these last few years, Bay. The pain and the loss, it is not something I would wish on anyone. He removed his glasses, let her see his Sith eyes again, the dark yellow glow of them. I know that I have no moral high ground here, and certainly no room to talk about giving into my emotions, but... He reached out and put his hand on hers. She looked up into his gaze. His expression remained hard and serious. The anger you are feeling is justified. I will not say that it is not, but trust me. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. That anger, it is not an emotion you want to feed right now. For people like us, and times like this. He shook his head. The dark side is a predator, sure-footed, and always hungry. It devoured me already. He gave her a pained look. It is too late for me, but I won't let it take you. Your father would not have wanted that. She gave him that pained look again, almost a smile, but not quite. So what do we do? She asked. He shrugged. We will be on Jomark in 6 hours. Her brow furrowed. What is on Jomark? Master Vey, I hope. She usually returns to her hermitage there. She was there 2 years ago when I went to her for help. That didn't go well, I'm afraid. What happened? He sighed. She told me to leave and not come back. There was nothing she could do for me, she said. Hopefully, she will see you as being worth her time. At the very least, she will be able to put you in contact with those that can be a real help to you. And what about you? He blinked, surprised to feel her concern. Surely she must know by now that he was beyond saving. He pursed his lips. He was not foolish enough to believe that he would find some happy ending. He was still a dark Jedi, and still bound to a Sith Lord. He always would be. Avaryss would fall, he didn't doubt that, and when she did. We were bound together at birth, he knew. We will be bound together in death. They would both die, he didn't doubt that, and even if by some miracle he survived her destruction, this war between the Jedi and Sith would end, and when it did, the Jedi Order would deal with the remaining dark Jedi in the galaxy, himself included. He had no illusions on that part. He had been doomed the moment he accepted the dark side, and used his power to save Galadriel Locke's life. Strangely enough, if he had the chance, he would have done it again, no fear, and no regret. One life, for another. A fair trade. I will survive, he answered, lying to Bela. He didn't want her to waste time worrying about him. He knew his fate. He was not ashamed of it. Bela shifted in her seat. What if she turns us both away? He paused. A good question that. He hoped it would not come to that. What would happen if Vey said she would not help them? He didn't know. We will try something else, he answered. We will try, and try again, until all our tries are spent. She nodded. The Jedi say there is no such thing as to try. He shrugged. The galaxy is a bit more complicated than most Jedi realize. She nodded. Well, I can't deny that. She held up her glass. Another drink. He nodded. Why not? The galaxy was burning around them. They both were suffering. What would one more drink matter? He poured one for them both, and they both raised their glasses. To the future, Bela said. He snorted at that, but at the same time, prayed that she would have one. She deserved that much. Yeah, he said, clinking his glass against hers. To the future. Chapter 15. Future Plans. Zuzux was an old city. It had been one of the first human settlements on Bantoon, and still showed that fact. A city of plain tan-colored stone, it had only in the last few decades started adding dursteel extensions to structures that had stood for several thousand years. Considered by most on the world the greatest of all the walled cities, it was here that the Istilo line first united the planet under a single leadership, forming the matriarchy and bringing peace to a place that was once a hotbed of war and feuding city-based kingdoms. Such a violent past, not to mention the origins of the bond themselves, made this world tempting to the dark side of the Force. The arrogance and pride of his people complemented the Sith invaders well, more so since they were invited in by a cadre of nobles who turned traitor to their queen and matriarchy. The Sith now ruled here in all but name. Their troopers held back, letting the nobles that put them in power provide security, or at least the illusion of it. Sith troops did fill in the gaps in bond security, but those who did wore Bantoon uniforms, giving the people the idea that their own troops still held sway on their world. It kept the locals, both the noble and common folk, in line. It made the commoners feel that their world had not been subjugated, and the nobles who saw themselves as the allies of the Sith thought they still held power over the world. It was a useful fiction either way. By maintaining such a facade, life on the world seemed to go on. Fishermen still went out in the mornings. Mail and communications were maintained, Even the old marketplace that had been part of the city since its founding was open and drew thousands of customers. As the sun set on another day, one such customer made her way through the crowd, her young daughter clutching her hand. Clad in the hood and robe of one of the higher caste bond, not a single merchant or customer gave her a second glance. Even the eye patch the young mother wore drew little attention. Not that they would, it was not considered polite, and her robes identified her as an upper-class woman, and the common bond knew it was not a good idea to provoke a noble in the capital city. Nor was it odd that a noble would be seen at market by herself. Not in the violet section, anyway, the spot that offered more expensive goods. Goods that drew the attention of the ruling class. Tay peered out from beneath her cowl, taking in the sights and smells of the market. Spices of cooking food tickled her nose as she peered over the various silks and gold and silver work produced by local artisans. The young mother, who was also a Sith and a member of the Dark Council, shivered with delight. This place, it had a rhythm all its own. She sighed. They had only been here 3 years, but in that time, her perspective on it had changed. At first, she had feared that her second child was being born on a backwater. That she would come to miss the world and crush that was Dramikas, the world that she had been born into. Strangely enough, she missed it very little. This place was far different than what she had expected. It was exciting, and what had been foreign had become familiar to her, familiar and friendly. It didn't hurt that she didn't look like a Sith. Her skin had a healthy glow, her eyes were blue and clear, her good eye anyway, the one that had been flicked by a light whip years ago, had never quite healed right. It looked fine in passing, but bright light shocked her. She had grown more comfortable wearing an eye patch when out during the day. The vendors nodded or gave her a slight bow as she passed. She liked that too. Those acknowledgments came from respect, or courtesy, not fear. Unlike most Sith, she didn't need to feel the constant sense of unease in her underlings. No, respect was good enough. You have gone native, her mother had started to complain, but Tay ignored her. Why was that such a bad thing? She hated to admit it, but she was grateful that Avi had placed her where she had. That she had named her the Sith's representative to the greater matriarchy. Through the bond she had learned to appreciate their world, their food and customs. She didn't miss the Empire at all, or Dramikas, with its power games and dangers. Bantoon was enough for her. She was shocked, and at the time couldn't really believe it, but she smiled. She had come to love it here. She had already made up her mind. When the time came, when the galaxy was Avi's, she would ask a boon of her old friend. She was grateful that she had been placed on the Dark Council, but that was not really for her. No, Tay's eye was on a far better prize. When they took the galaxy, she wanted Bantoon. She would happily give up her seat on the council to whatever old guard Sith Avi needed to assure the rest of the Sith Order's loyalty. If the Sith were to be unified under one rule, such offerings would be needed. The old had to be dealt with to make room for the new, and many new things would come with the new Empress. Avi had spoken of moving the throne either to Alderaan or Erdana after the Galactic Empire had been established. Taya was fine with that, but didn't wish to leave this place. No, she had come to only wish for this world, and this world alone. She would happily serve as Mofhir, or Dark Lord, or Prime Minister, whatever title worked. After all, this place was too valuable to leave unattended. The mines needed to be watched, and the shipyards were valuable as well. A Sith Lord would be required to oversee the Empire's interests here. Taya was confident that she would serve her Empress better here than on the Dark Council. This place was better than Dramikas, she decided. The perfect place to raise her daughter. She and Anne stopped at a silk seller's stall, examining the scroll work on a piece of crimson fabric. It would make an excellent sash, she thought. She had seen something similar being worn by Matriarch Honoria's sister. It would look good on her, she thought, and she found their bond allies far more comfortable when they saw a Sith embracing their dress and customs. There was a tiny tug on the sleeve of her robe. Mummy. She looked down into the deep blue eyes of her daughter, and she looked up at her expectantly. Yes, she asked. Sulky, the child asked. She gave her child an indulgent smile and nodded. The little girl giggled and jumped up and down excitedly. Yes, Taya thought. She didn't see why not. She led her child out of the section dedicated to finery and towards the food vendors. The marketplace was on a small plateau overlooking the rest of the city. As one made their way to the market proper, you could look out over the city and see it stretching out and down to the sea. A sea breeze blew her hair, providing a respite from the hot evening. On Drummond Kos, there had never been such relief. The jungle and dark side hung heavy over the spires that made up Kos City. At her side, Anne skipped along, keeping up with her parent, but still holding tight to her hand. Salky, 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 hey, 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 she sang, we love Salky. Taya shook her head with amusement. She loved these moments away from the council and the power games. She loved simply being a mother, a love that she had thought she had lost half a decade ago. The thought brought with it another memory, playing with another child, in a garden on the Sith home world. Aya. Happy memories of her first child came with the thought of her, but at the same time, the most gut-wrenchingly painful of memories as well. Aya laying on a medical gurney, her smile gone, her eyes open and staring, her skin gray, and her lips cold and blue. Drained and emptied, slain with her father and the rest of the population of Zyast. Slain by Emperor Vitiate, murdered by the monster the Sith had revered as a god emperor. Even now, the thought stirred her rage. My daughter, gone? Mummy. She shook her head and looked down. Ange was staring up curiously. A small hand with chubby finger reached up and squeezed her fingers. Pain. The mother shook her head and did her best to smile. A passing thing, darling. Come, let us get ourselves a saltwater baffa treat. Salky, the girl exclaimed. Taya sniffled, wiping at her good eye. It was no good to focus on the dead, not when her future was living and breathing and walking at her side. Ange. The child had finally healed her heart. She would always mourn her firstborn, but hope was rekindled in the lovely blue eyes of her daughter. Hope. Taya pursed her lips. Avi said that hope was a trap and an illusion, and only power mattered, that the future was one without hope, and needed to be guided by a firm hand, her hand. Taya was not so sure. She had hoped that Andrew's birth would awaken that hope in her old friend, but, if anything, Avaryss had become even more determined, remained even more committed to her goal. Our goal, Taya reminded herself. She had been a part of the plan since Zyast, agreed with it, fought for it. It was what she wanted to free the galaxy of the chaos that gripped it. It was what she wanted, wasn't it? They reached the food vendor, and Taya purchased 2 baffa treats. She broke off ANJs into 2 pieces, carefully wrapping the first. Her little one would have the second part later. She enjoyed a sweet after her afternoon meal, and it would keep until tomorrow. She smiled while handing her little one her slice. The two sat down near an old fountain and enjoyed their sweets. Taya looked around at the rest of the market, the sun setting on the tan stones that made up the old city. She shook her head. After Zyas, she had been so cold, so angry. She had been dead inside. She had been pain and loss incarnate agony. Darth Agony had been who she had become, and she had been dead inside. She had thought herself lost, destined to die in pain, until someone she had come to love released her. Released her and gave her Ange. She would always be grateful for that. Finn had done her a service. He had helped her deal with her pain, and through his actions, brought her back to the place she wanted to be, needed to be. Here, on this world they had conquered, she had come alive again. She did not miss the power she wielded as Darth Agony. That power had come with too much baggage, too much pain. She was much happier as she was now. She was content. She watched as her child enjoyed her treat. And was so happy here. She enjoyed the same things that all Bond children did, while at the same time, her mother did her best to expose her to the basics of Sith culture. And she doesn't have nightmares here, Taya had to acknowledge. That was the main difference between her second child and her first. Aya had been born and raised on Drummond Kos, and often had woken screaming. Dramenkaz was a place deep in the dark side. Its power was strong on the planet, and even the most innocent of children felt it, experienced it in some way. It was how they began their conversion, their introduction to Sith training. Ange, being raised here, didn't have that. Yes, there was a darkness here, but it did not seep into everything as it did back on the home world. Taya was grateful for that too. It would give her child a chance, make her more open to the choices of life rather than be drawn into the darkness embraced from the very beginning. I'm keeping my promise, Finn, she thought to herself. She had told her lover that she would not force the Sith way on their child. That, boy or girl, the child would be free to choose the fate it desired. Thinking of Finn, she realized how lucky she was to have had a second girl. A son could have been problematic. As a woman of Echini blood, all of Taya's children would resemble their same-sex parent. As a girl, Ange was the spitting image of her sister, and even her mother when she had been a child. Had she had a boy, he would have looked like his father, just like his father. Taya frowned slightly. She was grateful that had not occurred. She could not imagine how Avi would have reacted seeing a boy who was the spitting image of her childhood friend standing at his mother's side. Her old friend and lord had a jealous streak. She had seen that back on Tatooine, but Finn, he had turned that jealousy into something else, and the three of them. Even now, the memory was enough to make Taya's body warm. A shiver of lust ran down her spine. Finn. She shook her head. She missed their steamy moments together. He had been so fierce. It had excited her. Again, she tried not to dwell on the moments of the past, though they had given her everything she had wanted. A child had come from them, and that child had healed her heart. Ange finished her treat quickly, finishing by licking the remaining caramel from her sticky fingers. Again, a sense of melancholy came over the girl's young mother. One day, she would need to tell Ange about her sister. I had been so full of life, and about Taya's husband as well. Finn had been good to his family. He had supported his wife and loved his child. But he is not Ange's father, was he? The thought made her pause. One day, Ange would ask about her father, and what would her mother say then? She was not quite sure. Another thought came unbidden, her last encounter with Finn. They had met, blade upon blade, a clash of sabers when the young man had been so lost in his rage. So lost, that he had found the power to defeat Taya, and had his blade to her throat. Avi had not wanted him killed, only humiliated, broken, and forced to give in to his hate, except that the dark side was the only way. Taya was not supposed to lose that fight, but she had. And she had almost lost her head as well. That moment replayed in her nightmares sometimes. Avi insisted afterward that she had nothing to fear, that she would have stopped Finn from killing her, that it had only been a test of his commitment to the dark side. I would have saved you, Avaryss had promised. You and Ange were never in any true danger. Taya wanted to believe it, chose to do so, but in her weaker moments, she knew otherwise. Had it led to his final and complete fall, Avaryss would have let their lover kill her. He would have slain both her and Ange, who had only just been growing within her. To bind Finn to her, Avi would have done anything. Anything. She pushed such thoughts away. She had sworn an oath to serve Avaryss long ago, and she held true to that oath. Her friend and Dark Lord had done everything she had promised, everything that Taya had foresaw years ago, and had elevated Taya and her family to the height of power here on Bantoon, and soon the rest of the Empire as well. Was that not enough reason to keep the faith with Avi? She believed that it was. The evening bells sounded, the bells of the gods' temple at sunset. At that moment, Avi would be attending a gathering of their nobles, the nobles that had supported the Sith. Taya had been invited to, but she had declined. She had already made plans to spend time with Ange, and had no desire to give that up to listen to a pack of bootlicks praising them for taking what was theirs by right. The blonde Sith frowned. Her mother had chastised as she had left the palace, saying she was foolish for not attending, that she was still not living up to her potential. Once those words would have cowed her, but not anymore. I'm a full Darth, serving on the Dark Council. I'm the right hand to the next Empress. How much higher could she go? Avi would rule, and Taya accepted that. No, she did what was expected of her in council meetings, but her own time belonged to herself and her family. She preferred to spend time with her daughter. As for the nobles, when she ruled Bantoon, they would learn quickly enough that she was no pushover, not that she intended to keep many of those that gave them Bantoon around. No. Never trust a traitor, not even one you create. Even now she was keeping note of all those that would need to have accidents when the time came. Accidents that she would be happy to arrange. She would remove those that aided them directly, use their heirs to establish a new power base for herself here. They had betrayed one leader already. She would not wait around for them to betray her. The queen and her children would also need to die. She could not deny that. Yet, their end would not be the end of the royal bloodline, not if she could help it. There were dozens of Istillo cousins among the nobles. One would serve well as a figurehead, and when Ange was old enough, a marriage alliance could be arranged, further binding the people to her family. The thought made her Taya smile. Her daughter might one day be the mother of queens. She liked that idea too. She suspected that Avi would be surprised when she was informed of her plans. Mother too, for that matter. Of course, no one should be surprised. She might not have been Agony anymore, but she was still a Sith. What Sith did not seek to enrich themselves and empower their heirs? Taya finished the last of her Botha treat, using the water of the fountain to wash off the last of the leftover sugar and caramel. Again she took her daughter by the hand and led her back out into the marketplace. There was an oil dealer that she wished to see before the market closed for the night. She found the smell relaxing after a day working with her fellow Sith. Again, she blended it with the crowd, no one giving her a second glance. She was just another noble, one of many. The thought amused her. Avi was welcome to the Empire, and the rest of the galaxy as a whole. Taya had found the prize she wanted, the answer to all her ambitions. Surely Avi would not deny her that. One world out of thousands. It was a fitting reward, and the only one she wanted. A place for her and her daughter. A place to be content. It was such a small thing. She looked down at her child, licking her lips happily. We have found our place, little one, she thought. Our perfect place. Darth Avaryss smiled as the ceremony reached its climax. She stood on one of the many balconies that dotted the chamber. Down below, the Order of the Shadowed Blade finished their final prayer, honoring their gods for the success and plenty they had enjoyed this year. The Dark Lord chuckled. What fools these Bond nobles were. The Order of the Shadowed Blade had been formed by Baron Hudlow during his time here. He had inducted only the most powerful and ambitious nobles that believed it was their right to rule. The Bond had been drawn to the secret brotherhood, the sigils on their robes, and walls of their meeting place. It made the arrogant and self-entitled feel superior to the common rabble. Ironically, it was all a lie. Avaryss glanced across the chamber at the balcony directly across from her. Queen Viserys stood there, flanked by members of Avaryss' own royal guard, and Protector Valentine as well. The Sith could feel the discomfort radiating off the old woman, and understood why. This was her first introduction to the Shadowed Blade. She was not a member herself, nor was any of the royal court, with the exception of Lord Dustin. Tonight she was here as Avaryss' guest. She wanted the old woman to understand just how long the takeover of her world had been in the planning, how her own people had accepted the Sith into their world, but that was not all. The Queen was not so naive. She had spent the bulk of her life around Force sensitives, birthed four of her own. Given that history, she could no doubt understand what she was seeing. Her betrayal had been a long time coming. The members of the Order were among the first she reached out to when she chose to make Bantoon her own. They had conspired with her and her generals in the season of this world, no doubt thinking that more power awaited them with the rise of their empress. She shook her head. Foolish mundanes. They really didn't understand. The rituals they performed, the sigils on the walls, even the markings on the robes they wore marked the members of the Shadowed Blade not as masters, but as slaves. The rituals that they performed had been a part of the life of Sith slaves since the days of Mark Aragnis. Even now, Avaryss could feel the connection between her servants and her. They asked of the dark side to empower her, offering up themselves as sacrifice, even though they didn't realize it. The whole display amused the future empress. They offered themselves to me, these wealthy fools, while at the same time thinking they could betray me in secret. She smiled coldly. Soon they would realize just how wrong they were. She believed what she had learned from the Paladina. They had not been behind the attack on the Grand Temple, if not them who. The nobles were the most likely suspects. They had brought her to the edge of absolute victory, and now, that she had done all the hard work, hoped to steal it from her. If that was their plan, they would fail. Yet, they could not do it alone. The dark side whispered in her ear, they had to have help, some other Sith under you. Perhaps even on the council. That realization stung the most, but it also made the most sense. The ambition of her allies could not be underestimated. She would find them, whoever they were. She would find them, and deal with them. The final prayer rang out, making the dark side ripple around her, filling Avaryss with a sense of contentment. She sighed, and turned away. Now that the prayers were done, it was time to do business, and celebrate. The nobles would meet in the Grand Hall, and discuss their plans and schemes. Avaryss would be among them, stand among them, and be mindful. There was a rat somewhere in her house. She was determined to find it. So, who do you think did it? Avaryss shrugged and smiled at the handsome man on her arm. It doesn't really matter, Terrence, she said. They will be found. Her smile turned cold. They will always be found. Terran Remick, one of the few members of Survivor Squad who joined her of his own free will, nodded. A former mercenary, he had been brought into her circle by the actions of his former boss, Gabe Cooper. Those actions had cost Terran's father his life. Now, the young man desired only one thing, revenge on Cooper and the destruction of his organization. She felt his eyes on her and could sense a flicker of lust as well. That amused her as well. Well, perhaps revenge was not the only thing the man wanted. The two made their way through the gathering. Wealthy merchants, matriarchs, and mining guild representatives mingled and went off to dark corners to discuss shady deals. Most paid Avaryss no mind, in their eyes. She was one of them, just another ambitious noble. A baroness and prime minister of their world. She would enjoy showing them just how wrong they all were. Lord Dustin came up to her, asking about how the repairs were going on the Grand Temple. She assured him everything was fine, before sending him and his pretty date on their way. Had he betrayed her? Had he been behind the attack on the Grand Temple? She found General Glask at one of the food tables. He, like many of her people, were currently engaged in a relationship with one of the Bond nobles. The blonde on his arm was the daughter of a mining guild rep, and noble who had interests in the band's shipyards. Had Glask betrayed her? He had been a cousin of Sinestra Fear, her master's treasonous wife, and a cousin of his mundane daughter. Had he turned against her in some foolish bid for revenge? She shook her head. So many suspects, so little time. It is shame we can't really enjoy ourselves, Terrence said conversationally, shaking his head. It is a shame we always have to be about business. She gave him a curious look. We will not always be working, she promised, running her finger down his chest. He responded immediately. She felt his hand on her lower back, on the verge of sliding, a bit lower. She allowed it, this time. The dark-skinned mercenary was a handsome man, and it had been a while, if she was being perfectly honest. She had been so focused on the plan and raising her son, that her own desires had been put on hold. Now that Ander was a little older, well, she licked her lips. She still hoped for Finn's return, but why not have some fun while she waited? Terran was definitely interested. She paused. A familiar presence filled the force. That in commotion from the main entryway. The herald that announced all arrivals called out, his voice, a bit distracted. Presenting Lady Zedra Hudlow and her companion. Avaryss laughed. Finally, Rain had returned, and she had not come to the event alone. Rain strode into the chamber like she owned the place, her Twi'lek paramour, Gul Ashik on her arm. Avaryss shook her head in amusement. Oh, my dear apprentice, she thought. So brazen. The Shadowed Blade was a human-only organization, their gatherings equally so. For Rain to bring her toy friend here, it showed what she thought of their bond allies. Avaryss could not fault her, though she would have to say something publicly, she supposed. We have to keep our brothers of bond happy. For now, both girl and Twi'lek were dressed in matching clothes, her gown a deep red with black highlights. His vest and leggings the same color. Gull also wore daggers on his belt, daggers crested with the sigil of his house, showing off his own nobility. The Dark Lord doubted the stuffy insular bond would care. She guided Terran over to meet with the two, if Rain had returned. A mission should be complete. Rain noticed her and bowed respectfully. Cousin, she said. Avaryss, shifting back into her role as Kyra Hudlow, returned the bow. Cousin, she replied. Lady Prime Minister, Gull said, dropping to one knee. I thank you for invitation. Avaryss glanced at Rain, who merely shrugged. The Dark Lord snorted. Cheeky bastard. He and Rain had planned this, she didn't doubt, by claiming to all that he had been invited by her. It sent a message, but the Dark Lord was not sure that it was the right one. Gull's position here would go up, as it should, though it would likely alienate some of her bond allies. The former could be useful, the latter would not matter much longer, provided that Rain had succeeded in her mission on MRSST. Excuse me, Terran, she said, slipping her arm out for his. I need to speak with Zedra for a moment. As you wish, he said, offering a slight bow, again flashing her a bright smile. Don't make me wait too long. Of course not, she promised. Rain slipped away from her plaything, as well as the two women made for the nearest balcony, one of the few overlooking the city. They had matters to discuss, matters that didn't include their bond allies. To those that attended this gathering, they were family. To each other and the Order, they were fellow Sith. It was time to speak as Sith. They said nothing more until they were out of earshot of their allies and pawns. Rain smiled at her master. Cheating on Master Finn, are we? Avaryss snorted. Just as you are cheating on Timon. Her apprentice frowned. A distraction only, Master. As his Terran, she answered, or will be should I choose to take him in a more intimate fashion. That does not concern you, however. I believe you have something for me. Report. Rain reached into her glove and pulled out a small data module. Mission accomplished, my lord. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she thought with a hungry smile. Well done, my child. The two stepped as far from the party as they could, far out on the balcony overlooking the city. Rain's limp seemed more pronounced than usual, the shoe she wore not as comfortable as the boot that was molded to her foot, the one she wore during training and business. Her eyes narrowed as she looked out over the city. When I first read that treatise, I was not sure what to make of it, she said. Darth Avaryss' eyes narrowed. You read it? Rain gave her an innocent look. You didn't order me not to, and besides, I had to be sure it was what you were looking for. I was merely being thorough. Avaryss sneered. Right? Still, the girl was not wrong. She had not ordered her not to read it. You need to be careful, the dark side whispered. Rain is not a little girl anymore. She has been your student for 4 years. She is old enough to start her own plotting. Count on that. She did, but at the same time, she still felt she had time. She still had much to teach the girl. Rain had not unlocked all her secrets, not yet, and her own skills were not sharp enough yet to oppose her master. Again, not yet. Most interesting reading, Rain added. I was not sure what to make of it. Talk of a local species here, a blood-drinking mammal that had mostly gone extinct except for a series of islands in the northern regions. Not really what I expected when you first told me about needing it. Never judge a book by its cover, apprentice, Avaryss reminded her. I don't, her student replied, especially when I saw the author. She smiled wickedly. Tell me, Master, why was Darth Revan so interested in these creatures? That is the question, is it not, Rain? Why would a great Sith Lord care about local wildlife? And why would all copies of this treatise be destroyed by the Bond mages that would one day become the Paladina? Why would they even care? Why was this one not destroyed? Her student asked. The Bond never got the chance. Revan had this treatise in his personal collection when he fell to Darth Malik. It was then lost for years, stolen by a collector of Sith artifacts, who eventually died, and his collection fell into the hands of scholars who brought it to MRST. There it remained forgotten, until now. Rain nodded. Does Revan's research have something to do with our plan? It has everything to do with the end of the Paladina and of our relationship to the bootlicks that put us in power on this world. Rain gave her an arch look. Have the Bond angered you? They have overstepped themselves recently, or I believe they have, at least. Yet, they are still useful to us, and I believe that I have found a way to extend that usefulness without putting our plans at risk. Avaryss shook her head. We have rats in our house, apprentice. We will need to deal with them. Rain grinned. So, we play exterminators then. No, we deal with the vermin by breeding our own. They will be far more useful than the ones we have now. She turned to her student. You have done well. I have gold running down some leads on Timon. We should have answers soon. Rain's eyes lit up. Then you will let me go. You will let me bring him back with me. Avaryss nodded. He will be given another chance to serve me, and you will have help, far more useful help than your little crew. Things that will serve you first and foremost. I think you will be most pleased. Rain nodded eagerly. She was thinking only of Tim, and could care less what things her master offered to aid in the hunt. Another Sith would have questioned. A more experienced Sith would have been curious. Rain was distracted, but her master didn't blame her. She was young, Avaryss realized. She would learn. The Dark Lord shook her head. This world, this Bantoon. She would be grateful to be away from here, and even more grateful when she was free to destroy this wretched place. It would serve its purpose and discard it. She would keep her treasures and a few of his people, though they would not be people when she was through. The thought made her smile. That fool Darth Avaryss had coined a nickname for her, or rather had spoken it publicly for the first time. He had been against her use of Sith alchemy to reshape some of their soldiers. She had only to sought to improve their servants, and he, and the rest of those fools on the council, had not understood. Well, she didn't have to worry about them now. She was free to do what she wished. And here she would embrace Ravish's nickname. Darth Avaryss, the mother of horrors. She and Rain turned back to the party. They regarded their Bond allies. Avaryss sneered. Pathetic mundanes, foolish slaves. They would learn the truth about their value to her. Most were nothing, but others were raw material that she could make use of. That, though, excited her. You were right about me, Ravish, she thought. I am both a mother and a mother of horrors. She chuckled. She had Revan's treatise and more than enough test subjects. As the ancient Sith before her, she felt the desire to create. The time had come to birth her first horror. She couldn't wait. It would be delicious. Chapter 16. Shira. So, how are you going to find this missing princess? Shira groaned and shook her head. She had almost been asleep. She looked upward, her chin resting on her lover's chest. Court looked down on her, stroking her neck. She couldn't deny it, she enjoyed the sensation. In fact, she enjoyed everything about this. The Force will guide me, she purred, turning her head and rubbing against his chest. He smiled. Still seems like you are looking for a pebble in an asteroid field. I don't doubt your skill, Shy, but this seems like something even a Jedi is going to have problems with. Maybe, she had to agree. But what choice have I? She wondered. It has to be done. We need to find Jazz's daughter. She could escape the feeling that something bad was coming, and at the heart of it stood her old rival. Shira's eyes narrowed. Darth Avaryss had been quiet for too long. The fact that she was making moves now. They could not afford to wait. They needed to stop her now. The Dark Lord was up to something. It fell to her enemies to stop her. The Resolute was currently in dry dock. They had taken some damage dealing with some slavers off Rishi. It wasn't rare to find such people working in the Outer Rim, but the number had increased in the years since the rise of the Eternal Throne. The Zakuul don't care, she recognized. not as long as their tributes are paid and their home system secure. Arcann cared only for fealty. The safety of people didn't seem to mean much to him, which meant that the Resolute would not be able to stay here for long. The shipyard they were using was small, operated by an independent company, barely big enough to cater to a military vessel. But it was only a matter of time until someone here decided to make a few credits by giving the location of a Republic warship. Then the Eternal Fleet would come. They would need to be gone before that happened, as they had every time they stopped for some reason. Miss Beniko claimed they were working on a plan to neutralize Arcann's navy, but so far, that had not materialized. So we run and hide again. Shira almost growled. She hated the fact that they had to avoid the enemy. The people deserved to know that they were being protected. That time will come, she thought. Our time will come. If she didn't believe that, she wouldn't have joined the alliance. She shifted slightly in their bunk, trying to get comfortable again. The thought of their many enemies had driven the thought of sleep from her. Though she knew she had to at least try and get some rest. She was leaving in the morning, starting her new mission. Find Bela Istillo. If she succeeded, they would be one step closer to stopping Avaryss once and for all. She rested her head against Cort's bare chest. He continued to stroke her neck and shoulder. She sighed. She couldn't help it. She had come to love his touch. You're early, he said. She smiled. How do you figure? We've done this enough times, Shy. I know the times of your life cycle. The burning isn't for another couple of weeks. Yet, here you are. She could hear the concern in his voice. It was the doctor speaking to her now, not her lover. Is everything okay? Considering the state of the galaxy, she thought, everything was far from okay. But if they were just talking about her and him. Everything is fine, she replied. This, me coming to you, sharing your bed. It was not about the burning. It wasn't about a biological need. She looked up at him, her brown eyes filled with both affection and contentment. I chose to be with you tonight because I wanted you. I need you, and she nuzzled against him, enjoying the sweet sound of his heartbeat. I didn't want to be alone. Her confession touched him. She sensed that through the force, even as that goofy smile she knew so well sprang up on his face. What she had said wasn't a lie. She had been tired of darkness. Love. Love was life. She had been meditating when the desire had come to her. She had been surrounded by darkness, Avaryss, the attack on Stalkhouse, Arcann, and his Eternal Fleet. It had almost overwhelmed her. There was so much against them. So many foes they needed to face. She had risen without a single thought, went to Cort's quarters. He had opened the door. Before he could even say the first words of greeting, she pushed him inside, closing the door behind her, pinning him to the wall, and sought his mouth. After that, everything had been heat and need. They had torn off each other's clothes and fallen into bed, and for a time, there had been nothing in the galaxy but them. Now that it was done, only now did reason take hold again, in the sweet moment of afterglow and contentment. She had shared his bed on and off for almost 4 years now. At first it had only been about dealing with the biological imperative, a need built into her blood. Now, it had become more, so much more. What that was, she couldn't say. She was still a Jedi, after all. What did this all mean to a member of the Jedi Order? They lay together, simply enjoying the warmth and connection they shared. Part of her wanted to go again, to awaken his passions, and have him take her again. It would not be so hard. She knew him well, and he knew her. I love you. He spoke the words with such conviction, and that conviction radiated out through the force, only like a slap in the face. She looked up. What? He looked down, and gave her a wry smile. I love you. She tried not to show the sense of panic she felt in that moment. She smiled back. I know, she answered. He gave her an arch look. Is that all you have to say? Her brow furrowed. What, she wondered. What more did he want from her? You know how I feel, she said. Does anything more need to be said? He didn't answer with words, but he didn't need to. They had been together a long time. bound by more than just physical urges. She knew what he was thinking. I can't do this, she knew. Why can't he understand? On a datapad, Shai revealed looked like the perfect Jedi candidate. No home world, no family, and no attachments. The Order had become her life, its members her people. Yet, not a single one had helped her with her burning. She was far from the only being in the Order that dealt with the mating cycle. Dozens of races had a time when their biological need took hold. And not one Jedi healer had suggested she find someone for relief, not a single one. They had always told her to simply endure it, that by enduring it, she would become stronger in the Force, by rising above her base needs. Only Court had offered her release, and had stayed with her all this time, made sure she had a place to find it. Even if, and when they could not be together physically, he would speak to her over the holo, soothe her. Even his voice had been enough sometimes. It had given her the strength to get through, and continue on. I love you. He had said the words, this man who had given up so much to be with her. Why was it so damn hard to admit in words what she knew in her heart? She sighed, and lay against his chest again, but she felt a slight sense of distance between them now. Her eyes narrowed. She didn't want that. I wish that I could be what you want me to be, she said. I know what you have given up for me. I've given up nothing, he answered. She frowned. I know that is not true. I know that your father has distanced himself from you. I distanced myself from him long ago. And I know he has remarried, that his young wife has given him another son. It had to happen sooner or later. Shire growled. As a doctor, you know what I am better than most. Genetically, I'm an oddity. I should not have existed if not for Tarek's desire to create me. I'm a person, you proved that to me, but I can't be much more than that. She only just suppressed a whimper. There were so many things she could not be. She was a Jedi Knight. The Council could not deny that. They had completed her training, but before everything had fallen apart, they had chosen that was the end of her role in the Order. They had dismissed all her requests for a Jedi Padawan. The High Council had felt that she was not ready to train a student, and suggested that she should focus on duties. The Order, like her life, seemed to suggest that all she knew would end with her. She could not produce offspring. Court's tests had confirmed that her biology was too different to allow reproduction. Her brow furrowed. I truly am a race of one. She would end with her. She could leave the Order, marry, play the role of mate and wife, but she could not be a mother, and the Council had forbidden her training an apprentice. Even if she found someone, trained them, they would not be accepted into the Order. They could, and may have spoken in her defense, but the Council still would have dug in his heels and forbade her going forward with the training of any student. She wanted to say that it wasn't fair. She was a Jedi after all, but given her origins, and what she had come to know with Court, she had to ask the question. Did they have a reason? Was there something wrong with her? Admitting love, physical love, was a step away from the Order. But was that really such a bad thing? They had decided she could only go so high. Without an apprentice, she could never be confirmed as a Jedi Master. Did they think her unwilling of that title as well? Her head spun, making her growl. It was too early for such thoughts, too late in the eve. She should be resting, but now. She was not sure how she was going to find her rest. Shira. She looked up again, seeing the concern in Court's eyes. What is wrong? Seeing a chance to escape the trap his words had opened up, Shira took it. She changed the subject. I will be facing Avaryss soon, she said. I can feel it. You said once that you always knew that would come to pass. She nodded. We first met years ago, on the wreck, a station on the edge of Hutt space. She shivered. That was the first time we crossed blades. I was stronger than her then. I should have ended her life on that station. If Master Jazz had not stopped me. You said she helped you against your creator. That you were able to see his end because of her. Yes, but that didn't change anything. Shira nuzzled against him, making him resume stroking her neck. She shuddered. Yes? She needed that. Court, she said after a few moments. Yeah. I want you to promise me something. Anything. She looked up at him, settling her gaze on his. This fight that is coming, between me and Avaryss, it will be the final one, I'm sure. Only one of us will walk away. I want your word when it is over. If I don't, you will, he said. If I don't, I want you to move on. Find a life, something more, someone more than me. That wouldn't be possible. She glared at him. I'm serious. And so am I, he said gruffly. I know what I want. And sometimes even that is taken away, Shire whimpered then. She couldn't help it. This was not easy for her. Then again, it should never have been. I want your promise. Shy. I can't do what I need to if I don't have it. Unless, I'm sure you will be okay. The look he gave her, she could see the conflict there, would have felt it, even if she didn't have the force. She hated to do it, but what choice was there? She had envisioned her final duel with Avaryss many times. In more than a few of those visions she had not walked away. Promise me, Court. Shy. Promise. He lowered his eyes. He didn't want to do this. She knew that too. But again, it had to be done. Winning the final duel with Avaryss wasn't the only way she could stop her. If the witch was too strong, well, Shira knew what had to be done. If she couldn't win, well, she could still take the witch with her. She had felt that possibility again during their brief time on Stalkhouse, when she had taken that young miner's mind and will into her own. The Force had shown her a vision, one that seemed clearer than it ever had before. She saw herself lying on the beach. She and Avaryss both, they lay entwined in each other's arms, entwined in death. Their eyes had been open, staring blankly at each other. Avaryss' blade had pierced her heart and lung, yet that had not been the end. She had still had enough strength to tear the Sith's throat out with her teeth. They had both fallen dead, bloody and broken. So there, in the light of the coming dawn, they had lain, sisters in death. The tide rolling in over their bodies, and in the distance, a little boy was screaming in terror. The vision had been unsettling enough, especially the scream at the end. Yet, it seemed more certain now than it ever had before. We are so close now, which, she thought. We're almost at the end of our tale. Even thinking about that made her shudder. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on Court. She needed him to promise. It was the only way she would have the strength to do what needed to be done. I don't want to make that promise, he said. Court, if I do that, it would be too easy for you to accept your death. I won't make it that easy for you, Shy. I want you to fight to come back. I need to know that you will fight. The heat of his word, his cold resolve touched her. How few people in this galaxy cared that much about her to admit that. To most Jedi Masters she was just a warrior, a tool to be used to strike against their enemies. To her lover, she was more. She always had been. I will not throw away my life, she promised, but I still need to know that if something goes wrong, you are prepared to move on. Mourn me, as you will, but know that I want only for you to be happy, to have the life you deserve, and that you want. It took him a bit to acknowledge it, but finally, he did just that. He nodded. He didn't speak the words, but he at least tried to see things from her perspective. He was willing to accept that what could happen might happen, and was brave enough to accept what she was saying. That acceptance, that bravery, made her smile. It warmed her from her heart always down to her fingers and toes. She could do what she needed to do now. He, her lover, understood. There was no better gift than that. She kissed him again, kissed him and nuzzled his cheek. She growled low in the back of her throat, not in anger, but in desire. He responded to her caress. It awakened the heat within him as well. Court Antilles was a disciplined man normally. Here, in their bed, he could be as animalistic as she. It was another thing she loved about him. Yes, she had to admit. She did love him. Why was it so hard to say those words aloud? Of course, in that moment, there were no words, no thoughts beyond the most base. Desire, lust, and need. They gave themselves over to it. Shira Veal surrendered herself to the beast inside her, and did so with a sense of abandon. If things went Avaryss' way, This would likely be the last time. If so, she would make it something she would remember. Remember, for all time? The next day saw the arrival of the ship, the one in which she would hunt for Jaz Darbin's daughters. Shira nodded. It didn't look pretty, sure, but that was the whole point. There was still a chance they could do this quietly, and that was for the best. The fewer people who knew about this hunt, the better. The which was not without resources or sources. To be unknown was now their greatest defense. The old boxy freighter was one of several ships the Alliance had impounded as it established itself as a power in the galaxy. The ship, the Amanda Fallow, had no Alliance markings or registry. Its previous crew and skipper had made their way across the galaxy more than a few times. The ship would be noticed, true, but dismissed just as quickly by those in power. It was so common that it made other ships look more exotic, which was the whole point. This mission was not on the books. It needed to stay that way. As for her crew, they had been handpicked by Colonel Locke, people the old soldier was sure were on their side. She took comfort in that. Locke wanted Avaryss dead as much as Shira did. She would not take any chances on making that dream a reality. The first looked upon her with a smile that nearly went all the way around his head. Shira Veal. What a surprise. Hello, Urba, she answered with a hint of a bow. I trust you are ready to get into a bit of trouble. Urba, one of the first Hutts to join the Alliance, chuckled. Though small for one of his kind, the yellow slug with green eyes and green marking was still quite young, less than a century-old Roxy suspected. He was also hungry for glory. He didn't belong to any of the major clans, his own family having been defeated during one of the clan squabbles on the Hutt home world. He saw the Alliance as a chance to win back a place for himself in the cartel. Even the Hutts respected martial prowess, and if he helped bring down Arcann, he would be greatly honored by his people. Ready and willing, Master Jedi, he informed her. As always, my contacts are yours. They might not be many, but they should get us where we need to go, if our destination is within Hutt space, of course. Of course, she agreed. Locke was of the opinion that Bela Istillo might be hiding somewhere within Hutt space. Arcann had not come down as hard on them as he had on the Republic and the Sith. If she was in Hutt space, having Urba along would be necessary. Bela was a hunted woman with a price on her head. Having a Hutt along might convince French types like most of the bounty hunters in the galaxy to back off. Urba might not be powerful, but he knew how to act like he was. That was an advantage in itself. The rest of the crew, 2 humans, would be of equal value. Rix Hunt was a student of Galadriel Locke. He had been a fleet trooper that had gone through her commando training program and had emerged as one of her most successful graduates. A plain-looking man with brown hair and an easy demeanor, he could disappear into most crowds on dozens of human-controlled worlds. He was also a skilled sniper, slicer, and had some demolitions training. If Shira needed to blow something up to cover Bela's escape to the Alliance, Rix could handle it. He looked at Urba. I'm afraid you are going to have spend the most of the time after on this journey, big fella. The Fallow wasn't exactly designed with Hutts in mind. No need to worry about me, soldier, he responded. I'm perfectly happy to stay in the back out of everyone's way. Her third crewer gave him a dirty look. Just remember, Hutt, we are not your servants. We are all Alliance soldiers, as are you. She frowned. I trust you can carry your own weight. If the Hutt was insulted, he didn't show it. He merely laughed, a booming hoo-hoo-hoo. You will be grateful for my wait if we get into a fight, dear Dunk. I'm quite fast for one of my people, as you will see. The woman, Dunk Joy snorted. We will see about that. Shira said nothing at that moment, but knew she would need to speak with Dunk before they reached their first stop. She could not afford to have friction with her crew. Things would be tough enough without it. Joyce had been just as much her pick as she had been Locke's. The two had fought together several times since the survivors had fallen apart. In fact, she was the one that recruited Shira into the Alliance. She also had a personal motivation to see Darth Avaryss driven off Bantoon, and why not? It was Dunk's home world after all. The woman had been born into an old military family on Bantoon, and it showed. In the early days of the matriarchy, they had used their genetic technology to enhance their soldiers, and thought it had been centuries since those days the results remained. Dunk was big, almost 2 meters in height. She was also heavily muscled with broad shoulders and a thick neck. She wore her strawberry blonde hair short, though few would mistake her for a male. She enjoyed reveling with the soldiers, and had many male admirers both aboard ship and in the ports they put into, or so ship rumor said. She was definitely female, but she was strong enough to fight a weak-way heavy barehanded, and had several times in this barroom brawl, or that one. She was a hand-to-hand expert, but loved blaster pistols and blades as well, and was lethal with both. Shira could not have asked for a better heavy for this mission. She had volunteered immediately when Bela Istillo's name had been mentioned. She is our princess, Dunk had said. Of course I'm down to rescue her. Shira nodded. They were a good crew, all with skills that would prove useful. This mission would not fail for lack of trying at least. She turned to Dunk. Are we ready to move out? The gear is all stowed. We are just waiting on our last crewer. Shira blinked. Last crewer. Here I am. Shira's eyes widened. No. Court and Tilly's rushed into the hangar, clad in the same brown jumpsuit worn by both Dunk and Rix. Shira blinked. Why what? Her lover stopped before her and saluted. Medical Officer Court and Tilly's reporting for duty, Master Jedi. Shira was speechless. Court, they. Get on board, Doc, Dunk said. Our clearance to leave expires in 5. Shira's lover nodded and followed in her wake. Urba slithered up after them. Shira remained behind, staring after him, her eyes wide with shock. She had frozen and stood there unmoving. Is everything okay, Master Shira? Rix asked her, picking up his bag. She blinked, still trying to process this. Court, he wasn't a soldier. She pointed after him. Why? The commando shrugged. Locke thought it might be a good idea to have a medical officer along, if the princess was injured when we ran into her. Dr. Antilles is familiar with Bond genetic tech, apparently even spent a few months on the world. He even patched up Dunk in the past. He was the most qualified. Shira nodded. I guess, but... The Amanda Fallow rumbled to life, its repulsors firing up. Rix gave Shira a friendly tap on the shoulder. Let's move, Commander, he said. Our launch window is closing. She followed him up the ramp, which hissed closed behind them. Shira shook her head, trying to get it working again. She had not foreseen this outcome. Court was not a soldier, though he had worked in war zones. He was Court. She had always looked at her relationship with him as a separate thing from her life as a Jedi, an escape perhaps. If he was on board. After she had left him this morning, after she had kissed him goodbye, she had been grateful. She would fight hard, as she had promised, try to come back alive, but if that wasn't possible, she was willing to accept that this ship and crew were expendable. If they died saving Princess Bela, so be it, but Court. She. What am I going to do? She wondered. What am I going to do? Now you see the danger of attachments, don't you? The thought made her growl. It sounded like one of the many teachers she had had back during her youngling days, after Vay and Jazz brought her to the Jedi. Those teachers didn't believe she had it in her to become a Jedi Knight. She had proved them wrong. Court was here. She just needed to accept that. What am I going to do? She thought. Simple, the only thing I can do. She turned with a determined growl. She was going to find Bela Istillo, and she was going to trust in the Force. It is the only thing left to me, as she knew. Trust in the Force. Wherever Bela Istillo was, they would find her. Stay alive, princess, she thought. Wherever you are. Chapter 17. Help. I will stay behind and guard the ship. Good luck with Master Vay, Captain. Thanks, CC, Merritt replied, but could not entirely repress an angry grumble. He had still not forgiven the droid for locking him out of the bridge, though at the same time, Merritt slipped on his coat and sighed. He hated to admit it, but the droid had been right. He had needed to talk to Bela. His vision had been distracting him, and even though he didn't tell her about it, sitting with her, speaking with her, had helped clear the air, and laid to rest many awkward feelings from way back. We were children, he realized, and neither of us had understood, not at the time. He had tried to let her down easy, but he caused her pain. She had thought she was in love with him, and he had broken her heart. Talking with her about that time had helped. They both realized now that they had been two people in two different places, too young to understand what was truly going on. Time had healed that wound, and now they could move on. She acknowledged her childish attraction and had moved on. They had both come to terms with the past, and now it was done. Now they could move forward. Despite the possible future he had seen, he thought he could think objectively now. He was sure that he could focus on the job, and that job was almost done. All he had to do was get back up to Master Vey, and he was done. He could arrange transport off this world. Bela could take CC and the Nightfire, use it to get to wherever it was that Master Vey decided was best, where she could get some real help. Then, he would take his mother's old ship, and go back on the hunt, content that he had done the best for his late master's daughter. Then, he could go back into his exile. Are you sure that is what you want? His mother's voice echoed through the force. Are you sure that going back on the hunt is what is best? It may not be what I want, Mom, he replied silently, but it was what was best for Bela. He shook his head. He could not deny what he was. He had become poison to those that had been the friends of Finn Shadowstone. He had brought down so much death and grief upon them. He would not do so to Bela. She had suffered enough. Merrick's fallen star's voice stayed silent. He took that as her acceptance of his reasoning. There were plenty of actual heroes that could stand beside Bela as she fought to free her people. He was not one of them. It had not been easy, accepting what he had become, but he had. He could live with that now, but he didn't want anyone else to suffer because of it. He left his quarters and made his way to the loading ramp. He could sense Bela was already outside waiting for him. He pushed up the red lenses over his eyes, hiding the glow that was a constant there. He had been here a few times, first with Master Jazz, and then, finally, on his own. Though far from a paradise, the planet was peaceful. Dry and arid in most places, but comfortable enough around the large bodies of water that were scattered across the planet. The main settlement was close to where Master Vey chose to live. The people lived in the valley, while she chose to remain in the mountains. He tried to sense her presence, but could not. Only the gentle hum of the light, a hum that was to be expected on a world where a powerful Jedi Master had lived for literal centuries. Even if she wasn't here, he suspected that one of the town leaders would know where she went. She had developed a great rapport with these people over the ages. Someone would know something, he was sure, and even if she wasn't here, one of Vey's contacts would be useful in getting Bela help. Hey Merritt, Bela called up from outside. Hey what? He responded. Why are we here? She asked. Why land in town, and not wherever it is that Master Vey is staying? Two reasons. The first, one does not simply drop in on a Jedi Master unannounced, and second, because I'm not sure where she is staying, he answered. There are dozens, if not hundreds of abandoned dwellings in the mountains around this settlement. Vey has lived in many of those over the years. She could be in any of them. But why? Why not remain in one place? Who knows, he thought to himself. Maybe the Jedi Master grew bored living in the same place for decades. Maybe she enjoyed fixing up a new dwelling every several decades. He could have said that, but tried to look at it from Vey's point of view, and the fact that the galaxy had been at war for almost half a century. Security is part of the reason, I suppose, he added. Changing places would make it hard for an enemy to locate and harm her. Not that Vey would be so easily harmed. Merritt quirked his lip. Vey doesn't need traditional defenses, or so your dad told me once. She has defenses. She has the Force. Your dad saw her almost take down a ship coming through the atmosphere here once. She threw boulders at it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were several wrecked ships in those mountains, brought down when the Master decided she didn't want any uninvited guests. Bela laughed nervously. I guess we are lucky we didn't get that type of greeting. He nodded. Yes, he thought, considering she told me never to come back. He shook his head. So far, they were lucky. So, he heard backup call out, "This is Vay's Hermitage World." Yes, he replied, its official name is Jomark, and Vay has lived here for several centuries. He heard the princess chuckled. It is easy to forget how old Master Vay is. I've only met her a handful of times myself, but I really... He stepped down the ramp and stood beside her. Bayla's had paused mid-sentence. He could feel her eyes on him. What is it? He inquired. Nothing, she replied, looking down at the ground. The gray bodysuit and matching poncho she wore was acceptable dress on any Republic world, suggesting nothing, and at the same time hiding her identity. With the hood pulled up, you couldn't see her face, only her mouth and jaw was visible. It was safer to hide her face. Experience had taught him that. Even here on Jomark, there was a slight chance that a bounty puck bearing Bayla's face had found itself into the hands of someone ambitious, someone who might contact a hunter looking for a finder's fee. Jomark was isolated enough that most hunters tried to maintain a contact or two. Isolated enough to hide, but close enough to civilization. Places like this were havens for those on the run. He glanced up at her. Bayla had turned her head, but he could make out a bit of her face. Even beneath the hood of her poncho, he could see a slight pink glow to her cheeks. Strange, he thought. Was she blushing? You clean up nice, she said. He shrugged. I thought it best to not appear threatening. He had slicked back his unruly hair and shaved off the last of his beard. It made him look younger somehow, despite the early effects of dark side necrosis, his yellow eyes, and paler skin. He couldn't do anything about that, but at least he could hide his eyes and do his best not to look like a threat. He looked down at himself. It had been almost a year since he had last worn this suit. He had been working as a bodyguard for House Aug. The black leggings, matching waistcoat, white shirt, and red overcoat had been in style on Alderaan at the time. Most thought him another noble, some minor lord or duke that lived in isolation. Most of the Alderaan higher-ups had not realized he was a bodyguard. He had fit in well on Alderaan, but like most places, he had not been able to stay there. It was a world, despite his peaceful reputation, that pulled at his darker tendencies. On Alderaan, he had even started to accept when people called him a lord. He looked like one, they said, especially in this suit. Bayla was still looking down shyly. Nice suit, she murmured. He shrugged again. It served its purpose. The two began to walk towards town. The spaceport was in the courtyard of a long-abandoned fortress, built in a time when thick high stone walls could keep an enemy out. There was no port authority here. Jomark was not a world that received many visitors. It was in the Republic Registry, but it had little to offer any of the major galactic powers, and so it was mostly ignored or simply left alone. Probably why Vay had chosen it when she began her hermiting ages ago. They made their way across a long stone bridge, the only way out of the abandoned fortress. The main settlement was just on the other side. The fortress sat on a small island ringed with a deep moat. The buildings that made up the town were old structures, built from plain white stone, with nothing over 3 stories. Reminds me a bit of home, Bayla said forlornly. Merritt nodded. He could see that. The Bond capital was an old city, its 10 stone structures rising up from the beaches and into the highlands where the palace sat. These buildings were white stone, but the design was similar enough that Bayla saw the familiar in it. Even now, he could sense a bit of homesickness in his companion. He reached out with the force, trying to comfort her. She would see her home again. He was sure of it. There were enough good people in the galaxy who would fight for Bayla's cause. She just had to be brave enough to wait until she could find them. As they crossed into the village, he noticed something else, something that even Bayla picked up on. The princess frowned. Where's everyone? Dunno, he replied, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. The settlement was no small town. Several hundred people lived here. The last time he had visited with Master Jazz, the square they now found themselves in had been packed. The people were out and about. The stalls and shops were busy. with many customers, or simply people passing by. The small beast-drawn carts that ferried people to and from the fortress had been everywhere. Yet now, the place looked deserted. The shops were closed, the stalls empty, their awnings pulled down, and the carts were all parked near the bridge, their beasts calling out. Through the force, he could tell they were not alone. More importantly, their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Many eyes were upon them now. He could sense their regard. Bela looked up at him, a frown on her own face. Are these people normally hostile to outsiders? They were not the last time I was here, he replied. Of course, back then, I was traveling with your father. He had trained with Master Vey here during his youth. People knew him and remembered him. Merritt shook his head. Maybe something happened since then. Maybe some outsiders caused problems. Maybe, she agreed, maybe people from Zakul came here, or the Sith. They might have made trouble. It was possible, he thought, but quickly dismissed it. Vey defended these people. They trusted her. He could not imagine her letting anyone make trouble for her neighbors, not without responding in kind. He reached out with the force, trying to get a greater sense of what was going on, and again, found himself denied. Curious. He could sense the eyes on them, but he could not pick out any single presence. It felt like some kind of mist had filled the force, blocking his abilities to detect direct threats. He didn't like that. He didn't like that one bit. He was tempted to have him and Bela turn around. They could take the night fire and leave. At the same time, he wasn't sensing any malice, no direct threat to their presence. Could this be Vey's doing? It was possible. She had warned him not to return. If so, he would not be scared off like some ill-educated nerve herder. Bela needed help. Vey would damn well listen to her, and in Jazz's memory, would do what was best for her former Padawan's daughter. Shall we check out the local cantina? Bela suggested, if something is going on. Not a bad thought, Merritt agreed. He led them through the streets, remembering where it had been. Vey occasionally came into town, took meals there from time to time. If she was behind what he was feeling, she might even be there. They didn't rush or panic. The two travelers made their way slowly and deliberately through the empty streets. Merritt kept his senses stretched outward, looking for any possible threat. He walked 2 steps ahead of back up, just in case he needed to cover their escape. Was it one of my father's? Her question drew him back to the physical world. What? Your suit. I don't remember him ever wearing anything like that at court. Her choice of conversation surprised him, but recognized it for what it was. She is trying not to focus on her anxieties. She is ready if a fight does come, but not looking to provoke one. A wise attitude, he knew. He tried to do the same. No, he answered. I purchased it at a trading port a year ago. Bela smiled. I didn't realize that those trained in the Jedi way had such good taste. For fashion, I mean. He snorted at her comment. Fashion doesn't really interest me. The suit was picked out by another. She knew I was about to take a job for an Alderani noble. The memory made him chuckle. I was lucky. Tywin knew just what I needed to make a good first impression. To win, Bela said. Who was that? The daughter of a Twi'lek merchant, Tywin Secura. I worked for her on a job. Her father had gone missing, and her great-uncle was causing problems. We saved the old man, and afterward, I hitched a ride on one of her family's ships. We traveled together briefly. Tywin was a good friend. Bela quirked her lip. Was this girl a friend, or a friend? Merritt paused. He was not sure how best to answer. Finally, he decided to be honest. We were lovers for a time. We had had an adventure together, and it brought us closer. We both knew it was nothing serious. She was a merchant's daughter, meant to wed one of her clan's allies. I was a hunter. We enjoyed our time together, and let it pass, but it was not serious. It was a fling. Fun, but... He glanced over at Bela. He sensed a bit of coldness in their connection. Why? He thought they had dealt with all their old issues. I tried, back up, he said. Tried what? Tried to go back to the old Jedi lifestyle. After Survivor Base fell, I tried to live as a Jedi Knight again. I I couldn't do it. I could not turn off my emotions. They continued to have a hold on me. I could no longer distance myself from people. Fear, anger, regret, lust, they were a part of me now and influenced my actions. It was then that I realized that my fall to the dark side was complete. I wasn't a Sith, but I don't think that I could ever be a Jedi again. I see, she said. He expected to sense revulsion at his weakness. He had felt that from many of the Jedi he had sought out for aid during his first year of exile, before he had come to accept his fate. You can't go home again, she said. He blinked. Huh. It is something Master Kit said to me when I told her I was leaving the Paladina and joining the Defense Force. She thought I was making a mistake, trying to go back to my old life, the noble life. Bayla shook her head. When I linked with Master Kit, my Force connection was forever bound to my Paladina brothers and sisters. I thought that I could escape that. She tried to tell me that I could not run from my destiny. I had started down a path that I could not turn away from, whether I wanted to or not. Sounds like something that a Jedi might say, he replied. Yeah, she agreed. I guess neither of us can go back to being who we were. You can't be the naive Jedi, and I can't be the spoiled princess. You were hardly spoiled. Trust me, I saw what spoiled looked like. Tywin loved playing the pampered spoiled rich girl, but it was an act. She used it to put her father's allies and enemies off balance. It sounds like you are still fond of her. I suppose that I am. Since my fall, I've taken 3 women to my bed, and those experiences have left their mark. They all changed me in subtle ways. Relationships do that, Bayla agreed. My own were interesting. Really, he smirked. I didn't realize you had taken young men to warm your bed. Her blush darkened beneath her hood. We Paladina do not shy away from relationships, as you might have heard. As for mine, well, I was betrothed once, one of my mother's allies in the capital. His son and I attended academy together, so they thought we would be a good match. We were both 18 and were friendly as children, and more than friendly actually when we met a few years later. I see, Merritt replied. He was shocked when a slight twinge of jealousy spiked through his heart. I take it the marriage didn't go forward. It didn't work out. He thought we should focus on our political ambitions and asked me to abandon my Paladina heritage, throw away my lightsaber and blaster, and simply be a good noble woman. Did he say that? Not in so many words, but, yeah. Merritt shook his head. Fool. Jedi training could not simply be abandoned. Even the failed Padawans that went to the Aggro Corps in the old days never fully stopped using it. The Jedi Overseers tried to prevent it, but they couldn't change who their charges were. Bayla's frown deepened. He wasn't the last. There was someone, a year ago, she confessed, Capper. He wasn't a noble. He was just another sailor on my ship and agreed to go with me when I went into hiding. We spent a lot of time together. He served as my bodyguard and aide during our attempts to find someone to help free our world. Merritt nodded. And you two became close. He was attracted to me. He had not denied that. We got close. Finally, we became lovers for a few weeks. Then, a group of my own people mutinied. One of them cut Capper's throat while he was asleep. We. Merritt paused. He put a hand on her shoulder, making her stop. She looked up at him from beneath her cowl. He could see tears in her eyes. It wasn't your fault, he said. Certainly feels like it was, she sniffled. They wanted to go home, those that betrayed me. They thought if they gave me to the Sith then, the Sith would have killed them as soon as they had you back up. They might have even killed you. You are probably the only reason that your family on Bantoon is still alive. The Sith fear making you a queen. They don't want you to have a title to rally your people around. I suppose, she said, wiping at her eyes. She shook her head. Gods, I can't believe that I'm telling you all this. He chuckled. You should be able to speak plainly with a friend, he answered. That made her smile. He felt her reach out through the force. Her connection felt warm, even lost in his darkness. Her smile lit up her face. It is nice to have a friend again. He nodded. Yes, it is. They resumed their journey to the cantina. Merritt frowned slightly. It is nice to have a friend again. Bela's words disturbed him. He spent a lot of time alone. It was safer that way, or so he told himself. Yet, he could not deny that the darkness within him held more and more sway the longer he remained alone. Cece helped, but it didn't really count. The droid couldn't fill the force with a living presence. His girlfriends had helped, but they all left. Or he left them. It had been almost 8 months since he had ended his last relationship. He and Fable had been living on Coruscant at the time. I liked Fable, his mother's voice echoed through his head. I think you two could have been happy. Doubtful, he thought in reply of all of his flings. The last had been the most intense. As intense as the woman herself. Even now, thinking about it made his body stir. Fable Asher was a professional treasure hunter, and she had a glimmer of force potential, just enough to be drawn to Jedi and Sith artifacts. She had hired him to help her find one. That was how they had met. Even now the memory made him shake his head. They had first become lovers when the fool girl had placed her prize, a Sith tiara, on her head. The item had been bound the spirit of a Sith female who had been a lover of Tulak Horde. Possessed by the tiara, Fable had come to him, tried to seduce him. The spirit had wanted to use him and Fable to produce a new life, a body that she could inhabit, and be reborn into. After Survivor Base, after Avaryss and Taya, he had learned the dangers of such things. He had made a promise to himself. I will not be made a fool by a Sith again, living or dead. He had done what the Sith spirit wanted, but used the Force to prevent certain things from going as they should have naturally. Finally, when the spirit had been lost in sensation, distracted, he had been able to tear the tiara from Fable's head, freeing her. She had gasped, fallen to her knees, unsure of where she even was. He had cursed the girl for a fool. What had she been thinking playing with the Sith artifact, much less trying it on? He shook his head. Despite being possessed, Fable still didn't take the matter seriously. Her first thought when freed was, why am I undressed? And when he told her what happened, how she had almost been used, she had merely smirked and asked him. So, was it good for you? He had been angry, but seeing her in such a state, vulnerable and excited by the danger she had just escaped. They had both gotten lost. He certainly had. His passions had gotten the better of him, both of them. She had been attracted to him since they had met, and, in that one charged moment, one thing had led to another. Fool girl, he thought even now foolish, but so very passionate. Working together, living through danger, they had both gotten lost, and their desires had consumed them. It had been a glorious whirlwind of lust. Being with Fable, for the first time, he felt happy. As a Jedi, it was not something he was used to. Contentment was the best he had hoped for. His passionate little treasure hunter had changed all that. For a time, she had even made him forget Avi, and what had happened at Survivor Base. They were together for almost 3 months. It had been exciting. They had had one adventure after another, seeking treasures and enjoying every minute of it. Fable was an adrenaline junkie. She loved danger, delighted in getting in and out of risky situations, and the lovemaking after, it was intense. He had not been able to deny that. Merritt had started getting lost in her during their relationship. His dark side tendencies had been drawn to what she offered, both in her lifestyle and her lustful advances, but finally, he had come to realize that they were toxic together. They were constantly being drawn to more and more dangerous situations. She was going to get herself killed, get them both killed. That in my children, he thought morosely. When he had started dreaming of Ander and Ange again, the relationship had ceased to be distracting, ceased to be fun. So, he had ended it. He went back on the hunt, losing himself in violence. Between jobs, he had spent the next few weeks mopping, or so Cece said, and he couldn't deny it. He missed her, but it was for the best. They had been dangerous together, too dangerous. He looked over at Bela. He could see something of Fable and Tywin in her, traits that he was drawn to and admired. And in that moment, he made a decision. He recognized what he was feeling and knew it was time to move on. Once Bela was safe, he would need to leave her. He could sense a connection forming, or rather reforming, their brief childhood interactions forming a web between them. He would need to leave before it got any stronger. We can be friends, that was all, and that is for the best. A friend knows when to leave, when it is best of both of them. The vision of Bela with Sith eyes still haunted him. He would not let that happen. They would not let it happen. They would find her. They found themselves outside the cantina. Merritt nodded. They would find Vey. She would know what to do. They arrived to find the cantina packed. The dimly lit room was full of people, all dressed in traditional Jomar garb. Men played cards while several couples chatted amiably over drinks. The only open seats were at the bar, where a lone human bartender dealt with his customers one by one. Again, Merritt reached out with the force, and again, he felt his regard blocked, his senses blocked somehow. His suspicions about this place remained. Bela must have picked up on it. She reached out and touched his arm. We came here for a reason, she reminded him. He nodded. Yeah, they had. She put on a brave smile. Let me do the talking. She led the way, with him following close behind. She made straight for the bar, a winning smile on her face. The bartender noticed and moved to greet them. Afternoon, strangers, he said. What can I get you? 2 geyser ales, please. She answered politely. The man nodded and produced 2 mugs, filling them with golden liquid. Merritt joined her, but still kept his head on a swivel. Something was not quite right here. He didn't intend to be caught unaware. Haven't seen many newcomers of late, the barkeep said, wiping down an empty glass. What brings you 2 here? Bela nodded thanks before taking her first drink. We are looking for someone, an old friend. She lives somewhere in the mountains. The barkeep frowned. No one lives in those mountains, he said flatly. Really, she said with a tilt of the head, are you sure? The old bartender scowled. No one lives in those mountains. Merritt placed his ale to his lips, but didn't drink. The whole mood of the bar had changed, he could feel it. All eyes were on them, everyone listening to the barkeep, who had spoken just loud enough to be heard over the hum of conversation and cards. You okay there, boy? You look pale, sick. Merritt looked at the speaker, a large muscular man in a farmer's tan and white garb. I was ill, he lied, but I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. Bela paused in her conversation. She had sensed it too, the spike in attention they were receiving. The large farmer rose from his seat. He was armed, with both a blaster and a large vibra knife. So, that is how it is, Merritt thought, readying himself. So much for a peaceful meeting with Master Vey. We don't want any trouble, Bela said, backing away from the bar. Merritt moved himself between her and the farmer. If a farmer was what he was. Now, all eyes were on them. Card games had stopped. Couples stopped embracing. All watched the confrontation at the bar. Merritt smiled. He could feel the darkness rising within him. Oh, he almost giggled. This was going to be fun. Take off your glasses, kid, the farmer ordered. Let's see your eyes. You don't want to do this, he warned. But I do. A shiver ran down his spine. It had been a few weeks since he destroyed the Knights of Bantoon. He had not shed blood in a while. The darkness was in need of some. We didn't come here for violence, Bela shouted, her hand just above her blaster. We came here seeking our friend. There is no one living in those mountains, the barkeep said again. People here know. The man had gently nudged Bela's half-full glass. It tipped and started to fall, drawing Merritt's attention for the briefest of moments. The farmer moved quick, his vibra knife was out, going for the hunter's throat. He was fast, but with the dark side flowing through him. Merritt was faster. 1 minute the man was lunging, the next he was up on his toes. Merritt swatted the blade away with his hand and caught the man in a forced choke. His left hand raised, his fingers forming a claw. The farmer gasped and tried to stagger back, but he couldn't. Merritt grinned. So it begins. Everyone in the bar drew a blaster of some type, a collection of pistols, sawed-off rifles, and even a heavy repeater wielded by a Wiki in the back. All were pointed at the hunter and his companion. No, Bela called out her lightsaber and blaster both in hand, the silver blade lighting up the shadows. "This isn't what we want," she shouted. Merritt almost laughed. "Speak for yourself, back up." He needed this. His saber slid from his wrist sheath. He ignited the blade with an evil hiss. Its orange beam glowed like a flame on his would-be victim's face. The farmer struggled. His eyes widened. Fool, Merritt thought. What did he expect? Sithy freak. Someone in crowd shouted. Let him go. No, the hunter replied. He was tempted to break the man's neck, payment for someone daring to call him Sith, but he held back. He was curious. Turn him loose, the barkeep said, holding an old slug through her chest level. Merritt, don't hurt him, Bela ordered. These people are only. They're not farmers, Bela, he snarled. He pointed at the farmer. This one has a gang tattoo. I recognize it. It's from Nar Shaddaa. He looked at the bartender. This one has a barcode on his neck, a prisoner stamp, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't take his eyes off his prey, but he did address the barkeep. Where are the people that live in this village? We didn't do anything, the man answered. The hunter snorted. I doubt that. Take a look at them, Bela, he called out. They may be dressed as locals, but some have cybernetic enhancements not available outside the core. Their tattoos and jewelry are wrong too. He sensed her using the Force and sensed her acceptance. Who are you people? She demanded. It doesn't matter, Merritt replied. Pirates or slavers, whoever they are, they deserve true justice. His grin widened, his expression almost manic, crazed. They deserve me? He watched as he tightened his grip on the false farmer. The man's face began to turn red. Soon, it would be blue. We are leaving, Bela exclaimed for all to hear. Merritt is going to release your friend, and we are leaving. The hunter's eyes narrowed. The hell we are, he thought. True justice needed to be served. They were raiders, and if they had killed the villagers, they were dead. If they were slavers and had the people hostage, they were just as dead, and any of their friends that were holding the people were dead too. He would slay them all, and drink their pain and despair. He would enjoy the suffering of the wicked. We haven't hurt anyone, the bartender insisted. Let Greg go. No, Merritt thought. He tried to harm me. He deserves to pay. Let him go, Merritt. Bela's voice cut through the growing fog of red rage. They stood back to back. They were still in danger. They could find their way out of this. He knew it. He tried to attack me. Back up, the hunter hissed. And you are going to let him go, as a sign of good faith. We didn't come here to fight. We came here to find Elo. Rit, please, let him go. His eyes narrowed. Bela, please, Rit, she said, for me? He snarled in impotent fury. He could have used the dark side boost from slaying these thugs. He would have enjoyed it. Sadly, his duty to his master's daughter was stronger than his hunger. He released the fake farmer. The large man fell coughing to the ground. The hunter sneered down at him. Be glad that the lady was here, fella. Greg is rarely glad about anything, Finn. The new voice drew his attention, a very familiar voice. The hunter glared. I didn't sense you, he thought. Now how did you do that? The speaker was an older man, with gray hair and a short goatee. Despite his age, he had not lost much of his strength. His bare arms were toned. His dress that of a career spacer, which he was. Bela looked over her shoulder, noticing the man for the first time. Uncle Co-op. Hey there, kid, Gabe Cooper responded. His eyes once again fell on Merritt. I see you found Finn. What rock has he been hiding under? I can't help but wonder. The hunter grinned back. Speak for yourself, Cooper, he spat. And just so you know, Finn Shadowstone doesn't live here anymore. That's so, the old man responded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He looked at Bela. Back up here called you Merritt. Your new last name wouldn't be Fallister, would it? Got it in one, he replied. Unsurprising, the smuggler chief shrugged. Always wondered how you would react when you found out. Guess my question has been answered. Bela blinked. You knew, Uncle Co-op? He nodded. Course I knew. Jazz was my brother, and Mary Fallister was a friend and trusted associate. How could I not know she had a kid, and what happened to him? Merritt glared at him. And no one thought to tell me. Would it have mattered, kid? You were training to be a Jedi, and being Mary Fallenstar's kid would not have endeared you to the Order. Trust me on that. A curse escaped the hunter's lips. Coop wasn't wrong, but still. Shouldn't I have been told? Didn't I deserve to know? Bela powered down her lightsaber, and Cooper motioned for his men to lower their weapons. Everyone in the bar obeyed. They are all his, Merritt realized. Part of his crew. Merritt deactivated his own saber, grudgingly. Bela walked up to Cooper, a concerned look on her face. Where are the villagers, Uncle Co-op? Are they safe? Hiding in their storm cellars, the smuggler replied. We were in town gathering supplies. When we got a warning of an approaching dark presence. My people have been on the run from the Sith for a few years now. Thought it was safer to get all the civilians to safety before they arrived. The confession almost made Merritt laugh. Gabe Cooper playing hero. Who would have guessed? He wasn't sure what the man was doing here, how he had found Vay's hermitage. Had she told him? It was possible, risky but possible. He shook his head. So, Vay warned you that I was coming. Guess I should have expected that. We didn't part on the best of terms. Cooper shook his head. Vay is still at her cottage in the mountains. She might know you are here. Probably does. But she wasn't the one who warned us. Not Vay, the hunter said. Then, who warned you that I was coming? Me, I was. The voice was high-pitched, and as it rang out, the force seemed to change. The fog that had been blocking Merritt's senses faded away. He looked at the one who had warned Co-op, or rather, looked down on him. It was a Jedi, he could not doubt that. The feeling through the force was undeniable. The creature barely came up to his thigh, small and green with long ears, and brown hair pulled into a topknot. He made his way out of the darkness, and his presence filled the forest with light. Merritt had to suppress a desire to flinch. The Jedi looked up at the younger man, unafraid and confident. Son of Fallen Star, he said, your enemy, I am not. It was at that moment that Merrick's Fallister spoke again in her son's mind, one word, one name. Monder. Merritt smiled. He knew that name. He had heard it from his master. Monder, a shadow of the Jedi Order, a dark Jedi catcher. And now he was here, with Vay and Co-op. The hunter shook his head. Interesting, he thought, considering that his master believed the little shadow dead. He smirked. I guess the dead don't rest as easy as they used to. How interesting. Chapter 18. A party. They still don't understand. Avaryss smiled as she led her guests from the landing pad. The Sith technicians, troopers, and construction workers all but ignored the arriving nobles. They tended to their work without even looking up curiously. That pleased their Sith master. She liked people that knew their place. Construction of the Grand Temple had resumed. The new girders had arrived, and the restoration of the damaged sections was well underway. Soon they would be able to begin work on the final 5 towers, completing the work, and ushering in a new era for the galaxy. Tonight, however, would see another milestone in the rule of Darth Avaryss. Tonight would see the beginning of the end for her problems on Bantoon. She had sent out 20 invitations for tonight's event. Her guests chosen for a number of useful reasons. Of the 20, only 12 had responded in the positive, 10 males, 2 females. The other prospective guests had offered polite refusals, or no answer at all. The wise ones, she reflected. They would likely cast the blame on some underling for not receiving her offer. Oh well, after tonight she would not have to worry. She would have what she needed to keep an eye on the nobles. If they were plotting against her, she would know in short order. She would know everything that this lot knew. I would like to thank you all for coming, she said, turning to them, walking backwards as she led them out of the landing bay and into the finished lower levels of the Grand Temple. And I promise, she added, you won't regret it. The collection of nobles nodded and murmured affirmatives. They acknowledged her, but their eyes were now directed to the grandness around them. The greatness that was her glorious grand temple. The walkway that they were now on overlooked the main floor. Down below, construction workers were cleaning up, the carvers and artisans having finished their work on the decorations. The 100-foot pillars that were spaced throughout the central hall were all carved into the shape of legendary Sith lords. Mark Ragnus, Nagasato, Ludo Kresh, Exar Kun, Darth Nihilist, Darth Malak, even Lord Revan had a statue. She had debated the last inclusion. During his return, Revan had caused much harm to the Sith as a whole, bringing back the treacherous vitiate. In the end, though, she could not fault one action after so many successful accomplishments. So, Revan had joined the pantheon of Sith that she had chosen to honor. "This is amazing, Prime Minister," a young noble named Varro said. "Indeed," a woman named Ziza added as she squeezed the arm of her paramour. "Is it not amazing, Tig?" The large man nodded with an audible grunt. Avaryss smiled. That one would be useful. Physical strength was always a plus. She had chosen those that she had selected for many reasons. Her intelligence agents had been watching Bantoon's ruling class for years. Everyone here was a noble who had little prospect of inheriting their family's station or power. They were third or fourth daughters, and firstborn sons that Bantoon law tended to ignore. Their families would not miss them when they disappeared. Plus, they all possessed other attributes that were most interesting in these exciting times. These had been picked for their degree of cunning, ruthlessness, and just a hint of forcibility. Her guest of honor, Anne. The Dark Lord suppressed a laugh. The perfect lab animals for tonight's experiment. Yet, the evening was far from perfect. Those that had chosen not to attend had made things difficult. One such guest in particular. Underlord Go had chosen not to come. His had been the first invitation she had sent, the one she had desired most. He wielded great power in the underworld, but as Jaz Darbin's son, he was only held in check by the fact that she held his sister and mother. What happened tonight would have ensured his loyalty, and been another subtle punishment for the mother. She had thought the promise of greater power would entice him to attend tonight's gathering, but he had chosen not to respond. Unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. She would need to deal with the Underlord later. Prime Minister. Avaryss turned to the speaker. "Yes, your ladyship." "Major is fine," the woman responded. "Major Attic has." Avaryss nodded. "A pretty one, this Major, dark-haired, with strange pale blue eyes, and a fourth-born daughter if she remembered correctly." She could feel the frustration and anger in this one's heart, anger directed at the society that she had been born into and then denied her what she felt was hers. A perfect candidate. "I was a bit surprised by this invitation," the soldier said. "My mother thought it a mistake, that you surely must have meant my eldest sister." "I do not make such mistakes, Major. You and these others were chosen to be a part of a new and secretive group. A group that will become a major power in this galaxy, once my work here is concluded, of course." "And how much longer will that be?" the woman named Ziza asked. "Those of us that serve you so loyally look forward to the rewards you promised." "And you will receive them all in due time," Avaryss answered, "once this place is completed. And the final rite is carried out," she thought to herself, "the rite that will bind the temple to Hikita's keys and complete the great weapon he envisioned years ago." The thought made her shive with anticipation. Finally, the galaxy would know security and order. With the final sacrifice, the galaxy will be mine. And my spirit will belong to the dark side forever. That last thought gave her pause. Forever. The Dark Lord frowned slightly. It was rare that she questioned her place in the Sith and in the dark side. For close to 20 years now she had studied the ancient secrets, sought out their power. She thought she had accepted long ago that what happened at the end was unescapable. Her final binding to the Sith for all time was how she completed her work and saved the galaxy from itself. She shook her head. She saw no reason to get maudlin about her choices now. Yet it wasn't really your choice, was it? Something within in her reminded her. Fear tricked you, the Empire tricked you. You wanted revenge for your family, and to make your world a better place, and now, look at you. When did Kira Lillis want to rule the galaxy? She dismissed that thought. However she came to this place, it no longer mattered. Power mattered. It was too late to turn back now. She would rule, and Ander would rule after her, and his children after that. She would not run from the legacy she had built. She would not do that to Ander. Her smile sprang anew on her face. "This way, please," she said to her guests. "Refreshments have been prepared for our first meeting." Her expression turned sly. "Then our real work can begin." The dining hall had been set up in one of the lowest levels of the temple, a dark chamber with no windows, not that there was much to see on the ground level. Since construction had begun, storms and mist had been drawn to the structure, the dark side cloaking Avaryss' weapon in a concealing, chilling shroud. The Dark Lord nodded as she entered. Her people had done well with this place. The lights they had brought in made it seem less gloomy. A small blue crystal overhead spun rainbows in the light, and the yellow and red tapestries distracted from the black stone. The wall to her right was one large great mirror, reflecting images of the splendor in the chamber. In each of the room's four corners were gold statues, adjacent likenesses of Darth Fear and Darth Hakitas. The two men that made this place possible, Avaryss thought, glancing at her master's golden visage. A brief surge of hatred passed through her, but it was gone just as quickly. If not for him, she would not be here. She would not be so close to absolute victory. The banquet table was full of food and drink. Avaryss took her place at the head of the table, while her guests filed in, sitting quickly and reaching for the bottles of wine that sat so near each of their seats. Avaryss filled her own goblet and put it to her lips several times, but did not drink herself. She sat back, merely letting her guests indulge themselves. They had not asked for her permission, merely took what they thought was their due, and chatted about the various events that they thought was so important in their mundane lives. She waited 5 minutes, more than enough time to make sure that everything was working out. She listened to the back and forth between them. She heard the various gripes and snide comments that came from lives of privilege, but not power. She smiled then. As a Dark Lord, she was more than ready to offer them all something more. When she felt things were well underway, she stood, lightly tapped her goblet with her fork, getting everyone's attention. She grinned. "I would like to thank you all for coming, for joining me on this grand adventure that I have planned. As I stated in my invitation, you have all been chosen to join a new and elite group, a group that will be lauded in the histories forever." Most of her guests grinned eagerly, others seemed vaguely distant. The Dark Lord continued. "You may not realize this, but your world is quite special. Twice before has the Sith Order seen value in this place, in both its resources and people. Darth Revan was the first to reach out to you, but forces beyond his control stopped him from showing you all your full potential. Then came Baron Hudlow, a great man, a man of vision." Avaryss sneered. His vision was denied by Queen Vesseria and her Jedi bedwarmer, but tonight, oh tonight. She laughed, and not a single guest joined her. They had all fallen silent, watching her, lost in her voice. "Tonight, we take a step into a brand new era. You have chosen, and so you are now all chosen. I thank you for that courage, that ambition. As I have promised, you will all be granted more than you believe possible. You will, quite literally, change the course of your world." Avaryss held up her glass. "A toast," she exclaimed, "a toast to new beginnings." No one raised their glasses. They sat quietly in their place staring blankly. Avaryss sneered as she emptied her glass on the floor. Shaking her head, she pulled her comlink from her belt. "They are ready," she said. "Begin." The ceiling above the chamber erased open, revealing a great shaft, and in its center, a large crystal, a crystal whose tip had only been visible a moment before. Avaryss looked at it and shuddered slightly. It had been a few years now, but she still felt connected to it. The crystal, it left her feeling slightly off, like she was not connected to the world. Unsurprising, since this was the very same crystal she used to transfer her spirit into the body she currently occupied. Through it, she had cleansed the shell of the Jedi-turned-smuggler True Halcyon, and in turn, took it for her own. She shivered, as she left the room, leaving her guests at their chairs, unable to move. She stepped out into the hall and pulled the lever next to the door, sealing it behind her. Quickly she made her way to the room next to it, the one behind the two-way mirror. Rain awaited her there, Rain, Bliss, and HK, and at their side stood her pet scientist, the Chiss female Dr. Vran. The blue woman beamed, her red eyes flashing in the dim light. I would like to thank you for this opportunity, my lord. The chance to observe Sith alchemy in action, it is a most profound gift. You are welcome, Doctor, the Sith replied, but this is no mere reward. I will need you to examine these test subjects after this experiment concludes. I need to make sure that they are stable as the lab animals I used were. The Chiss nodded. I will put forth my best effort. Rain crossed her arms. She frowned at the gathering behind the glass. Is this really necessary, Master? I can find Timon on my own. I'm certain of it. Perhaps, the Dark Lord shrugged, but this should speed up your hunt, provided that the enhancements take as I believe they will. Her grin turned wicked. Even the best hunters use hounds from time to time. HK Sigma 3 turned to her, his stance more stiff than usual. Desperate plea, the droid said, Master, there is no need to send me aid. I will find the Istilla woman for you. Given enough time, I would have succeeded before. It is not my fault that your meatbag body failed before I had the chance. Avaryss smirked. Have I hurt your feelings, HK? Have I harmed your sense of honor? The droid's eyes flashed. Explanation, Master, I am a droid. I have no feelings or sense of honor. Such things would be a waste in my work. What I have is programming. A desire to succeed above all else, to serve my master in the most complete of ways, and to exterminate any meatbag she desires, of course. Of course, the Dark Lord said, you should not take this as a punishment or me looking down on your abilities. The creatures that we are about to create will prove useful to me, and hopefully serve you well. Avaryss laughed. And look at the bright side, HK. If they don't come back, I will not be angry. The droid didn't reply. She could almost hear his processors whirring. She hoped that meant he would not seek to throw away her toys. She didn't mind if someone lost, but did hope that they would not be lost foolishly. Bliss seemed uninterested in the nobles. Her eyes were on the cage in the back of chamber, the one connected to the crystal through a nest of cables and wires. In that cage was the reason that they were here. The three animals were small, about the size of a common house feelings, their skin a deep lavender, their furry manes a dark bluish purple. They huddled together in their cage, but not in fear. Being together seemed to increase the sense of menace in the cage. They bared their teeth at the Sith standing around them. Their eyes were pure glowing yellow, and to a Force sensitive, something else was clear. These creatures reeked of the dark side. They don't seem to like us, Mother, Bliss said, shaking her head. The girl seemed disoriented for a few moments. Avaryss was not surprised. She knew what these creatures could do. That is why she had to keep them separated. The larger the number, the more dangerous they became. Three were more than manageable. We are greater predators than they are, child, Avaryss reminded her. They can sense that. It is not surprised that they show us fear and caution. Rain snorted. So, these are the animals that Darth Revan mentioned in his treatise. Avaryss' apprentice shook her head. They are small, and don't look like much. Looks can be deceiving, apprentice, the Sith Lord replied. Lord Revan didn't turn his gaze on these creatures lightly. He saw they had their uses. So I read. He thought they might be improved with Sith alchemy, made larger and more fierce. Again, Rain shook her head. That doesn't explain why we needed you to bring the Noble Brigade here. You will see soon enough, apprentice, and then, all of Bantoon will see. She turned to Dr. Vran. It is time to begin, Doctor. Start the procedure. The Chiss nodded and pulled a lever next to the wall. The statues of Hikitas and Fear slid outward, as gas began to hiss into the chamber with the paralyzed nobles. We need to give it a few moments, Avaryss realized. Let the transformative fill the chamber and soak into her guest's skins. She looked down at creatures in the cage and smiled. Revan had a good idea, but he had not gone far enough. The creatures were called Tuku, or tuku cats. They lived on a series of small islands along Bantoon's equator. They were one of the smallest predators on their islands, and lived with several different types of large beasts, and yet, they were the dominant predator on their home, and more than capable of bringing down animals 3 times their size. It was this ability that Avaryss wished to tap into. Revan, despite being a true Sith Lord, skilled in magic and alchemy, did not look farther than their use as hounds for the Sith. They could track Force sensitives. The larger the group, the larger the web the creatures could cast. Few escaped the larger packs, and they always found their prey. Revan saw that, and wanted to use it, and would have if he had not have been betrayed. Of course, the creatures were capable of so much more. Revan had not understood that. She didn't blame him. Despite his tactical brilliance, he was still just a soldier, and had been a pawn in Darth Avariss' games. As so many of her fellow Sith had been, as she had been once upon a time. Avaryss looked down at the cage, and small creatures inside. They hissed, and moved closer to each other. Their cries were between a meow and a grand's bleat. She could feel the creatures reaching out with the dark side. They drew strength from their pack mates, and used that strength to cause a disorienting effect in others. She grinned, resisting them. In their native habitat, a pack of 30 or 40 of the tuku could even bring down a Force sensitive, make him or her so disoriented that they couldn't move, and then, the beasts would devour their still-living prey at their leisure. She turned to the glass. The gas had filled the chamber. She could see her noble friends slowly starting to regain the ability to move. Soon they would be struggling. It was the best that she proceeded before that came to pass. She took a deep breath, and began the chant. The spell she was using worked both through the dark side, and the apparatus that held the creatures, apparatus that now came alive at her call through the Force. Above the chamber, the crystal that had once allowed her to cheat death began to glow. Vran watched as the process began. She had attended Avaryss during her first tests over the last week. First using lab animals, and then using 2 prisoners brought in from one of Bantoon's prisons. Dissection of those first subjects yielded much information that would make this latest attempt succeed far beyond anything the Dark Lord had done before. Through the apparatus, and the crystal that it was connected to, she bound the creatures and her guests, calling on the changing powers of the dark side. "You have chosen, and now are the chosen," she murmured into the Force, her voice filling her guests' minds. "You wish power, now reach out and seize it." The glow of the crystal intensified. "Now, my friends, feel the power of the dark side." Blasts of dark side energy filled the chamber, illuminating the gas, and the men and women inside. The screaming began. Avaryss turned away from the beasts in the cage, eager to watch what was occurring. Even through the swirling mist, she could see the nobles stumble from their chairs, shaking their heads and tearing at their own skin. The Dark Lord savored their pain. Yes, she thought, this is how it must be, how it should have always have been. During the Empire's golden age, the Sith Order had been more than lightsabers, schemes, and Force lightning. They had been the masters of life and death. Through sorcery and alchemy, they had created wonders for the ages. They had bred warbeasts and monsters to hunt and slay their enemies. They had conjured illusions that could cause physical damage to their enemies. They had been the sorcerer princes and princesses of the galaxy. Under Vitiate, that had changed. He had hoarded the ancient secrets for himself, and the Sith Lords that ruled under him became more interested in politics and combat. The Sith Order changed into a dark mirror image of the Jedi Order, with Vitiate as their Grand Master and God. She would change that. She had gathered many of the ancient secrets, tomes, and scrolls from before the age of Vitiate. Those secrets were now safely stored in her holocron, or hidden in places where those she favored would be able to find them. The sorcerer kings and queens of the past would return, and the old ways would become the new ways. She would wash away Vitiate's rabble, and see the Sith restored to a better time, a more powerful time. An age of sorcery. Her nobles struggled weakly. Varl lay in the corner by a statue of Darth Fear, scratching his arms bloody. The lovers Tig and Ziza held each other, even as their flesh bubbled and reshaped itself. The major woman, Ada, threw herself against the glass. Avaryss could see blood running from her eyes, nose, and mouth, even as her flesh twisted, and melted, and reformed. Bones extending, as organs failed, melted and reformed. The woman tried to cry out, but only a familiar bleeding cry emerged from her throat. She sank to her knees, blood staining the two-way glass. Avaryss nodded. She didn't doubt that what her guests were going through was painful, but pain was a part of it. Birth was painful. Rebirth was equally so, but if power was to be gained, it needed to be endured. Power was what mattered. She looked at her companions. HK watched with a sense of boredom, eager to be given a mission and be back on the hunt. He had excelled in his last two assignments, grateful not to be playing nursemaid to Zen and Barrick's daughter anymore. The girl was safe here in the capital, tended to by her mother, though her father tended to avoid them. The changes that Barrick endured had made his attempts at a normal life difficult. Eventually she would have to deal with him. For Zen and Maya's sake. Either remake him as he had been, or remove him. Vran was busy taking notes, her mini droids flying around her head, taking readings from within the birthing tank. The Chiss couldn't take her eyes off what was happening. She was a woman of science who sought to understand everything. Alchemy was something she didn't know, and was eager to learn. Bliss stood in a corner, looking everywhere, but where she needed to look, upon her mother's creations. That did not please her mother. Jir would have had his face pressed against the glass, salivating at what was happening. Then, he was almost too much like his father, and that didn't please Avaryss either. With Bliss, she hoped to achieve a happy medium, some of Jir's cruelty, but also a degree of her mother's control. Avaryss reached out with the force, using it to lift the girl's chin towards what was happening. "This is part of your education, my dear," she told her daughter. "You must watch." Yes, mother," the girl replied, making herself look, though she looked pale. The faces she was making suggested she might get sick. She needs to toughen up, Avaryss thought. She will have a high place at court soon, and so she cannot afford to be squeamish. Rain stood beside her master. Their time together on Bantoon had toughened the former servant girl to a degree that a bit of blood didn't bother her. "So," Rain said, "you will soon have your own creatures like Shire Veal." "I will have my own monsters," Avaryss replied. "Sadly, these will not have the same transformative capabilities that the mongrel possessed." The Dark Lord sighed. Sadly, the secret of creating such things died with Darth Avaryss. The fool kept it to himself, no notes, not even bothering to create a holocron. Avaryss shook her head. It is a shame that such secrets can vanish in such a way. Rain nodded in agreement, but it was clear her attention was elsewhere. "How long until these things are ready? I wish to be off to search for Timon." "A few days, no more," her master promised, "provided that all 12 survive. We will divide them up. 4 will go with you, and 4 with HK. "As you wish," Rain said, "though, I must ask, what about the remaining 4? "They will stay here for further testing, and to ferret out my enemies among the nobles and Sith living here." Avaryss thought to herself, once the transformation was complete, these creatures would be bound to her. As Abominus was, they would have no secrets, and would tell her what she wanted to know without resistance or reservation. If they knew anything of treason, they would tell her, and if they knew nothing, they would find someone who did. "I will find the rats scurrying around in the palace. I will find them, and execute every last one of them." Avaryss smiled. She had let her conquest here lull her into a false sense of security. She had forgotten that she was at war with the entire galaxy. She only needed to hold out a while longer, keep her enemies' eyes focused on each other, and not be concerned with her. The weapon was almost ready. It would begin with Arcann and the Zakuul. They would be the first to die out. The first, but not the last. How many others followed them into death was their choice. An inferno was coming, as she would be the spark that ignited it. Chapter 19. The Journey. Monder. It was a name that Bela Istillo had heard before. It filled her with memories of her father, of laying in bed as a little girl. Her father's bedtime stories were often of the adventures of his youth, seeking out evildoers in dark places, or protecting those that those same evildoers wished to harm. Monder had featured in many of those tales. He had been her father's first companion on those adventures. The Jedi Shadow had been a stalwart companion, an ally in the darkest of places. From those stories, most would say that Bayla should have had a positive view of the Jedi Order within the Jedi Order. Sadly, she did not. She had never met Monder until today, but she had had some experience with shadows. One had been sent to Bantoon to monitor the growing Paladin Order, to make sure that the new light-side sect was not dabbling in things they should not have. Through those observations, Master Kit and the other Paladina had come to a singular opinion when it came to the Jedi Shadows. They were, and always would be, trouble. Now one had resurfaced in her life, and was already taking steps to make things difficult. A friend of her father or not, she could not help but agree with the old Paladina assessment. Shadows were trouble. The girl frowned. He had chosen to separate her from Merritt, and now had all but taken him into custody. Merritt had been more than happy to leave her in Uncle Co-op's custody. He thought, if anyone could find her help, it would be the old smuggler. He even offered to let her keep the Nightfire, asked only for access to a long-range communication system, so that he could summon another ship. Monder had not let him do that, even if the Shadow stayed at his side to make sure that he contacted no one else but another ship. No, the Shadow insisted that Merritt come with them, that he speak with Master Vey. She wants nothing to do with me, Merritt had said. She told me never to come back, and so I will honor her wishes. The little green Jedi shook his head. Insist that you come with us, I do. Speak with Vey? You should. Bayla pursed her lips. She didn't like that. No. She didn't like that one bit. Merritt was not a prisoner, yet she could not help but feel the Shadow thought of him as someone who deserved to become one. That wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Merritt had done nothing. Though she was secretly grateful that he was not leaving, he still deserved to have that choice. He had done nothing but help her since return into her life. He deserved their respect. Something wrong, kid? She looked over at her companion. No, Uncle, she replied, just thinking. At her side, Captain Gabe Cooper nodded. It had been a few years since she had last seen him. He had stopped off on Bantoon just before she left for basic training with the Space Force. He looked older than she remembered. He was still strong. A man didn't spend his life spacing and look weak. Yet, he seemed slimmer and sadder somehow. She gave him a worried look. Uncle Co-op and her father had been very close. Now, he was gone, just as Co-op's first wife was gone. The three of them had started their organization together. Now, her uncle was all that was left. Time, she thought to herself. It was an enemy that even the Force could not hold back forever. All around them, the small convoy of carts made its way out of the village and into the mountains. On their way to see Master Vey, he had said, and to restock the various cottages and dwellings where his own people currently were staying. The fact that her uncle was here, and with so many of his followers, had surprised her. Merritt had told her this place was secret, that only a few knew that Vey was living here. She was surprised that her Uncle Co-op was among them. The cool mountain breeze tickled her hair as the mountain road coiled up and into the hills. The 8 carts that made up her uncle's convoy rattled up the wide sandy track that led up into the mountains. As the path coiled to the right, she got a good view of the town below. Smoke now rose from many chimneys, and even from here, she could see the bustle of its many inhabitants. Amazing, she thought to herself. The town had been deserted when they arrived. Monder had sensed an approaching darkness and informed the city leaders, who had then warned their people, and then, without thought or complaint, the villagers had fled to their storm cellars and other assorted hiding places. And all on the word of a single Jedi Shadow. It seemed almost impossible to her, people going along with such an order so easily, but maybe it wasn't so hard to believe. They had lived on this world for centuries. The people here were used to her presence, and with the return of the Sith almost 50 years ago, perhaps this wasn't the first time a Jedi had warned the villagers to take cover. Had Sith come hunting for Master Vey? Had battles been fought on this world while its people hid? She didn't sense anything like that, but it was possible. Regardless, it was clear that the people that lived here put their faith in the Jedi, either because of they or something she might have done in the past. Bela tried to look behind her to catch Mare's eye, but by then the road twisted and the cart he was riding in out of her field of vision. Rit was riding with Monder and a dozen of Uncle Co-op's enforcers in the center of the convoy. It, like the other 6 wagons, were all wide-base transports using for hauling cargo, or 8 to 10 people. Each of them had 2 sitting up front, one driving the other with a blaster rifle providing security. What kind of dangers existed on this world? Bela didn't know. She rode in the lead cart with her uncle. This one, a small 2-seater, resembled something you might find the wealthy going around in on more civilized worlds. The seats were well cushioned, and a silky white awning kept the sun off the 2 passengers. Bela ran her fingers down the wood of the transport. She got the sensation of her uncle's presence. He had ridden in this small wagon many times, on many journeys. "Have you and your people been here long?" she asked. "About 8 months," he answered. "Before that, I've spent the last few years jumping from base to base, usually leaving a day or 2 before the Sith or one of my rivals turned up looking for my head." Her uncle sighed and shook his head. "I get the feeling that someone wants me dead. Not surprising in my line of work, but I am surprised how doggedly we have been pursued. I can't help but feel my involvement with the survivors is to blame." "You think that people are trying to kill you because of Dad?" "I think someone is trying to erase what your dad accomplished. I'm not the only one among our old allies who have been hit in the last few years. My organization gave me a bit of shielding, but..." The old man scowled. "People I've worked with for decades have turned their backs. I had deals running on over 100 worlds once. Now my influence extends to around 10 or 20. Sure, I'm not as active as I once was. That comes from going into semi-retirement. But this. His eyes narrowed. "I'm down to a crew of 200, spread across 3 ships. My folly, and 2 fighting vessels are all that I can call on now. So many of our bases have been raided, blown to pieces." Bela touched his arm. "I'm sorry, Uncle." Coop gave her a sad smile. "It's nothing I haven't dealt with before, kid. I just thought that I reached the point in my life where I didn't have to hustle to stay one step ahead of my enemies. I had hoped to spend my remaining years on PB, brokering deals and watching my grandkids grow tall." "Do you blame Dad for this?" she asked. "Do you blame me?" "Nah, this is the life I chose, kid. I can't complain because it decided to turn rough on me again. It has done that plenty of times over the years. I just thought, at my age, I was done running." She nodded. "How did you end up here?" "I call it dumb luck. Your dad would say it was the will of the Force. We were in the middle of breaking down one of our old bases when Monder showed up. Offered to bring us somewhere that we could recover, a place my old allies and enemies knew nothing about. He brought us here, and here we have stayed." "Is Aunt Kimura still with you?" "Yeah, she is back at our cottage." The smuggler smirked. "She won't admit it, but I think she may have decided that we should retire here. She and the kids have got things fairly settled. It is nice. Not as good as we had it on PB, but still nice." Bela smiled. That was good at least. Kimura, her uncle's Zeltron wife, was 20 years Co-op's junior, but had been a good partner and companion these last few years. She had also given Cooper 3 more children, his daughters Alia and Nutbush, and a son named Galen. She had known Alia and Nutbush fairly well. They had visited Bantoon a time or 2. Galen had chosen to handle his father's off-world business. He was the eldest of Co-op's children, and had caused a bit of a rift between her uncle and the children from his first marriage. Galen had been born before Co-op's first wife had died, and his presence had opened a rift between his son Quire and his sister True. Both had been working with their father before their mother passed, and Co-op remarried. The timing of the marriage had made things difficult. She had thought to ask after them, but thought better of it. Things were strained enough. She didn't wish to bring up old problems, especially with so many current ones on the horizon. She settled back in her seat, trying to think of what she was going to say to Master Vey when they met. How best to play this, she wondered. ask straight up for help, or play up the fact that she was not defenseless. I'll also have to explain Mary's presence, she realized. They had sent him away last time. She didn't know why, but she turned to Co-op. There may not have been any blood ties between them, but he was her father's chosen brother. The two men had loved each other. She hoped that he would be open to helping her smooth over any issues between the Jedi Master and the bounty hunter. I'm grateful that you are here, Uncle, but I fear that I must ask for your help with something. What you need, kid? I'll help if I can, you know that. She smiled, relief showing on her face. Merritt is likely going to need our support. I'm prepared to do what I can, and hope you are too. Coop didn't answer. Bela frowned. Uncle, I'm not sure what you want me to do, or if we should even do anything. We may not need to, she clarified, but the sad fact is that I have no idea what that shadow has in mind. Merritt's mere existence may be considered a problem. Jedi shadows are known for their reputation. I can't say if this one is willing to live up to that reputation. And what reputation is that? Her uncle asked. Bela frowned. Jedi shadows kill dark Jedi. That they do, Co-op agreed, but Monder isn't like your typical shadow. He was the one that brought your dad back into the Jedi Order, always treated him fairly. Bela nodded. She had gotten that impression from her dad's stories, but still. This was Merritt she was talking about. Could she afford to accept anything at face value? Her eyes narrowed. The first Jedi shadow I ever met was sent to Bantoon by the Jedi Order. He was sent to evaluate the Paladina, make sure that we were not a threat to the galaxy. Can't blame the Jedi for being careful, Co-op said. Bela frowned. He had also promised us a fair evaluation. Yet, every one of us got the impression he was just looking for an excuse to declare us a danger and demand that we disband. All he seemed to want was to abandon everything that made us who we were. He thought it a mistake we maintained ties to our families. He had certainly not liked that we continue to worship our gods. She shook her head. It was his report that kept us out of the war. The Jedi thought us too dangerous to mix with their other members. We were ordered to stay home and defend Bantoon. That is the same deal the Corellian Jedi got, Co-op reminded her. But we wanted to do more, Uncle, she hissed angrily, and all because some Jedi shadow feared we would contaminate the Order with our ideals. Again she tried to catch Merritt's eye. The cart had shifted just enough, and for the briefest of moments, she had thought she saw his face. She just wanted him to know he wasn't alone. He had saved her in her time of need. She was prepared to do the same. She returned her attention to the old smuggler. I just wish you to know that I'm prepared to defend Merritt if it comes to it. If they and Monder decide that it is in their best interest to do him harm. The smuggler frowned. Bela paused. Something in the tone of her voice or her words had got his attention. Are you sure you want to go this route, kid? Merritt Fallen Star, Finn, whatever he shows us to call himself, well, he has a reputation too. He saved me on Catherine. He has done nothing but protect me since we met. I trust him. Again, are you sure that is a good idea? She scowled. What is that supposed to mean? Coop sighed. Fallen Star's name has turned up many times in my intel reports, kid. He is not known for being a hero. He is a ruthless hunter, and not afraid to bring in someone dead, even when he might make more bringing them in alive. She pursed her lips. She remembered the feeling she got when she touched the cage aboard the Nightfire. Still, this was Finn, Merritt. How could her uncle think such things? He protected me. I'm not doubting that, but you have to think, Bela. What was he protecting you for? I don't understand. Cooper clarified. Do you know what bounty baiting is? She shook her head. It is when a hunter holds onto a piece of merchandise, keeps it out of sight, in order to drive the price even higher, or to improve their own reputation by being the only one who seemed to know how to find said merchandise. Her mouth fell open as anger flashed in her eyes. How can you say that? You know him. You knew his mother. Yeah, I knew Mary. She was a trusted friend and associate, but I also understood that she had her issues. They made her unpredictable at times. I came to trust her, but when she was on her own, she did things. Her son has done things too, kid. Bad things. Don't talk about him like that. Vey. You don't know him. I do. You. She paused, seeing something in her uncle's eyes that surprised her. Fear. She was glaring at him, her eyes flashing, her hand. She looked down. Her hand was on the hilt of her lightsaber. She pulled it away. She shook her head. Gods, she thought. Where had that come from? Hadn't realized you two had gotten that close, Vey, he said. His expression turned serious. The two of you aren't. She gave her uncle an icy look. She was pleased that it stopped whatever comment he might have made in his tracks. How dare he? How could he think that merit? She could not entirely kill the blush that came to her cheeks. Even if they were doing that, it was none of his business. They were both adults, were they not? Besides, she wouldn't. Not after what happened between them years ago. I would not make that mistake, uncle. I understand the dangers of doing things in dangerous situations. He nodded. He had been put at ease by her admission. Meanwhile, she was anything but. If your dad was here, he would say something about making sure your feelings were clear on this matter. Vela nodded. They are clear, uncle. Good. Another thing your father would say. Your anger at me, suggesting certain things. He would warn you about the dangers of feeding emotions like that. Anger. It is not good for someone in your situation, not with the powers you have. Again, she nodded. Her uncle was right. Her father would have cautioned her, and Master Kit would have likely given her a disapproving look. She was not some random acolyte. She was the daughter of the Queen and Lord Castellan, one of the founders of the Paladina Order. She knew better. Still merit. She clenched her fists. Her desire to keep him safe. That sense of protectiveness, where had that come from? Is it really so surprising? Her conscience chided. You have been alone for so long, keeping people at arm's length. Merritt is an old friend, or Finn was. Why wouldn't you feel safe around him? Why would you not drop your guard? No. He was her father's old student, and he was helping her for that reason. She tried to say that was all there was to it, but was that true? She said she was over her past feelings, but she chewed her lip. That didn't explain her willingness to go up against a Jedi shadow for him. Had she truly put the past to rest? Or, she shivered. No, that couldn't be it. No. She was no fool. She had learned her lesson. The past was gone. Her feelings for him had not been real. Hadn't they? She shook her head. No, it had not been real. Right? Merritt tried to catch her as the cart turned, but again, he barely got a glimpse of her. The bounty hunter frowned. He was starting to think this was a mistake. Coming here, seeking out Vey. He should have known better. Of course, if not Vey, who could he have gone to? All of his contacts in the Republic military had been in the survivors, and they had all died when Survivor Base fell. He almost growled with frustration. This was not good. He trusted Cooper. The man's love of Jazz Darbin would keep his daughter safe. But it wasn't just co-op here, was it? All these people, the enforcers and servants that followed in co-op's wake, if any of them knew about the bounty. All it would take was one informer and hunters would swarm this world. If Evie didn't show up herself. That thought, the thought of facing his old lover, the mother of his child. He was not sure what would happen when he looked upon her once again. Fear for the girl, you do. He looked down at the tiny green shadow. He had seen their species before. There had been a very old one serving in the Republic military, though he couldn't remember his name at the time. This one, Monder, was in the prime of his life. His green skin unwrinkled, his brown hair tied in a top knot. His robes, though still having the look of a Jedi's, had a different cut, and were common enough to allow the little creature to blend in on dozens of worlds. Her safety is what concerns me, he told Monder. He didn't bring up the bounty. He didn't want to give the enforcers around him any ideas. Monder smiled. Much anger in you, young fallen star. Much like your mother, are you? Merritt's eyes narrowed. You knew her? Hunted her for a time, I did. Sought to bring her home, I did. Back to the temple, for retraining. Lost she had been back then. Angry and lost. The shadow's smile widened. Found your master, she did. Helped her, he did. The Jedi she might have been, gone she was, but helped her, your master did. The little creature nodded. Saved her, Jaz Darbin did. Merritt was surprised that his mother didn't comment on that, but the Force remained silent. Did she agree, or know that he would not take such a tale at face value? Master Jaz spoke often of you, Commander. A good friend he was. Merritt gave him a wicked smile. He said you had died. He had not seen you for years, and no one had. Away from the Order, my duties drew me. And what might those duties have been, Merritt had to wonder. What would keep a shadow away when the Order fell to pieces? First with the fall of Coruscant during the First War, and now again, with the coming of the Zakuul. He could have demanded answers, tried to shake the little shadow, but chose a different tact. In the absence of light, a shadow cannot be seen. Monder smirked. The quote was from Saddle Shan. She had said it once during an address to the Jedi Order during the Cold War with the Sith. There had been many in the Order that demanded retaliation for the sacking of the temple. Darbin had suggested using the shadows to strike at the Empire directly. Master Sattler had refused. She thought that such a strike was dangerous, that it was too close to revenge. Merritt paused. Was that what had motivated his master's brother to take it upon himself to try and bring the Sith Empire down with his conspiracy? Probably. Unseen I was, Monder replied. Serving the Order in my own way, I did. He leaned forward. Merritt felt him reaching out with the Force. He was not sure he liked what he sensed. The creature's touch through the Force was gentle and probing, but the light within him too bright. He winced and looked away. The shadow withdrew his touch, his expression concerned. Cut off from the light? You are. Merritt sneered. Ask any of the Jedi that I approached these last few years. They would have verified that for you. The little one reached out, put a small green hand on his leg. For one trained in the Jedi way, torture this must be for you. Merritt snorted. I've learned to live with it. As did your mother before you. Save your pity, Merritt spat. I don't need it. The shadow didn't respond, he simply continued to watch him. Merritt quailed under that gaze. I don't need your help. Bela does. You want to help me? Get Vay to help her. Convince her it is for the best. The shadow smiled. Lost you are, Merritt Fallen Star, know that you do. But the first step, that is. The first step to what? To being found. Merritt almost rolled his eyes. More Jedi platitudes. How wonderful. Even if I'm found, Shadow, I will not be able to go back to being a Jedi again. I know that to be true. Monder nodded. Not wrong you are. His words shocked Merritt. I thought you believed in saving people. Yes, I do. Yet you say that I could never become a Jedi again. Being a Jedi is not the only way to be saved, you know. The hunter glared at the shadow. What would I be if not a Jedi? I would never become Sith, but... Become a man you would, but already so close to that you are already. That made him pause. A man. But, did that mean that he would have to give up the Force? He was not sure he could do that. Again the shadow patted his knee. Help you, they will. Trust her, you should. Merritt didn't respond. He had sought out her help before, and been rejected. Don't come back, she had said. Never come back. Well, he had already disobeyed that order. He was here, but not for himself. This was about Bela, not him. He was lost. He accepted it. She could still be helped, needed to be helped. He thought of the vision he had had again. The two of them, Bela and him, lovers. Both lost to the dark side. He would not allow that. He owed it to Master Jaz. She wouldn't fall. He wouldn't let her fall. The journey continued on. 3 carts disappeared down different mountain passes. Merritt tried to keep his presence in the Force small, not wishing to draw the Jedi Master's attention. He need not have worried. He felt it then, a sense of ageless calm and wisdom. It surrounded him, causing him to retreat back into himself. In the distance he could see smoke rising from a small cottage, but so close by was something more, a beacon of light. He felt to reach out and embrace him, causing him to retreat into his own darkness. "Hello, master," he whispered into the force. He expected anger or disappointment in his presence. She had sent him away after all. Never come back. Instead, he felt the light withdraw, and he could almost see her face. That calm, forever young face he remembered from several adventures together. Her voice echoed through his mind and the force. "Hello, Merritt. Welcome." Chapter 20. They. The Jedi Master's home was quite beautiful, nestled on a small mesa, surrounded on two sides by rock walls. Vey's hermitage was the perfect mix of both artistic and functional. The single-story home was built of the same white stone that had been used in the city below, but it had been painted over the years. Swirls of colors and symbols adorned the outer walls and walkway leading up to the front door. An open crack in the mountain allowed the sun to shine down on the small dome-like structure attached to the house's right side, the dome built of some transparent substance allowing the sun to reach the hydroponic garden within. Even from here, Bela could see the green of the plants within. She has been here a long time, the Bond princess realized, not surprising considering her very long life, and her choice to distance herself from the Jedi and the rest of the galaxy. Not that the place showed no signs of being a home to a Jedi. To the right of building, a small training yard had been set up. A balance beam and pillars of different height rose from the sandy floor. One of the cliff faces had been turned into a rock wall, with hand grips on the lower levels, so a person could get started on their journey up. Bela smiled. Dad had trained here, she knew, when he was about 18. He had returned to the Jedi Order as an acolyte, dividing his time between his business with Uncle Co-op and completing his training with Master Vey. She could almost see it now, her father as a young man climbing that rock wall, or using the Force to lift objects while standing on his hands on one of those pillars. She blinked. Wait. There was a young man balancing on one of those pillars. She could not see his face. He had his back to her, but she could see short black hair cut in the style of a Jedi Padawan. The young Force-sensitive was balancing on his right hand alone, while 3 small rocks orbited his body. Bela shook her head. Even from here she could sense the young man's power. Not that there was any doubt of that. Few Paladinas she knew could do what he was doing, not without years of experience anyway. As the cart came to a stop, she noticed the smoke rising from the chimney. Between that and sense of the master's presence was enough to confirm that Vey was at home. The door opened as Bela stepped into the yard. Vey emerged, a gentle smile on her youthful face. Pale-skinned with short pointed ears, most would have thought Vey a Padawan learner. Until you looked into her eyes. The Jedi Master's eyes told of an ancient power. To look upon her with the Force told even more. She was not young, simply timeless. Perhaps as timeless as the Force itself. Bela stopped at the entrance to the Master's hermitage. Old lessons of royal protocol and manners came to the forefront. She had been born a princess of Bantoon, and there were certain ways to behave when addressing someone who was your superior. If anyone had the right to claim such a title, Veylo did. She could have, and perhaps should have, been the Jedi Grandmaster for the last few centuries. If that didn't warrant respect, Bela did not know what did. Princess Bela, Vey sang out in her musical voice. Welcome. Master, Bela replied, bowing respectfully. I do hope that you are well. She waited for the Jedi to return the bow, continue the dance of what most would call proper protocol. Vey didn't do that. She came up to Bela and embraced her. The hug surprised the young Paladina, but she returned it. It felt good. She had been alone for such a long time. Affection was something she was missing in her life. It brought back memories of her mother, and of the home that had been lost to her these last few years. It took all of the girl's Paladina training and willpower, not to sob in the Master's arms, grateful to finally find someone who could help, grateful for someone who she could trust. Vey wouldn't judge her, she believed. Her father had said many times that judgment was not something that his old teacher did. If Bela had cried, she would have simply held her and let it go. Not that Bela would do that, no, she was still a daughter of the Aistillo family. It was not appropriate to lose herself to her emotions like that. Aistillo princesses didn't behave that way. Palladina did not behave in such a way. Vey would help her, even Merritt believed that, and considering what had happened between him and Vey, that said something. Personally, Bela didn't see the problem. Merritt had done nothing to convince her that he deserved the treatment his fellow Jedi had given him. To be cast aside, isolated. No. Merritt had been nice, he had protected her, and she had come to trust him, but their past, it still made things a bit difficult. She hated to admit it, but being around him, eating with him, talking to him, it brought back a lot of old feelings. She had hoped she had left the lovesick girl behind, but when he looked at her, sometimes, just sometimes, something stirred in her, something she thought long dead. No, she thought. Never again. The embrace ended. As all things did, Bela wiped at her eyes. It is good to see you, she added. And you as well, Vey replied. I like your haircut, and the color, it reminds me much of your father. The girl nodded. I still miss him, master, even after all this time. Vey nodded, her eyes turning thoughtful. Sadness washed over her briefly before fading away. I miss him as well. He was a good student, a great Jedi. Her smile returned, but slightly pained. The master had known many in her long life, and many of them were gone now, while she continued on. What could that feel like? She let the pain pass away, and again met the young woman's eyes. And he was a good friend. The master looked over her shoulder. Coop's convoy were continuing on up the mountain pass, but the smuggler had left his cart, as had Monder and Merritt. Morning, Vey, her uncle said. Found these two at the cantina back in town. Monder thought it best to bring them to you? The Jedi nodded. Wise as always, she answered, turning to the little Jedi shadow. I hope you didn't cause too much of an uproar in town, Monder. I felt a sense of panic a few hours ago. The shadow shrugged. Sensed an approaching darkness, I did. Took necessary precautions, I did. Vey nodded. Only then did her eyes settle on the source of the darkness her friend had mentioned. Merritt Falonstar said nothing. He held the master's gaze with a cold expression, though his left hand played with his tie, unbinding it. Vey gave the barest of nods. Hello, Merritt, she called out. Master, he replied with a slight tilt of his head, his expression giving away nothing. Bela tensed. Even had she not spent the last few days around him, she could sense Risk's discomfort being here. He had mentioned that he had come to Vey for help and been dismissed. He had made it plain that he had not wished to come up here with her. Yet, now, here they were, all of them standing before Vey's home. The Jedi gave him a soft smile. Monder, would you be so kind as to show Bela inside, and, if you would be so kind, inform Zahar that we have guests. Be done. It shall, the little one said, motioning for Bela to follow him. She obeyed, leaving Merritt, Co-op, and Vey facing each other in the yard. Bela frowned slightly. She wasn't quite sure she liked the idea of leaving Merritt alone. He was not in the best of spirits, and any offhand comment might cause things here to spiral out of control. Fine, it will be. Knows what she is doing, Vey does. Bela nodded, hoping the little shadow was right. He called out to the boy on the pillar. She guessed this was the Zahar that the master referred to. She was most eager to meet him, curious in fact. Yet, she glanced over her shoulder again. Coop was leaving the cart pulling away. Vey and Merritt were walking together. She could not hear what was being said, but could tell that things were tense. One didn't need the Force to tell that. What did a dark Jedi turned bounty hunter have to say to a Jedi master? She wondered. Whatever it was, she hoped that it remained cordial. She had spent much time in the presence of death and violence. It would be nice to avoid it here. Here in the one place where she might just find the help she needed, the help her world needed. Be nice, Rit, she thought. Please be nice. Please be nice. He heard Bela's voice whisper to him through the Force. Merritt just suppressed a sneer. She need not worry. He had no desire to screw things up for her, and would do nothing that might do so. He pulled at his tie, just resisted the urge to gasp as he tightened to an uncomfortable degree. He yanked his hand away, loosening it with deft fingers, though he did cough slightly. The master pretended not to notice. He was grateful for Bela's sake, if nothing else. For her, he thought, and the memory of my master. Bela needed Vay's help, and her protection. She was a far better choice to help her than he ever could be. He could offer her nothing but the baggage of their past. Bela deserved so much more. She deserved better. As Co-op's cart rattled out into the distance, carrying the old smuggler with it, Vay motioned to him with her finger. "Let us take a walk," she said. He followed, even as she paused to let him catch up, so that they could walk side by side. She seemed unconcerned about his presence, which surprised him. "Never come back." He frowned. Her order had been quite clear. Yet now, here they were. "I was not sure you would see me again," he said. "Why was that?" she inquired. "Never come back," he repeated. "That is what you said to me 3 years ago." "Yes." Vay winced. "You misheard me, young one. I said, do not return until you are ready to begin walking the road back." Merritt blinked. Had she said that? He couldn't quite remember now. That lack of memory angered him. Her calm demeanor angered him. "I needed help," he hissed. "I asked for your help. There was nothing I could do for you then. You were not ready." "Ready?" He spat. How can someone not be ready when they ask you to help them?" Vay's expression remained neutral, but he could sense a flash of disappointment beneath her passive face. "You didn't come for help. You came for retraining. You thought that it would help you reopen yourself to the light." She shook her head. "You came for power, and you were not ready. Your heart and mind were not where they needed to be." She sighed. "Your heart was filled with fear and anger. Angry at yourself for being betrayed. Angry at Jazz for becoming one with the Force and leaving you alone. Angry that you had not seen through Avaryss' betrayal, and you were so afraid. Afraid of what the Jedi would do to you. Afraid that you were no longer fit to stand among them." She crossed her arms. "If I had taken it upon myself to try and retrain you, with so much fear and anger in your heart, you could have taken that training to a very dark place, grown stronger in your anger that could have morphed into true hate." The Jedi shook her head. "No, Merritt, I could not do that. You were dangerous enough. You came to me a troubled young man. I would not give that man what he needed to become a monster that likely would have returned to Darth Avaryss, served her out of the darkest of desires." He opened his mouth once or twice, wanted to deny, wished that he could deny it. Alas, he could not. Vay was not wrong. Had he fallen deeper down the dark path, her training would have only made him stronger. Part of him, even now, longed for a greater strength in the dark side, even though he consciously tried to resist. He had wanted power to make Avaryss pay, power that would have corrupted him further. Merritt didn't deny any of that. He could not. How many times in the last few years, when he had gotten low, that he had thought about going to Bantoon, begging Avaryss forgiveness, and asking for a second chance to stand at her side, to be with his children. He clenched his fist impotently. She was right. He hated to admit it, but she was absolutely right. Damn it. The Jedi Master had managed to put into words what he had not been able to, not at the time, and not in the years since. His hand went to his tie. It had come undone when he had pulled at it. He looked down at Vay, feeling a sense of shame. She had not turned him away lightly, and his anger he had blamed her for doing so. Perhaps the other Jedi had looked upon him with contempt, but not her. She had lived a long time, seen much, and done much more. "What about now?" he asked. "Tell me what you are sensing now." She looked him over. He could sense the strength of her regard. It made him feel vulnerable somehow. Yet, he refused to back down. He wouldn't. He would face what she saw. "The fear is gone," she answered. "You have come to accept what you are and your place in the galaxy. Some anger remains, but that is not directed at me or Jazz. It is directed at someone who can no longer defend himself, someone that you will need to forgive if you are to move forward. Who? Merritt demanded. They gave him a sad smile. The one person that you can't seem to forgive even now. She placed her hands on his shoulders. He found himself looking into those ageless eyes, drawn into them. If you want to find the way back, you are going to have to let go of the last of your anger. You are going to have to forgive Finn Shadowstone. His eyes narrowed. He was naive, Merritt spat, shrugging her hands from his shoulders. He didn't understand what he was playing with, the forces he was trying to control. We did talk about this 3 years ago. You explained to me what happened. Was it truly his fault? Merritt growled. He thought he could save Avi. He thought that he could out-manipulate a Dark Lord of the Sith. He believed his connection to her would make it possible, and that he could pull her back into the light. Instead, she drowned him in darkness, corrupted him with her charms and emotions. He shook his head. He let the darkness in willingly on Tatooine. I believed I was doing it to save someone. Major Locke was dying. You let the darkness in, they said. Merritt snarled, but nodded. Yes, he had done that. Finn had done that. Finn Shadowstone had been a fool. I damned myself, and everyone around me has been paying the price ever since. Again, Vay reached out to him, her hand on his arm. He failed, Merritt murmured. He failed everyone. Vay didn't say anything, not for a few moments. She gave him a chance to look into that darkness, see what was there. Only then did she offer what she believed. We cannot say that you failed, not just yet. He almost laughed, but she stopped him with a raised hand, silencing any angry retort. You went into a dark place? Yes, but you did it for the right reason. To save a life, answer me this, son of Fallen Star. If you could do it again, change what you did, would you do it? Would you let Gilly Locke die? He considered that. What would have happened? Capistan would have been devastated. Avi would have used that in some way, he was sure, and Finn would have blamed himself for refusing to go down that path. He would have been frustrated, angry even, may even come to hate himself for that weakness. Would that have been better? Major Locke would have been dead. He shook his head. No, Master, he replied. Despite everything, I stand by that decision, even now. Vay smiled. As for the failure to redeem one walking the dark path, that fight is still ongoing. You will not know the true end of that story until you face your destiny. My destiny, he said, and what would that be? They gave him a knowing look. You will face Darth Avaryss again, and then, and only then, will you know if you truly failed to save a Sith and return them to the light. Merritt's eyes narrowed. He still remembered his last encounter with Avi. Her force lightning burning his skin, the brand she had left burned into his chest. He thought Vay was being naive, but then again, the thought of facing Avaryss, that was quite daunting as well. He almost told her in that moment. Told her about the children, but he resisted. He doubted that she would understand. He would face Avaryss, but when he did, could he do what was necessary if she refused to turn away from her path? Could he kill the mother of his child? He couldn't say, he didn't want to say. He again turned his attention to the Jedi before him. You were not the last Jedi I sought for aid. All the others said that I was lost, that one could not turn away from the dark path. Vay shook her head. I don't believe that, Merritt. Your master didn't believe that. Despite what modern Jedi dogma says, there are roads that lead beyond the darkness. She sighed. Some would say that the dark path is a road that you cannot return from. I do not believe that. I've seen my share of darkness, experienced it firsthand. I was born into darkness, yet my own master showed me the way into the light. Jazz fell as a young man and found his way back, becoming stronger in the light because of it. Shireveal was born into darkness, and she found the light. I don't think you are lost, young one, only been misguided, pushed down a dark path by one that desired your fall. Vay touched his arm again. You will always be marked by darkness, but it doesn't have to dominate your destiny. You can choose a new way, a different way. The path changes you, but that doesn't mean that doing what is right is impossible. She looked into his golden eyes, her own gaze cool, but sympathetic. Do you truly believe there is no hope? Do you think that you are lost forever? His brow furrowed. He found himself thinking about everything he had done the last few years. Abductions of criminals, contract kills on corrupt officials. He prided himself on the fact that he had allowed no collateral damage, hurt no one that was not involved in his contracts. The truly innocent had been safe. Many of those big jobs came back to him now. The courts of Morris Hunt, the ending of General Rabbus, and the fall of Darth Avaryss, all had paid him well, and he had reveled in the violence of each task. True justice, his mother's voice echoed through his head. Yes, he thought, that ideal had been his justification, and he had never lost a moment's sleep over any of it. He had done bad things for credits, sure, but he had done good things as well. Protected people, saved them from dangerous situations. He had made friends too. He thought of Geldhorn and his Corellian refugees. They might have ended up in the Hutt slave markets if not for him. He thought of Tomas Ald. Had he not saved the nobleman's life, House Rist of Alderaan might have secured the throne and allied openly with the Sith. He thought of Bok Secura and that Celestin reporter Lubda. Had he not involved himself in their lives, House Secura would have fallen under the rule of Bok's brother, and both of them would have ended up dusty skeletons in the Rylith Bright Lands. Then, there had been the women, those that had offered him a taste of life beyond what a Jedi sought. He thought of Zixa, cunning and manipulative. He had not to trust so easily in her arms. He thought of Tywin Secura, who taught him how to move among the high and mighty. Her uncle would have sold her into slavery if he had not been there. Her mind blunted by the strongest spice, her fierce will and cunning mind would have been erased. Fable Asher who? He winced. As he stood before Master Vey, he found himself admitting something he had not before. He had fallen in love with Fable Asher. It had hurt to leave her, even though he knew it was the right thing to do. They would have continued getting into more and more dangerous jobs until one of them killed them both, killed her. Only by leaving could he hope to save her life. It had not been easy, it had hurt like hell, but he had done it. He looked back toward Vey's dwelling. He could sense Bela within. Was it not smarter to leave now, before he became even more entangled in her life? Was it not better to let her find her way back to the light? All he could do was drag her down. All he could offer was darkness. He tried to think of others now. Was that not what a Jedi would do? He looked down at the Jedi Master. Was he truly lost? He gave her a sad smile. I don't know if I'm truly lost or not, Master, but I do know that you must help Bela, for the sake of Jazz's memory, if nothing else. He sighed. I should go, he added, my exile is not done, and I still have much to do, to see if the Force is willing to take me back. His hand played idly with his unbound tie. He tried to fix it himself, but found he could not. Vey took pity on him. She stepped forward. I would like you to stay, she said, her small fingers fixing his tie. As I said, you are no longer lost in fear and anger. You know who you are now. It is a place to start. To start what? He asked. The road back. You have tried to walk alone through the darkness, and have done well, considering. She smiled. Perhaps together we can help you find a way through the night, and help you reach the dawn. She finished with his tie, and stepped back. He touched it, finding it fixed perfectly. Let us see if we can't pierce the veil of darkness you have been trapped under for so long. I will not force you to stay. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you, but I would like you to stay, and I'm sure Bela would as well. I don't know, he answered. One last try, merit for Jazz. He considered it, and found himself thinking of his Jedi Master. He could see Jazz's concerned look, and standing next to him, his mother. Merritt sighed. Hell, he thought. Why not? I'll stay, he said. The Jedi Master grinned. He smiled back. For Jazz.